Chapter 361 The Strongest Attack. This time, Zhang Junsheng really didn't play tricks. His backup was actually a giant bomber. This was also discovered by the intelligence system user, who scanned a base on a small island. Although you can do whatever you want on the sea, there are many dangers in the ocean. In order to have stronger maneuverability, you can also encounter as few powerful beings as possible. In the end, Zhang Junsheng decided to focus on this bomber. He also wanted to have his own air base in the sky like Tang San. Since he wanted to use this bomber as a backup, he could only hide it in the sea where it was not easy to be discovered. Due to the limitation of the bomber's body structure, it cannot float up to the sea's surface too quickly to become a combat force. Zhang Junsheng also explained the actual situation to Wu Ai in detail, hoping to get his understanding. Damn it! Why didn't this guy start to float his bomber earlier? He had to start floating now. If I don't have any doubts, I can't do it. Wu Ai was a little angry, but he couldn't fall out with Zhang Junsheng because of such a thing. After all, he would be needed in the subsequent battles. He is a good combat force. Although he couldn't fall out, Wu Ai still needed to vent his resentment. But the slippery fighter in the sky that didn't look like an airplane really made him have no way to attack. And Zhang Junsheng needed at least 5 minutes to participate in the battle. If he couldn't hold on, he would have to leave the next battle early. Tang San's passenger plane also took in the injured fighter at this time, and he actually parked the plane on the water. He knew what would happen in such a situation. But now the RV was entangled by the fighter, and it was really difficult to get out for a while. The fighter had previously used several conventional missiles to attack the RV, and found that the other party was not damaged at all. Now the fighter is using short beam lasers to attack the RV, hoping that such an attack can have some effect on the RV. But after firing the laser several times, the RV was still not damaged, which gave the fighter pilot a headache. Finally, he was ordered to use the strongest attack method directly, and if there was no effect, he would return directly. The high mobility of the fighter is not without any restrictions, and the fighting time is also limited to a very short time with the energy. However, because of the unparalleled speed of the fighter, the limited time is not a big problem. However, today's battle made the fighter designer know the shortcomings of this fighter, and after this, he will reconsider the actual combat strength of the fighter. The fighter plane circled again to use the strongest attack method, and then it quickly flew over the RV. When the fighter plane flew over, it dropped a white object with flashing arcs. This object fell directly to the top of the RV like a bomb, and the fighter plane immediately left the airspace at the highest speed. Seeing the fighter plane being so cautious, Wu Ai also guessed that the power of this object must be considerable. So he immediately ordered to close the roof of the second floor, and then quickly activated the jump function to leave here. Chapter 362, Giant Cannon Form. At the critical moment, it was the timid Wu Ai who saved the RV from the attack. When everyone in the RV found that the object with white arcs fell into the sea, they found that within the spherical space of about 100 meters, where the white arc ball was located, all the sea water disappeared instantly. As the sea water disappeared directly, the space above the white arc ball began to distort, like an inverted triangle. Wu Ai knew that it was the light distortion effect caused by the increase in temperature. In summer, everyone often saw this phenomenon, but this time the phenomenon is very different. The light distortion effect has reached the level of abnormality. No wonder the fighter plane ran so fast. It turns out there is such a dangerous situation. After seeing such an attack, Li Zimu said with some admiration, "This thing may be an electrolysis phenomenon. But this is not the ordinary electrolysis phenomenon we usually know. If we can get one to study, maybe we can also get the manufacturing method of this weapon. In this dangerous situation now, no one would want to get this thing like her. They are afraid that it is too late to hide now. Who would provoke this thing?" Seeing that the fighter plane failed to hit the RV, it tried again, but was perfectly avoided by the RV's jumping ability. Although this attack method looks very domineering, its disadvantage is that it can only be used in this way, and cannot be improved with other attack methods. So after the two attacks were declared invalid, the fighter plane finally gave up the idea of continuing to attack. With the return of the fighter plane, Wu Ai finally didn't have to worry about that kind of attack method. Although they could dodge calmly, he was still very afraid of the attack effect of that thing. After the last fighter was recovered by Tang San, Wu Ai discovered that Tang San's plane had undergone a huge change. Now Tang San's passenger plane is more like a giant cannon standing on the sea, looking at the other side's launch port flashing with powerful arcs. Wu Ai unconsciously thought of his high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon. If the opponent's weapon is also of this type, it is estimated that the power and destructiveness are not comparable to his little guy. Zhang Juanqing's giant bomber has also flown into the sky at this time. And he was the first to discover Tang San's change in attack form. He is the first to try any attack of Tang San. So it is impossible for him not to worry in this situation. Although Tang San's cannon-like things seem to be still in the charging state, Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng did not dare to attack rashly, because no one knew what the opponent's current state was. If anyone was the first to go up and get hit by such a cannon, it was estimated that if he did not die, he would only lie on the ground and groan. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Junsheng decided that he could not wait any longer, because no matter what, he was the most dangerous one. Instead of waiting like this, he might as well test the opponent's weight first. If there was a flaw, it would be better to give the opponent a devastating blow directly. Thinking of this, Zhang Juanqing's giant bomber flew directly towards Tang San's cannon. When Zhang Junsheng started to act, a huge light suddenly appeared in the sky on Tang San's side. Chapter 363, Getting Angry. Everyone knew that something bad had happened when this burst of light appeared. Tang San must have started to attack with the giant cannon. If it was really an attack fired by that giant cannon, it would definitely be the first priority to attack Zhang Juanqing's bomber. But what everyone didn't expect was that the alarm of the RV started to sound the moment the light appeared. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took the RV as the first target of attack, as the emergency avoidance order of the RV was effectively executed. The next moment, the RV began to spin like a gyroscope and flew away. After a loud bang, the RV fell into the sea far away. All three parties were surprised by this result. First of all, Tang San was very dissatisfied with the effect of such an attack. Although he did not directly hit the entire body of the RV, he only hit a part of it and caused it to rotate after being attacked. However, the part that was hit was not penetrated, which was very embarrassing. It was very embarrassing that he did not cause much damage to the opponent after posing such a gorgeous posture. And Zhang Junsheng was a little puzzled when he saw that Tang San did not play according to the routine this time. Was he underestimated now? He actually attacked Wu Ai first. The RV was not feeling well either. Everyone was very uncomfortable with the sudden rotation. Only Gu Xiuxi, who was not affected, hid the RV in the sea to avoid the next attack. Everyone else fell to the ground. This kind of attack was something no one expected. Li Zimu also vomited, filling the RV with the smell of stomach acid. For a girl, such a shameful thing was unbearable. She immediately ran back to her own space to deal with the vomit all over her body. The others were relatively strong, but they all lay on the ground with pale faces. Zhang Junqing took advantage of the gap in the attack and came to the top of Tang San's cannon. This time, he was so crazy that he dropped 9 nuclear bombers directly. Then the tail of the bomber began to spit blue flames, making this huge and clumsy bomber quickly leave the bombing range. According to the limit of Tang San's shield breaking twice before, he would definitely not be spared under such an attack. So Zhang Junsheng no longer cared about Tang San's contempt for him and his arrogant performance. After all, you can't care about anything with a dead person. This huge mushroom cloud should be visible as long as it is in this hemisphere of the planet. This is not a single nuclear bomber being detonated. This is a simultaneous explosion of 9 bombs. The effect can be imagined. However, after the smoke and ashes of the explosion fell, Zhang Junsheng was greeted by a light-speed cannonball from a giant cannon. This situation can fully prove that the opponent was not destroyed, and the opponent still had the strength to fight. One side of the wing of the giant bomber was directly hit and disappeared by this attack. But although one side of the wing was lost, the bomber still stopped steadily in the air. It seems that everyone has a lot of backup plans. Zhang Juanqing's plane wing began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene is like the effect of having some kind of repair robot. After being bombed, Tang San also showed his giant cannon, and his appearance was not unaffected at all. Chapter 364, First Actual Combat. Tang San's cannon still had a huge transparent protective shield in front of it, but both sides of the cannon had already started to smoke and catch fire. This familiar situation immediately reminded people of the scene where the 2 protective shields disappeared before. After Tang San fired this cannon, a dark hatch opened under his cannon muzzle, and humanoid robots began to fly out like water. The appearance of these robots immediately broke the balance on the battlefield, and the bombers had to start using various small artillery and aviation cannons to clear these massive robots. Wu Ai had to turn the RV into Gundam mode, because it was impossible to fight so many robots in RV mode. With the harassment of the robots and the auxiliary attack of the giant cannon, the repair of the bomber was far behind the speed of destruction. Captain Wu, don't waste time with these robots. The key is to kill Tang San as soon as possible. If this goes on, none of us will get any advantage. Do you have a better way than killing Tang San? Zhang Junsheng seemed a little anxious, but Wu Ai thought he might still have a backup plan. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago when he thought there was no chance of survival. That's why Wu Ai didn't want to kill Tang San's vehicle so quickly. But now Zhang Junsheng has said so. If he still maintains his previous state, then Zhang Junsheng should have a new opinion of him. In this case, the Li sisters can only fight to help Wu Ai clean up the surrounding robots, so as to create a clear passage without robots entangled. Wu Ai drove the Gundam robot and finally came to the giant cannon protected by the protective shield. The current protective shield has not been completely destroyed, so he can't directly attack the giant cannon inside. Captain Zhang, do you still have any nuclear levelers? If you have, throw them out quickly, and they can't give birth if you keep them. Wu Ai hoped that Zhang Junsheng and the nuclear leveler would quickly destroy the energy shield, but the latter's answer was not what he wanted. If I had them, I would have thrown them all over before. How could I still keep them? All the 9 nuclear levelers I just had are my last inventory. Do you think this kind of thing is easy to get? Since there is no nuclear leveler as a pioneer, the hard work of opening the energy shield can only be done by myself. After receiving the prompt from the Gundam computer, Wu Ai pulled out the dagger on the right leg of the Gundam robot. When it was just pulled out, the dagger only had a handle, but after passing through the energy supply of the Gundam's hand, a purple blade appeared above the handle. Boss, this energy blade is made according to the principle of my sister's Chiu Shui. It has a strong cutting ability when it is continuously supplied with energy. If it is not supplied by the hand after charging, it can also be continuously supplied with energy for 10 minutes through the storage device at the handle. Li Zimu explained the simple situation of this weapon to Wu Ai through barrier-free communication while fighting, which can also make him play its greatest role when using it. Wu Ai drove the Gundam directly forward and hit the energy shield. The place where the two touched immediately began to discharge violently. As the dagger continued to attack, the energy shield began to weaken continuously. But Tang San would not let Wu Ai destroy the energy shield so easily. So the muzzle of the giant cannon also began to move and aim at the Gundam robot he was driving. Chapter 365 Tang San Showdown. Originally, Wu Ai wanted to dodge the cannon's attack. But in the current situation, if he dodges, he will have to pass through the robot army's blockade again before he can come in again. Moreover, bearing this attack will be good for the safety of the Li sisters and Zhang Junsheng's recovery. So in the end, he decided to use the parts of his body with the most armor to withstand this attack. Before he could think too long, Tang San's attack had already arrived. Wu Ai controlled the Gundam to curl up his body, and used his arms to form a cross in front of his body to resist this attack. After a beam of light, all the armor plates on the arms of the Gundam robot were scrapped, and the arms were also injured to varying degrees. These specific injuries have been displayed on the screen in front of him. But now is not the time to take care of them. Wu Ai continued to attack the energy shield with a dagger, and the attack during this period finally broke the protective shield before the second cannon was fired. As the energy behind the Gundam robot gathered, a beautiful high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon, like a heavy sniper rifle, appeared on the back of the Gundam robot. Wu Ai controlled the Gundam's hand to take off the gun made of high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon behind him, and then directly put the muzzle under the cannon to start charging. Under such circumstances, it is not difficult to imagine that this huge cannon that can threaten everyone will be silenced in an instant. But at this critical moment, Tang San said through the external loudspeaker, Okay. You have won this battle. All our previous grievances have been offset, and I will not take any adverse actions against your two forces in the future. Tang San was in the mood to say such words at such a critical moment, which made Zhang Junsheng very unhappy. Now that their alliance has won a decisive victory, how could they not take the opportunity to kill this potential enemy? But Wu Ai really put away his gun and did not continue to make an attacking gesture. There are two reasons why Wu Ai did this. First, his time in Gundam mode was running out, and he could not guarantee that he would kill the opponent. Second, Tang San's old nest, Yunzhong continent, had appeared above his head at some point, and there were already thousands of gun muzzles that looked bigger than Tang San's cannons under Yunzhong continent. and these gun muzzles were pointing at where he and Zhang Junsheng were. Wu Ai listened to Zhang Junsheng constantly advising him that he could not miss this opportunity and must take the opportunity to kill the opponent. He just pointed his gun at the sky. And then Zhang Junsheng's communication was completely silent. Wu Ai sent a communication request to the direction of Tang San's passenger plane, asking him why he did this. The latter's answer finally made Wu Ai understand why Tang San is like this now. Thanks to your previous care, I was able to understand the living environment and meaning of human beings. This gave me a new understanding of human beings. So this time it is not only a settlement of the grudge between you and the real Tang San, but also my gratitude to you before. After saying that, he slowly changed back to the previous airplane form, and then began to return upwards to his sphere of influence. Wu Ai also released the combat form of the Gundam, and changed back to the state of the RV. He knew that Tang San was no longer a member of the human race. Chapter 366 Post-War Talks. Tang San returned to his own cloud continent in such an arrogant manner, leaving Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng's forces in disarray. At noon, everyone had lunch together on Zhang Junsheng's giant bomber because they needed to study the next plan. Although Tang San left in a casual manner after saying a few words, the gun barrels under the cloud continent were still staring at them. It seemed that without Tang San's permission, the two parties could not leave the sea area for the time being. In a restaurant on the bomber, Wu Ai finally saw Zhang Junsheng, who was frowning. Captain Zhang. Oh no! It should be the captain. You look very angry. Why are you still frowning? Wu Ai shook hands with the other party with a smile, and the latter also grinned symbolically, which was considered a smile. Hey, I didn't expect Tang San to be so shameless. The combat unit couldn't beat us and even use the nest. Tell me, how can you fight like this? After Zhang Junsheng asked everyone to sit down, he complained and drank a glass of wine. If you want to say it's cheating, Captain Zhang's nuclear peacemaker is also very good. If my RV is not strong, the explosion aftermath and radiation of the nuclear peacemaker alone can kill all of us directly. Zhang Junsheng heard the dissatisfaction in Wu Ai's words, and he also smiled awkwardly and explained. At that time, I was so excited that I was afraid that Tang San would kill the nuclear peacemaker before I threw it out. So I forgot to inform Captain Wu in a hurry. Besides, Captain Wu's RV is the most high-tech product I have ever seen, and a few nuclear peacemakers should not be a problem. The matter is past, and they have not been hurt. If you keep holding on to this matter, it seems a bit unreasonable. Although Wu Ai also thinks so, it is not necessarily that he will do so. It is not easy to get angry under the current situation, and you can only wait for a suitable opportunity to retaliate against the other party. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, it's finally time to talk about business. Zhang Junsheng, who was the most anxious, asked first, Captain Wu, why does Tang San not let us go now? Does he have any other tricks? Wu Ai had already guessed Zhang Junsheng's question. He now felt that Zhang Junsheng could not be compared with the current Tang San. The current Tang San gave people a feeling of a hero, while Zhang Junsheng seemed like a sinister villain who sat on the fence. There are only a few possibilities for why Tang San left us. The first is that he wanted to trap us, and he went to explore the giant tower first. The second is that there is an enemy that needs our 3 forces to fight together, so we are left behind. The third is that he wants to hit our arrogance and let him calm down. There should be no other intentions besides this. Of course, this is just my personal guess. Wu Ai directly stated his inference, and then looked at Zhang Junsheng's reaction to see what he was thinking. Captain Wu, do you think it is possible that Tang San wants us to be cannon fodder, or as some kind of powerful and irresistible bait? It is really worthy of Zhang Junsheng. What kind of people's thoughts are? How he looks at others. Only Zhang Junsheng can think of such a dark and despicable idea. Chapter 367 Dangerous Zhang Junsheng. Wu Ai narrowed his eyes. He could not completely say that what Zhang Junsheng said was impossible, but through his understanding of Tang San under the control of the 7-colored egg consciousness, it seemed that the other party had not shown a very dark side. But when it was a 7-colored egg, the tactics and ruthlessness it used were definitely not worse than Zhang Junsheng. But it seemed that after it became Tang San, everything before seemed to have never existed. If it is really as you said, then we can only run away, or drag Tang San to be buried with us. If we really have the ability to drag him. Zhang Junsheng felt a little uneasy after hearing the other party's passive conclusion. He never made a plan without a way out. His personal intelligent program Yuju made a comparative analysis of the two observations of Wu AI Gundam's appearance. She believed that the probability of Gundam having some kind of time limit was 87%. Although the seemingly terrifying muzzles of Yunzhong continent were facing everyone today, with the strong defense of Gundam, it is estimated that he also had a chance to escape the attack range. But he easily chose to give up escaping. This may be because the time limit is about to come. During this period of time, he may not be able to escape the attack range of Yunzhong continent. So this is the real reason why he did not choose to escape. But these are just their analysis and speculation. Only two observations are not enough to make them 100% sure that the Gundam robot really has limitations. At the dinner table, apart from Zhang Junsheng, who hated Tang San the most for not being killed, Li Zimu, who made a fool of himself today, hated Tang San the most for not being dead. This was the first time she vomited so miserably in front of all the team members. Although everyone was not in the mood to observe her at the time, this gave Gu Xiaoxi an excuse to keep laughing at her. Now Gu Xiaoxi didn't need to speak to attack her. Just pretending to vomit a few times was enough to make her very angry. Thinking of this, she looked at Gu Xiaoxi who was eating, and the other party gave her a kind smile. Li Zima now felt that her smile was full of ridicule, which made her very intolerable that Tang San, the instigator of everything, was still alive and well. The two forces did not plan any specific executable plan, so they just ate and drank tea and then dispersed. Wu Ai's team, who returned to the RV, also discussed the reason why Tang San did this in the public compartment of the RV. Viper's view was basically the same as Wu Ai's, but he was more inclined to the idea that there was a common enemy that needed the three forces to fight together. Because of the previous experience of opening the tower gate, he believed that no matter which side opened the tower gate, there would be powerful enemies, like immortal cultivators inside. Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi were in no mood to talk about this with everyone. The two of them had already started to fight with each other with their eyes. I don't know where they got so much energy. Li Muzi was leaning on the chair and thinking about this problem. After Viper and Wu Ai reached a consensus, they both looked at her. You don't have to look at me. I think the same as you. But I think Zhang Junsheng may do something irrational because of his misjudgment of Tang San. So when we are with Zhang Junsheng, we must also be on guard against him. Li Muzi's reminder was very timely. Judging from Zhang Junsheng's performance today, it is really possible that he would do something without thinking. Chapter 368, Leaving Early. No one talked that night, and everyone had a good rest that night. After breakfast the next day, the fastest and intact fighter plane appeared in the sky again. Tang San started a three-party meeting with Zhang Junsheng and Wu Ai through this fighter plane. I think everyone has studied my approach yesterday, and it was my personal reason that I didn't let everyone leave. Now I will explain the reason to you too, and then it's up to you two to leave or stay. Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng really didn't expect that they were not allowed to leave yesterday just because of this conversation. It seems that Tang San really has some ideas. I don't know if you know what the consequences will be after the giant tower door is opened. Now I will pretend that you know nothing about it, and tell you everything I know. The inside of the giant tower is divided into 7 layers of space, and each layer has corresponding battles, or tests waiting for the survivors who enter. If you fail the test of the giant tower, you will not die, but such losers will be collected by the giant tower. Then when someone opens the door of the giant tower again, the giant tower will randomly awaken its collections based on the information it has collected. If these collections want to survive, they must kill the enemies assigned by the giant tower. Otherwise they will be collected and processed. As for what is collection, I am not convenient to tell you. I am afraid you will not sleep well in the future. Once the collection completes the assigned task, they can choose to die or enter the tower again. The worst collection of these giant towers is also the energy controller of the previous prehistoric civilization, which can also be said to be the predecessor of the photon civilization. Their strength is not something that your current forces can contend with. So our joint efforts are the best choice to enter the giant tower. Sure enough, the previous analysis of Wu Ai's team is still quite reliable. There are some tough characters here. If there is no reminder from Tang San, they will be in great danger if they open the tower door. City Lord Tang, I wonder if there is anything to be aware of with the collections that have been assigned. I got some news before. It seems that if you kill the energy controller you mentioned, it will attract more of that kind of collections, Tang San said, and was very interested in the question raised by Wu Ai. However, Zhang Junsheng said in a cold voice, I thought you wouldn't have such a good heart. And it turns out that what you said is wrong. If you are really open-minded, then let us leave here freely now. Tang San sighed softly, and then saw that the muzzles under the cloud continent were slowly retracted. Then the entire cloud continent slowly disappeared into the sky. It turns out that it's just a high-level sleight of hand. Nothing serious. Captain Wu, do you want to go with me? Zhang Junsheng wanted to invite Wu Ai to go to the giant tower with him, as if he was throwing an olive branch. But Wu Ai refused his invitation on the grounds that he wanted to talk to Tang San again, and the latter just snorted to express his dissatisfaction. And then the three-party contact became two-party. Zhang Junsheng's giant bomber disappeared from Wu Ai's sight at a speed that Wu Ai had never seen before. Sure enough, Zhang Junsheng still had a backup plan. Tang San also smiled softly without being moved, and he began to answer the question Wu Ai had just asked. Chapter 369 Tang San's Invitation. It seems that you have seen the relevant information or someone told you something. No matter how you got the information, I can tell you that it is true. But there are also prerequisites. The collections are also responsible for supervising the attack to not cheat. The cheating is that the forces that come to open the tower door cannot use an attack method that exceeds their combat power by more than 1,000 times. In fact, this mechanism for measuring cheating is inherently unfair. This may be a kind of evil taste of the giant tower, not wanting other forces to enter the tower. If the collection can be finally sent out by some means, and someone on the mission cheats, up to 10 collections can come to seek revenge. And the collections seeking revenge also have a price. If revenge fails, they will be directly collected. And these collections seeking revenge will not be assigned tasks for 10,000 years, but for these collections that have been locked up for tens of thousands of years. Being able to go out is sometimes more important than staying alive. Oh, it's fate. That means if I cheated, but didn't let the other party pass on the message, then you didn't cheat, Tang San said with a chuckle. Does City Lord Tang mean that I should block the transmission of information? Or should we quickly annihilate the other party in the battle, and not give the other party any chance to transmit information? Wu Ai also asked about Tang San's cooperation mode. Actually, what you just said is the same. The key is not to let the collection of revenge come out. Otherwise, you should know that I don't have the ability to destroy all the other party's people at once. Wu Ai questioned the credibility of this sentence. He didn't think that the other party didn't have such an ability. Even Zhang Junsheng got so many nuclear peacemakers. With Tang San's current strength in Yunzhong continent, would he not have such a killer? Actually, you don't have to think that I would lie to you, because I have only descended into Tang San's flesh not long ago. Tang San had never collected such things before, and he didn't have the idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace. He would just keep plundering to satisfy his pitiful sense of security. So I really don't have such a thing as a nuclear peacemaker, as expected of the seven-colored egg that played psychological warfare to perfection before. His insight is really not covered. I don't know if he analyzed this from a slightly disdainful tone. City Lord Tang is still observant. Indeed, I really doubt that you don't have weapons of mass destruction. But since you said so, I will temporarily believe you. Can we start to move towards the giant tower now? After all, Zhang Junsheng has already set off. I am not afraid that he can go in first, but I am afraid that he will cause unnecessary trouble to everyone. Tang San also had this intention, so he also invited Wu Ai to come to Yunzhong continent as a guest. On the one hand, it can move towards the giant tower faster, and on the other hand, it can deepen the understanding between comrades and prepare for the subsequent battle. Wu Ai looked back at all the team members in the RV and asked them whether they would go to Yunzhong continent. The first one to agree was indeed Li Zimu. She seemed to think that she would have a chance to take revenge if she went to Yunzhong continent. Others also felt that it didn't matter. As long as they didn't leave the RV, everyone's simplest safety should still be guaranteed. Finally, Wu Ai conveyed the idea of going to Yunzhong continent as a guest. But the premise must be to sign the agreement before the controller. Chapter 370 A Grand Welcome. According to Wu Ai's understanding, Tang San is not the owner of the building blocks, so he can't be considered as the controller. However, Tang San agreed to the conditions he proposed without any hesitation, which made Wu Ai look forward to how he would sign an agreement with him. However, Wu Ai's expectations did not satisfy him, because Tang San successfully completed the contract signing before the controller. There were no problems during this period, as if he was originally a controller with building blocks. After Wu Ai's RV was transported to the Cloud Continent by Tang San, the first sentence Tang San said when he saw him was actually like this. Are you curious about my identity as the controller? Nothing in this world is absolutely unchangeable. And you must know the reason. Tang San's words reminded Wu Ai of the true situation of this world. This is a virtual world. But people living in it easily forget this. But no matter how real this world is, its attributes cannot be changed. Such a meeting made Wu Ai think highly of Tang San's terrifying observation in mind. Tang San's team to welcome Wu Ai this time was quite grand. In addition to Tang San himself, he also brought his newly married wife Wanner and the newly appointed leaders of the Cloud Continent. Such a scene can be said to be very important to their group, so that the angry Li Zimu could not get angry after seeing such a scene. After some simple greetings and mutual flattery, everyone began to head towards the palace where Tang San lived. For some reason, Tang San did not arrange any means of transportation. This resulted in everyone having to walk to Tang San's palace. Although it seemed that they were not far from the palace, Wu Ai estimated that it would take more than 10 minutes to walk to the magnificent palace. Along the way, Tang San introduced the various cultural customs of Yunzhong continent to everyone. Looking at the scene here, it was like a peaceful world. The survivors here all had happy expressions on their faces, and it was rare to see people with wrinkled brows. It seems that Tang San is probably showing off the peaceful and prosperous scene under his rule. I wonder if this is a means to win him over. The beautiful palace-dressed beauty beside Tang San always smiled politely, and she rarely spoke. If she spoke, it was some polite answers. This feeling is a bit like a controlled puppet. I don't know what the purpose of her marriage with Tang San is. In this way, after about 10 minutes, the group arrived at Tang San's palace. All the officials left one after another, saying that they had to deal with their own affairs. Under normal circumstances, some powerful people could not leave their posts for too long, which Wu Ai could understand very well. After those irrelevant people left, Tang San's wife's expression became a little more relaxed. She didn't have to keep that professional smile on her face all the time. Wu Ai's team members and Tang San and his wife came to a table in the restaurant, which was already filled with various delicacies that were rare even in peacetime. Li Zimu's stinky face finally began to change after seeing these delicacies. Chapter 371 Letting Go. After everyone sat down, a waiter poured the drinks and quietly closed the door and left. It seemed that they were ready to talk about something. Everyone toasted to celebrate the arrival of Wu Ai and his group. And after drinking this glass of wine, everyone sat down and started the real banquet. Wu Ai ate elegantly because he knew that this meal was not just a meal. However, Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi, the two foodies, did not care about anything. They had completely abandoned their image as girls, which made Li Muzi, as the elder sister, feel a little embarrassed. Tang San looked at Gu Xiaoxi, who was eating like crazy. His eyes had a very complicated meaning. Wu Ai also knew why he was looking at Gu Xiaoxi so straight. It might be because of some special feelings. Tang San said without any consideration. The body I was in at that time should be this one. But I don't dare to have any extravagant hopes for it in my situation. For the divine objects that have completely exceeded your ability to obtain items, the best choice is not to own or collect them, but to stay away from them. Such existence is not something we can covet. It seems that Tang San's words are an explanation for his departure from the seven-colored egg. But after listening carefully, it seems to be a reminder to Wu Ai. Wu Ai could certainly hear such a reminder, but he was not in control of Gu Xiaoxi's body, so he could only pretend that he didn't understand. After hearing Tang San's words, Water couldn't help but look at Gu Xiaoxi a few more times. This woman who looked like an iceberg beauty was doing something that was extremely inconsistent with her temperament. At this moment, she was fighting with Li Zimu for a chicken leg, and she still had unchewed food in her mouth. This kind of situation can probably only happen between some little girls. A woman like her would never behave like this. Looking at the two girls fighting for food, Wana showed the first sweet smile from her heart since she came to Yunzhong continent. Tang San's eyes were attracted to it, and a thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on his face. A few seconds later, he took Wanner's right hand and tapped the metal ring on it. Then the metal ring broke into two pieces, completely leaving Wanner's body and falling on the ground. As the metal ring fell to the ground with a crisp metal collision sound, Wanner also looked up at Tang San in surprise. She didn't understand why the other party did this. Wu Ai thought Tang San was showing off his affection in front of him. But when the metal ring was opened, he saw Wanner's puzzled expression. At this moment, he seemed to understand something, and all the professional expressions of the other party before were explained. I think your smile just now is the most beautiful I have ever seen. You also know that I like beautiful things very much. Instead of letting you be so unhappy around me, it is better to let you live happily. At least in that moment just now. I have got the beauty I want. If possible, when Wu Ai's team leaves, you can choose to leave together, so that your safety should be guaranteed. Tang San's words made Wanner's tears flow directly. What she expected was achieved so easily. Chapter 372 Recruitment. The members of Wu Ai's team naturally don't want to interfere in other people's affairs. But they think it's also worth celebrating that a beautiful woman has regained her freedom. Wu Ai didn't think anything was wrong and filled a glass of wine, saying to Wanna, who had regained her freedom, "Cheers to freedom." Then the other members of Wu Ai's team also smiled and raised their glasses to accompany him. Even the two foodies who looked confused also raised their glasses with everyone, although they didn't know why. Tang San shook his head and smiled bitterly, and also filled a glass of wine and raised his glass to celebrate. I don't know what kind of feeling he had when he drank such a glass of wine. Wanner also excitedly poured herself a full glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp, because the meaning of this glass of wine was different. As she began to cough violently, Tang San gently patted her back. It must be said that Tang San was still slow to learn about the relationship between men and women. Unlike other things in life, where he could learn about the intrigues between people. Before, Tang San was only valued by him because Wanner's ability was suitable for helping him in secret. He was not as good as the current Tang San in terms of men and women. After this episode, Tang San finally mentioned something decent. "Captain Wu, you have seen that my cloud continent is now a paradise. The survivors can live happily here, and the current area of cloud continent is enough to accommodate the current survivors. If the number of survivors increases in the future, I can easily expand here again. Are you interested in developing such a continent with your team members?" Sure enough, here comes the point. Tang San really wants to recruit them. But with Wu Ai's personality, how could he be recruited by someone like Tang San? Let's not talk about whether he is a real human being. Just the other party's terrifying observation and mind make it impossible for him to live freely here. Wu Ai did not say anything. He just signaled to all his team members, indicating that they could make plans for their future. However, the Li sisters said on the spot that they would follow the boss. They did not care whether this world was the end of the world or not. Gu Xiaoxi did not accept Tang San's invitation because she still had her own ideas to realize. She still chose to live with Wu Ai for more fun. Venomous Snake was even more impossible. His personality and ideological education since childhood would not allow him to be driven by someone who was not sure whether he was an alien undercover. And there was still a flying leopard that he had not rescued yet. Wu Ai saw that everyone expressed their opinions without hesitation. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders and said, "Everyone still likes to have some exciting life. And they are a little tired of the previous peaceful life. Of course, I don't rule out the possibility that they will get tired of their current life in the future. When that time comes, I will definitely send them to City Lord Tang in person, since the other party has clearly stated that they will not stay in Yunzhong continent." Tang San behaved very freely, and did not mention this matter again. The two talked about the giant tower, and did not talk about anything else. The banquet ended soon after, and both parties returned to their respective places to rest. Wu Ai returned to his RV, of course, so that they had a means of transportation when they returned. Chapter 373 Analysis of Tang San. This meal was very comfortable. Li Zimu actually forgot about dealing with Tang San, and she regretted it very much after returning to the RV. Gu Xiaoxi began to sneer at her again, saying that she was a person who would ignore everything as long as she had food, and the war between the two of them could really be triggered at any time. Li Muzi, Wu Ai and Viper sat at the conference table drinking tea, and they all seemed to have their own opinions on today's banquet. Viper said first, "Captain, I don't know if I am naturally resistant to what aliens do, but I still have deep doubts about Tang San, an alternative alien. He feels like a gentleman, and he can be said to have done things that most men cannot do. But the more perfect he is, the more I fear him." After Viper finished speaking, Li Muzi also slowly spoke. "I won't talk about other things, but I think that girl named Water can't escape Tang San's grasp. I always have a faint feeling that he wants to capture Water's heart today, which is the real purpose of this banquet." And the silly girl didn't notice anything at this time. The moment she cried, Tang San had already won the final victory. How can a prisoner cry because he is released? Is he excited because he has regained his freedom? Or is he moved by what the other party did? No matter what, I think Tang San is really very scheming. Li Muzi and Viper are both on guard against Tang San, And Wu Ai is of course even more on guard. He had a grudge with the other party when Tang San was still a 7-colored egg. So how could he let me go so easily? And he also vaguely persuaded me to leave Gusiosi's body. And I don't know what he was thinking. He would not make any move without fully understanding the real reason. Actually, I don't really care what Tang San wants to do. I just want to know if cooperating with him will lead to being plotted against in this operation of the giant tower. How could I not think of what Zhang Junsheng could think of? No one would be truly at ease cooperating with a former enemy. The reason why I let Zhang Junsheng leave on his own initiative is because both of them are trying to win us over. If one party is not allowed to leave first, I am afraid that we will be the ones who suffer in the end. Although Zhang Junsheng failed to win us over, he dared not do anything irrational with Tang San around. But if we leave with Zhang Junsheng, it is hard to say what Tang San will do. Although he once promised not to harm our forces, who would really take the promise of a former enemy seriously? If we are implicated by cooperating with Zhang Junsheng, it is better to cooperate with the powerful Tang San. At least there will be no real conflict of interests before reaching the giant tower. But we still have to be careful of both of them. Neither of them is a worry-free master. Tang San carried Water, who was already drunk, back to the bathroom in the lounge. Water only had the strength to murmur. Her whole body was controlled by Tang San. After helping Water bathe and change clothes with a smile on his face, the two fell asleep in each other's arms on a huge bed. Chapter 374 Snack Street. When Tang San and his newlywed wife appeared in front of Wu Ai and others the next morning, Wu Ai was surprised by their attire. At this time, the two of them were dressed like ordinary survivors. If no one really knew them, it would be difficult to tell whether they were ordinary survivors in a short time. This time, Tang San and his wife wanted to take Wu Ai and others to experience life on the Cloud Continent. So in order to achieve their real purpose, they could not dress too gorgeously. This time, they came to disturb Wu Ai and others so early. And they also wanted them to experience the classic breakfast here together. Wu Ai couldn't refuse Tang San's proposal. But the others wanted to act alone and didn't want to form a large team. So after saying hello to Tang San and his wife, the others chose to leave here and go for a stroll. Li Zima wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach Tang San a lesson, but she was forcibly pulled away by Li Muzi. Li Zima's hateful look still left a deep impression on Tang San. After everyone left, Tang San asked with a somewhat tangled expression, "Captain Wu, may I ask if I have offended any members of your team?" Wu Ai immediately knew what Tang San meant by asking this, and he told the story of Li Zima without any reservation. Water beside Tang San smiled shyly, but now she seemed to have a soul, no longer giving people a puppet-like feeling like yesterday. Tang San scratched his hair awkwardly, a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to explain himself. Wu Ai looked at Water's spiritual eyes. He knew that this beautiful woman really couldn't leave here. In just one night, Tang San seemed to have improved his relationship with Water. I really don't know if he really doesn't know how to pick up girls, or if he has been playing dumb. The three of them got on a floating passenger car that seemed to have the same function as a bus in peacetime and left here. On this car, he saw some expressions full of expectations for life. Such a true expression of feelings cannot be faked. If the facts are really like this, it can only show that Tang San's ruling power is really good. At least the ordinary people at the bottom are still very happy. They just chatted for a while in the car, and soon after Tang San reminded them, the three of them got off the bus. After getting off the bus and walking not far, they saw a long and very busy street. This street is obviously a paradise for snacks. The steam and barbecue smoke on both sides of the street rose slowly, and the aroma of food wafting from the street was like a beautiful girl. She was using her unique fragrance to attract all the survivors passing by. This is the snack street in this area. There are 2 such streets in each area, and there are 3 areas where survivors live on the Cloud Continent. Tang San explained at the right time so that Wu Ai could have a preliminary impression of this place. And Water's performance was exactly the same as Wu Ai's, because she had never really left Tang San's palace since she entered the Cloud Continent. So this time out was also a rare experience for her. Looking at the girl with shining eyes and some excitement, Wu Ai could only shake his head and sigh. Chapter 375 Scheming. Tang San and Wan Air walked back and forth in this street, and Wan Air began to have various snacks that could be seen everywhere in the peacetime. At first, she was still walking slowly with Tang San, but later, she had already developed into pulling Tang San's sleeve and dragging him around. Now Wu Ai finally realized that he was just a kind of glue to change the relationship between the two. and he should have completed his mission now. The two of them are now like a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. If he is still here as a light bulb, it would be a bit inconsiderate. When Water pulled Tang San into a wonton shop, Wu Ai took the opportunity to fall behind a few steps, and then turned around and quietly left. When Wu Ai left tactfully, Tang San just looked back at Wu Ai who was leaving, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After Wu Ai left, he got on another bus. He got off after 5 stops. Anyway, he didn't know where he wanted to go, so he just wandered around here to kill time. He looked at the many survivors on the street living like in peacetime. Wu Ai didn't know whether they were happy or not. They may have disdained such a life before, but after a period of apocalyptic life, they should cherish it more. If someone wants to destroy their hard-earned life, they should? Damn. So that's it. If that's the case, then we have to say that Tang San's calculations are really too powerful. Thinking of the reason, he didn't feel like going on. He found a bus to go back and got on it. At this moment, he just wanted to go back to his RV. When he returned to the RV, all the team members were there, as if everyone was waiting for him to come back. Wu Ai sat in his seat and drank the tea that was supposed to be poured for him. Then he said excitedly, "I think Tang San seems to be deliberately taking in the survivors. From his perspective, humans should have some important meaning to them, which is what he said about collection and processing. Rather than letting these survivors die in vain in the end times, it is better to raise them. This way, we can have an endless supply of humans." After listening to Wu Ai's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Although his analysis just now might not be completely correct, but Tang San's rule can make all the survivors under his rule trust him unconditionally. When a leader of a gathering place has such a foundation, whether the survivors under his rule participate in war or other certain tasks, everyone will trust their ruler without doubt. This situation is actually very scary. Tang San is not actually worried about what we will do in his territory. Water's matter may also be a warning to us. Even those who are imprisoned by him can easily capture the hearts of the other party. He is advising us not to do something useless. Viper also agreed and added, "Is this really what Tang San is thinking? According to you, his mind is really too scary. Let's leave here." After Gu Xiaoxi listened to everyone's analysis of Tang San, she felt a chill down her spine. Chapter 376, A Little Death-Seeking Expert. As Gu Xiaoxi proposed to leave here, the other team members began to worry about being plotted against by such a powerful lord. But Wu Ai said to everyone, "It seems that we should be safe for the time being. If we propose to leave now, we will be at a disadvantage whether we meet Tang San or Zhang Junsheng later. Will they be kind enough to form an alliance with us unconditionally? Or do they still need to form an alliance with us? Anyway, we should be able to reach the giant tower the day after tomorrow at the latest. So we should be patient for the next 2 days." Everyone thought that it made sense. As long as everyone found an excuse not to go out, there would not be much danger. After lunch and dinner, Tang San was pushed back by Wu Ai with excuses when he came to find him again. The latter did not have any dissatisfaction. He brought Water with him both times. So when Tang San and Water came to Wu Ai's team to have dinner hand in hand, everyone knew that the little girl could not escape the clutches of the devil. Before dawn the next morning, Tang San sent someone to inform Wu Ai. Their radar found Zhang Junsheng running towards them, and behind him were 9 people from the Xiaoxian civilization. It is obvious that he must have been chased by the revenge collection. But he ran away like this with the intention of finding Tang San to share the firepower with him. It seems that Zhang Junsheng is really an idiot. He rashly led the enemy here without knowing how to contact him in such a situation. What's wrong with his brain? Seeing the other party rushing around in the sky, it is obvious that he is looking for the huge and difficult to dodge cloud continent. This guy is really good. It seems that he is unwilling to drag everyone into the water. Due to the appearance of so many Avengers, Tang San must use the method of eliminating the other party at once to survive. But if we can't eliminate the other party at once, who knows what the consequences will be? Thinking of this, Wu Ai immediately contacted Tang San through the subordinate, who came to inform them of the information. He hurriedly asked, "If these Avengers die, can we summon new Avengers to help?" Tang San's answer made Wu Ai completely confused. "Why do you think I want to unite everyone to enter the giant tower? As long as one of these Avengers passes the information back, it can call up to 10 Avengers." Wu Ai was also confused now. No wonder Zhang Junsheng just ran away and didn't fight back. It turned out that he might have suffered. Fuck. Wait. Tang San, You said there are 9 Avengers chasing Zhang Junsheng? How could there be one less? Are there only 9 people this time? Tang San didn't notice this just now. Maybe because he was a little anxious. But after Wu Ai reminded him, he actually swore. Fuck. There may be 10 more people behind this batch. This idiot is really asking for death. Tang San was so anxious. It was estimated that this matter might be really serious. If there were really 19 people, Wu Ai would now start to consider whether to run away from Yunzhong continent in advance. Tang San knew that his words just now might have made Wu Ai want to run away. But he couldn't care about it now. He could only comfort Wu Ai and said, I will try to use the strongest attack of the Cloud Continent later. If I can completely wipe out the opponent, then we still have a chance. Chapter 377 Who is the final winner? After hearing this, Wu Ai also gave up the idea of running away immediately. He asked tentatively, What method? The kind that can wipe out all 19 people on the other side? Tang San could only give a positive answer. But he needed Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng to bring all 19 people together. When Wu Ai heard this condition, his brows furrowed. Such a condition seemed a bit subtle. Captain Wu, the attack method I use is to use the energy of the entire Cloud Continent to carry out concentrated bombardment. At that time, my Cloud Continent will lose all its energy, and it will take at least a week to recover. I would not use such a price if it is not a crisis. If we cannot face the enemy together in this crisis, then the end of the world may be ended by these 19 people in the near future. Wu Ai did not answer anxiously after hearing this, but proposed to study it together with Zhang Junsheng and the other 3 forces. When Tang San connected the 3 people, Wu Ai's first sentence was the most common family greetings in this country. However, Zhang Junsheng just smiled awkwardly and kept apologizing. But apart from the apology, nothing else seemed to have changed. He was still looking for the Cloud Continent everywhere. And he didn't mean to stop for a moment. Tang San suppressed his anger and told Zhang Junsheng his plan. Zhang Junsheng didn't answer after listening. Tang San finally said to Zhang Junsheng angrily, These troubles are all caused by you. If you don't agree, I will blow up the Cloud Continent directly. Anyway, I will be used as cannon fodder by you in the future. Instead of that, I might as well blow it up and prevent you from succeeding. I believe that after the 10 people chasing behind arrive, you will have no chance to escape at your speed. Tang San's words really worked. After 3 seconds of silence, Zhang Junsheng agreed to Tang San's plan. Wu Ai was also used as a bait in case the 2 groups of enemies could not gather together. After getting the consent of the 2, Tang San directly sent the controller agreement. Only by signing this agreement could he have no worries. Zhang Junsheng signed the agreement with gritted teeth, and then he began to fly in a roundabout way with the 9 enemies behind him. Wu Ai also drove the RV to the airport of Yunzhong continent, ready to transform and support Zhang Junsheng at any time. When the 3 parties began to prepare, Zhang Junsheng was the most comfortable at this time. He was drinking the wine in his glass with a smile, as if the person just now was not him. And it seemed that he was not the same person as the person who was gnashing his teeth and angry just now. At this time, he said to himself, no matter who can survive in the end, I will be the first one to enter the giant tower. After you have exhausted your backup outside, I want to see what you can do to save your life after entering the giant tower. Wu Ai didn't know that all this was planned by Zhang Junsheng, and he was still worried about this plan. If something unexpected happened to this plan, the firepower that could destroy 19 Avengers at the same time would be devastating. Wu Ai himself should not be able to survive his attack. Zhang Junsheng is really a guy who makes people want to drown him in the pit. Chapter 378, The 19-Man Group's Pursuit. As expected by Wu Ai, not long after, Tang San's radar showed that another 10 light spots were approaching quickly. The 9 people in front did not seem to really want to catch up with Zhang Junsheng. They mainly wanted to wait for the 10 people behind to gather together before taking action. Zhang Junsheng also found that the 10 people behind him had caught up. He personally directed all of this. How could he not know that there were 10 people behind him who were also chasing him? After Zhang Junsheng went through a small detour, the 10 people behind him finally joined the 9 people in front. When these 19 people joined together, the speed of their team suddenly increased by more than 1 level. Although Zhang Junsheng knew that his plan was a bit risky, and he also overestimated the speed of the enemy, but the speed shown by the enemy now still made him a little panic, and he had to use his own backup plan. Not only did the speed of Zhang Junsheng's bomber increase, but his plane was able to move instantly over a short distance. Although the moving distance was not very far, this method still allowed him to increase his speed a lot. However, although the speed of both sides increased, the speed of the pursuers behind was obviously faster. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, the pursuers behind finally began to attack Zhang Juanqing's bomber. Various light-type attacks followed one after another, and some light balls or some strange light-type attacks were also used. Zhang Juanqing avoided many attacks through short teleportation, but during the time when he could not teleport, he still endured a lot of attacks. He was repeatedly attacked and repaired, and then teleported to avoid attacks. However, as his teleportation time became longer and longer, the repair efficiency of the aircraft body began to become less efficient than at the beginning. All these indicate that his situation is getting worse, and maybe he can't hold on to the scheduled attack location. Later, Zhang Juanqing finally called Wu Ai soon after, wanting him to take over the task of luring the enemy. But Wu Ai, through his contact and understanding of Zhang Juanqing during this period of time, knew that the other party should have at least 2 more tricks that he had not used. When he encountered fatal danger, he would definitely not call, because he was not the kind of person who would pin his hopes on others. At that time, he would either run away directly or take someone with him to die together. Wu Ai had experienced this once, and he didn't want to give Zhang Juanqing such an opportunity again. When Zhang Juanqing called Wu Ai to go out for the 3rd time, Tang San finally urged him to replace him. Because of the agreement between the controllers, Wu Ai had no choice but to transform into the state of Gundam to replace Zhang Juanqing. As the purple wings of Gundam unfolded, he controlled the Gundam robot to quickly go to the coordinates of Zhang Juanqing. When the two of them took turns, Zhang Juanqing's speed suddenly increased a lot. Then he quickly used 3 instant teleportations, and the consequence of his doing so was that Wu Ai became the closest target of the 19 people behind. Zhang Juanqing quickly flew to the location of the Cloud Continent, because Tang San had told him the coordinates of the Cloud Continent. But the latter did not prepare to enter the Cloud Continent, but turned again near the Cloud Continent and flew towards the direction of the giant tower. Chapter 379: The Real Calculation. Although it was a small accident that Zhang Juanqing did not land on the Cloud Continent, such a situation was not clearly restricted in the controller agreement, so his turning away did not violate the previous controller contract. However, Wu Ai obviously doubted Zhang Juanqing's series of actions just now. The other party was not an idiot. Wu Ai also turned around and flew quickly to the previously agreed coordinate point. While flying, he began to think about whether he had overlooked something. Some of the attacks of the 19-man group also fell on the Gundam, but Wu Ai relied on his own armor and material advantages to resist as much as possible without dodging, which could also reduce the speed lost by changing direction. The 19-man team had been lured by Zhang Juanqing for more than half of the journey, and Wu Ai was about to lead the 19-man team into the attack circle at the cost of only minor injuries. But when they were about to enter the ambush circle, Wu Ai suddenly realized some problems. Zhang Juanqing's wisdom was not inferior to his, and Wu Ai had already experienced it in the previous battle with Tang San. But this time, after he and Zhang Juanqing joined together, the other party seemed to deliberately make his IQ appear lower and lower in front of him, and he was also prone to irritability and emotionality, which was not the state that a person with high intelligence should show. The purpose of his doing this must be to get better benefits to make him willing to do so. So what kind of benefits can make him do this? It is estimated that only when one of the two forces of him and Tang San disappears, or both of them disappear at the same time, can it be so attractive. If this is really the case, it seems normal that Zhang Juanqing did not enter the Cloud Continent just now. But Tang San's IQ is not comparable to the human Tang San in the past. When he was in the colorful egg, he had already shown a wisdom far stronger than himself. So did he really not see Zhang Juanqing's plan now? Or did the other party see it and did not stop it? If so, was this cooperation plan to eliminate these 19 people prepared by Tang San for himself? But before, because of Zhang Juanqing's joining, the 3 parties had been forced to reach the agreement before the controller. Such a binding force of agreement is not a punishment that a controller of this level can contend with. So what went wrong? Just when Wu Ai was driving the Gundam robot to enter the ambush circle, he remembered what Tang San said when he first met him in the Cloud Continent. In this world, nothing is absolutely impossible. Damn! We were tricked. These 2 guys are old foxes. At this time, Wu Ai had already driven the Gundam into the artillery ambush circle of the Cloud Continent, and the 19-man team behind him also entered here soon. when he thought of Tang San's attack that could destroy these 19 prehistoric civilized humans. He was already covered in sweat. His Gundam contained not only his life, but also the lives of all his team members. If he died here, it would mean that his entire team would be gone. Tang San was really good at calculating, and he only understood the key at this time. But there was still enough time. And now he had to make some sacrifices. Chapter 380 Fall. Wu Ai no longer had time to think about other things. The most important thing now was to escape. He immediately unlocked the security protocol of the Gundam robot through the computer, and then began to gather his high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon. The Gundam robot used the maximum energy to propel itself to move quickly. And then he turned the muzzle of the fully charged particle cannon and clamped it under his armpit. He did not even need to aim and directly fired at the 19-man team behind him. The Gundam robot in the air received a small amount of reverse acceleration force. Although this force may not be much, he would immediately use any method that could increase the speed. Just like that. As long as the particle cannon was fully charged, he would shoot at the back. When he fired the third shot, the sky was like a huge ball of light and quickly attacked the predetermined location. Although Wu Ai had used all the methods he could to leave here, he still could not completely leave the attack range. If he could avoid this disaster, he would definitely design some functions for the Gundam to escape. At least let the Gundam robot learn the jumping function of the RV. Since Wu Ai attacked from the back, only the back was affected by the attack. Although the defense of the Gundam's materials and armor pendants was already very abnormal. Under this terrifying energy level attack, the Gundam robot's back was still slowly melted after 5 seconds. The 19-man team under attack directly united everyone to resist this terrifying attack with an energy shield. Although these 19 people can be said to be rare strong men in this doomsday, Tang San's attack was too powerful. Moreover, he had already made a premeditated attack. So 10 seconds after the attack, the 19-man team directly disappeared into the air sadly. Zhang Junsheng, who had already flown a distance, saw this situation and hurriedly activated the teleportation. And this teleportation seemed to really hurt him. When he appeared again, the fuselage of the bomber had begun to smoke and catch fire. But in this case, his nanorobot seemed to be asleep and did not repair the damaged parts of the fuselage. But this teleportation also made the bomber appear above the gate of the giant tower. With a beam of light shot out from the gate, the bomber also disappeared from the spot. The back of Wu Ai's Gundam robot disappeared completely. So the light wing behind him was naturally not spared. After losing all power, the Gundam robot fell directly into the deep sea. As the Gundam robot sank deeper and deeper into the seabed, the signal of the Wu Ai Gundam robot finally disappeared on Tang San's radar display. Water covered her mouth in horror beside Tang San, and tears began to fall involuntarily. Those living people who had been talking and laughing before, those who had raised their glasses to celebrate their freedom, did they die just like that? Tang San hugged Water with some heartache and love. He sighed and said, "Those people in the Wu Ai team are great survivors. They paid their lives to prevent these 19 prehistoric humans from controlling this planet. We will always remember their achievements." Chapter 381 Undersea Crisis. Wano was embraced by Tang San's broad arms, and a warm feeling slowly passed through her skin. "Brother Tang, I want to leave the Cloud Continent. I need a quiet environment to think about my future life. I don't want to see such a scene again. And I don't want such a situation to happen to someone I know." Tang San was not surprised to hear Water's words. He just said gently, "I have promised you before. And I made a promise in front of all the members of Wu Ai's team. You can leave at any time if you want. At that time, I hoped that you could leave here with Wu Ai's team. But now it is impossible. I will ask the people below to prepare transportation, weapons, and supplies for you. For the safety of you and your child, you must take some weapons with you. If you want to take some men with you, of course, you can. But for a weak woman like you, I am not very confident about my men. But I will definitely do what I promised you." "Child? What child? Could it be?" Water looked at Tang San with horror, and she subconsciously touched her belly with her right hand. "Of course it's our child. But now you want to leave the Cloud Continent. I can't break my promise to keep you." So, after Tang San finished speaking, he looked very entangled and reluctant, and he had a good grasp of this expression. Part of it was shown on his face, and a lot of it was buried in his heart. But through the window of his soul, he could still let the other party easily discover the reluctance in his heart. In the end, Water gave up the idea of leaving the Cloud Continent for the child in her belly. Now she seemed to have forgotten who she had shed tears for just now. At this time, she was sitting on a chair and stroking her belly slowly with her right hand. The radiance of maternal love on her face was now better than the rising sun outside. Tang San stood behind water. He looked back at the inky depths of the sea, and unconsciously, a smile appeared on his face. I don't know if this smile is because he is about to become a father, or a blessing for the departure of those lives under the sea. When Wu Ai drove the Gundam robot to escape, he told the team members to put on protective clothing through barrier-free communication. Because of the new protective clothing of the Viper, everyone's life safety can be guaranteed for a short time. Just when everyone put on the new protective clothing that the RV had made long ago, the Gundam also ushered in the final attack. After the Gundam fell into the sea, everyone was not drowned because of the water in the Gundam robot, because the protective suits could carry oxygen. But now the Gundam is seriously damaged, so it can't be changed back to RV mode. Although this will have a certain impact on everyone, it is not life-threatening at present. The most fatal thing now is the pressure in the seawater. They are constantly falling into the depths of the ocean. Wu Ai suddenly thought of the previous light blade dagger during the fall, because the energy has not been completely consumed after the previous charging. The Gundam robot he controls now uses the remaining little energy to pull out the light blade and directly insert it into a cliff wall on the seabed. Chapter 382 Searching for Survivors. When Wu Ai successfully hung the robot on the cliff like bacon, the Gundam finally lost all its power. Everyone swam out of the Gundam robot in time, and now they needed to repair the Gundam as quickly as possible. After Gusiosi set the command, he let the computer program of the RV use the biometal stored earlier to start repairing the damaged parts. This time the repair time also takes 12 hours. After everything was set, the Gundam robot also hit its body like the RV. Gusiosi swam to everyone and said, "What should we do now? Are we just waiting here?" Others also looked at Wu Ai, wondering if he had any plans next. We must find a place to hide first. With Tang San's mentality, it is impossible for him to believe that we are all dead. He will definitely send someone to confirm. So we must hide. As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, the improved version of the unmanned reconnaissance ship that Li Zimu brought out from the RV, the underwater unmanned detector, brought her bad news. "Boss, my detector found that there are 5 signal sources moving rapidly in our direction. Judging from the detected volume, the probability of it being man-made is very high. And it is possible that it was sent by Tang San." Wu Ai frowned and said, "So fast. It seems that what he said about the cloud continent losing all its energy is also a lie." When Wu Ai came out of the Gundam, he received a notice that the controller contract was cancelled for unknown reasons. It seems that Tang San had planned all this long ago. Let's swim down along this cliff first, and see if there are any cracks or caves where we can hide for a while. In the current environment, we are the disadvantaged party. Now everyone had no good solution, so they could only hide for a while, hoping to find a place to hide. Wu Ai and his group swam down about 30 meters and found a cave that was not very big. Whether there were any creatures in the cave was not within their consideration. They could only survive by going in and avoiding Tang San's search. When they went in, they found that there was really an owner in the cave. And the owner here turned out to be a group of conger eels, which were quickly entangled with each other, looking like a conger eel ball made of conger eels. Although these sea eels did not attack them, the clusters of sea eels entangled back and forth like hair, making people look very uncomfortable. The underwater search team sent by Tang San this time is 5 submarines, one of which is a rescue submarine, and the remaining 4 are attack submarines. The reason why manned submarines were sent this time is because they are afraid that Wu Ai and his men have some tricks that can deceive unmanned submarines. And manned submarines are much more curious than unmanned submarines. "Captain, we just found some life reactions nearby, but now they seem to have disappeared. Should we continue searching? They might have died." A small-time man said to the captain, "Our life is hard-earned. For the city lord's order, we must find the bodies alive or dead," the captain said firmly. Chapter 383 Deception. After the captain's reprimand, the people below no longer dared to say anything, and everyone began to cheer up and continue searching. Their submarine soon arrived at the entrance of the sea eel's cave. The detector showed that there were many life reactions inside, which looked like a dense mass of glutinous rice balls. The captain knew that these must be the original creatures in the ocean, and it was impossible for the members of Wu Ai's team to have such a degree of life reaction signals. But the situation here has prevented them from checking whether there are people hiding inside. If they want to search inside, They must go in to check. But the current situation seems that they don't know what is in this cave. If they send people in like this, it will not be a small matter. The captain had no choice but to let the underwater camera scout the situation in the cave to see what kind of immortals live in the cave. When the underwater camera captured a group of snake-like moray eels, the captain's scalp began to numb. They had seen this kind of creature during the previous underwater training. It is a mutated carnivorous moray eel. This kind of moray eel is born with terrifying attack power, and it also has an abnormal interest in attacking other creatures. But for some reason, these sea eels did not attack the submarine. The captain should have ordered to leave immediately. However, the cave was too close to the signal where Wu Ai's team disappeared, which made the captain hesitate. Now that these sea eels did not attack them, did it mean that they should be safe? In order to avoid unnecessary casualties on his side, the captain finally decided to let the medical boat collect some seawater through the probe to see if there were any traces of human activities. Viper started to behave unusually quiet after entering the cave. Although he was originally such a person, it was a bit unreasonable that he was the last one to act. When everyone hid in the innermost part of the cave, under the helmet that no one could see, his face had turned pale. Everyone noticed when the submarine's light swept across the outside of the cave. But Wu Ai thought that in this case, even if someone was driving the submarine, they would not dare to send anyone in. But no one could say that this situation would not happen. So everyone's palms were sweating at this time. After a while, the submarine's light did not disappear, and it seemed that the other party still wanted to search further into the cave. When a metal pipe was inserted into the cave, the venomous snake knew that if it did not use some means, the other party would not leave easily. Fortunately, he had already started preparing when he came in, and now it can be used. He opened a channel on the hand of the protective suit to balance the air pressure, so that the blood that had just stabbed himself was instantly discharged due to the air pressure. After that, Viper immediately closed the channel and unlocked it to allow the healing agent to enter his body. The speed of this process is actually very fast. When the submarine probe came through, it just passed through this blood and water mixed area. Of course, Viper has to pay a price for doing this, and this price is that his hand has now lost its ability to move. Chapter 384. Full exploration for 6 hours. The bleeding of the venomous snake and the increase in the pressure of the protective suit filled with blood all require great endurance. Only this once most elite warrior could do this silently, and everyone behind him did not notice it for a while. After collecting some seawater, the probe slowly retracted, because there was venomous snake blood in the seawater. The sea eels outside also began to become uneasy. Fortunately, there was not much blood in the venomous snake. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the submarine also saw the restlessness of the sea eels through the camera. So after obtaining the desired sample, they quickly retreated a long distance. The rescue boat immediately tested and analyzed the collected liquid, and the results made everyone on the boat smile. The results of the analysis showed that there were samples of human blood components in the sampled seawater, which means that there may be humans eaten in the cave, and their suspicion is also based on facts. In this deep sea far away from the mainland, except for the people of Wu Ai's team who entered the sea before, no other humans entered the sea, and the signal they were in just now also disappeared near this place, which made the people on the submarine think that Wu Ai's team might have been eaten. After this discovery, the submarine began to surface to the communication range, and then reported their results to Tang San. After Tang San heard these reports, there was no expression on his face. Just let them stay here for 6 hours, and then turn on all the reconnaissance equipment, and they can return after 6 hours. With this order, the people in the 5 submarines were much more relaxed. And then, they controlled a piece of sea respectively, and monitored all the surrounding conditions. When Tang San's 5 submarines left the vicinity of the cave, Wu Ai's team in the cave finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too dangerous just now. They were able to escape under such circumstances. I really have to say that their luck was really good. But Wu Ai didn't think so, because he knew that the people sent by Tang San would not let go of a place that looked suspicious so easily. Li Zimu suddenly said to everyone through barrier-free communication, "Viper, why are your life indicators starting to decrease? Are you injured?" Her inquiry made others notice that the life indicators displayed by the Viper logo on the helmet display panel they were currently connected to the internet were indeed much lower. Viper acted very nonchalant and said, "I just accidentally bled a little. I have already treated it with a healing potion. If you don't believe me, Just look and see if the indicators have stopped decreasing. Sure enough, just as Viper said, his life indicator stopped at around 73 and stopped decreasing. Combining the departure of the submarine just now and the bleeding mentioned by Viper, Wu Ai finally figured out why the other party did not come in to investigate further. These must be the result of Viper's injury. Wu Ai told Li Zimu, who was still somewhat complaining about Viper. His guess. After that, Viper just laughed a few times and did not refute. Gu Xiaoxi said very heroically, "Everything is on me. When we return to the RV, I will definitely make more blood-replenishing food for our hero to eat." Chapter 385. Escaped. After Gu Xiaoxi finished speaking, Li Zimu immediately said disdainfully, "We should go out and take a look now. If Tang San's people have withdrawn, we can also go to the sea to check the specific injuries of Venom Snake." Li Zimu's seemingly reasonable suggestion was immediately rejected by Venom Snake and Wu Ai in unison. Wu Ai said with some regret, "Do you think Tang San is so easy to fool? He should still be monitoring this sea area. If we go out now, everything Venom Snake did just now will be in vain. And the detector you had before. If I hadn't asked your sister to destroy it before entering the cave, the other party would probably find us by following the signal now. I was wondering why the detector suddenly lost signal. I didn't have time to ask everyone before we saw this cave, so I forgot to mention it. Ah, it seems I still have a lot to learn." Everyone laughed kindly and didn't continue to criticize her mistakes. In order to save oxygen, everyone also tried to reduce unnecessary activities to reduce oxygen consumption. Fortunately, the temperature control of the protective suit is very good. Otherwise, in such a deep-sea environment, the loss of body temperature will also increase the oxygen consumption rate. The standard oxygen content of the protective suit is enough for a normal person to breathe for 8 hours. But because everyone didn't know what the situation was outside, they finally decided to go out to check the situation when there was only 1 hour of oxygen left. The task of checking was originally intended to be given to Li Zimu, who was the smallest, but she did not have professional skills in this area. So in the end, it had to be handed over to the trained Viper. Thanks to Viper's healing potion, his life index has risen to around 85. Originally, he only suffered excessive blood loss and hand injuries caused by part of the high pressure, and his body did not suffer any other fatal injuries. In the end, everyone agreed to Viper's request to go for reconnaissance. After all, he was a real professional. Their current location was actually not too far from the sea. So after about 18 minutes, Viper contacted everyone through barrier-free communication, and he did not find any trace of the enemy under his naked vision. Due to Viper's outstanding performance, Wu Ai has promoted Viper to a formal member, so he also has the ability to communicate without obstacles. When everyone began to slowly leave the cave of the sea eel, they finally came to the surface of the sea. After reaching the surface of the sea, everyone can finally open the helmet to breathe the air outside. Although the air outside is very humid and fishy, it can prove that they have escaped this disaster. Regarding this matter, Wu Ai has decided not to give Tang San and Zhang Junsheng any chance. If there is a chance to meet again, as long as he can kill the other party, then he will definitely not show mercy. In the next 5 hours, everyone also accused Tang San and Zhang Junsheng. After such an experience, venting emotions in this way is also a good way to relieve stress. The best among them are undoubtedly Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi. These two funny guys rarely cursed these two people together, and Li Zimu cursed the most harshly. Chapter 386. Starting over. When the time for repairs was almost up, Wu Ai put on his helmet again and dived underwater. He was going to turn the Gundam into a motorhome and drive it up. For such a simple task, there was no need for everyone to go down to the sea again, so he went alone to complete the task. After waiting for a while, the intact motorhome floated to the surface of the sea again, and everyone quickly entered it. After all, soaking in such seawater is not as safe as in the motorhome. After returning to the motorhome, everyone returned to their respective rooms to clean themselves up, because they had taken off their helmets before. Some seawater would have entered the protective suit from the neck area. Wu Ai took the venomous snake into the medical space without any explanation, and he was willing to leave only after he saw that the other party's injuries were really not serious. When everyone gathered again at the conference table in the public compartment of the RV, Gu Xiaoxi had already started to prepare a sumptuous meal for everyone. Wu Ai drank tea inside. "I didn't expect that we would become the last force to enter the giant tower. All the previous efforts have been in vain. I should be fully responsible for our current situation. His self-blaming speech was interrupted by Li Zimu. What responsibility? As long as all of us are alive and well, I don't think there is any responsibility. Although we are the last force to go to the giant tower, we still don't know what the situation is inside. It is not necessarily a good thing to go in first. This really made Li Zimu say that Zhang Junsheng, who entered the giant tower space first, did not get any benefits. On the contrary, he is now being beaten by a group of seemingly normal humans. The first level of the giant tower trial is to let all members of the forces entering the trial reach a coordinate point within the specified time. This task seems simple. But how can the giant tower allow the forces entering to complete the task easily? Zhang Junsheng is now in a space where the end of the world has not happened. All the situations in this space are the same as the previous world. So Zhang Junsheng wanted to grab a car and return to his home to check if his most important relatives were still alive. However, after living in the apocalypse for a long time, he forgot that the current world was not in the apocalypse. The consequences of robbing a car on the street in a peaceful world are of course imaginable. The robbed girl cried loudly for help. And after shouting a few times, a group of men with a sense of justice came around. Zhang Junsheng was kicked and beaten by this group of people. He could only curl up and hold his head to reduce the damage to him. After eating Gu Xiaoxi's rich food, all members of Wu Ai's team returned to their respective spaces to rest. At this time, Wu Ai was the only one left in the RV. He took a bottle of red wine from Gu Xiaoxi and sat lonely in the driver's seat, looking at the scenery outside and drinking the wine. At this time, the RV was moving towards the giant tower. Wu Ai looked at the towering tower like a mountain and didn't know what he was thinking. Li Muzi sat in the co-pilot seat of the RV without saying a word. She sat there quietly, as if she was accompanying Wu Ai. Chapter 387. The tower gate opened. The two of them sat and slept all night. The next morning, they tacitly did not mention what happened last night. Perhaps because they were afraid of affecting everyone's good mood. Since the RV was not very fast in the water, Wu Ai kept the RV moving at full speed. Even at this speed, the RV arrived at the gate of the giant tower after everyone had breakfast. When everyone got off the car and looked at the giant tower, a feeling of insignificance rose in everyone's heart. Such a magnificent building cannot be built at all with the current level of human technology. Everyone just looked at the giant tower for a few times and then stopped looking at it, because the longer they looked at it, the more insignificant they felt, which would affect their psychology as human beings. So Wu Ai didn't let everyone look at the tower anymore. According to the team's comprehensive strength list, the task of opening the tower door could only be left to Li Muzi. The latter also walked directly to the tower door of the giant tower without hesitation, and she pushed the door of the giant tower open with both hands. The tower door of the giant tower, which looked very grand, was unusually easy to open. Li Muzi just pushed the huge tower door, and it opened directly. When the tower door opened, a burst of light came out, and Li Muzi hurriedly stepped back more than 10 steps to prepare for the battle. But after the light, only a woman calmly walked out of the tower gate. She saw that Wu Ai and others were ready for battle, and looked at her as if facing a great enemy. The woman who came out of the tower did not pay attention to Wu Ai and others. She just took a deep breath of the air outside, as if she was enjoying it very much. A passage of language that everyone could not understand came out of the woman's mouth, and everyone was of course at a loss. Gu Xiaoxi, who was the most mean-mouthed, shouted at the woman, "We don't understand what you are saying. If you want to fight, start quickly." Of course, the other party did not understand what Gu Xiaoxi said, but when she saw Gu Xiaoxi's face, her body trembled obviously. After that, the other party spoke a long paragraph, and then seemed to feel that she had accepted something calmly, and she asked Li Muzi to come to her. It seemed that the other party did not want to take action, but Wu Ai did not agree to simply send her to the other party. But Li Muzi's words finally made him stop. I think the other party seems to have lost the idea of living, and I can feel a strong reluctance and sadness. I think such a person should not want to fight. So I want to see what she wants to say to me. In this way, Li Muzi came to the woman alone. When Li Muzi got closer, he found that the other person's eyes were very beautiful, like a lake that had not been polluted, clear and deep. There was a touching story in her eyes, but this story did not seem to have a happy ending. The woman quickly raised her right hand and pointed her index finger directly at Li Muzi's brow, and a strong energy was flowing rapidly into Li Muzi's body. Maybe because the two sides were connecting energy, Li Muzi was able to communicate with the other party in a short time. Younger generations. No matter how kind the aliens you meet are, don't believe them. If you don't listen to my advice, then your future fate will be the same as ours. My beloved, I hope you can forgive the mistakes I made before. Chapter 388 Trouble is coming. The energy transmission between Li Muzi and this woman was very fast. She just understood these few words, and then she lost all consciousness. In the eyes of Wu Ai and others, the woman opposite Li Muzi just used her right hand to touch Li Muzi's forehead for a few seconds, and then Li Muzi collapsed directly on the ground. And the woman opposite her just showed a sad smile to Wu Ai and others in a hurry. And then she slowly disappeared like a snowflake floating in the air. Everyone didn't know what was going on for a while, so they could only run over and carry Li Muzi into the RV first. What about the promised battle? What about the agreed situation of a fight to the death? Such a result was beyond everyone's expectations. When everyone looked at Li Muzi lying on the conference table, they didn't know what to do next. Gu Xiaozi touched Li Muzi's arm curiously, and she said in disbelief, "What happened? That woman is too powerful. She used only one finger to kill our most powerful female warrior." Before she finished her words, everyone looked at her again. Hey! 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 What's with your expression? I just said a few words. You are not going to put all the responsibility of the female warrior on me. Gu Xiaozi stepped back, crossed her arms around her shoulders, and made a pitiful expression. Wu Ai touched his chin with his right hand, and said with a half smile, "Don't act pitiful first. I don't believe you have no responsibility at all. After all, everyone saw that the other party obviously behaved abnormally after you spoke. If it has nothing to do with you, then it has something to do with your body." After hearing this, Gu Xiaozi didn't know what she was thinking, and she actually started to blush. Gu Xiaozi, what are you thinking about? You little slut? Even I know that the boss is talking about the problem of the body hatched by the seven-colored egg. Why are you blushing? Since her sister didn't know what was going on, she spoke without considering the situation. Gu Xiaozi seemed to suddenly wake up after hearing what Li Zimu said, and she no longer acted as shy as a young lady getting into a sedan chair. However, the next moment, before anyone could react, a beam of light came out of the giant tower and hit the RV. And then the RV disappeared from the spot. When everyone woke up again, they were all in a beautiful park. Everyone looked around vigilantly and found that there were no monsters or threats. But here there are ordinary humans like before the end of the world, and they are looking at the group of people on the grass with curious eyes. When everyone stood up, Viper was the first to find Fei Bao lying on the ground, and she was among the crowd at this time. Li Zimu also saw his unconscious sister, who was still lying on the ground. What everyone didn't notice was Gu Xiaozi's figure, and her original body placed together with Fei Bao. Fuck. What's going on now? So many troubles have come at once. Are you going to kill people? Wu Ai complained. Suddenly, a voice that sounded very cold and low echoed in the minds of all the team members. At this time in 10 days, all the team members who came in together must reach the coordinate point below. Otherwise, the first level of the test in the tower will be declared a failure, and all members will be recycled as collections. Chapter 389, The Amazing Ants. All the awake team members looked at each other, and everyone knew that they had heard the voice. The current situation is that they have 2 unconscious wounded and 2 missing team members. In such a vast world, where should they go to find these 2 people? Everyone was confused at this time, and an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. You young people, you just don't know how to take care of these flowers and plants. Don't you think it's shameful to trample on these lives casually just to come in and take some photos? Let me count to see how many people there are. Pay the fines. Wu Ai turned around and saw an old lady with a red armband. She was counting their number while flipping through the fine receipt in her hand as if she was going to write something. Li Zimu was immediately furious. Now his sister didn't know what was going on, and 2 team members were missing. How dare an old lady like you who came out of nowhere collect money at this time? This really angered the young lady at this time. Li Zimu walked over without saying anything and snatched the receipt from the old lady's hand and tore it into pieces. And then she threw the pieces of paper directly into the sky. These actions really scared the auntie. She still kept holding the receipt and looked at Li Zimu in disbelief. The auntie didn't react until the pieces of paper fell all over the sky. She sat on the ground and grabbed Li Zimu's trouser legs and began to show her textbook-like crying skills. Such crying and shouting immediately attracted other aunties nearby, who came and surrounded Li Zimu. Another auntie also grabbed Li Zimu's arm, so that she couldn't break free from the other party's grip for a while. It was not until then that Li Zimu realized that all her abilities had disappeared, and she became an ordinary girl again. She was powerless to resist the ants, who were much heavier than her. At this time, she thought of the other team members. She hoped that the boss could bring everyone to help her get back the field. But when she turned around and wanted to call for help, she found that there was no one on the grass, including her unconscious sister and Fei Bao. They had disappeared. Such an operation made Li Zimu dumbfounded at the time. She was pulled back and forth by these ants, and she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, some kind people called the police, and the police were very fast. When the aunties heard the sound of the police car, they immediately scattered, and no one continued to embarrass Li Zimu. Under the guidance of kind-hearted people, several aunties, who took off their red armbands and pretended to be ordinary citizens, were caught. Later, Li Zimu knew what was going on after hearing the narration of others. It turned out that these aunties were residents nearby. When they had nothing to do, they either danced in the square or pretended to be managers in the park to impose fines. Some people had called the police before, but these aunties were too cunning and had never been caught. Today, they were caught in one fell swoop. When Li Zimu was told that she was fine and could go home, her eyes were already filled with tears. Speaking of going home, she didn't have a home now. The only team member who could be considered a family was gone, and she really couldn't stand the thought of going home. At this time, Viper sneaked up behind Li Zimu and patted her shoulder, signaling her to go with him quickly. "Where's the boss? Why don't you see him?" Li Zimu asked with a sob. "The captain said he didn't dare to come, so he asked me to come," Viper said carefully. Chapter 390, Li Zimu's Methods. When Li Zimu heard Dusha say that Wu Ai didn't dare to come, her anger went straight to her head. He ran away without telling her just now, and now he doesn't even have the courage to come to find her. How can she not be angry? If the other party feels that he has not done anything guilty, then he should come by himself with a clear conscience. But he asked others to come now. When Dusha brought Li Zimu to a public rest bench in a park, she found Wu Ai sitting between two women, enjoying the embrace of both women. Before Wu Ai could explain anything, Li Zimu ran over and jumped up to hit Wu Ai on the head. The venomous snake was so frightened by this explosive scene that she covered her face with her hands. Looking at Li Zimu's attack just now, it seemed that he really had no intention of holding back. "I'm sorry, boss. I really took it for granted just now. I just felt that the wise and powerful boss would never do such mean things to take advantage of others. I apologize to you for my stupid behavior just now." After listening to Wu Ai's explanation, Li Zimu also felt that her behavior just now was really a bit excessive. It turned out that Wu Ai and Dusha saw that Li Zimu had already had an argument with the aunties, and they thought that the police might show up soon. It was impossible for them to explain clearly to the police in their current state. They had no way to defend themselves against the two unconscious women. If they were forced to delay time and fail to reach the coordinate point because of such a situation, who would be responsible for this? After Li Zimu understood Wu Ai's motive for sneaking away, she could only bow and apologize repeatedly. She felt that only in this way could the boss calm down. After the incident just now, everyone was a little hungry, but they didn't have any money on them now, let alone going to the coordinate point. Even eating became a big problem. Li Zimu's stomach was growling, but there was no way for them to get some food. Now they didn't dare to do anything illegal. If they were caught, it would basically be a death sentence for the whole team. At this time, a few scoundrel boys walked in front of them, and one of them actually recognized Li Zimu. "Hey, isn't this the younger sister of the sisters in our school? Why are you here? Are you going to make money in the sea?" With this sentence, several boys who agreed laughed together. Li Zimu also raised her head when she heard the other party's ridicule. When she saw the people in front of her clearly, she smiled like a fairy. She jumped up and hooked the neck of the boy who had just spoken to her, and walked behind a big tree not far away. After that, no one knew what Li Zimu said to this man. After about 20 minutes, a luxury car stopped in front of the big tree. When the people in the car got out and went behind the big tree, Wu Ai was a little confused. This time, Wu Ai and his group did not wait too long. After about 5 minutes, Li Zimu walked towards Wu Ai. As she walked, she took out a handful of money and fanned it back and forth like a fan. This move made the venomous snake look at her differently. Li Zimu could get so much money in such a short time, by legitimate means. Chapter 391, Invincible Beauty. Li Zima came in front of everyone. And before anyone asked how she got so much money, she started to show off to everyone. It turned out that the boys who looked like hooligans were students in her school, and their boss was one of the many people who pursued her. With this information, Li Zima immediately asked these people to contact the boy who had pursued her before, and then promised him a date in 10 days, so that she could borrow a huge sum of money. How much did you borrow? Wu Ai asked, swallowing her saliva. It doesn't look like a lot. Maybe 100,000. I need it urgently, so he can only give us this first. If we have a mobile phone, maybe we can borrow 1 million. After all, Li Zima really borrowed the money now. So Wu Ai couldn't say anything to her when she was so proud. But through this incident, he learned a very important information. The world he is in now is the world they used to live in, and their identities have been perfectly imported into this world. It can be fully proved by the incident of Li Zimu just now. Now we still have to deal with the two unconscious girls first. If they are still in this state at night, I am afraid that the police will come to the door. Wu Ai asked Li Zimu for half of the money. He needed to find a car rental company to get a bigger car, whether it was to hide the two unconscious people or to go to the designated coordinates. They needed a means of transportation. As for the two missing team members, they could only take one step at a time. After all, it was really difficult to find two people in a city without any clues. Wu Ai was not familiar with the park where they were, and he did not have the hobby of strolling in the park when he was in school. So if he wanted to rent a car, he had to find someone who was familiar with the place. Wu Ai looked at Li Zimu, who was still complacent, and the latter immediately became a little panicked. Finally, Wu Ai took Li Zimu to find a car rental company, because she was most familiar with the situation here. But she still had some complaints about being used as a real navigator. The car rental company was found quickly, and there was also a car parked there that was very suitable for everyone. But now they didn't have the most important ID card, which made them unable to rent a car even if they had money. What to do? Both of them were in a dilemma. It was really frustrating to have money, but no ID card. Finally, Li Zima came up with a solution. She found her school through the phone number of the car rental company, and then found a male best friend of hers through the school. Rather than saying that he was a male best friend, it would be better to say that he was just trying to pick up girls in another way. Because when the boy saw Wu Ai next to Li Zima, his face obviously changed. In order to avoid any complications, Li Zima finally explained it himself for a long time, which made the suspicious male best friend help them rent the RV. Although this matter was done by relying on Li Zima's beauty, some necessary benefits still had to be given. This was not only to make the other party give up doubting Wu Ai's identity, but also to let the other party get some sweetness. When Wu Ai generously put 1,000 yuan into the boy's hand, the other party really believed that Wu Ai was a distant and wealthy cousin of Li Zimu. Chapter 392 Suspected Zhang Junsheng. When Wu Ai drove an ordinary RV back to the park, he found that someone was pointing at the public resting chair where Viper was from a long distance away. It seemed that if he didn't take the person away, Viper would definitely be taken away by a special car. Wu Ai parked the RV next to Viper and quickly lifted the person into the RV. Although vehicles can enter here, if what they do is too conspicuous, it will inevitably cause trouble. After everyone finally got on the RV, the three people who had been busy all day breathed a sigh of relief. In peacetime, it is not easy to get two unconscious girls into a vehicle. Fortunately, they did these things during the day, and people exercising near the park knew that they were together. Wu Ai drove the RV to the door of a restaurant, then stopped the car and asked Li Zimu to buy some food. When she bought enough food for 10 people, Wu Ai felt that it was a mistake to ask her to buy food. But now everyone has been hungry for a day, and he has no mood to worry about this matter. Everyone was eating happily, and just when Wu Ai was waiting to buy food, a piece of news came from the car radio that he turned on. Today, a citizen of the city named Zhang robbed a car in broad daylight. Fortunately, the female car owner called out in time, and some enthusiastic citizens came to help. So the criminal did not succeed in the robbery. According to the recollection of the robbed female car owner, Zhang's condition was like a mental illness. He was not interested in the money that was easy to get, but wanted to rob a car. The female car owner still doesn't understand why. Our reporter will also follow up on this incident. This is Li Xiulu, an intern reporter from the No Escape column team. After Wu Ai heard the news, he stopped eating and grinned with a very happy smile. Li Zima asked puzzledly while picking up the braised pork. Boss, why are you laughing when you are not eating? Are you also mentally ill? She said, as she put the braised pork into her mouth. Wu Ai chewed the food in her mouth slowly, and said with a smile, I guess the Zhang in the news just now is probably Zhang Junsheng. Oh! This time Li Zima finally got interested. Now she would be very happy whenever she heard about Zhang Junsheng or Tang San's bad luck. Tell me, why do you think the other person is Zhang Junsheng? Although Li Zima was interested, he still did not give up eating. Because it's so rare to rob a car on the street. Let's not talk about how stupid the people who do this are. Even if they rob a car, they can't use it for a long time in public. But why did the other party still rob the car? Wu Ai looked at Li Zima with interest, hoping that she might be able to give him the answer he wanted. The braised pork in this restaurant is too fat. It's really not as delicious as the braised pork made by Gusiosi's pigs. Wu Ai really expected Li Zima's answer in vain. It seems that if anything is put together with food, Li Zima will give priority to food. Unexpectedly, a female voice came from the RV at this time. Because the other party's inertial thinking believes that he can rob successfully. And the person he wants to meet should be very important. Chapter 393 Searching for the Missing Two. Li Zima immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the sister who had been unconscious before. Wu Ai and Dusha were very happy to see that Li Muzi finally woke up. And Li Zima directly handed over a pair of bowls and chopsticks to express her joy at the moment. Li Muzi smiled and took the bowls and chopsticks handed over by her sister. She felt a little hungry when she just woke up. And she was very relieved to have the concern from her sister. Wu Ai also smiled and said, I think so too. Because there are more people in our team. We can still discuss when we act. But Zhang Junsheng has always been alone. And he misses his family so much that it is entirely possible that he did this. In addition, the name of Zhang mentioned in the news is 3 characters. So I think there is a 60% chance that it is Zhang Junsheng. It doesn't matter whether it is him or not. Anyway, it is all his own fault. We can't save him. Li Zima added the last sentence and continued to eat. Wu Ai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't really want to save him, because they still had a lot of troubles. After finishing a meal from the peaceful world, everyone also studied together how to find the 2 missing people. And why did everyone wake up at the same time? But Gusiosi woke up earlier and took away her previous body. Li Zima didn't want to say anything about these things. She went to the electronic goods street alone and bought a walkie-talkie for everyone. Although it is not as convenient as a mobile phone, it is still a communication tool that can communicate with each other. Li Zima also bought herself a laptop, which was her previous meal tool. With a computer, she easily hacked into the surveillance system server of the park with a simple protection level. Li Zima began to search for surveillance records according to the time they woke up. The surveillance clearly showed that Gusiosi woke up 10 minutes earlier than them. And when she woke up, she was still in a daze, which was not the state that Gusiosi should be in. Then she picked up Gusiosi's previous body, which was still a child's body, and left the park without any hesitation. Everyone felt that Gusiosi's behavior was very abnormal, and it seemed that the other party did not care about them. If she was still Gusiosi, she would not have such behavior. And the other party also took away her previous body. What was the purpose of this? Li Zima checked the previously specified coordinates on the computer. And the coordinate point was not on land, but on the sea. If everything goes well, they will need at least 4 days to reach the coordinate point from here. If something unexpected happens, the time will be difficult to calculate accurately. Let's reserve 5 days first. If we haven't found Gusiosi and the others in 5 days, our time may be in trouble. If we haven't found them after the 4-day deadline, everyone can enjoy the few leisure time in the remaining time. After listening to Wu Ai's words, everyone knew that finding Gusiosi and the other person was the key to this mission. Gusiosi's strange behavior also needs to be vigilant. If we are not careful, the whole team will be treated as a collection. Li Zima kept thinking in his heart. We haven't decided the winner yet. You must not be in trouble. Chapter 394. Xiuzhou reappears. As Li Zima invaded the street surveillance that Gusiosi passed, Gusiosi's route was further confirmed. Wu Ai drove the RV and followed Gusiosi along the road she left. Finally, Wu Ai's RV stopped at the door of a warehouse. After all the team members got off the car, they directly surrounded the warehouse. Although there were not many members in their team, they could still do a simple encirclement of a warehouse. When Li Muzi entered the warehouse alone, She did not find Gusiosi, but only found the childlike body of Gusiosi before. She took the body back to the RV, and everyone gathered together to discuss the plan to deal with Gusiosi. It seems that Gusiosi has gone out. It is estimated that she will come back because she still has her previous body here. She should not give up. I can only analyze it like this, because the current information is really too little, and it is not enough to infer why Gusiosi did this. In order to prevent Gusiosi from suddenly coming back and discovering the RV, Lee Zimu had to take care of the two unconscious girls in the hidden RV. The rest of the people were all ambushed near the gate of the warehouse. When it was almost time for dinner, Gusiosi finally came here with a backpack on her back. When Gusiosi arrived at the warehouse door, she keenly discovered that the door had been opened, and the small wood chips she had left as a mark had fallen to the ground. It was this inconspicuous small wood chips that proved that the warehouse door had been opened. Gusiosi did not open the warehouse door to enter, but turned back to look at the surrounding environment. Her action made Viper immediately realize that the other party had discovered that someone had come to the warehouse. So he immediately gestured to the other ambushers to let everyone be careful and prepare. Although Viper's movements were concealed enough, he was still discovered by Gusiosi because of his large movements in order to make the other two people see clearly. Gusiosi put down her backpack as soon as she found Viper. She took out a dagger from it and looked at the direction where Viper was vigilantly. Since they had been discovered by the other party, there was no point in ambushing. So Wei took the lead and walked out of the hidden shelter directly, and came directly to a position about 5 meters in front of Gusiosi. Seeing that Wei had come out, Viper and Li Muzi also came to Wei's side together. Gusiosi didn't run away when he saw the 3 people coming, but smiled and said to Wei, "Finally I see you again, my former master." When Wei heard this, she immediately knew that the other party must be Xiaojiu, and only she would call him like that. "I don't know why you took over this body again. Now can you tell me whether the original Gusiosi's consciousness still exists?" This is what Wei is most concerned about at the moment. If it really doesn't work, it's okay to let Gusiosi return to the original body, which is better than dying. You can rest assured about this. The reason why I still have to take that body is to prepare for me to leave this body. Although that body has a big genetic defect, it is much better than losing my consciousness. Chapter 395 Gusiosi's Worry. When Wei heard that Gusiosi's consciousness was still there, he felt relieved. But Xiaojiu obviously wanted to leave this body as soon as possible, so there was room for negotiation. "You want to leave this body now, and we also hope to see such a result. Then can we help you leave, and you let our team members go?" Wei was thinking about not increasing the number of enemies as much as possible, so as to complete this level of trial mission as soon as possible. "Your attitude is very good, but it's a pity. I must have a carrier of consciousness, and the natives of this world cannot meet my requirements. So I can only use the defective childlike body as a second choice. This is also to avoid conflicts with you as much as possible. But the original owner of this body does not seem to agree. It seems that Xiaojiu also talked to Gusiosi after waking up, but Gusiosi did not seem to be willing to give up her original body. So Xiaojiu could only secretly take away Gusiosi's previous body." Wei slapped his forehead. He felt that the current contradiction seemed to be impossible to mediate. If they cannot accept Xiaojiu's request, then it seems that either the two sides will fight, or Xiaojiu will escape and continue to steal Gusiosi's previous body. For such a problem, it seems that we can only find the real owner of this body, Gusiosi, to discuss and see why she cannot agree to Xiaojiu's request. "Can you let me discuss it with Gusiosi now? I want to ask for her opinion." Xiaojiu agreed to Wei's proposal very readily, with Xiaojiu's nod of agreement. This body hatched from the 7-colored egg once again changed its consciousness. After Gusiosi came back online, she immediately shouted loudly to Wei and others to save her. But Gusiosi couldn't control the actions of other parts of her body now. Seeing this, Wei gave up Gusiosi's request. It seems that both of their consciousnesses can receive information from the outside world at the same time. But it is not up to the weaker Gusiosi to decide which consciousness controls the body. "Okay. I think you know what we talked about just now. If you let us rescue you, Xiaojiu will definitely take control of the body again to escape or fight. So we won't even have the opportunity to communicate. The key issue now is how to distribute the body. If you don't agree to give your previous body to Xiaojiu, you should also know the result. As a formal member of the team, I need to know your thoughts now. Do you want to compromise or stick to your thoughts?" No matter what your thoughts are, I will support you unconditionally. And you don't need to have any other burdens. Wu Ai's words made Gu Xiaoxi fall into deep thought. Now her decision is related to her future life. And this body is obviously not a good thing. Otherwise everyone would not want to leave this body. If she needs to leave this body at some time in the future, she will have no body to carry her consciousness. Then in that situation, can she still survive? Gu Xiaoxi, who really didn't know how to choose, threw this question to Wu Ai. She wanted the captain to help her make this decision. Chapter 396 Screening Laboratory. After listening to Gu Xiaoxi's concerns, Wu Ai felt that her concerns were necessary. After all, this body had changed owners more than once or twice. So Gu Xiaoxi's concerns were necessary. But the current situation was a bit tricky. They didn't have much time. And the other party in the negotiation was obviously not a good person. So in this case, Wu Ai could only give her somewhat immature analysis. If you promise Xiaojiu to give her your previous body, and if you encounter such a situation later, I will definitely try my best to find a suitable body for you. If I can't do it, let your consciousness temporarily store in my body. I will help you enter that body after I find a body you approve of. If you don't want to give your previous body to Shijiu, then I will try my best to drive Shijiu's consciousness out of your current body within my ability. But you also know how difficult this is. And I won't give you a 100% guarantee of success. Rather than an analysis. It's Wu Ai's promise to her. No matter what Gu Xiaoxi's choice is, Wu Ai will respect Gu Xiaoxi's choice. After that, Gu Xiaoxi thought about it for more than 10 seconds. And then she agreed to give her previous body to Xiaojiu, but asked her not to make any request to harm any member of her team. Xiaojiu was of course overjoyed for such a request, because she had never thought of doing so. The world now is not the end of the world. And her existence is obviously an irregular existence. If she can't quickly make herself conform to the rules, maybe her consciousness will end in this world next. Xiaojiu switched to her consciousness, and she controlled the body of the colorful egg again. Next, the two of them made a detailed plan on how to transfer her consciousness to the child's body. Now, if they want to successfully upload Shijiu's consciousness to a new body, they must have the corresponding instruments and equipment. But with their current strength, it is impossible to get these things in terms of time and money. Then there is only one way left. To find a laboratory that can fully meet these conditions. And then Xiaojiu will upgrade the remaining defects. Only in this way can they complete the separation of Gu Xiaoxi and Xiaojiu at the lowest cost. But then again, is such a laboratory so easy to deal with? Just think about it. But no matter what, at least they can live in peace temporarily in the first step. When Wu Ai brought Xiaojiu back, Li Zima thought everything was solved, and she wanted to hug Gu Xiaoxi. But Xiaojiu avoided her coldly, which made Li Zima realize that something was wrong. When Li Zima also understood this series of things, she immediately began to use the computer to screen the laboratories that met Xiaojiu's requirements. When the final results came out, everyone's expressions were also very exciting. Because there are really many laboratories that meet the requirements. But there are basically no laboratories that they can get. Finally, a university specializing in brain nerve research can barely meet their requirements. But the equipment of this university is still somewhat lacking. And they need to obtain additional equipment. At this time, except for Shijiu, everyone's eyes are all looking at Gu Xiaoxi, who has this ability. Chapter 397 Everything is ready. What else can Li Zima do? She can only start looking for those people who once pursued her and are very rich. The next day, Li Zima went to find a way to make money. And the rest of the people began to buy the equipment she needed under Shijiu's command. With various purchases and orders, the money that Li Zima had previously obtained was immediately squandered. In the state of having no money, everyone can only hope that Li Zima will show his power. When he was bored, Wu Ai said to Li Muzi, I remember that a few students who looked like gangsters seem to have mentioned you before. I wonder if the Lady Knight can also go. Before Wu Ai finished speaking, the other party hit him with the mineral water bottle beside him. Strangely enough, this hit Wu Ai's eyes, and soon the area around his eyes turned blue. When Li Zima came back drunk at night, he laughed out loud when he saw Wu Ai with a panda eye. This might be the happiest time she laughed that day. As Li Zima reached out, Wu Ai took the phone she handed over. And the deposit balance shown on the text message on the phone was more than 1 million. What's the situation? Miss, you didn't sell yourself, did you? Although we need money, it's not necessary to this extent. Wu Ai asked Li Zimu in some doubt. He hoped that the money was not obtained in the way he imagined. Then Li Zimu sneered. She said disdainfully, "Is this lady only worth this little money? Then you underestimate me too much. I just drank some wine with those people and left some promises that interested him. If I sell myself, this number will have to add a few more zeros." Knowing that Li Zimu did not suffer any loss, Wu Ai was relieved. And then, he immediately started to order equipment. Everything Xiaojiu ordered had to arrive within 3 days, and they would not accept any manufacturer that did not meet this requirement. Xiaojiu wanted to visit the university's laboratory in the name of donating equipment to the university. In this way, the seemingly difficult thing was easily solved by these people. Xiaojiu also wanted to help the university build a more efficient neural network laboratory in the name of helping them build a laboratory. The next day, they arrived at the university. The university's welcome ceremony really opened their eyes. At first, no one understood why they were welcomed in this way. But later at the dinner table, everyone understood the reason. The reason was that someone in the school needed invoices for the equipment they purchased and some signature rights for joint donations. There were no requirements for these, so everyone was very happy to satisfy the other party. After they readily agreed to the school's request, the school was very generous and did not restrict them from using the school's laboratories. In addition, the school also covered all their board and lodging expenses during their stay at the school. After all the people from the school left, Xiaojiu kept looking at the remaining people. Her face was full of contemptuous smiles at this time, and Wu Ai didn't know what words to use to respond to her smile. When all the equipment and materials Xiaojiu needed were in place, the remaining most difficult task began. Chapter 398. The purpose is revealed. Xiaojiu started to upgrade and renovate the laboratory alone, which made the idle people not know what to do. Although there was not much time left, fortunately, things were moving in a good direction. While Xiaojiu was renovating the laboratory, Wu Ai also began to look for a ship that could take them to the coordinate point. The rental price of the ship was also very expensive. Fortunately, although their money had been spent on purchasing equipment and other things, it was still enough to rent a boat to reach the coordinate location. Although the coordinate point is located in the sea, it does not seem to be far from the mainland. It is easy to reach that location by using the excuse of playing in the sea. Viper booked a ship to the coordinate point on the website, and then everyone waited for Xiaojiu to finish the laboratory work. And Li Zimu, who was somewhat unwilling, always wanted to interpret Xiaojiu's experiment in some way, so that she might be able to do something from it. However, Wu Ai was not worried about this, because he also wanted to analyze the intensity and purpose of this trial, to see what the final purpose of this giant tower was. Just as everyone started to busy themselves with their own things, it was finally time for dinner. After dinner, Xiaojiu informed everyone that her laboratory had been renovated and upgraded, and it already had the functions she needed. Then everyone came to the laboratory together, and Wu Ai keenly noticed that there seemed to be some problems with this laboratory. Okay, since everyone already knows that the laboratory can be used, there is no need for everyone to stay here. Let's prepare for tomorrow's affairs. We still have to rush to the beach tomorrow, and the journey is not very short. Everyone needs a good rest. Wu Ai wanted everyone to leave the lab because he had a bad feeling. Don't you want to see this rare spectacle? The transmission of a consciousness is not possible under all circumstances. Xiaojiu seemed to think that it would be a loss for everyone to leave the lab, so she wanted to retain them to some extent. The more she said this, the bigger the problem Wu Ai felt. In the end, Wu Ai no longer paid attention to Xiaojiu, and he walked out directly. When he wanted to leave, he found that the door of the lab could no longer be opened. He turned back and looked at Xiaojiu coldly, hoping that she could explain the current situation. But the latter ignored Wu Ai's eyes, and started to debug the instrument on his own. In this case, of course, other people also found the problem, and Viper directly pulled out the dagger he had bought a long time ago, and he was ready to attack Xiaojiu first. But at the same time he pulled out the dagger, Xiaojiu's warning voice also sounded at the same time. I advise you not to do this, because if you do this, something bad may happen. I don't want to be an enemy of you now, but I need a body without genetic defects, so I can only do this. Wu Ai also understood that her previous actions were all to lure him into helping her, so as to relax his vigilance against her. At the beginning, Xiaojiu's goal was not Gu Xiuxi's body with genetic defects, but the body of a certain team member. Chapter 399. Little Tricks. It seems that although Xiaojiu has been silent for a long time, Her bad character has not changed at all. Wu Ai still did not do enough to guard against Xiaojiu. So now such a passive situation has been formed. Since it has come to this, then tell me whose body you want. I am also very curious. Which one of us is the body you are trying so hard to get? After hearing Wu Ai's question, Xiaojiu finally showed a triumphant smile. Her eyes looked at Wu Ai, and then slowly turned to Li Muzi. So that's it. This is your real purpose. In fact, if you honestly entered Gu Xiaoxi's small body, you might still be able to survive. But your mistake was your greed. You wanted to get something better. So this is destined to end your life today. And I don't know if you will regret this choice before you disappear. After saying these words, Wu Ai did not do anything, but looked at Xiaojiu with a victorious attitude. Xiaojiu did not expect such an unexpected situation. So she immediately began to recheck all her plans. She needed to find out where she had a problem. The other party obviously knew her new plan a long time ago. And she was so confident that she declared that she would die here, which put a great burden on her mind. But after she recalled all the details of the previous plan, she did not find any loopholes. So now she needs to face a choice. Is it to believe in her own perfect plan, or give up the idea of others and choose the body with some defects safely? For her, this is a life and death choice. But she never understood what Wu Ai did there, which was her most depressed thing. After 5 minutes of intense thinking, Xiaojiu finally decided to be more cautious. Although everyone's abilities in this world have disappeared, her computing ability has not been retained to her strongest state. In this world, her computing power has been squeezed to the level of an ordinary computer, which makes her fear amplified invisibly. Finally, when Xiaojiu opened the door of the laboratory and let everyone except Gu Xiaoxi's little body leave, Wu Ai actually showed a pity expression when leaving. This made Xiaojiu very glad for her judgment in an instant, and glad that she avoided the killer trick secretly left by the other party. However, when everyone left the laboratory and returned to the RV, the team members asked Wu Ai how he saw through Xiaojiu's conspiracy. Wu Ai smiled slightly, and then said to everyone mysteriously, "In fact, I didn't see through her conspiracy. If I knew her plan, how could I take everyone in with me?" Some people obviously didn't believe his words. And Li Zimu immediately retorted, "Since you don't know her plan, then are you lying to her?" "I don't think so." Wu Ai knocked Li Zimu's head, and then said proudly, "I didn't just deceive her, but fooled the other party. I took advantage of her suspicion and greed for benefits to make her choose a safer direction. For a choice involving their own lives, most people will choose a safer direction." Chapter 400, Ways to Escape. Li Zimu opened her mouth in surprise, and couldn't close it for a while. She felt that Wu Ai's tricks had reached the same level as Tang San. Then Wu Ai told everyone not to tell Xiaojiu that she had fooled her, so as to prevent the other party from being desperate and doing something irrational. When Gu Xiaoxi and her previous body appeared in front of the RV, everyone knew that Xiaojiu should have completed her plan. Gu Xiaoxi wiped her tears and hugged Li Zimu. And then Li Zimu pulled her aside and began to verify her. This was also a task Wu Ai had just assigned to her. He was really afraid that Xiaojiu still had some hidden dangers in Gu Xiaoxi's body. Looking at Xiaojiu, who was like a little adult, Wu Ai didn't know what to say to her for a while. Xiaojiu's smug expression seemed to say, "Sorry, I didn't get tricked this time, and I disappointed you again." Wu Ai shook his head and stopped worrying about his current thoughts about Xiaojiu. "Now that you have achieved your goal, what are your plans next?" Wu Ai asked very friendly. "Of course, I will go to the coordinate point with you. This world does not belong to me, so you must take me with you, or you will have an extra enemy who will be thinking about how to kill you all day long." Wu Ai did not take such a threat seriously. He stretched out his right hand and touched Xiaojiu's head. The latter wanted to dodge at first, but later she felt that she had no reason to be afraid of him, so she stopped dodging. But she did not understand why the other party was so friendly to her, why Wu Ai made such a move. But she did not continue to think about why he did this. Zhang Junshin was very depressed when he was arrested, and when he had enough time to think, he figured it all out. This made him a little depressed. His obsession with his relatives made him feel that this was his weakness. In the end times, what would happen if you had a fatal weakness that was known to others? Zhang Junshin's brain told him that he might not live long and would die. Especially now that he had officially become an enemy of Wu Ai and Tang San. If his weakness was known to these people, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. So in order to prevent this weakness from really forming, he made a decision. This decision was to forget the relatives she wanted to find, and he would no longer actively look for them after returning to the end times. He used a very strong psychological suggestion method, suggesting that he believed that the person he was looking for had left this world, when he really made up his mind. The remaining thing was how to leave the place where he was imprisoned, because under normal circumstances, he would have lost all the time to reach the coordinate point before he went out. So the top priority now is how to leave here. Fortunately, his situation is not too serious, because there are no substantial consequences. So the place where he is imprisoned is not really impossible to leave. After thinking carefully for a while, he finally knew how to leave here. Although the method is a bit too, but at present, this is the only effective method. He took off his pants directly, and then squatted on the ground and started his escape plan. Chapter 401 Complete Disappearance. The next day, Wu Ai and his team had to start their journey. Because time was not very abundant, they would not care about the school's retention. So after breakfast, everyone got on the RV and set off directly. They needed to reach the ship they had booked as quickly as possible. As the RV drove to the destination, the latest news about the suspected Zhang Junsheng came from the car radio again. And this time, the news content turned out to be that he went crazy in the place where he was detained. He drew pictures on the wall where he was detained with feces, forcing the guards to assess his mental state. When this news reached everyone's ears, everyone had different expressions. The one with the richest expression was Li Zimu. She said directly to everyone, "If this person is really Zhang Junsheng, I think I may never want to see him again in the future. The news on the radio just now was too vivid. If I saw him, I would definitely think about what happened today." Everyone seemed to have a deep sense of identity with Li Zimu's words. It was really hard to imagine that Zhang Junsheng would do such a thing to escape. There were no problems on the journey afterwards, including the boat they rented. The boat finally arrived at the sea area near the coordinates half a day before the deadline. Everyone on the boat saw a whirlpool in the sea not far ahead. It was not difficult to imagine that this should be their final destination. Wu Ai asked the venomous snake to knock out the boat owner, and then reset the navigation. Everyone did not want the boat to go directly into the whirlpool. God knew whether the fragments of the boat would cause harm to them. Everyone on the boat was ready. And then, they all jumped into the sea and swam towards the whirlpool. When everyone else swam towards the whirlpool, only Wu Ai and Xiao Jiao were left on the boat. Before jumping off the boat, Wu Ai stroked Xiao Jiao's head again. And then he jumped down with an expression that Xiao Jiao felt was ambiguous. Just at that moment, Xiao Jiao had the idea of staying in this world. But this thought only lasted for a moment. And then she smiled, shook her head and jumped down. When she entered the vortex, her mind was filled with such a voice. An abnormal consciousness was found. After determining that this consciousness did not meet the test results, it was eliminated and the body state of the consciousness was restored. Then you could enter the next trial. When Xiao Jiao heard these voices, she was suddenly very scared, because she knew that she would really die this time. It was impossible for her to use all kinds of means to avoid the inevitable death as before. And at this moment, she seemed to understand why Wu Ai touched her head twice. The first time she should have felt pity, and the second time was probably to stop her from entering the vortex. But because of the different positions of both parties, the other party could only do this. Xiao Jiao felt that she suddenly began to feel very sleepy, and she knew that this was a sign that her life had come to an end. But at the moment before her life disappeared, she also understood the meaning of Wu Ai's actions to her, and she seemed to feel that all this was worth it. Chapter 402 New World. When Wu Ai woke up, he had returned to his own RV. Nothing in the RV had changed. Only all his team members were lying on the floor of the RV. They looked like they were just sleeping. The people on the floor began to wake up one after another. When everyone woke up, they heard that voice again in their minds. The second level of the trial begins. You only need to survive for 30 days. No more than 2 team members may die. The prompts for this level are also very simple, but they involve a number of deaths. If you look at it this way, this level of the trial should be very difficult. Gu Xiaoxi's previous body has been sent back to the original space, and Dusha took Fei Bao to his medical space. He must seize this opportunity to save Fei Bao. The others also sat at the conference table. No one knew what the outside world was like. Xiaomu, you will send some unmanned reconnaissance aircraft outside in a while. Conduct an exploration of the surrounding area. We must have some understanding of this place, since the trial gave the death toll. This place should not be a very safe place. After Li Zima received Wu Ai's mission, she immediately started to act. After she recovered her ability, Li Zima felt that it was really great. She was busy with the drone reconnaissance. And at this moment, a building block ball suddenly appeared on the conference table in front of the remaining people. This situation has not happened too often before. After all, in this RV, the controller is the most important. But now there is an unknown force that can actually send a building block ball to the conference table in the RV. So this existence can only be the will of the giant tower. Neither Wu Ai nor Li Muzi touched the building block ball. But Gu Xiaoxi seemed eager to try. Wu Ai immediately sent her to get food for everyone, so as to prevent this troublemaker from making trouble here. This may be the reward for passing the first trial, and it is reasonable to give a random building block ball. Li Muzi gave her opinion. Wu Ai also agreed with this. After all, he has not seen an existence that can easily break through the controller so far. The two were discussing the building block ball, and Li Zimu, who had released the drone, returned to the conference table. When she saw the building block ball, Wu Ai explained it to her again. Boss, the location we are in now is already very dangerous for radiation. Fortunately, our RV has been upgraded for this. Otherwise, we would have been killed while we were chatting just now. Since we already know that this place is not a safe place, Wu Ai decided to leave here immediately. The RV was started again, and he felt as if he was in another world while driving it. As the radiation value monitored by the system continued to decrease, the environment outside the RV should be getting safer. Finally, when the RV completely left the dangerous radiation index area, Wu Ai parked the RV not far from a seemingly abandoned house. In the case of not knowing what dangers are outside, it is better to be cautious. The drones outside can no longer be recycled because they have also been irradiated, so they can only complete their mission while they are still free of any problems. Chapter 403 Feibao wakes up. The drone started to explore the vicinity of the RV. But in the drone's field of vision, the place was full of ruins of the city. It seemed that this place had been abandoned for a long time, and there was no other life except some green plants. In the end, the drone did not find any information that could be called harvest before the mission was completed. When they completed the mission, the drone also lost the transmission signal. The food had been prepared, but because the venomous snake was rushing to heal Feibao, he did not come for dinner. Gu Xiaoxi had already left a portion for him. If he was hungry, he could just heat it up and eat it any time. While eating, everyone discussed the current situation outside. Gu Xiaoxi felt that the advanced life forms outside might no longer exist. Looking at the surrounding environment, he could also make such a guess. Wu Ai was still bothered by the number of deaths he was told. He had a preliminary understanding of the giant tower through the results of the first level trial. He had already guessed that Xiaojiu had not made it to the second level alive. The giant tower should only be an executor, and it did not have too high authority to change certain rules. If the giant tower is controlled by intelligent creatures, there might be some explanation for Xiaojiu's unplanned situation. But obviously, he didn't get this information. So the giant tower would not exaggerate the number of deaths, because the outside of the RV is full of radioactive dust. They can't go out now, and it's getting late. Wu Ai decided to go out at dawn to deal with the radiation problem on the RV shell. Viper already knew Feibao's situation very well. If it weren't for the rush to make the enhanced protective suit, Feibao would probably have woken up now. There was no problem with the current situation. Just when everyone went to rest, he finally succeeded in healing Feibao's injuries. When Feibao slowly opened his eyes, the strong man, Dusha, finally couldn't help but his eyes turned red. Feibao's consciousness after waking up was still in the period when she was hurt by the green liquid. Dusha heated up the food prepared by Gu Xiaoxi and ate it with Feibao. During the meal, he also briefly told her what happened during Feibao's coma. After listening to these things, she felt like she was watching a movie, and she didn't feel any sense of substitution. Moreover, she was not familiar with all the people in the RV, and she always felt a little uncomfortable. You don't need to worry about the other people in the RV. They are all very good people. Now we live together. You can slowly adapt in the future. Feibao nodded mechanically. She still hadn't come out of the shadow of killing others because of her reckless actions. That was her comrade in arms, who had been with her day and night, and lost his life because of her. For a while, she could not forgive her mistake at all. Viper certainly knew her character, and he was powerless to do anything about such things. Everything can only be left to time to slowly heal, and only time has such magical power. Chapter 404, the #1 fighting power. On the morning of the second day, there was a capable woman at the conference table. Who else could this person be but Fei Bao? The girl who had been sleeping in the RV for a long time finally woke up. In terms of fighting power alone, this girl is not a pushover. So with the addition of Fei Bao, Wu Ai's team has gained a strong strength. Because of Fei Bao's joining, breakfast also temporarily turned into a small party. Everyone celebrated Fei Bao's awakening together, and took the opportunity to formally introduce everyone to her. Before, Fei Bao caused casualties to her teammates because of her hot temper. So now she behaved very restrained. Wu Ai's first impression of Fei Bao collapsed. He looked at the venomous snake beside Fei Bao, and he looked at him with an inquiring look. However, the other party just smiled bitterly, and he had nothing to say. The rich breakfast meeting was finally over, and everyone should start to face up to the current situation. They didn't know what the outside world looked like, so they still needed to explore this world. The RV started again, and this time Wu Ai cleaned the outer shell of the RV when it passed some water sources. Of course, the cleaning process was just the RV repeatedly entering the water source, and no one got off during the period. Every time such polluted water sources are buried, because such water sources can no longer be used. In order to prevent higher life forms from drinking the water sources here by mistake, the water sources can only be buried. While everyone was on their way, Li Zima finally identified the building block ball obtained yesterday. The ability of this building block ball is very interesting. Its ability is to shrink a certain state or object to a constant value. Then it can switch freely between the two states. This is the ability of this building block ball. To put it bluntly, it can make an object become the size you set, but it cannot be changed after it is set. In this way, you can let this item switch freely between the size you set and its original size. At first, no one knew what was suitable for this ability, but Li Zima finally gave a suggestion to try changing the size of Gundam. If possible, Wu Ai can completely make Gundam his armor, and because the energy consumption of the change of body size should also be reduced, the time that can be fought can be extended in theory. Such an idea is very meaningful. If it is really as Li Zima thought, Wu Ai put on a battle armor like Gundam, so his combat power should be able to jump to the first place in an instant. At this time, Li Muzi smiled and did not speak. She seemed to doubt whether Wu Ai's combat power would really be the first in that state. Li Zima started to prepare as soon as he thought of it, and the other team members did not have any good ideas to play this building block ball. So I was very curious about Li Zima's idea, and I didn't know whether her idea would be successfully realized. If it can be realized, what kind of changes will there be? As Li Zima submitted the modification to the system, the RV also calculated that it must be temporarily upgraded for 3 hours, because there are still some changes involved. Chapter 405. See the fireworks again. Although the time is very short this time, only 3 hours, it is still very dangerous in this unfamiliar world that they are not familiar with. Everyone put on the enhanced protective clothing made by Viper, and then quietly waited for the RV to be upgraded successfully not far away from the RV. An hour later, there was no danger. Everyone's vigilance was slightly reduced, and Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zima actually played the game of hopscotch. After the two of them played for about half an hour with laughter, Viper discovered smoke and dust in the distance, and from the direction of the smoke, it can be seen that there must be some kind of creature in the smoke, and the other party is heading towards them. It is obvious that a battle is about to happen, and everyone immediately prepared for the battle. They believe that as long as the technological level is not very high, they can easily kill the other party. When the smoke is close, they realize that the other party is not an intelligent creature at all. The things that made such a big noise turned out to be countless ants. Although they are ants, they are as big as puppies born a few months ago. Moreover, these ants were obviously the product of mutation, and some parts of their bodies were still leaking green liquid. The appearance of such a group of creatures made everyone lose the mood to fight, because these ants not only looked too disgusting, but also, there were a lot of them. Wu Ai hurriedly called everyone to start running away, because their weapons and ammunition could not afford to consume these ants. With the improvement of the enhanced protective clothing, it was relatively easy for everyone to outrun these ants. However, due to the large number of ants, their area was also very large, so Wu Ai could only lead everyone to run in one direction. If they turned a corner, they might be surrounded by these ants. But it was not a good idea for them to run aimlessly like this. They had to find a way to get rid of these guys. Wu Ai used Li Zima's grenade submachine gun to directly fire a shot at the ant colony behind him. The effect of this shot was quite good, causing considerable damage to the ant colony. Seeing that it seemed to have some effect, the others also started firing howitzers. After everyone's grenades were used up, the ant colony began to gather again. They wanted to rush towards Wu Ai and his team members again. Their howitzers were flying, and the sound was also heard far away. After firing the grenades, they continued to run for a distance, and several humans on motorcycles approached them. These people kept pointing the way for everyone, as if they knew how to avoid these ants. With no better way, everyone could only try and run according to the guidance of these people. After running for a while, the ants really didn't catch up, which was amazing. The place in front of everyone was full of green plants, and they were very huge. Such plants immediately reminded Wu Ai and others of the blooming cannon, the explosive plant fruit full of spores. And those people riding motorcycles just now were not good people. Their purpose was just to drive Wu Ai's team to serve as food for these plants. Wu Ai and others couldn't beat the huge number of ants, but it was easy to deal with these bad guys riding motorcycles. Chapter 406 Weifeng Tribe. Wu Ai led the team members to attack the motorcyclists who were guiding and forcing them, and the latter also used the fallen motorcycle as a cover to fight back. The weapons used by the motorcyclists were a bit strange. They used weapons similar to water guns, but the thing fired from them was not water, but a sticky liquid. The trajectory of this liquid was not too fast, so most of the slime attacks did not hit the team members. Even if a team member who was not paying attention was hit by the slime, nothing happened. From this, it can be judged that the actual effect of this attack was blocked by the protective clothing. After the motorcyclists discovered this, they stopped attacking because their weapons did not cause any damage to Wu Ai's team. On the contrary, several of their team members were shot by Wu Ai's team members. The injured motorcyclists rolled back and forth on the ground and howled, looking like they could not bear the pain at all. The motorcyclists had obviously lost the desire to fight. They put down their weapons and began to treat the wounded. But when they saw the injuries of their teammates, they all looked towards Wu Ai's team. Although these motorcyclists were wearing black goggles, Wu Ai still felt helpless in the eyes they looked at him. Since the opponent's weapons had completely lost their due attack effect, everyone was no longer afraid of their attacks. On the contrary, the opponent's people seemed to be unable to bear the pain caused by bullets, which made Wu Ai and others a little strange. Wu Ai led everyone to slowly approach these people. He wanted to communicate with them. However, he still did not have any hope for the success of the communication. Unexpectedly, after Wu Ai tentatively asked a question in the language used in his country, the other party actually understood it and could answer fluently in the same language. Who are you? Why did you lead us here and attack us with weapons? Wu Ai's question was relatively calm. He still wanted to get some information from the other party, so he acted peacefully to facilitate communication. The other party answered with a woman's voice. Although the voice was not very pleasant, it was still possible to tell that it was a woman. However, these motorcyclists were dressed similarly, and it was really difficult to distinguish the gender difference from the appearance. Hello, powerful warriors. We are riders from the Weifeng tribe. We are not familiar with you, so we judged you as not warriors from the Alliance tribe. There is nothing wrong with luring you to death. We just hope you don't take us back to your tribe. Wu Ai understood that these people were from a place called Weifeng tribe. As riders, they specialized in hunting warriors from tribes other than themselves and their alliance. And this behavior seemed to be the default practice of all tribes. So everyone could start fighting directly without any communication. But they were obviously not the enemy of Wu Ai's team. However, it was not worth it to think that such a battle was caused because Wu Ai and his team did not know these rules. We are not warriors of any tribe, and we do not participate in the battle between you and your tribe. So the casualties this time are just a misunderstanding. We will help you treat these injured companions. Chapter 407, A Tribe Like a Refugee Camp. The leading female rider was very happy to hear Wu Ai's words, because the strong would not deceive the weak. So she believed Wu Ai's words that the warriors in her tribe would be treated. Fortunately, most of the injuries in their tribe were not fatal, and with the current Viper's healing potion, they could be easily solved. Wu Ai left the others behind, and he and Fei Bao returned to the RV upgrade location together. The RV still needed to help treat these people, because the probability of being attacked here was not very high. The protection of Fei Bao was completely sufficient. When Wu Ai returned to the RV, it had already been upgraded. It seemed that there were some small animals around the RV, and it was unknown where they came from. But no matter where they came from, It could not prevent Wu Ai from driving the RV away. After Wu Ai and Fei Bao got on the RV, he started the RV and drove quickly towards the place where they had just fought. Soon, the RV came near the injured riders. Wu Ai could also guess from their surprised eyes that their so-called tribal technology must be very backward. Viper got on the RV and took down a medical kit. Then he quickly helped the injured riders remove the bullets and bandage their wounds. There was no need to suture such injuries. Only inject Viper's healing potion. The leader of the riders saw that the injuries of her tribe warriors were really getting better. And she also expressed her gratitude to Wu Ai and others. Respected powerful warriors, do you need to rest temporarily in our tribe? I think you should be able to get some useful information in our tribe. This leader was quite smart. And it seemed that she had seen that everyone in Wu Ai's team did not understand some basic situations in this world. That's why she took the initiative to invite them to rest in the Weifeng tribe. She didn't want such a powerful warrior to be recruited by other tribes. So she tried her best to let Wu Ai's team go to their Weifeng tribe. Because of the previous experience, Wu Ai felt that it was more reliable to go directly to their tribe. At least they didn't have to show their military power again. And the Weifeng tribe should not pose any threat to them. The leader of the riders was very happy after getting Wu Ai's affirmation. And their members began to allocate some riders who were not able to drive motorcycles. And the motorcycles here would not be left for other tribes. The speed of the motorcyclists' return this time was not as fast as before. It seemed that the problem of the wounded still affected their speed. However, before he could fully determine the other party's true intention, Wu Ai would still be very cautious and would not invite them into the RV. Although he was an invincible king in it, after traveling for about 6 hours, everyone finally saw a building that looked very dilapidated in the middle of a piece of yellow land. In Wu Ai's eyes, this building was basically equivalent to a refugee camp, and it had nothing to do with the tribe. Looking at the speed of the riders, Wu Ai had to admit that this refugee camp was really the Weifeng tribe they mentioned. Chapter 408 Tribal Chief. Such a construction does not need a gate at all. There is only a relatively large thing made of metal poles and canvas that looks like a gate where they want to enter. After this thing, then maybe a gate is opened. The scene inside is as chaotic as a vegetable market. This is a place full of people of various skin colors. This kind of lifestyle where people of various skin colors gather together does not seem to cause any discrimination. It seems that this kind of thing is no longer a problem in this world. Following the leader of the riders' lead, the RV finally arrived in an open area after about 10 minutes of travel. This open area has a moat-like design, but there is no river water in it. Below are some sharp poles inserted upside down, which seem to be able to play a role in blocking the enemy. Behind the moat are some simple sheds on the flat ground. It seems that the situation of this Weifeng tribe is not very good. The leader of the riders parked Wu Ai's RV in front of the moat, and she went in first through a small bridge to report the situation. Not long after, the rider leader returned to the front of the RV again. Our chief welcomes everyone's arrival, but we still need you to wait for a while. We need to widen the bridge temporarily. Otherwise your car will not be able to pass. Wu Ai directly said that it was not necessary. And then, he drove the RV directly over the not-too-wide moat. The rider leader was also very surprised. But then she crossed the small bridge and the moat again, and then ordered her men not to widen the small bridge. After the RV stopped on the other side of the moat, everyone in the car got off the RV and followed the rider leader to meet the chief of the tribe. When all the people entered the tent with the least patches and the largest one, a man who should be the chief was sitting on the top seat and smiling at everyone who came in. Hello, respected and powerful warriors. I am the chief of this Weifeng tribe. I am really sorry that I can't go to greet you because of my physical condition. I hope that this situation will not cause the powerful warriors to misunderstand our tribe. As a chief, this man looks very old, and Wu Ai and others can fully understand his statement. Just from the other party's body shape, it can be judged that he should be very active, and his skinny body should not have enough strength to make some unnecessary movements. Wu Ai whispered a few words to the venomous snake beside him, and then the venomous snake left the tent and returned to the RV. Dear Chief, we did come here this time with some problems and hope to get your advice. Before, we had some friction with your tribe without our knowledge. Although we have made remedies, in order to express our sincerity, I can help the chief delay some of the troubles of physical illness. I wonder if the chief will need it. The leader of the riders, who had been standing aside, obviously wanted to say something, but was stopped by the chief's eyes. I really feel ashamed of the help of the powerful warriors, but for the survival and continuation of our Weifeng tribe, I can only shamelessly ask for the help of the strong. Chapter 409 Relationship Between Powers. Wu Ai admired the chief's straightforwardness. It seemed that he was also a wise man. If he was a wise man, everything would be easy. Soon, Viper brought the medical kit, and then injected a dose of treatment potion and a nutrient injection directly into the chief. After a few minutes, the chief's face suddenly became painful, and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. The leader of the riders on the side was really a little impatient this time. Just when she wanted to take any action, the chief above directly uttered a syllable of no to stop her again. Although the rider leader looked very unwilling, she did not take any action because of her obedience to the chief's orders. After about 5 minutes, the chief opened his eyes again and said, "Thanks to the help of the powerful warriors, I have really changed dramatically. The reason why I did that just now was because I wanted to move my legs that I had not moved for many years. And I could clearly feel them. Since I have accepted the generous gifts from the powerful warriors, please make your requests to me." Finally, it was time to reap the rewards. Wu Ai had been waiting for this moment. So when the chief said this, Wu Ai would certainly not be polite. "Well, in that case, I will ask some questions. Chief, I want to know what this world is like, and what the current situation of human survival is." Wu Ai's first question was relatively macro, so that after getting some general information, he could also focus on a single aspect. The current world is roughly divided into 3 major forces. One is the intelligent beast force. One is the tribal human force like us. And the last one is the new human force. In general, this world is still controlled by humans. But the degree of control is just like this. And the core power is on the side of the new human force. After listening to this, Wu Ai realized that the war among these 3 forces should be inevitable. Otherwise, there would not be the battle described by the rider leader. So what is the relationship between these 3 forces? Wu Ai asked another question. I don't know how many years ago, a nuclear war broke out in the world. That war was called the World Destruction War by the humans who survived by chance. After the war, most humans died. And some people who survived by chance, as well as some humans who hid before the war, finally transformed humans at the genetic level. All those who survived became new humans. And those who failed were the predecessors of the tribe members. In order to maintain the normal state of the body, the new humans must regularly eat the fungi in the angel demon forest. So those humans, who had not become new humans before, and some large animals were genetically modified again. The genes of those humans were modified in terms of the number of births and success rates, while those large animals were modified in terms of the intelligence of the brain. All of this stems from the condition that the angel demon forest must devour a large number of intelligent lives in order to bloom and bear fruit. Only after blooming and bearing fruit can the fungi food needed by the new humans be collected in the forest. Therefore, our tribal forces and the intelligent beast forces are basically the raw materials of the new human food source. And their status can be imagined. Chapter 410, Enemies All Over the World. In this way, Wu Ai also understood why the motorcyclists of the Weifeng tribe led them to those green plants. It seems that the location of the flower cannon should be the place called the Angel Demon Forest. And the real purpose of these wars is to let those plants get food so as to collect fungus food for the new humans. What are the functions of your weapons? Why are your weapons like this? Wu Ai seemed to ask another unrelated question. Our weapons are all unified weapons exchanged from the new humans. Because if the intelligent creatures die in the war, those plants will not devour them. Therefore, the new humans develop such weapons through the spores of those plants and some technologies. The function of this weapon is to temporarily paralyze people, so that the lives that were shot can be sacrificed to those plants. Only when those plants are full will they bloom and bear fruit. And only after they bloom and bear fruit and explode their spores can we send people in to collect that kind of fungus food. Finally, we use these collected fungus foods to exchange with the new humans for the necessary materials for survival. This is the meaning of the existence of our other 2 forces. Now everyone in Wu Ai's team understands the operating mode of this world. It seems that those new humans are the biggest threat. Wu Ai was very satisfied with the chief's sincere answer. But he also realized that his team members were in danger. Thank you for the information, Chief. And we have completed the deal. In the future, as long as the Weifeng tribe does not attack us, we will not disturb your life. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he led everyone to leave. When everyone turned around, the chief said to everyone again, "Thank you for the understanding of our Weifeng tribe, the powerful warriors. Within my ability, I will do my best to prevent my tribe members from participating in actions that are unfavorable to you. After hearing these words, Wu Ai and others also arrived at the door of the tent. Wu Ai did not look back, but just raised his hand and waved it as a response to the chief's words. After everyone returned to the RV, Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi to start the RV and leave the Weifeng tribe. There was no need to leave at the original gate. Just find a relatively low place to jump out directly. After the RV jumped out of the building of the Weifeng tribe, Wu Ai began to explain the next plan to the team members in the RV. Our existence will definitely attract the attention of the new human forces, and they will definitely let the other two forces arrest us. So some people in the Weifeng tribe should have reported our situation to the new humans. So the three major forces in this world will attack us next. If this is the premise, these 30 days will be really difficult. Everyone did not take the pursuit of forces other than the new humans seriously, because their forces did not have cutting-edge technology as a backing. So the threat to the team was limited. The new human forces that have not received information are what they are most worried about, because the other party should still maintain a complete technological heritage. If this is the case, then the real enemy should be the forces to which the new humans belong, not other slave-like forces. If conditions permit, we should find a guide to go directly to the territory of the new humans to see how strong they are, Wu Ai said slowly. Chapter 411 Spacecraft Carrier. Since they knew that all the people were enemies, they didn't need to worry about anything. The place they were directed to before should be the collection site of the Weifeng tribe. Since they had met once before, they would not go there for the time being. Now they just needed to find a collection site of another force, and then follow the clues to find the territory of the new humans. Everyone wanted to find out the foundation of the new humans first to see if they could beat them. If not, then they only needed to hide for 30 days. In order to avoid unnecessary battles, the RV turned on the holographic camouflage system when it was moving, so that they didn't have to worry about the other two forces discovering them. When they drove to the evening, they did not find any gathering sites of any forces, which was unexpected. Since there was no harvest today, let's rest early. Anyway, one day at a time in this world is a day, and they are the ones who make money. After everyone had dinner, Fei Bao and Du Sha left the table. Now the two of them are basically stuck together, so everyone laughed kindly when they saw them leaving together. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, the radar of the RV found a flying vehicle flying quickly towards them. Through the understanding of this world, this aircraft can only be sent by the new human side, because the only force that still has high technology is the new human side. So after being woken up, everyone wanted to see what the other party's technological level was. The volume of the light spot displayed on the radar was still very large, and this could be used to calculate that the size of the aircraft would not be too small. Sure enough, not long after, an aircraft that looked like an aircraft carrier stopped in the airspace in front of the RV, and various indicator lights flashed on the warship. Everyone had seen the shocking picture of the aircraft through the holographic image in the RV. What kind of aircraft is this? It's simply a real aircraft carrier. It's a real war machine sailing in the air. Everyone hurry up and enter the space. I will start the Gundam to fight. The RV should not be able to deal with this thing, Wu Ai said to everyone. It is more appropriate to let real robots deal with such a big guy. As everyone entered the space, Wu Ai also started the Gundam mode. The new human should have been accustomed to the strong attitude, because there is no force in this world that can compete with them. But today, the upper class actually sent a space carrier, a big killer, and the commander of the space carrier felt that it was a bit of an exaggeration. But when he saw a very handsome giant robot appear in the sky, he felt that his voyage today was not an exaggeration. The space carrier saw the enemy appear and directly launched 4 missiles, and some fighters on it also took off quickly to prepare for battle. The appearance of 4 missiles made Wu Ai start to pay attention to the opponent, which proved that the opponent's weapons technology was also very advanced. And there was this thing flying in the sky, which made him have to be very alert for this battle. Wu Ai showed a huge heavy machine gun, which was also the first time this weapon was used, and he also wanted to try whether this thing was good or not. Chapter 412 Kill it directly. After taking the heavy machine gun that appeared, Wu Ai dodged the missile attack and quickly blew up 3 of the missiles. Through the analysis of the destroyed missiles, these missiles were carrying ordinary warheads, not destructive weapons like the nuclear peacemaker. As for the remaining missile, Wu Ai planned to resist it once. He wanted to see how strong the attack of this missile could be. He controlled the Gundam to use his arm to block the remaining missile, and then looked at the part hit by the missile. which seemed to have no damage. When the commander of the space carrier saw this scene, his expression instantly became serious. Contact the headquarters quickly. Send back the previous video data. And request the headquarters to send heavy warships for support. With the commander's order, this message was immediately sent back to the headquarters of the new humans. When the big guys who saw the video finally realized something, their faces began to become serious. About 10 minutes after the space carrier sent the message, the headquarters had already given a clear reply. It is imperative to delay this robot. The headquarters has already dispatched 5 heavy warships. However, it takes a certain amount of time for a heavy warship to leave the port in full combat state. So the space carrier must be used to support the preparation time of the heavy warship. The commander of the space carrier was immediately depressed after receiving the news. The fastest time for a heavy space carrier to leave the port is about 30 minutes. His space carrier is just conventional firepower. How can it delay for 30 minutes? If the above requirements are not met, it will not be easy for me to go back. If I had known this, I would not have contacted the headquarters and fled back directly. It is meaningless to regret now. And he can only use the delaying tactics according to the current weapon ratio. After the 4 missiles were all dealt with, 12 fighters greeted the Gundam. These fighters clearly still had the shadow of those fighters in the peacetime. But their performance was much better. But the Gundam robot was not a pushover. Under Wu Ai's piloting, he shot 2 fighters with a heavy machine gun. The fighters then obviously made a return move. But when they flew over the warship, they just circled and flew back to Wu Ai. The actions of those fighters made Wu Ai frown. He felt that the other party's behavior was a little abnormal. In the next few minutes, another 5 fighters were hit and crashed. But the remaining planes, although very careful, did not make any escape moves. After 10 minutes, all the fighters were destroyed. At this time, the enemy's warships began to attack the Gundam robot driven by Wu Ai with missiles one by one. If he could not see that the other party was obviously delaying time with such behavior, he would be really an idiot. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to wait for the enemy's reinforcements to arrive. He pulled out the energy dagger on his leg, quickly approached the enemy's warship, and stabbed it several times. Such a warship has a very weak ability to avoid close combat units, so it has no ability to resist the flexible Gundam close attack. As the smoke and explosions of the space carrier sounded, the big guy began to slowly fall to the ground. Chapter 413 Terrifying Attack. Wu Ai did not really destroy the air battleship, because when he knew that the other party was delaying, he had already decided to leave the battlefield quickly. From this battle, it can be seen that the technology of the new humans may be superior to theirs. If this is really the case, you can't go to other people's territory. So after he made the other party lose the ability to fly, he immediately prepared to leave here. As for why the new humans found them so easily, this should be the reason why they turned on the active radar. Since we know that the opponent is also very powerful, we can't do such a suicidal thing as turning on the radar. Now the RB is still in the transformation state of Gundam, and he still has the advantage of speed in this form. So Wu Ai is still a little curious about the reinforcements behind. After obtaining everyone's consent, he drove the Gundam, which saved little time, to the direction where the previous battleship flew to try his luck. However, they flew for about 10 minutes before they found more than 100 flying combat units on the passive small radar of Gundam. Wu Ai didn't dare to take on so many fighters, because there was not much time left for transformation. These fighters were obviously the vanguard, and they couldn't wait for the battleship behind them, and went to support the guy he killed. Wu Ai activated the holographic camouflage system of the Gundam, and then jumped a distance to the right at this coordinate point. Then he landed directly on the ground and turned off some equipment with strong heat radiation. After a series of operations, 5 bright spots appeared on his radar that were larger than the warships flying in the air just now. Wu Ai's decision this time was a bit too arrogant. Judging from the number and flying speed of the fighters just now, these fighters were much stronger than those that were killed before. The situation on the radar now also reflects that the enemy seems to be a little too powerful this time. Wu Ai is no longer sure whether his means can escape the enemy's detection. But now he dare not gamble, because he has less than 10 minutes left to transform. After saying hello to the team members, he directly activated the Gundam and ran away quickly. And his escape this time was also very wise, because he had just run for less than a minute when the place where he was hiding before exploded. Those warships flying in the sky can detect the Gundam robot. Fortunately, he was timid and ran away in advance. Otherwise he would definitely be hit by this guy. The bright light of the explosion and the mushroom-shaped cloud have proved the identity of this missile. It seems that the new humans may know something. Otherwise, they would not have come directly to this guy. Wu Ai made a right bet on one thing. The speed of those heavy warships is not very fast. So he still has the advantage of speed. But the opponent's firepower is really amazing. Although they can't catch up with Wu Ai's Gundam robot, it doesn't mean that they have no ability to attack him. With the arrival of a purple light that seems to carry electric sparks, one leg of Wu Ai's Gundam robot was directly penetrated. This is the first time Wu Ai has encountered such a terrifying attack power. And such attacks are still coming one after another. After being hit once, he had to use the visual obstruction on the terrain to achieve the purpose of avoiding the light attack. Chapter 414 Hiding in the Deep Sea. Although Wu Ai's desperate escape in the Gundam was a bit embarrassing, it was nothing compared to his life. The Gundam was about to escape, but all the fighters that had not discovered it before caught up with it. The speed of these fighters was not comparable to the turtle-like speed of those heavy warships. It was only a few times after he was attacked by the warships behind him that those fighters had already caught up with the Gundam driven by Wu Ai. Facing the swarm of fighters, like a swarm of bees, the Gundam could no longer escape at high speed. But once its speed slowed down, the big guys behind it could happily swing their sticks and beat the Gundam's ass. The most terrible thing was that although Wu Ai had anticipated this pattern, he still couldn't change anything in his current situation. The fighter group had surrounded the Gundam in a sphere, and then the dense light weapons began to attack like a rain of pear blossoms. After all, the power of the fighter's light attack was not as strong as that of the heavy battleship. But because there were too many of them, after the first few rounds of no damage, the Gundam's shell began to change. If this continues, being killed by the other party will become an indisputable fact. And the only solution now is to take a gamble. There is a vast sea on Wu Ai's escape route. He feels that he has no chance of winning. But if he enters the sea, he may still have a glimmer of hope. Wu Ai thought of this, and couldn't wait any longer. The big guys behind him were about to catch up. After driving the Gundam to resist several rounds of attacks from these fighters, he finally rushed out of the encirclement of the fighter group. Because the fighter group is now in the upper hand, they are unwilling to bear the meaningless sacrifice. So when Wu Ai's Gundam used the light energy dagger to slash randomly, the fighter group immediately made an exit. No matter what the situation is now, the Gundam has already escaped. And since it has escaped, it should leave here immediately. So Wu Ai drove the Gundam directly to the sky above the sea. He couldn't give the fighter group a chance to surround him again. But imagination is often very beautiful. But the facts always slap in the face again and again. The next moment, the Gundam was surrounded by the fighter group again. Because his speed was not as fast as others. It seems that if the speed is not as fast as the opponent, it can only withstand these attacks. In the end, the Gundam took these bee-like fighters to the depths of the sky farther away. Finally, when the Gundam's transformation time was about to come, Wu Ai once again transformed the Gundam into a motorhome. And then the motorhome fell directly into the sea in a free-fall state. Finally, we have temporarily avoided the enemy's attack. Next, we should consider how to avoid it until the trial time is over. As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, water began to enter the side of the motorhome. The place where the Gundam was hit will not be repaired with the transformation. So it is normal for the motorhome to leak water now. For such a not too troublesome repair, the time given by the system is still very humane. Now is a good time to use the whale's biological metal. The motorhome can be repaired in just 30 minutes. But during this time, everyone in the motorhome will become extremely embarrassed. Chapter 415 Chaos. It was obvious that the members of Wu Ai's team could not hide in the RV and wait for the repair to be completed. Whether it was the repair conditions of the RV or the enemies outside, they would not allow everyone to spend these 30 minutes in peace. There was no other way. And the enhanced protective suit was put to good use again. Everyone swam out of the RV and let it sink to the bottom of the sea while repairing it. Wu Ai led the members of the team to find a place to hide in the sea. But this time was obviously different from the previous time. The enemy's technology this time was obviously much higher than Tang San's. Those fighters also carried weapons to attack underwater targets. So when he fell into the ocean with the RV, a large number of missile-like things followed him into the sea. After those missile-like things launched by the fighters entered the sea, they immediately unfolded their missile-like bodies. Inside were small metal objects that were neatly arranged like bullets. And after these things were released into the water, they seemed to be alive. And they quickly moved around in the water, as if they were looking for something. seeing those thousands of things moving back and forth in the water. Everyone felt confused about the motives of these things to attack. Although no one knew how these things would attack. Everyone tacitly stopped swimming after seeing them released into the sea. Through barrier-free communication, everyone agreed that it would be better to slowly sink to the depths of the sea to avoid these things. After all, it is easier for people to make terrifying associations with unknown things. Obviously, the RV falling into the sea made a lot of noise. And so many missile-like things entering the water are also spectacular. It seems a bit unreasonable if the indigenous people in this sea don't come to join in the fun. Some marine creatures that swam faster and were the size of sharks arrived at the battlefield first. And their arrival obviously had an impact on those small things like bullets. Those small things immediately gathered some individuals that were closer to those marine creatures to form a team. And then these things began to attack the targets they locked on frantically. The attack method of those small bullets was very special. Once they were touched and drilled into by those things, the place where they were drilled would immediately form a 1 centimeter square shape. Just like a square module fell out of the body of those creatures. These bullet-like things began to attack the target, entering the opponent's body, modularizing a part of the opponent, and then moving it out of its original position. What Wu Ai and others saw was a spectacular scene like a rain of cubes in the ocean. Such a scene is really rare. Although the killed marine creatures were turned into some modules, their number far exceeded the number of missiles. Some unintelligent marine creatures swam back and forth between these bullet-like weapons, attracting all the bullets behind them. Soon the chaos began. Although the marine creatures helped Wu Ai and others in disguise, some advanced beings still pointed their spearheads at Wu Ai and others, who looked more like food. Chapter 416, Ice Hockey Defense. While Wu Ai and the others were still sinking into the depths of the sea without making any movement, something like a transparent plastic bag suddenly appeared around them. And then, the plastic bag quickly wrapped all of them. At first, Goosey, who was born a foodie, thought that this thing might be a mutant jellyfish. But when this thing closed all the space, no one found any other organs besides this film. Moreover, when this space and Wu Ai and the others were all wrapped up, the pressure resistance display on the protective suit began to soar. Not good. The pressure inside this marine creature will change according to its will. Everyone, find a way to leave here quickly. Even if Wu Ai didn't say this, everyone got the answer from the crazy alarm sound of the protective suit. And the professionally trained Viper was the one who reacted the fastest. He activated the emergency exhaust function on the oxygen tank behind the protective suit. And then he directly hit the transparent film with the dagger in his hand like a comet. Originally, it was thought that it would be a difficult barrier to break. But it was unexpected that the dagger in Viper's hand just stabbed it lightly. And then the entire space constructed by this creature collapsed directly. I thought this was a big crisis. But I didn't expect it to be easily dealt with by the venomous snake. Hello, everyone. We didn't celebrate successfully coming out of the mouth of this unknown creature. The scene outside made everyone unhappy. The fighters did not stop because they successfully released so many bullets and weapons. When Wu Ai and others successfully escaped, the formation formed by those bullets had obviously made all marine creatures dare not approach. At this time, the missiles were still being fired into the sea, and the bullet-like weapons in the seawater had formed a macroscopic wall. Faced with such a huge number, Wu Ai and others were doomed to not escape. Now they could only count on the RV still blowing bubbles below. And the protective suits should be able to block the attack of the bullet modular weapon. Although everyone thought so, they did not hold much hope for it. A large number of bullets were flying back and forth in the seawater. And some creatures that did not have time to escape all became victims of this weapon. And there were also dense bullets approaching Wu Ai in front of him. At this critical moment, a sphere composed of hexagonal ice crystals suddenly formed outside everyone's body. The surface of the sphere is made up of fist-sized hexagonal ice crystals. These ice crystals are tightly together, and they are still rotating slowly, like gears biting together. When those bullet-like weapons hit the ice ball, no part of the ice ball was modularized by the opponent. On the contrary, the bullets stuck to the surface of the ice crystals and slid down quickly. As they slid down, these bullets were no longer in a 3D state, but in a 2D state like paper. Such a magical scene also shocked everyone in the ice ball. Everyone didn't know what the ice ball was like. Lizima was the first to react. She happily shouted in everyone's mind, "I still have to rely on my sister at critical moments. Only she is the strongest fighting force of the team." Chapter 417, Is it considered captured? After hearing Lizima shout, Everyone looked at her sister. At this time, she was holding the Chioshui knife in her hand. And Chioshui was emitting a chilling coldness. Because they were in the seawater. The Chioshui knife and the surrounding water had been frozen into ice. And the center of the ice ball that everyone was amazed at just now was frozen together with Chioshui. Chioshui was like hanging in the center of the ice ball. And Li Muzi's hand could actually hold the handle of the knife without any injury. Even without Li Zimu's explanation. Everyone knew the maker of the ice ball. Unexpectedly, this female hero, who had not performed well recently, once again amazed everyone. Wu Ai couldn't remember how many times the heroine had saved him. So at this moment, he could only sincerely worship her like a savior. Everyone was shocked by Wu's actions. And even in this situation, he didn't forget to be funny. After the bullet-like weapons outside found the existence of a hand that made them unable to hit. All the bullets actually gave up other targets and hit the ice ball directly. As the speed of the bullets hitting became faster and more. Everyone also found that Li Muzi was no longer as calm as at the beginning. The huge advantage in quantity still made up for the lack of quality. The ice crystals outside the ice ball had begun to rotate less smoothly than at the beginning. Now the time has exceeded the 30 minutes for the RV to be repaired. But the sea outside the ice ball is full of bullets. If anyone goes out, they will be turned into collapsed blocks in the next second. Just when everyone thought that the ice ball would finally break and everyone would become a pile of cubes, those bullets actually stopped attacking the ice ball. It is unknown why the opponent stopped attacking. But stopping the attack means that they still have a chance to survive. A small aircraft came to the outside of the ice ball. It was adjusting the transmission method of sound waves. It seemed that it wanted to communicate. Hello, guests from afar. Just now, we had some unpleasantness due to some misunderstandings. Fortunately, neither side suffered substantial harm. So we sincerely invite guests from afar to come to our gathering place to rest. By then, both sides will have a lot of room for communication in terms of technology and information. I think the guests will not miss such a win-win opportunity. The invitation from the new humans obviously has other purposes. But no matter what the other party's invitation is for, they are lucky that they will not die now. Wu Ai agreed to the invitation after a brief discussion with everyone. And the other party also tactfully removed all the weapons threats still in the sea. Gu Xiaoxi took the opportunity to go down to the depths of the sea and brought up the repaired RV. Everyone entered the RV again and surfaced. After the RV surfaced, it was found that the sky above was surrounded by 5 heavy space carriers. If Wu Ai wanted to drive away at this time, it is estimated that the RV would be vaporized in less than a second. The current situation can no longer allow him to think more. After the tractor beam of a heavy warship was shot down, the RV was directly sucked into the space carrier. I don't know what kind of fate is waiting for everyone. Chapter 418 Gundam Armor. As the tractor beam disappeared, the RV stopped in the center of a disc. There were many armed combatants around, and they all held some strange-looking weapons in their hands. Faced with so many people pointing weapons at the RV, Wu Ai didn't think he would be treated as a guest if he went down. So he didn't let anyone get off rashly. And the other party always kept a fighting posture and was ready at all times. It seems that the other party either misunderstood their boss's order, or their real purpose is to capture us. Will we let them succeed so easily? Wu Ai's question made everyone excited. They all wanted to have a good fight to relieve the embarrassing escape just now. Among them, Fei Bao and Du Sha were the most excited, because Fei Bao's current state had been adjusted almost, and now she needed a hearty fight to regain her previous state. After that, everyone simply divided into groups. Wu Ai and Li Zimu in one group, Fei Bao and Du Sha in one group, and the last female hero and Gu Xiaoxi in one group. Such grouping still took into account the ideas of most people. After all, some people cannot be grouped together, and some people are better grouped together. Wu Ai also took this opportunity to try out whether the reduced Gundam is a very powerful equipment. If it is not as majestic and handsome as the full version, then it is better not to show it to others in the future. Everyone made a battle plan and also replenished all the combat equipment from Li Zimu. In this way, the RV driven by Wu Ai opened the curtain of the battle with a jump that seemed to disappear. The new humans were also waiting anxiously. But if the people in the RV did not come out, they might mess up if they opened fire rashly. So the 30 new humans responsible for the battle did not dare to do anything out of line. It was because of their caution that Wu Ai and everyone else were able to fully prepare all the equipment for the battle in the RV. The RV suddenly jumped out of the encirclement of the new human fighters, because they were all very nervous just now. So when the RV flew out, Two people even mistakenly thought that the battle had begun and accidentally injured their teammates. After escaping the encirclement, the RV immediately began to speed up and leave. The internal passage of this heavy space carrier is still very spacious, and the size is completely enough for the RV to drive freely. After passing several intersections, the first group of people, Viper and Flying Leopard, got off the RV. Their mission was to destroy the interior of the space carrier and collect as much intelligence as possible. After the first group of people left the RV safely, Wu Ai drove the RV again. During this period, Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zima went up to the second floor of the RV respectively. They used the weapons on the second floor to break the hatches of several compartments of the battleship. And then the RV successfully entered the interior of the battleship. Not long after, the female hero also took Gu Xiaoxi out of the RV smoothly. And the last group of people was left with only Wu Ai and Li Zimu. After the two of them went around for a distance, Li Zima finally got off the RV in a place where no one was. And Wu Ai will also conduct his first experiment with his mini Gundam, or Gundam armor. Here, as he pressed the conversion start button, after a dazzling light, a mini Gundam robot about 2.3 meters long stood in front of Li Zimu. Chapter 419 Mysterious Coordinate Point. Wu Ai immediately checked the status of his current armor. The mini Gundam robot has all the functions of the full robot, but there is a big difference in power. Although this is the case, in terms of the combat conditions of a single soldier, this armor is simply like an arsenal, because of the overall reduction. The functions that would be restricted in the use of the full version of Gundam are no longer restricted in the mini version. The mini version of Gundam will not have the most fatal problem of an hour of transformation time. And Wu Ai's driving method in the mini version of Gundam is his own personal behavior and operation. Simply put, it is similar to the state of Iron Man. Although such powerful equipment can temporarily bring glory, it is still a bit difficult for Wu Ai, who has not received relevant training. Fortunately, he has the driving essentials of the full version of Gundam, so he can operate this mini version almost freely after getting familiar with it for a while. Now he and Li Zima can be said to have formed a certain combat effectiveness. So the next thing is to start destroying and stealing intelligence here. The outfits of the two of them are like a beacon in this warship full of uniforms. And most of the people they meet are new humans, who do not have combat capabilities. Although most of these people do not have combat capabilities, there are also some new humans with personal weapons. When the two were discovered, there was a simple exchange of fire. But what is unexpected is that these personal weapons are actually similar to the weapons exchanged for the two forces outside, which are just pistols that can only shoot mucus. It seems that there are no lethal weapons inside such a warship, which makes Wu Ai and Li Zima feel like fish in water. Li Zima not only snatched some weapons, like small water guns, but also destroyed some equipment on the warship, although they didn't know what the function of the equipment they destroyed was. As long as they continued to destroy it, they would definitely bring the warship to its knees. Wu Ai and others' actions were of course reported immediately. The captains of the other 4 heavy space carriers all felt very lucky. Only the captain who let Wu Ai and others enter the warship shook his head and sighed. After learning what Wu Ai and others did on the warship, the headquarters of the New Humans decided not to let this heavy warship return to the headquarters of the New Humans as originally planned. Instead, the heavy warship was allowed to go to a new coordinate point alone. As for what the coordinate point was like, the headquarters did not tell the commander of the warship. The headquarters only told them to flee the heavy warship within 10 kilometers of the coordinate point. As for why there was such a strange order, the headquarters did not explain a word. Although such an order was very confusing, the commander, as a combatant, must also execute it. Then the commander of the warship used the personal terminal communicator of all personnel to process the headquarters order and issued it. The navigation room immediately entered the coordinate point said by the headquarters, and also locked the destination to prevent others from modifying the destination. Wu Ai and others did not know that they had been sent to a special coordinate point, a place that the New Human headquarters did not dare to announce to the public. Chapter 420 Asymmetric Combat. Although the headquarters of the New Humans had explained the mission requirements to the commander of the warship, in order to leave enough personnel to confuse the members of Wu Ai's team, the version of the mission he told was not the same as the order of the headquarters of the New Humans. As a result, at least half of the personnel would not be able to leave the warship in time. And the fate of the warship was not the captain's concern, because the warship was too huge. It was difficult for the 6 people of Wu Ai's team to complete their previous plan. But there is no good way at present. There are still many enemies on this battleship. Moreover, The weapons used by the combatants are very strange. This weapon only makes a sound. And the members of Wu Ai's team, who do not carry special equipment, cannot prevent this sound from being transmitted into the combat helmet. The first reaction after hearing this sound is fear. And this fear will interrupt anything you are doing. Wu Ai and everyone have experienced being attacked by this weapon. So they can only play hide and seek with these combatants inside the battleship. Wu Ai and Li Zimu, who were escaping, accidentally came to the core computer data storage room of the battleship. It can be said that all the information on this battleship is stored here. If they can rob it, they should get a lot of useful information. At this time, the horror of Li Zimu's hacker was revealed. Although she didn't understand these high-tech things and couldn't find any access ports. But Li Zimu, who had transformable weapons, never lacked equipment. She turned the fruit knife into various equipment she needed and opened a hole in the smooth metal wall like a mirror. And she used the transformation ability of the weapon to successfully connect to the program firewall here. If she wanted to enter it to view all the data, this thing was absolutely inevitable. Wu Ai had helped Li Zimu block 3 waves of enemies at the corner of the storage room. He always thought of the scary things. So you can imagine how he felt when he experienced the horror. And their blatant behavior will be stopped by the next fighters. So the success or failure now depends on whether Li Zimu succeeds. In the end, Li Zimu did not successfully open the door of the storage room when a large number of fighters arrived. Which means that Wu Ai may be in big trouble next. Fortunately, Viper and Flying Leopard followed the large number of fighters and came. If there was no barrier-free communication, Viper and the others would not be able to keep up with the fighters so easily. When the 2 groups of people started firing at the fighters, it really became very lively here. First, Wu Ai fired a howitzer to command the drone in the air. Such equipment of the Viper and Flying Leopard had been damaged in the previous battle. Fortunately, Wu Ai did not fight much, so he had to keep this weapon. After the grenade he fired unfolded in the air. The drone part with 2 blades inside also flipped out and started working quickly, dragging the small equipment integrated under the 2 people, with the help of such a battlefield command artifact. Although Wu Ai's 2 teams fought very awkwardly in this battle, it was not to say that there was no chance of winning. The combatants on the new human side were not equipped with physical attack weapons. Chapter 421, Belated Insight. As the combatants were hit accurately one after another, the combatants of the new human side finally found a flying machine high above their heads. Although they also knew that this thing must provide information to the other side, they had no way to stop it. For this weapon that worked every time in the warship, it didn't catch these people in the first time, which made all the combatants very depressed. As the saying goes, success and failure are all due to Xiaohe. It was the weapon experimenters of the new human who conducted experiments on their personnel for a long time. If the sound of this weapon was transmitted to their minds, they would not be able to resist it all. No new human can withstand such a weapon for 2 seconds, which is why no other weapons are used in all warships. As for the other 2 forces, they have no chance to enter the interior of the heavy space carrier. So today they met Wu Ai and others who can resist such a terrifying weapon, and they had no way to deal with it. The reason why the new humans are very afraid of this sound is that their race eats fungi from the angel demon forest. That kind of fungi has unknowingly affected most of the new humans, so they can't leave those things. Finally, Li Zimu lived up to everyone's expectations and opened the door of the storage room, and the 4 people quickly entered it. The fighters who came later had no permission to enter, so they could only call for someone who had permission to enter here to come quickly. Wu Ai certainly knew that it was impossible to trap someone in his territory, so they could only get as much data as possible in a limited time. This important task could only be entrusted to Li Zimu, who had professional skills, and the rest of the people could only wander around here. The fighters outside could not enter here for a while, so it was still very safe inside for the time being, since many non-combatants had been instructed by the commander to leave in advance. It was a little troublesome to find someone with access to the storage room. Originally, Wu Ai and others just wanted to get as much information as possible before the enemy came in, but the waiting time was far beyond their expectations. Wu Ai was the person who was most likely to doubt other people's motives. So after waiting for a long time without seeing the enemy come in, he began to deduce various conspiracy theories in his mind. Although these were all deduced by him through some small phenomena, the facts he predicted were not few. Finally, the door of the storage room was opened, and the enemies began to rush in frantically. Li Zimu used a knife to conjure up many flying arrows at the door of the storage room. Since the people in the warship did not need combat-level protection, Such small mechanisms also caused them a lot of casualties. Then, they withdrew from the door. And a captain-like person began to call for nearby personnel to come for support. As a result, their team was the last organized team in the warship. The captain knew that it was impossible for all the combatants in the warship to be eliminated. But he still didn't understand what happened. Fortunately, there was still someone to ask. The non-combatant, who helped them open the door of the storage room before. Chapter 422 Warship Warehouse. The person who didn't leave in time was caught up. And the captain interrogated him about the disappearance of the people on the warship. The computer program maintainer was not a loyal hero. So he was just slightly threatened and immediately told everything he knew. When the captain learned about the order from the new human headquarters, he didn't understand why there was such an order. But it was no longer important to say these things at this time, because they already knew that the remaining people on the warship had been abandoned. The captain led everyone to contact the remaining fighters on the warship. They needed to unite, and then escape to the headquarters of the new humans to ask why they were abandoned. The people in the storage room waited for a long time, but no one came to attack. So everyone tentatively walked out of the storage room to check the situation. It was not until then that everyone realized that the place had been deserted for a long time. For some reason, the previous fighters had all run away. The members of Wu AI's team gathered together again through barrier-free communication. And then everyone began to exchange their own intelligence. First of all, the information brought by the group of female heroes and Gu Xiaoxi was the mystery of the disappearance of the people on this warship. After listening to Gu Xiaoxi's story, everyone knew why most of the people on the warship had run away. The group of people of Viper did not do anything earth-shattering before, but they found that there was a large material warehouse on this warship. Since it can be called a warehouse, there must be a lot of things inside. The RV was summoned again, so that everyone can drive the RV inside the warship again. Some new human fighters in the distance discovered the existence of the RV, but they did not come to attack the RV. Their expressions were very complicated, and they just stared at the RV driving by them. The RV quickly arrived at the door of the warehouse mentioned earlier. As for the door lock problem, these should be a problem that Li Zimu has no problem with. It took her a long time to fix the door of the warehouse. She said breathlessly, "If there is nothing good inside, I will definitely dismantle this battleship with my own hands." In this way, she led everyone into the warehouse of this battleship. Don't say. The supplies in this warehouse are still very rich. Wu Ai even felt a little jealous. The main material in the warehouse was a mushroom-like thing sealed in ice. Wu Ai immediately thought of what the chief had mentioned before. This should be the kind of fungus that the new humans regard as an important food source. That is, the kind of fungus that the other two forces collected in the Angel Demon Forest. This kind of thing seems to be very important. Otherwise it would not be placed in the warehouse. And there are still a lot of them. In order to ensure the food requirements of the new humans on the entire battleship, 80% of the warehouse is this kind of thing. There are two things left that Wu Ai likes very much. That is, the building block ball and the hardcore. I don't know how these things exist in this world, because Wu Ai and others have not found any traces of the existence of the white monster so far. Chapter 423 An Island. After these things were counted, the numbers made Li Zimu's mouth curl up a lot. The remaining guns and clothes, as well as some things for the new humans, were no longer attractive to Wu Ai and his team. The only gains in the warehouse were the building blocks and hardcores, which was also an unexpected fortune. When Wu Ai and his team had finished looting the supplies in the warehouse, the huge warship shook violently. Wu Ai and his team felt like there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. After the shaking stopped completely, everyone began to look for an exit from the warship. It was not difficult to find the exit of the warship. They only needed to find the new humans who left the warship to find the way out. Moreover, they could drive the RV around to search, so they were not worried about finding the exit. Sure enough, Wu Ai found the passage to leave the warship not long after. When he drove the RV to the exit, he found some new humans standing at the exit. They did not leave the warship, but gathered at the door to watch something, because Wu Ai was afraid that the people at the door were ambushing them with a purpose. He directly controlled the RV to rush out when he saw the new humans at the door. He didn't leave any chance for the people outside to attack them. When the RV flew out of the door, he found that the huge warship was landing on the water, and the RV could only stop when it landed on the water. The people watching on the warship exclaimed when they saw the RV landed in the water without any damage, as if the RV shouldn't land in the water safely. With the strange behavior of those new humans, Wu Ai also paid attention to the situation of the waters where the warship landed. The warship stopped by directly plunging into the water, so the angle of the warship was not horizontal. And as Wu Ai further observed, he found that the warship was sinking at a very fast speed. Those new humans who had been standing at the door where they came out did not dare to leave their positions. It seems that something must have happened before Wu Ai and his friends came out. Otherwise those people would not have such expressions. Wu Ai let the RV dive into the water, and he found that the warship was not sinking into the water at all. But the water here was decomposing the heavy warship that fell into it. The shape of the warship could no longer be seen underwater, but there was only a vague outline, which proved that a huge thing had fallen into the water before. But why is there really no problem with their RV? Now Wu Ai discovered that this somewhat turbid gray-green water seems to be not an ordinary liquid. I don't know if this liquid will cause damage to their bodies, like sulfuric acid. Wu Ai can only do nothing to help those people on the warship. There is a black island not far away in this area of water. The area of the island should be quite large, but I don't know why it looks very strange, since there are no other clues. This island should be their real destination this time. If you don't go to the island to take a look, wouldn't it be a disappointment to the care and concern of the new human headquarters? Chapter 424 Exploration. After a brief discussion, everyone drove directly to the island. During this time, others also felt that this island had a strange feeling. When everyone was about to reach the island, Wu Ai found that the island was up and down. If this is true, it proves that the island is just floating on the water and is not a real island. But these are not important clues at present. The purpose of their trip is to understand what happened on this island and find a way to leave here. The RV easily landed on the island without any accident, which was very different from Wu Ai's prediction of the island. There is no beach on the island, just some black rocks that look very hard. The RV's movement mode is not suitable for traveling on such an island with sharp rocks everywhere. So everyone wears protective clothing and walks out. Wu Ai still wears his exclusive mini version of Gundam armor, and a group of 6 people began to explore the island on foot. At the beginning, the terrain was all such black rock structure, but after entering the hinterland of the island, the rocks gradually began to grow larger. Some rocks can even be said to be a mountain. But at the foot of such a large mountain, there are some plants that are not plants. It is not a plant because it only grows at the foot of a huge mountain and on the mountain itself, and has no other plant-like structures. This thing is like an eye. There is a hole on the mountain that can just accommodate the eye, and the eye just happens to grow inside it. There is some black liquid between the eye and the mountain as a lubricant. This thing will rotate with the objects moving around. It looks a bit scary. There are many of these things growing on the mountain. Once it looks at you, it's like thousands of eyes staring at you. Let's say it's a plant. Once it's broken, juice will flow out like ordinary plant fruits, and the color of the juice is bright red. When this eye-like thing is broken, there is also a terrifying sound that is breathtaking. This can't help but remind Wu Ai of the weapons used by the fighters on the warship, but the effect is weakened many times. Fortunately, if you don't intentionally destroy this kind of thing, it is relatively safe. Everyone should try not to provoke these things, so as not to be scared to death by the sudden terrifying sound. The island was quite large, and it was not possible for everyone to walk to the center of the island in one day. So they found a relatively flat place to put down the RV, and everyone went in to rest. Gu Xiaoxi started to prepare food for everyone as usual, and Fei Bao looked like a girl who only knew how to kill, but she actually had a great interest in cooking. In this way, after Gu Xiaoxi had cooked for everyone for a long time, she finally got a helper, which made her shed a few tears of joy. Li Zima just snorted coldly at Gu Xiaoxi's performance, and then she entered her own space again to study some good things. Chapter 425 The Black and White Monster. Whenever everyone is having fun together, Wu Ai is the happiest, because he never saw such a scene when he was alone. If there was, it was someone else's, and he had nothing to do with it. Li Muzi quietly walked to his side, and then silently observed him. This was not the first time she did this. For some reason, she always wanted to know what Wu Ai's life was like before. Because of the help of the cooking enthusiast, this meal took less time. When Li Zima was called out for dinner, she was so surprised by the table full of food that her jaw dropped. Gu Xiaoxi quickly introduced to everyone which dishes were made by Fei Bao, and which were made by her. I hope everyone can give some opinions after tasting. After the meal, everyone unanimously decided that Fei Bao's food was better than Gu Xiaoxi's. Only Dusha did not give any comments because he vaguely guessed why these people said so. After a simple breakfast the next day, everyone started to set off again. This time, because of the experience of walking yesterday, everyone's speed was still very fast. Wu Ai did not leave everyone to explore alone just because his mini version of Gundam could fly, because such behavior often ends in death, and he had no need to do so. When everyone finally arrived at the center of the suspected island, the scene here was simply chilling. Before, everyone thought that this island was just a little strange. But only when you get here can you really know what exists here. The highest peak of the island is actually not a peak, but like the flagellum of some creature. It's just that its swinging rate is not very high, and its size is really too large. If you are not watching from the closest place, it is easy to overlook this. The root of such a huge flagellum will squeeze out some black liquid as it slowly swings. And at this time, there are countless monsters, like the white monster seen outside the giant tower. They are drinking this liquid with relish. Wu Ai and his appearance were immediately discovered by these monsters, and they all turned back and looked at everyone with black eyes. There were still drops of black liquid at the corners of their mouths or on their bodies. Such a scene is really unbearable. The color of these white monsters' bodies also changes gradually as they are closer and closer to the root of the flagellum. The closer to the root of the flagellum, the more white monsters turn black. Some of the monsters closest to the flagellum have even turned into pure black. It seems that these white monsters are using the flagellum to do some evolution or strength enhancement activities. Their arrival obviously interrupted the good things of these monsters. After a brief eye contact, the monsters ran towards them frantically. I don't know if everyone can deal with such a large number. Unexpectedly, everyone was still thinking about how to fight these monsters in a while. And Li Musi swept the autumn water void. The first part of the monsters that ran over first was directly cut into two pieces. It seems that the skills of the unconscious female hero before have indeed been inherited by the woman who entered the door. Such skills seem to be able to crush Wu Ai's mini version of Gundam armor. Chapter 426, Attack in Forbidden Air. Li Musi suddenly showed his strength, which shocked everyone present. And the white or half-black and half-white monsters that were rushing towards everyone suddenly stopped. Such performance made Wu Ai pay attention to them. Could it be that the black liquid could give the monsters wisdom? Or could it restore their original sanity? After all the monsters stopped, only a few monsters whose bodies turned completely black were still moving forward. And when they walked to the middle of the monsters, they simultaneously let out a terrifying howl. After hearing the howl, the monsters were like chicken blood, and they began to tremble slightly in place, as if they were preparing for the final sprint. A few seconds later, the monsters covered in black again let out a short howl. This time the howl was just very loud, and there was no other feeling. After this howl, as long as the monsters within the sight of Wu Ai and others, they all rushed forward frantically again. This charge was different from the previous one, which was just running directly towards everyone. This charge obviously had the purpose of evasion. And Li Musi's knife only hit a few monsters that did not have time to dodge. When the knife came sweeping across, many monsters jumped up on the spot to dodge. Some monsters felt that it was too late to jump up, so they fell backwards on the spot, which also successfully avoided Li Musi's knife attack. Only a few unlucky monsters hit their heads on the sharp black rocks on the ground while falling backwards. And the consequences of this are obvious. These monsters are different from before. Under the premise of ensuring your own safety, try to kill those monsters with black bodies. They should be the root cause of these monsters' changes. Wu Ai kept firing with a heavy machine gun while taking the time to speak to everyone. Everyone understood Wu Ai's meaning, and they began to move towards the black monsters while ensuring that they would not be dispersed. Li Zimu took advantage of the flying ability of the armor. She transformed with her weapon and flew up. She wanted to kill the black monsters first with her superior ability. However, just as she flew up and rushed towards the black monsters, a black thing that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared above her head and smashed towards her. Wu Ai had been paying attention to Li Zimu, who wanted to fly, so he was the first to notice when something appeared above her head. He activated the flight system of the mini version of the Gundam armor at the fastest speed, and then held Li Zimu and jumped backwards. While doing this, he did not forget to remind others to pay attention to the sudden danger. Although the remaining people did not have the ability to fly and jump, the protective clothing they were wearing now had certain individual power armor functions. The function of increasing the wearer's movement and jumping in a short time had long been given, so Wu Ai was not worried about their safety. because Li Zima had already flown forward for a while. In fact, the other people had much more space to dodge than her. With a loud bang, Li Zima's previous position had been hit by a black mountain. Chapter 427, The Dark Monster. This made Li Zima, who was in a state of panic, calm down. If Wu Ai hadn't helped her just now, she would have been crushed under the mountain. Although it seemed that the attack of the mountain was not very fast. And in fact, the speed of the mountain falling was not very fast. However, the attack range of this mountain is very large. If you fail to leave in time, you will still not be able to escape the cost of being crushed into a meat pie. After the mountain fell for a few seconds, it slowly rose again, and then slowly disappeared in the dense clouds in the sky. After the mountain disappeared, everyone realized that the one that attacked them just now was not an ordinary mountain. That mountain should be the same as the black flagellum in front of them. But the one that attacked them was much longer than the one in front of them. There was an obvious shallow mark on the ground after the flagellum attacked, although it was a shallow mark for the flagellum. In the eyes of Wu Ai and others, the depth of this shallow mark was more than 1 meter. The monsters that rushed forward just now also suffered a devastating blow. At least in Wu Ai's eyes, the number of monsters has been reduced by half. The remaining monsters were not affected by what happened just now. After the whip disappeared, they rushed up again. There was no room for tricks in the current battle. The next step was a real hand-to-hand fight. Wu Ai's heavy machine gun ran out of bullets before he switched to an energy dagger. At Li Zima's reminder, he also adjusted the dagger to the length of a sword. The effect was obvious, and the lethality and killing range were also improved. After a difficult hand-to-hand fight, those ordinary monsters were finally wiped out. However, the members of Wu Ai's team were also injured to varying degrees. Among them, the situation of the venomous snake and the flying leopard is the most serious, because they have no special ability to protect themselves. In the apocalypse before entering the giant tower, these monsters are no match for any of them. But the battle just now has proved that the black liquid must have a qualitative improvement on those monsters. The 5 black monsters finally walk slowly towards the crowd. And the following battle is a real battle. Wu Ai will not stop attacking because of the opponent's situation. Because the property of his electromagnetic gun charging is not suitable for the battle just now. So he has not used it. But it is very suitable to use it in the current situation. He gathered the electromagnetic cannon and fired at one of the 5 black monsters after charging it. This shot hit one of the monsters in the head. Although his electromagnetic cannon has much less power because it is a mini version, this shot did not kill the monster directly. This shot just hit it and flew it away. Then in front of everyone, the other party shook his head and stood up again. Everyone looked at each other. The other party was not seriously injured under such an attack. So would their combat power be no longer on the same level as theirs? Wu Ai saw the worry in everyone's eyes. And he also began to fear this kind of monster. If my attack this time can't effectively cause damage to them, then let's hide for a while, Li Muzi said as he walked forward. Chapter 428, Winning by Luck. Li Muzi drew out the autumn water knife and wiped it with his hand. A bright red color appeared on the blue blade for a few seconds. And then, the red color was covered by the blue knife light. Li Muzi jumped lightly, then turned around in the air and slashed the air with great force. An identical autumn water knife quickly appeared in the autumn water knife. But this knife was made of energy. The giant autumn water knife made of energy seemed to split time and space. And black lightning appeared faintly around the blade. After the knife hit the black rock, the 2 black monsters disappeared in the light of the knife. The black rock on the ground was also split into a deep gully, and there seemed to be black liquid flowing inside. The moment the knife hit the black rock, a roar as if from an ancient, invincible, and powerful creature roared. And this roar made all the members of Wu Ai's team lose the qualification to stand on the ground. They all squatted on the ground, holding their helmets and wailing constantly, as if they were suffering from this kind of unbearable pain. This time, only Gu Xiaoxi was not affected at all. So she took on the responsibility of protecting everyone on the spot. Fortunately, the remaining 3 black monsters on the opposite side were also affected, and they also lost their combat effectiveness. After the sound finally calmed down, everyone slowly recovered from the fear just now. The members of Wu Ai's team all have very high-tech equipment. But such equipment did not play any role in the sound just now, which shows how terrifying the monster that made the sound must be. The 3 black monsters on the opposite side also slowly climbed up at this time. But when they successfully stood up, they did not attack everyone, but walked towards the black liquid overflowing from the flagellum. Wu Ai was protected by a mini version of Gundam armor, which was much stronger than everyone else's protective suit. So he was the one who was least injured and recovered the fastest in the roar just now. The actions of the three monsters had told everyone that they were injured and needed black liquid to recover. So Wu Ai would of course take this opportunity to attack them. Wu Ai quickly activated the flight system of the mini version of the armor. And then he flew quickly and briefly close to the ground. When he approached the three monsters, he found that the monsters had different degrees of cracks on their bodies. It was as if the black armor they had worn before had cracked, and white color could be seen inside the cracks. Wu Ai certainly couldn't miss such an opportunity. He used the energy knife in his hand to find the white gaps to attack. After just a few attacks, the monster that could withstand the electromagnetic cannon head-on was easily killed. After killing the three monsters, Wu Ai was still a little bit unbelievable. He didn't turn around until he got the hard cores of these monsters. This battle and the roar just now injured the members of the team to varying degrees. They now need to find a place to rest. If the injuries cannot be cured, the next days will be difficult to endure. After all, there are more than 20 days of survival missions waiting for them. Chapter 429, Finding a Way Out. Wu Ai removed the mini version of the Gundam armor on his body. And then everyone found a relatively hidden place not far away and summoned the RV again. Everyone entered the RV and began to prepare to treat the injuries they had just suffered in the battle. The injuries caused by the roar were relatively minor, and only some blood was shaken out of the mouth, nose, ears, and other parts. This degree of injury was not considered serious. The injuries of Viper and Flying Leopard were more serious. Flying Leopard's arm was directly broken by the beating, and Viper's leg was also broken in order to save Fei Bao. Such injuries require the bones to be adjusted back to the correct position before the treatment can be injected. Because Viper was the only person in charge of treatment in Wu Ai's team, the problem was particularly prominent after his injury. Fortunately, the part of his injury did not affect his ability. He first adjusted Fei Bao's arm, then injected a few injections of treatment medicine and waited for it to recover slowly. He treated his own injuries quickly, because his injuries were not as serious as Fei Bao's. So he was treated quickly. Both of them are recovering from their injuries, and the nutrition of the meals must also keep up. Such a simple task was given to Gusiosi to complete. After dinner, except for the two people who were resting, the rest of the people sat at the conference table and began to discuss today's affairs. Of course, such a discussion was also given to the injured two people at the same time, because their minds were still clear. So of course, they could also participate in the meeting. I think the island we are on now is actually a part of the body of some monster. The previous knife of the heroine has made everyone really feel the terrifying strength of the other party. So I think we should find a way to leave here as soon as possible. The people at the new human headquarters really think highly of us and sent us to such a place. Of course, everyone felt what Wu Ai said, and everyone also saw what happened today. The flagella are probably just the skin of this creature. If the real body of such a creature descended into this world, they would probably have no choice but to kneel down and wait for death. This is simply an invincible existence. But Li Muzi's attack only caused little damage. Why did the creature seem to roar in pain? This question can only be answered by the attacker himself. No one knows except her. Li Muzi was also aware of everyone's gaze. But the previous attack also consumed most of her energy and experience, which is why she said that if they couldn't kill the enemy, they would have to run away. My attack not only attacks the body of the creature, but also a part of the energy will be extended along the nerves. To put it more simply, it will also attack the soul. So the creature will feel abnormal pain from such an attack. Li Muzi explained to everyone in a somewhat listless manner. With his explanation, everyone finally understood why the roar sounded a little angry. So this was the reason. Then the next step is to leave here. Since the new humans can use the things here to make weapons, they must know the passages in and out of here. Otherwise, they will not be able to get the materials to make weapons. Chapter 430. Slim Hope of Survival. Although everyone does not know the real way out of here, everyone believes that they can find it. If they really cannot find the way out, it is also a good choice to spend time here carefully and wait for the mission to end. After everyone made a preliminary plan, they all went to rest. Today's battle was still very hard. Only Wu Ai did not go to rest, but sat in the driving seat and thought about something in a trance. Don't you have any confidence in finding a way out? Li Muzi sat in the co-pilot seat at some point, and then she waited for the other party's answer leisurely. Wu Ai looked up at Li Muzi, and the corners of his mouth pulled up. revealing a bitter smile. You also see it? Since the other party sincerely wants to get rid of us, they will not come here to check the results in the short term, because they are afraid that we are still alive. Their entry just pointed out the way out for us. So our chance of finding a way out is basically impossible. I don't think the giant tower will let us spend the rest of the mission here leisurely. If the monsters in the subsequent battles are still the same as before, it's okay. If the unknown existence in the water takes action, I think you know the result. Lee Musey didn't say anything either. It seems that everyone has already thought of this meaning, but everyone tacitly didn't say it out loud. The opportunities that exist on the surface are opportunities. If even this fantasy is punctured. Actually, what I want to tell you is not this matter. I am a little curious about where the white monsters came from before, and where the black monsters will go next. Lee Musey's words seemed to suddenly give Wu Ai a hint, and he hurriedly signaled him to continue. We have never seen these monsters in the world of the second layer. If these monsters are unique to this place, then this place must have something special. For example, the white monsters came here from the apocalypse outside the giant tower, while the blackened monsters needed to be sent to another place. This is just a processing plant, and the terrifying existence here is unaware of it, or it doesn't care if it knows. Are you saying that this special place has a passage connecting to the outside of the giant tower? Or a passage connecting to other places? Wu Ai was very interested, and he wanted to get further confirmation from Lee Musey. However, the other party just smiled playfully, shrugged and stopped talking. Wu Ai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He stood up quickly and paced back and forth in the car compartment of the RV. He needed to further diverge his thinking to think about how to leave here. He walked in the car for almost half an hour, but he didn't think of any effective solution. Lee Musey just smiled at the other party, and she didn't interfere at all. Finally, Wu Ai returned to the driver's seat with a sigh, staring at Lee Musey with a thirsty look. Although Lee Musey has always been jokingly called a female knight by Wu Ai, she is still a woman after all, and being stared at by a man with such eyes can't help but blush slightly. At this very ambiguous moment, Gu Xiaoxi appeared here very inappropriately, and then she covered her mouth with her hands, looking very unbelievable. Chapter 431 Original Soundtrack. Wu Ai also noticed Gu Xiaoxi's appearance, and then he turned around and looked at her normally and asked, "Is there something going on? Or do you want to add a performance?" Gu Xiaoxi felt very bored when the other party did not respond, so she walked straight to the conference table and sat down and said, "Nothing. Just when I was sleeping just now, I felt that someone had been calling me. I'm not sure if my feeling is true, so I wanted to come here to talk to someone. And didn't I see you too?" Wu Ai did not believe Gu Xiaoxi's words, because given her quirky personality, this could be just an excuse she thought of at the last minute. The revenge of the heroine is hard for people to bear. But Lee Musey became more energetic after hearing what Gu Xiaoxi said. She took him to her sister to study. Now he was the only one left in the RV. Since he hadn't figured out what happened just now, he took this opportunity to think about it again. However, he fell asleep unknowingly. In his dream, he saw a masked woman who kept trying to guide him to a certain place, but she refused to say a word. In this tiring way, Wu Ai actually found a strange place, which was obviously made of large pieces of polished rocks. But he could definitely identify the material of the rock as a building material for humans. So it can be inferred that this place should be built by humans. This place is shaped like a pyramid, but not as high as a pyramid. There seems to be something on the top of the pyramid, but Wu Ai below can't see it clearly. Just when he wanted to ask the masked woman for further advice, he was suddenly shaken awake, and in front of him was Gu Xiaoxi's huge face. Wu Ai was frightened and screamed, while Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zima held hands and laughed together. Gu Xiaoxi wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Look, I'll tell you. The eldest brother is actually very timid. If I had put my face a little closer, I'm afraid he would have peed his pants." The two talked and laughed, ignoring the embarrassing situation of being the parties involved. Lee Musey also chuckled, but she didn't laugh so recklessly. Finally, after the two laughed enough, Li Zimu explained to Wu Ai, "My sister came to me and told me about Gu Xiaoxi before. I did a simple monitoring. You know what? There is really a weak signal that is continuously transmitted. But the frequency of this signal is specific and very weak. If you are not a specific person, you should not be able to receive this signal. Wu Ai has recently confirmed twice that external information can enter the RV without his permission. Now he is somewhat skeptical whether the RV can really prevent unauthorized information from entering its interior. Then Gu Xiaoxi was ready to start telling about the sound she heard. And Wu Ai was also very curious about it. When he brought the strange sound that Gu Xiaoxi heard into his dream just now, it was like a silent movie found its original voice. He also tried to recall this idea when he was very bored. And he did not try it deliberately. However, after having the sound, the dream that Wu Ai had experienced before could be completely deciphered. Chapter 432 Real Objects in Dreams. If the voice that summoned Gu Xiaoxi was replaced with Wu Ai's name, all the situations would be completely consistent. The reason for this situation is probably directly related to Gu Xiaoxi's special body. Half of the information that should have been received by Wu Ai was intercepted by Gu Xiaoxi. So there was no sound in his dream before. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to think about Gu Xiaoxi, but began to integrate the things she mentioned into his dreams. You are a special existence, and the will of the giant tower will not let you pass the test. This is actually not a real trial. The ancient creatures you found before are beyond the scope of the trial, which is a violation, since someone has already violated the rules. My help to you is nothing. Follow me. I will guide you out of here. The masked woman had an opening speech before, but he didn't hear it in his dream before. In this way, Wu Ai was brought to the front of the pyramid-like building, and when he was about to continue asking questions, he was awakened by Gu Xiaoxi. The pig head? Gu Xiaoxi also stopped talking at this time. So everyone started to analyze what she said before. Wu Ai sorted out his thoughts, then coughed a few times to clear his throat and said, "Everyone be quiet for a while. I will give you the complete information next." Although his voice was not loud, it should be audible to everyone in the space of just a few people. But everyone seemed to ignore him at the same time, and were all analyzing and reasoning about Gu Xiaoxi's information. Wu Ai could only slap the table in anger and said loudly, "Shut up. Everyone. Listen to me now." Only then did everyone start to listen carefully to what he was going to say next. After listening, Li Zima asked in confusion, "Boss, why didn't you tell us such important information earlier? We have been analyzing Gu Xiaoxi's information for a long time in vain. He hadn't even spoken out about his grievances. But a little girl had successfully used her skills to turn the tables on him. It's useless to say more now. When the sun rises tomorrow, we'll follow the clues in my dream to find out. If we can really leave here, then we can prove a lot of things." With the boss's words, everyone hurried to rest. It looks like there will be things to do tomorrow, so we must be energetic. On the morning of the next day, after everyone had a full meal, Wu Ai led everyone out. The RV was sailing on the sea all the way, and there were strange islands in the foggy sea that were the same as the ones they had seen before. It's just that none of these islands are the same anymore. So through the changes of different islands, Wu Ai can continue to sail to the place where he was led before. When the RV drove to the afternoon, it finally found a different island. This kind of island has an image of an island that is very consistent with human meaning. The island is the pyramid-like building. I didn't expect that what I experienced in the dream was true. It seems that he is really a special existence. He now feels that what the masked woman said to Wu Ai, "You are very special," has been confirmed. He needs to see what else is waiting for him to confirm. After everyone boarded the island, Gu Xiaoxi became much quieter. But no one noticed this. Chapter 433 Two Valley Streams. We have successfully arrived here, so we must go up and take a look. The other party should be full of goodwill towards us. So it is entirely possible that there is a passage to leave above. Everyone quickly climbed to the top of the pyramid. And what came into everyone's sight was a palace-like building and an altar in front of it. There were no creatures on the altar, so there was no way to know what this altar was used for. After looking at the altar in front of the palace and finding no problems, everyone continued to walk inside. The inside of the palace was a very empty space, and there was still an altar in the center of the palace. But at this time, there seemed to be something on the altar. Since there was an unidentified object, everyone immediately became very alert, and they formed a circle and slowly moved forward. When Wu Ai saw the object on the altar clearly, he actually screamed, "This is the woman who appeared in my dream. How could she be here?" Wu Ai said puzzledly. And since they knew that there was a human on the altar, and it was a human who had helped them before, everyone put down their weapons. Wu Ai was going to check on the woman on the altar, but at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Xiaoxi actually walked directly to the altar, and she also woke up the woman. Faced with such a strange situation, Everyone raised their guns and began to step back a few steps. Because everyone knew that if Gusiosi had any special behavior, it should not be her intention. Because her current body was special. The woman on the altar slowly sat up with the help of Gusiosi. And then she just looked at Gusiosi steadily, not knowing what she was thinking. People who didn't know the situation didn't dare to attack. Now the situation was unclear, and everyone could only deal with the current situation cautiously. Fortunately, the woman who woke up at the altar after a long time did not hurt Gusiosi. But what happened next shocked everyone again. The woman on the altar actually took off the mask, and the face revealed inside was exactly the same as Gusiosi's. At this time, the most confused person among all people was Wu Ai. He was shocked when Gusiosi's body was hatched from an egg. Now such a situation has occurred again. How could he not be confused? Wu Ai, you can't have forgotten me. Have you also forgotten that I gave you this name? As soon as such heavy news came out, the other team members immediately made enough space for Wu Ai. If there were some melon seeds and drinks now, these people would probably become a bunch of spectators. Of course, this does not include Li Muzi, who frowned and bit her lips at this moment. She had a complex expression of unwillingness and expectation. But everyone was watching the performance of the protagonist on the field, and no one noticed her expression at this moment. But the woman who stood up on the altar and looked exactly like Gusiosi smiled mysteriously at Li Muzi. And Li Muzi could not understand what this woman meant by appearing here now. When Wu Ai heard that her name was given by the other party, she immediately began to fall into her childhood memories. Chapter 434 Fiancé. Once the floodgates of memories were opened, they were like a flood that could not be controlled. Wu Ai stood there blankly with her eyes no longer focused. Little boy, what's your name? Do you want to play games with your aunt? A very beautiful aunt took the initiative to talk to him. Because of his childhood experience, he did not trust anyone. So he naturally ignored the aunt, who took the initiative to approach him. Little boy, you can't make friends like this. Aren't children supposed to be very loving? If you don't have love, then I will call you Wu Ai from now on. This strange aunt finally aroused his curiosity. How could such a person give someone a random name as soon as they met? When he looked up and saw the woman in front of him, he still didn't expect that this woman could be so beautiful. Mature charm plus a cool expression, with a hint of surprise and humor between the eyebrows. Such an expression was very harmoniously displayed on this beautiful face. Wu Ai also recalled the scene of their first meeting at this time. I don't know why I don't seem to remember this scene. As if my memory was sealed artificially. Some memories after that also instantly came back to his mind. Everything that happened between him and this woman. And the promise she had made. Auntie, what's your name? I'll tell you my name when you graduate from college. It's going to take so long. If I grow up by then, can I marry you? Auntie? Okay. I'll marry you by then. And I'm looking forward to that day. Wu Ai's memories finally stopped here. Because he never saw her again after that day. Until the first time, he saw the egg hatched from the eggshell. Who are you? Why did you approach me when I was little? What is your purpose? Wu Ai asked coldly after regaining consciousness. Following Wu Ai's question, the eyes of the onlookers fell on the figure who had stood up. It seems that you have remembered everything. Don't you know who I am? I am your fiancé. As for why I found you when you were little, it was because you were the most special one among all people. As for the purpose, of course there is one. That is to become your real bride. Everyone exclaimed, and they covered their mouths in disbelief. Such a sudden turn of events was something they could have imagined. The real Gusiosi was still standing there stupidly, and she had no reaction to what was happening now. It is impossible for me to marry you, so you don't have to be delusional about it. When you were young, you approached me with a purpose when I was ignorant, which was a premeditated thing in itself. So even though I liked you very much at that time, I won't have any thoughts about you now. As soon as Wu Ai's words came out, the other party started to sob softly. This kind of look that made women feel very uncomfortable. Wu Ai just sneered at the other party's poor performance. Your set is not as realistic as Gusiosi's. If you don't tell the truth, I will do it to you. Wu Ai took a step forward to prove her determination. Chapter 435 This is my body. The plot is developing so fast that the onlookers have not yet recovered. Only Li Muzi has stood behind Wu Ai, with Qiu Shui in her hand, emitting a chilling aura. So you already have a new girlfriend. Have you forgotten me now that you have her? The other party is still acting in an unreasonable way, but Wu Ai can't stand it anymore. I'm sorry. No matter what your purpose is, if you don't want to tell us, Just leave here. If you continue to block us like this, don't blame me for being rude. Wu Ai still wanted the other party to retreat on his own initiative. After all, she still had a hostage. Seeing him really approaching and preparing to attack her, the woman who looked exactly like Gu Xiaoxi finally gave up the show. Okay. You win. I am here to guide you out this time. As long as you sacrifice one person's blood on the altar, the palace will open a passage for you to get out. But I want to remind you that the guy in the water will be woken up by someone. If it wakes up, I can only run away. You should decide to give up that team member as soon as possible. At this time, the onlookers stopped watching the fun and came over to see how Wu Ai handled the matter. Wu Ai's expression did not show any hesitation for even a moment, as if he did not care about the sacrifice at all. I will take your childish trick as a joke, and I will cancel your joke for your help this time. If I had not understood the meaning of your words, if it was a normal team, I guess there might really be a life left here. The other party just smiled lightly, and did not make any excuses for what happened just now. Wu Ai released the RV and asked Viper to go to the medical space on the RV to get some blood. This was prepared for medical purposes, so there was still some blood. Seeing that the other party had already walked towards the altar with several blood bags, the woman who had just said that she was Wu Ai's fiancée just stuck out her tongue mischievously, and then said in a greasy voice, "This is not difficult for you. It's worthy of being mine." Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Wu Ai's cold snort. And then she didn't continue. Viper used blood to irrigate the specific notch on the altar, and as the blood continued to flow in, the whole palace began to shake slightly. At this time, Gu Xiaoxi somehow regained consciousness. When she saw a person who looked exactly like her standing not far from her, she curiously walked around the other person, and then poked the other person's face with her index finger. It didn't matter that she poked. Gu Xiaoxi's finger went directly into the other person's face. "You are not a human." "Ah. Sorry. I shouldn't say that. Should I say you don't have a body? Are you a hologram?" Gu Xiaoxi asked the woman in front of her in a silly way, not realizing whether the person in front of her would be in danger. She didn't think that people who looked like her were kind. "You are using my body now. Do you want to give it back to me?" Wu Ai's hair stood on end when he heard the other person's words. Chapter 436 Dialogue. The other party said this as if he wanted to seize the ownership of Gu Xiaoxi's body. Wu Ai would not allow this to happen without understanding the whole story. But before he could run over to help, Gu Xiaoxi solved the problem by herself. "Oh, it's yours. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need to find my original body before I can return it to you." Gu Xiaoxi agreed to the other party's proposal so readily that the other party's hand, which was about to reach out, suddenly stopped there, and then slowly put it back. "Since it's so troublesome, please keep it for me for a while. I'll come back to get it when I have time." The harmonious scene made Wu Ai stop wanting to help. He didn't expect that such a thing could be negotiated. After all, it was not as simple as asking for a snack. The blood from the venomous snake had filled all the dents on the surface of the altar. As the liquid filled up, the palace stopped shaking. Not far behind the altar, a door made of light curtains appeared. At this time, the door had slowly opened, and the scenery outside was reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone now knew that they had found the right passage, and now they could leave this hellhole. Wu Ai didn't know whether this person, who looked exactly like Gu Xiaoxi, was a friend or an enemy. Judging from what she did, she should be a friend. But her words didn't sound like a good person. "Since we can leave here, let's go quickly. Who cares who she is? If you can't afford to offend her, can't you avoid her?" Soon Wu Ai asked everyone to get on the RV. And just when the RV started, a terrifying roar sounded outside the palace. Wu Ai's face turned pale, and there was no time to say anything to this woman. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly to the door composed of light curtains. As the RV collided with the light curtain, the RV that touched the light curtain disappeared into the light curtain. Then the entire RV disappeared inside. And then the light curtain disappeared. When the light curtain disappeared, the roar that could shock the soul also disappeared. Not long after, a giant pupil appeared at the gate of the palace. This pupil was like a snake, which was not something that humans could have. I don't know if the creator is satisfied with my performance in this space. I hope my meager strength can satisfy the master. For the existence that Wu Ai and others had no desire to fight at all. They actually had such a humble attitude towards a figure that looked exactly like Gu Xiaoxi at this time. If Wu Ai heard such words, I don't know what he would think. This experiment needs special care from above. Who controls this trial tower? How dare you decide to let you destroy it? The huge pupils behind him shrank. It was obvious that the other party had already felt that the creator he called was a little angry. Please calm down. Sir. I don't know who sent the order. I just acted according to the order. So, don't think I don't know who gave the order. Since you want to be a fence-sitter, you must have the strength to do so. I think you also saw that the inheritor of that person is also in the other team. Even if I don't take action, you and her will still have a fateful battle in the end. Then the figure like Gusiasi disappeared on the spot. Chapter 437 How to Choose. When the RV passed a bright light and appeared again, they had returned to the outside space. Wu Ai got off the RV and looked at the back of the RV. There was no light door or something like that behind the RV. He sat on the ground and gasped for air. He used this to calm down the nervousness just now. Others also sat beside him, and then looked at Wu Ai, who was panting with some confusion, wondering what was wrong with him. You didn't realize just now. That person who was the same as Gusiasi. She really wanted to rob Gusiosi's body. And I guess once she succeeded, Gusiosi's consciousness would disappear. After hearing what Wu Ai said, the one who was most afraid was of course Gusiasi. How could she imagine that someone like her would also attack her? She immediately said that she wanted to return to her body. She didn't want to live in such fear for a single day. I don't know why it was always her who was controlled. And every time someone wanted to rob her, it was her current body. When Wu Ai saw Gusiosi's face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of substitution. He could only smile and let Li Zima comfort her. But the two of them soon fought again. On this ground, Wu Ai said to the team members around him, "It seems that if we don't deal with the power of this new human, they will probably come out to cause trouble in the future. Why don't we think of a way to win over the other two forces to kill the new human group together? Even if we can't really kill them, we have to make the strength of the three parties more even. And we can't let the new humans dominate alone." After hearing Wu Ai's words, Gusiosi actually ran over and agreed with his approach. If it weren't for the new humans who sent them here, how could she have met the person who wanted her body just like her? Then everyone agreed with Wu Ai's decision. If they didn't give the other party some pain, wouldn't the injuries of Viper and Flying Leopard be in vain? Everyone just rested for a while and got on the RV again. And then Wu Ai headed towards Weifeng tribe according to the previous memory route. They only know the location of this tribe now. If they want to gather the humans of this force to fight the enemy together, then they can only contact this tribe first and then make a decision. In the RV, Gusiasi prepared food for everyone in a depressed manner. But this time she was really scared. Before, someone just robbed her body. But now the enemy not only wants to rob her body, but may even destroy her consciousness in an instant. How can she not be worried and afraid? Wu Ai was also a little uneasy and guilty about Gusiasi's repeated control. After all, he had promised the other party to protect her. But he did not protect Gusiosi well these times. He thought that if Gusiosi agreed, he could consider letting her return to her previous body. But he didn't have the technology. So the problem now was that he needed a person or force with such technology to cooperate and see if it was possible to let Gusiosi return to her previous body. However, when Wu Ai told Gusiosi about his decision, she hesitated again. After all, she had been in this body for a long time and had completely adapted to the action mode of this body. As for whether to return to the original body, Gusiosi said she needed to think about it again. Chapter 438 Communication Request. Gusiosi was struggling with how to decide his future, while Wu Ai and others focused on the direction of joining forces with other forces. After half a day of traveling, Wu Ai finally found the location of the Weifeng tribe as he wished. But when they arrived here, they only saw the ruins of the tribe, which had been completely destroyed. Everyone got off the RV and began to search for all the information that could help them. But this place had obviously been searched more than once, and basically no useful information could be obtained. No one has any idea why this tribe has become what it is now. But in order for them to complete the trial mission on this level, they still need to perfect the next plan. Unexpectedly, there are alarm detectors left by the new humans here. Once a living being enters the ruins to search, the new humans will get the news. The arrival of everyone has been discovered by the new humans. And the new humans' leaders are even more afraid that they can escape after sacrificing a heavy warship to take them to the land of death. If Wu Ai's team cannot be completely eliminated, the other party will definitely retaliate and retaliate against them in the future. In order to achieve the goal of eliminating future troubles, The new humans once again sent a large number of warships and ground forces to destroy Wu Ai's team. At this time, Wu Ai and others did not realize that they would face a life-and-death battle. After searching in the ruins for a while and not finding any useful information, everyone got on the RV and went in the possible direction to look for survivors who might have escaped from the tribe. But just after the RV had been driving for about half an hour, Wu Ai received a communication request on his communicator. This communication request showed Zhang Junsheng, which was beyond the expectations of Wu Ai and others. They did not expect that this guy really escaped on the upper floor. Wu Ai finally answered the other party's communication request, because he knew that the other party's contact must be very necessary at this time. If it was not on the verge of life and death, Zhang Junsheng should not be able to contact him. After the communication was connected, Zhang Junsheng first laughed awkwardly twice, and then began to explain what happened last time. You don't need to explain the matter anymore. Remember that I left a request when I borrowed materials from you. Now I will regard you as a condition. So there is no need to explain the last matter. Please tell me your purpose directly. Now we are just passers-by. Zhang Junsheng was actually very happy that Wu Ai could connect with his communication. Although the current basis for cooperation is gone, since they can still communicate and exchange, there should be opportunities for cooperation in the future. I met the survivors of the Weifeng tribe by chance. After communicating with them, I learned that they had received your kindness. And I also know you. So they hope that I can help find you. They want to avenge the dead people in the tribe. They want to officially go to war with the new humans. And they want to seek your help. Wu Ai thought for a few seconds and agreed to Zhang Junsheng's request. He hoped to meet the people of the Weifeng tribe before discussing the specific plans for the future. Chapter 439 Active Attack. After finishing the business, Zhang Junsheng also gave a heavy news. That is, he has detected that many new human combat units are rushing towards Wu Ai. They should be detected by the other party when they were searching for information in the ruins. If they can't leave in time, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Junsheng left a hidden communication channel and cut off the brief communication between the two parties. At this time, Wu Ai also asked Gu Xiaoxi to turn on the active radar to search the nearby situation. He needed to verify whether the information given by Zhang Junsheng was true. However, when the RV turned on the active radar, it found traces of new humans behind it. But the number of enemies displayed on the radar was not as many as Zhang Junsheng said. Is Zhang Junsheng making a fuss? This is just how many? Why does he make it sound like a lot? Li Zima was already very unhappy with Zhang Junsheng. And now that she had a chance, she naturally began to ridicule Zhang Junsheng for giving out information. Maybe these are just the vanguard of the new humans, and the rest of the combat units may not be displayed on the radar. Wu Ai believed Zhang Junsheng's words a little. Li Zima rolled her eyes and ignored Wu Ai, who was helping Zhang Junsheng. She returned to her own space, since they had discovered that the enemy was chasing them. The most pressing issue now was how to deal with the pursuers behind them. Viper's opinion was to run away or hide. The reason was obvious. They couldn't beat the enemy's combat units at the moment. In addition, there would definitely be more people this time than last time. If they didn't fear death and started a war, they would only get everyone on the road earlier. Everyone agreed with Viper's opinion. But if they ran away without fighting, it would be difficult to escape the enemy's pursuit. After much discussion, everyone finally decided to use the complete version of the Gundam robot to launch a fire attack, destroy all the stock ammunition, and use the powerful flight system of the complete version of the Gundam to escape the pursuit of the new humans. This is a feasible plan. Zhang Junsheng is probably waiting for news on whether they can escape the pursuit. Therefore, it is necessary to complete the attack and escape quickly, and make sure to run after the attack, and never leave any opportunity for the enemy to stick to it. Once the action plan was formulated, the radar of the RV began to pay special attention to the pursuers behind. Sure enough, the number of enemies began to increase soon. Looking at the speed of the opponent's pursuit, the combat units in the air should be about 10 warships. The remaining slow ones should be the ground forces of the new humans that made their debut. And the air units should not all be the heavy warships as before. So now the opponent's combat power has almost been exposed to Wu Ai's control. When the combat units in the sky were about to enter the range of the full version of the Gundam electromagnetic gun, Wu Ai began to prepare for all matters related to the attack. After everyone entered the space, he quickly completed the transformation mode of the Gundam. After completing the transformation, he quickly gathered the electromagnetic gun. and immediately fired a shot at the first air combat unit after charging. Regardless of the effect of the shot, he immediately charged and prepared to attack the battleship behind. When the first shot hit the first battleship, the rest of the new human warships immediately responded. Chapter 440, Run after the attack. This shot slowed down the speed of all the combat units. And then, they all began to arrange their battle formations to prepare for the battle. The positions of the warships also began to change, and they were no longer arranged in rows. The warship that was just bombarded by Wu Aikai was an ordinary warship. The protection level of this warship was not as high as that of a heavy warship, and its combat mission was not in the sequence in front of the battle line. So this sudden shot directly made it slowly fall to the ground. It seemed that this warship could no longer participate in the battle. Wu Ai certainly saw the effect of that shot, since it had such a good effect. The next few shots were aimed at ordinary warships. In this case, all 6 ordinary warships fell, and the 4 heavy warships behind were exposed. Although the ordinary warships could no longer participate in the battle, some of the fighters on them were not damaged. So the fighters took off and went directly to the direction of the Gundam robot. After that, Wu Ai fired another shot to test how high the defense level of the heavy warship was. After firing a shot, he estimated that only 3 shots in one place could penetrate the opponent's armor, and such a situation was not easy to achieve. Ordinary warship fighters have entered the range visible to the naked eye, and Wu Ai had to give up the electromagnetic gun and pick up the heavy machine gun. Although the performance of the fighter is very good, many fighters are still hit by the bullet line of Wu Ai's heavy machine gun. Seeing that the heavy warship is about to start attacking him, Wu Ai also decided that the time is almost up. After putting away the weapons, Wu Ai drove the Gundam to turn on the maximum output power and fled here. The new humans who were still determined to fight here stayed on the spot. And at this time, the ground troops also entered the battle position. Seeing the escape speed of the Gundam robot, the commander-in-chief of this battle could only order to continue the pursuit and now keep alert at all times. The commander knew that none of his combat units could catch up with the enemy, but he had to resolutely execute the headquarters must-kill order. So he could only bite the bullet and chase and report the battle situation. Wu Ai was very afraid that the enemy would send some fast reconnaissance aircraft or other detectors to chase him. So he used all the remaining transformation time to change the escape route and hide the trajectory. Finally, before the transformation time ran out, he arrived at the place where he had agreed with Zhang Junsheng. This place is an endless desert, and the yellow sand is the whole scenery here. The terrain here is not suitable for building a temporary camp. I don't know why Zhang Junsheng chose to meet here. When Wu Ai contacted Zhang Junsheng using the channel he left, the other party finally told him where he was. Not far from Wu Ai's RV. The sand on a small sandbag quickly flowed into an open hole. This is where Zhang Junsheng was hiding. Wu Ai wore a mini version of the Gundam armor, and everyone else put on protective clothing and walked into the hole. When everyone entered the hole, they realized that there was another world inside. Inside the hole was a huge elevator. After Wu Ai's team entered the hole, the elevator began to slowly descend. Chapter 441, The Cause of Destruction. Everyone started to look at the environment around the elevator, but the light inside was too dim. So apart from the dim light around the elevator, nothing could be seen around. Li Zima wanted to start the power supply she carried to illuminate the surrounding environment, but the elevator had just stopped at the destination. After the elevator door opened, there was a brightly lit world inside, with many humans coming and going, as if there was no impact of any war here. Zhang Junsheng, the chief of the Weifeng tribe, and the female leader he had met before were all waiting for everyone to arrive not far from the elevator. Since there were still people welcoming them here, Wu Ai gave up the idea of finding out what was going on here, and Li Zima kept looking at Zhang Junsheng with a sneer after seeing him. Of course, Zhang Junsheng couldn't hide this, but for a little girl's mocking expression, which was caused by his previous actions, he could only smile awkwardly to resolve his discomfort. The 3 of them were old friends who had met before, so after a simple greeting, Zhang Junsheng led them to a resting space. Wu Ai first expressed his concern for the ruins of the Weifeng tribe, so that the chief of the Weifeng tribe could only explain why his tribe had become like that. This story starts from the day when Wu Ai's team came to Weifeng tribe. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food, and human nature is the most difficult to grasp. There are also people in Weifeng tribe who want to get rid of the current precarious life. When they saw Wu Ai's appearance, these people thought it was a good opportunity to get paid. Some wanted to sell this news to the intelligence dealers of the new human side. And some wanted to sell this news to another intelligent beast tribe force. These people sold the news of Wu AI's coming to Weifeng tribe according to their own abilities and relationships. So the new human side was the first force to come to Weifeng tribe to find news about Wu AI and others. After that, the Wisdom Beast tribe also sent people here. They also wanted to get some technology or other information that could change their power from Wu AI. After these two incidents, the chief of the Weifeng tribe felt that the Weifeng tribe was no longer safe. So he summoned everyone to mobilize everyone to move away. Although the chief was the biggest in the entire tribe, they were still reluctant to leave. For this reason, the chief also explained to everyone the reasons and extent of the danger. But only half of the people fled together after listening to him. The chief knew that it would be useless to continue talking, so he could only take those who were willing to leave and pack up and leave. Unexpectedly, the new humans came to search all the houses of the tribe the next day, and the two sides had a fierce debate. Things slowly developed in an unpredictable direction, and finally the two sides fought, and most of the people in the Weifeng tribe died or were injured in this battle. The new humans left here without getting any information. And then the intelligent beasts, who smelled the blood, also came to the Weifeng tribe. They looted all the useful supplies in front of those who were not dead yet. And only one child was spared in all these great changes. And then, he rode a motorcycle to catch up with the team of the chief and others. Chapter 442, Inciting War. Even though the chieftain knew that there were no survivors in the remaining tribe, the people now did not dare to go back for revenge, because they simply did not have the strength to do so. If they went back, not only would they not be able to avenge those who had died, but the entire tribe would be wiped out. With a heavy heart, these people could only speed up their pace and change the whereabouts of the hidden team many times. Because now not only the new human beings were searching for their traces, but the intelligent orcs were also targeting them. Perhaps God had favored these poor people. And they met Zhang Junsheng during their escape. Zhang Junsheng first discovered the power of the intelligent orcs after entering this world. However, because he had powerful technology, and he was the only one, some of the violent races among the intelligent orcs wanted to kill him in order to obtain his technology. But Zhang Junsheng was such a cunning man. How could he be calculated by these orcs? So after a battle, Zhang Junsheng, who was unwilling to move in the sphere of influence of the intelligent orcs, decided to leave the sphere of influence of the orcs. So when he found the people of the Weifeng tribe fleeing on the ground in the sky, he naturally extended an olive branch. In the subsequent conversation, the chief even talked about Wu AI, which made Zhang Junsheng even more determined not to give up these humans. This is what happened to Wu AI and others during the time when the heavy warship arrived at the mysterious place. Wu AI frowned slightly after listening to the chief's story. Most of these people are now being targeted by other forces. If these forces cannot be made chaotic as soon as possible, they may unite to deal with them. Since things have come to this point, let's try to encourage other forces to participate in the battle against the new humans. I can be responsible for the manufacture of weapons and protective clothing. And you who have the advantage of mobility will be responsible for contacting all other tribes to fight against the new humans. Wu Ai inadvertently gave the most thankless task to Zhang Junsheng. And of course Zhang Junsheng reacted immediately. He wanted to refuse the job. But the chief of the Weifeng tribe agreed directly. When the two looked at Zhang Junsheng together, he swallowed his refusal. Li Zima was the happiest one to see Zhang Junsheng being forced to accept the task. And this finally recovered some interest. The weapon manufacturing function of the RV has always been updated synchronously. For these tribesmen who are good at using guns, their most handy weapons are still hot weapons. Since this is the case, of course they will provide them with such weapons, which is also the main weight for them to encourage other tribes to join. Wu Ai first took out a batch of weapons from the RV and handed them to the chief, asking him to use them to negotiate with other tribes, if they can successfully get the other party to join. All their ammunition and supplies will be borne by Wu AI. This item made Zhang Junsheng a little happy, because he had fought in the wise orc tribe. And he also deeply knew how these weapons tempted those orcs, who always wanted to turn over. With such weapons, it would be much easier to get other tribes to join the plan to resist the new humans, so that he and Wu AI's team would be much safer after they fight each other. Chapter 443, Intelligent Orcs. In order to achieve the goal of causing chaos among these three forces as soon as possible, Wu AI now let the RV make all the materials needed for the war. And Zhang Junsheng drove the fastest fighter among the bombers, and took the chief of the Weifeng tribe on the road to negotiation. The first few places they went to were some tribes that had previously formed an alliance with the Weifeng tribe. These tribes already knew the fate of the Weifeng tribe. So when the chief proposed to meet the chiefs of these tribes, these people all refused his request. But when a submachine gun with a grenade launcher was delivered to the chiefs by their men, these people seemed to see the opportunity for their tribe to rise. Although some tribes have sharp minds, if they do not participate in the general trend, if the new humans are really killed or surrender, then those tribes that do not participate in the battle will not gain any benefits. Zhang Junsheng and the chief of the Weifeng tribe repeatedly stated that they will not be the only force participating in this battle, and they will also try to win over the wise orcs. At that time, there will be 2 forces against 1 new human force, and there will be 2 foreign aides with very advanced technology to support them. So the worst result will also make the 3 forces balance again. How could these people who have been suppressed for who knows how many generations miss such a golden opportunity? Even if this opportunity is a trap, they will fight for it once. This is not just a matter of power rise, but also the glory of these tribal forces. While Zhang Junsheng and others were lobbying the tribes on the human side to join the battle, the search of the new humans did not stop for a moment. Several times, the venomous snakes found the spacecraft passing by in the sky through the hidden observation holes. But because they were deep underground and the desert above made it impossible for the thermal radiation detectors to detect the life situation below, so the combat units of these new humans did not discover their existence. Since Zhang Junsheng's plane was really fast, the lobbying speed on the human side was very fast. It only took 2 days to unify the entire human power. But it would be a bit troublesome to go to the sphere of influence of the intelligent orcs, because Zhang Junsheng had already made a grudge with the orcs here. It was a bit inappropriate for him to go with the chief of Weifeng to lobby, in order to make the situation here more chaotic faster. Wu Ai had no choice but to take over this matter. After he learned how to operate the plane driven by Zhang Junsheng, he set off directly according to the map given by Zhang Junsheng. Nothing happened on the way, except that they were discovered by orc scouts when they landed near the orcs' main city. Although humans and intelligent orcs are not in a state of war, since intelligent orcs do not admit that their wisdom is given by humans, they have never had a good impression and attitude towards humans. Wu Ai and Wei Feng's chief are of course among them. But Wu Ai will not follow the rules and let the orc soldiers send them to prison. And then he doesn't know how many procedures he will go through before he can see an orc who can talk to him. He needs to be unique and let the orcs pay attention to his arrival, so that he can use the effective time as quickly as possible. Chapter 444. The Attitude of the Top. When Wu Ai got off the plane and the orc soldiers wanted to control their actions, Wu Ai fired a grenade from the submachine gun grenade launcher in his hand into the distance. Such a grenade made all the orc soldiers stand still. They had never seen such a powerful weapon, because the new humans wanted to suppress the development of the other 2 forces to the greatest extent. The 2 forces used the same weapon similar to the anesthetic water gun. How could such a weapon be compared with the firearms in Wu Ai's hand? So the orc soldiers did not dare to act rashly. After such an incident, the orc soldier informed his decision-maker as the most urgent incident. After repeated confirmation, the soldier sent a photo of the grenade explosion. With such decisive evidence, these decision-makers did not dare to neglect to report it to the higher level. Only about an hour later, the highest authority of the entire intelligent orcs knew about this matter. Although they had fought with an airplane several times before, Zhang Junsheng did not use explosive weapons with higher lethality at that time. However, now such weapons appeared in front of them. How could these guys who had been eating and waiting to die all day not worry? Although their current power was still oppressed by the new humans, they did not directly bear such pressure. Everything was borne by the lower-level orcs, and their lives were still relatively luxurious. In order to clearly know the specific purpose of Wu Ai and others coming, these cowardly high-level officials decided to set up a banquet first to find out the purpose of Wu Ai and others coming. After that, all the soldiers were replaced by the honor guard, and the orcs' high-level officials came out collectively to welcome the arrival of Wu Ai and Chief Wei Feng. After a series of exaggerated welcome ceremonies, everyone finally sat down at the table and prepared to eat. The previous welcome ceremony had already delayed a lot of time. Wu Ai was not here to eat, so he spoke directly and frankly. The purpose of our coming this time is to unite the forces of the intelligent orcs to fight against the cruel rule of the new humans. If the intelligent orcs can agree to join us, we will provide you with all the weapons, ammunition and equipment consumption during this campaign. The weapons are the same as those I used before. And the human forces will also participate in this campaign. Wu Ai's blunt words caught the senior executives, who were about to finish the banquet, and ask about the purpose amid the singing and dancing of the beauties off guard. And what surprised them even more was what Wu Ai said. That was to fight against the new humans. And these senior executives were of course very clear about how powerful the new humans were. The comfortable life of these senior executives now made them not want any more accidents to happen. And in fact, living like this was also a good choice. At this time, most of the senior executives at the banquet had their own plans. That is, they would not participate in this matter, in order not to affect their extravagant lives. Some senior executives even decided to report the news to the new humans after the banquet. Wu Ai looked at the expressions of the wise orc's high-ranking officials, and felt really angry. He didn't know what to say about them giving up the struggle for freedom just to enjoy such a life. At this moment, a loud voice broke the silent atmosphere. And everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from. Chapter 445 The Slaughtered High-Ranking Officials. The orc who spoke was a guard of the lion tribe. These high-ranking officials, who were meeting two humans they had never met before, certainly needed to be on guard. This lion tribe orc was the captain of the guards responsible for the safety of all the high-ranking officials at the banquet. So the words just now came from his mouth. My lords, I think we can fully accept the suggestions made by these two humans. If we can stand at the top of this continent again, then the glory of the orcs will shine on all our people. This lion tribe orc was obviously a more radical faction, and he knew these high-ranking officials very well. Its job is to ensure the safety of these people. So it can be said that it knows their lives very well. He is tired of these people's extravagance and behavior. He believes that the intelligent orcs need a revolution, and some high-level people who really want to lead the intelligent orcs to a bright future. When the two humans put forward the purpose of coming here, the captain of the guard felt that the time had come. Now it is just the right time to use this opportunity to cooperate with humans to make the intelligent orcs return to glory. Of course, the captain of the guard knew what it meant to say such a thing at this time. If he just wanted to express his opinion, then what awaited him would be the end of his life. But this captain had been working hard for his ideal for a long time. And when this opportunity came, he decided not to miss it. An orc leader of the elephant tribe directly scolded the guard captain and said, "What kind of occasion is this? How can we tolerate your nonsense? This is a turning point for the three forces of the two tribes. Can you just interrupt?" The leader of the elephant tribe seemed very angry, because he was one of the people who didn't want to participate in the war. With this guard captain as an outlet, all the orc leaders who didn't want to participate in the war began to scold the guard captain. This behavior, on the one hand, means that they have joined the camp that will not participate in this battle, and they are expressing their attitude in front of the collective high-level leaders. Secondly, this is also a warning to Wu Ai and Chief Wei Feng that they will not participate in this battle, and hope that the two humans will take the initiative to leave here. However, Wu Ai discovered the fanaticism in the eyes of the guard captain. He felt that the other party should not be a fool, so he did not speak out. He wanted to see how the situation would develop next, after the team was already in place. The guard captain also knew what the camps of these high-level leaders were like, except for two orc high-level leaders who did not express any opinions. Almost all high-level leaders did not support the intelligent orcs to join this battle. After receiving the information from the camp, the captain of the guard whistled. The guards outside, composed of various orcs, and the guards at the banquet surrounded the entire banquet table together, after receiving the order from the captain of the guard. Except for the two senior executives who did not express their opinions, all the remaining senior executives were killed by the guards with bone blades. Originally, Wu Ai thought that the captain of the guard would threaten these senior executives to agree to their cooperation, or imprison these senior executives. Unexpectedly, the other party acted so decisively and thoroughly, and directly solved all the senior executives who disagreed. Looking at the bright red blood flowing on the ground, Wu Ai felt that this time's collaborator was not a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by others. Chapter 446 successfully won over. The captain of the guard signaled the other orcs to clean up the bodies and bloodstains at the scene. He needed to have a good chat with Wu Ai and the others about the next cooperation plan. The remaining two high-ranking members of the intelligent orcs were from the snake tribe and the ape tribe. The high-ranking members of the two races did not react to the fact that the captain of the lion tribe sat in the high-ranking seat. If you say that there is no connection between them, Wu Ai really doesn't believe it. Regarding this battle against the new humans, I think our intelligent orcs should get more supplies than humans. I am not taking this opportunity to ask for benefits. It's just that the orcs are better at fighting than humans, so they consume more supplies than them. Wu Ai is not worried that the intelligent orcs will take the opportunity to rule the world, because they will leave here when the time comes. As for what changes will happen to the world, that is not what he cares about. Wu Ai also smiled and replied, "Oh, then how much do you want? Give me a specific number." Wu Ai did not hesitate at all. He directly asked the other party to say a number for easy statistics. The captain of the guard was obviously stunned. He did not expect that the other party would agree without any excuses. This made the plan in his mind completely meaningless. Seeing Wu Ai's half-smile, the captain of the guard felt a little unnatural, and he said a number without thinking too much. At least twice as many weapons, ammunition and supplies as humans. After saying that, he looked at Wu Ai's face, hoping to get some information from her. But Wu Ai didn't let it go as he wished. He stood up and shook hands and said, "Happy cooperation. I will leave a communicator so that everyone can contact in time. All plans will be contacted through this communicator." After a few brief words, Wu Ai led the chieftain, who had not said a word the whole time, out. When Wu Ai reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "This is a gift for you when we first met. I admire your style of doing things." After that, he threw the submachine gun he had brought to the captain of the guard. At the moment of throwing the weapon to the other party, Wu Ai secretly observed that the faces of the two intelligent orcs, who had been sitting at the table without speaking, had a slight change. This change was the real purpose of Wu Ai's doing this. Through this point, he had determined that the captain of the guard had a relationship of interest with the two of them. Wu Ai and the chief left here in a chic manner. The people outside had already explained it, so no one would stop them. The two of them arrived at Zhang Yuanqing's plane parking place smoothly, and then boarded the plane and returned to their previous temporary gathering place. It was not until he saw that Wu Ai and the others had indeed disappeared in the distance that the guard captain's expression immediately made a 180-degree turn. He respectfully bent down and presented the submachine gun that Wu Ai had given him with both hands. The two high-level officials looked at each other, and no one reached out to take the weapon. In the end, it was the high-level official of the snake tribe who said coldly, "Since it is a gift from others, then you should keep it. I hope you can use this weapon to open up new territories for the orcs in the future, and do what you should do." The lion guard bowed his head to thank the high-level official of the snake tribe, and there was some disdain in his eyes. The high-level official of the ape tribe just narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Chapter 447: The Eve of the Battle. Having received the promise from the intelligent orcs, the rest is their internal affairs. Secrecy is also something that these two forces need to pay attention to. Wu Ai still uses the RV to process weapons and simple protective clothing. These are elementary equipment, and Wu Ai does not intend to give them better equipment. After failing to find the traces of Wu Ai and others, the new humans finally began to worry. They felt that this situation was very bad, and they had to rely on the other two major forces to help search for the traces of Wu Ai and others. But it was too late for them to remember the two forces. Wu Ai had already contacted them secretly. Now the matter was to wait for the distribution of weapons and the implementation of the plan. In order to avoid more trouble, everyone decided to launch an attack on the headquarters of the new humans 2 days later, although the weapons had not yet reached the specific number that should be delivered. The two forces did not dare to distribute such equipment to ordinary soldiers. It is better to be safe than sorry. If someone leaked the news, there would be a danger of extermination. The equipment was distributed quickly within a day, and then the attack on the headquarters of the new humans was prepared at midnight the next day. All the plans had been explained, and only Wu Ai's team members and Zhang Junsheng were left in the room. These people probably can't beat the new humans. I've seen their weapons technology. If these people can defeat the new humans with just such weapons, then our two families can directly destroy the gathering place of the new humans, Wu Ai said leisurely. He wanted to see what Zhang Junsheng thought. Sure enough, he was also prepared. Of course, I don't expect these people to be able to destroy the gathering place of the new humans. But if they can enter the gathering place of the new humans, they can still do something with such a large population. We must be responsible for killing the large-scale war units of the new humans. Otherwise it will be useless no matter how many people they have. So we have to start the first battle. If they enter the battlefield after we start fighting with the new humans, the aftermath of the battle will be a damage they cannot bear. In this case, both parties need to conduct an effective analysis of the new humans' combat. Fortunately, The information obtained by Wu Ai and others in the heavy warship came into play at this time. Wu Ai handed this information to Zhang Junsheng, who let the intelligent computer process this information to quickly and accurately obtain certain combat information of the other party. I don't know how much you know about human power, but what I want to tell you is that the technology of the intelligent orcs is not as backward as it seems. They also have some special technologies. Zhang Junsheng's words reminded Wu Ai that if he thought in this direction, then humans should also have some special technologies. Wu Ai didn't have much contact with the Weifeng tribe, so he didn't know this. And the Weifeng tribe is still a very backward tribe. Wu Ai has never met any of those advanced and wealthy tribes. Since Zhang Junsheng pointed this out, he needs to pay attention when fighting. It's always right to be careful, since he and Zhang Junsheng need to start a war first to gain advantages for other forces. They are now heading towards the headquarters of the New Humans. Chapter 448 Serious Problems. The location of the New Human headquarters was also told to them by those who went to exchange weapons and supplies. With this precise location, it was a good start for the attack. When they were in place at the scheduled time, the war began immediately. Zhang Junsheng launched the attack first, because his large bomber was very suitable for attacking such fixed building targets. However, the New Human technology was not without, so he was discovered before entering the bombing area. Without saying anything, fighter jets, heavy space carriers, and other aircraft began to take off one after another amid the alarm. Wu Ai took advantage of the fact that the opponent had not really flown over to attack, and he immediately transformed into a complete version of Gundam and jumped off the bomber. All the missiles from the space carrier were sent to Zhang Junsheng's bomber like fireworks during the new year. His plane did not have strong maneuverability, but these missiles still did not shoot down his bomber. The main reason was that the nano-robots could repair many times faster than before, and the aircraft cannons and guided missiles would not kill him directly in the first round. Wu Ai also took the opportunity to deal with those heavy space carriers. God knows what kind of attack capabilities they still have. If we can paralyze it in the first place, the next war should be easier. Wu Ai chose close combat this time. The particle cannon is too slow for the armor of heavy warships. Time is very precious now. Even if it is just the time for the particle cannon to charge, it is very likely that something unexpected will happen. In order to prevent heavy warships from participating in the battle to the greatest extent, directly damaging their energy supply equipment is the most effective way of attack. Wu Ai drove the complete version of the Gundam robot and directly grabbed the engine position of a heavy warship that had not yet taken off, and then repeatedly attacked its power position with the energy light knife. It was not until he confirmed through sound that the engine was no longer working that he went to look for the next one. In this way, Wu Ai's efficiency had completely surpassed Zhang Junsheng. After almost an hour, he finally basically cleared all the warships that could fly, including those ordinary space carriers. The senior leaders of the New Humans felt that this situation was completely beyond their expectations. How could a heavy space carrier be killed so easily? Finally, when they found some people who knew the situation and asked them, they found out that these heavy warships were already castrated products. Because the New Humans have few real enemies in this world, some parts were omitted when making heavy warships. The performance of the materials and other indicators have also been lowered a lot. As long as it can take off and launch missiles and carry fighter jets, then this heavy warship is a qualified product. Only a few heavy warships that went to the mysterious land were truly complete. But after the last complete version of the warship was destroyed in the mysterious land by Wu Ai's landing, the New Human side had no qualified heavy warships. So this surprise attack exposed many problems of the New Humans. Despite this, the New Humans did not give up defense. On the contrary, their attacks began to become more fierce. The fighter jets on the previous heavy warships did not carry the real biggest killer because of the hasty takeoff. But the heavy warships at this time had lost power. And of course, they could no longer load ammunition and replenish energy for them. Chapter 449 The Real Gathering Place. Although it seems that the situation is one-sidedly unfavorable to the New Humans, Wu Ai and others know that the firepower output they can maintain cannot be maintained forever. Once their firepower weakens, it is unknown which side the balance of the battle will tilt to. As a large number of fighters lose supplies and withdraw from the battle sequence, Zhang Junsheng can finally show his power. His giant bombers began to plow the land with bombs over the gathering place of the New Humans. And he specifically picked some mobile combat units to gain greater benefits for the subsequent close combat. The gathering place of the new humans has basically lost air superiority. And the few anti-aircraft artillery and missiles in this gathering place cannot have much impact on Zhang Junsheng. Later, after these facilities were cleared, he became even more unscrupulous. At this time, the total attack time has arrived, and the human forces and the intelligent beasts have also begun to attack. This time, the human side actually dispatched a mobile attack unit similar to a self-propelled artillery. And the power looks very good. The mobile attack vehicle of the new human side was destroyed after being hit by a cannon. The intelligent orcs are even more powerful. They actually have a team of camouflaged ordinary beast robots. Their speed and toughness are amazing. It seems that these two forces really want to fight against the new humans. But the new humans have been holding on. I don't know what they are waiting for now. The battle lasted until 4 o'clock in the morning. Although the sky was not really bright at this time, the gathering place of the new humans had basically been completely destroyed. Both forces felt that the new humans had basically been destroyed. So they began to hug each other and cheer. Only Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng felt very strange. How could such a force that has been dominating the world for many years be destroyed so quickly? This is totally unscientific. And the new humans have not shown a high level of technology. Just as they were thinking about this, a 5-meter thick beam of light in the sky directly hit Zhang Junsheng's bomber. This attack method composed of pure energy hit Zhang Junsheng's bomber at once, and the belly of the bomber was directly shot through. Even Zhang Junsheng had to pay attention to such a degree of damage. He hurriedly asked Yuju to control the bomber, and then find a relatively safe place for emergency landing. If it loses power and falls directly, it will be a real loss. Not long after, the second beam hit Zhang Junsheng's bomber again. This time, the attack directly broke one of his plane's wings. Fortunately, his plane had landed on the ground at this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. After 2 attacks, the people on the ground finally saw the things above in the slightly bright sky. This is a flying object that looks like a mountain floating in the sky. And the weapon that attacked Zhang Junsheng just now has no less than 20 such weapons on this mountain. Seeing such a terrifying thing appear in the sky, Wu Ai's first thought was, this is the real gathering place of the new humans. Chapter 450 Trump Card. Although Zhang Junsheng suffered the most damage in the 2 energy attacks, his expression at this time did not look distressed at all. On the contrary, he showed a greedy and excited expression when he saw the mountain floating in the sky. As his exclusive intelligence system, it also understood Zhang Junsheng's thoughts at this time. So the relevant data backup has also begun to be prepared. The mountain in the sky directly crippled the giant bomber with the most ferocious attack power just now. And the other combat units had nothing to fear. At this time, Wu Ai had already been in the RV. It was impossible for the RV to maintain the complete version of the Gundam transformation mode for such a long time. This allowed the RV to avoid the danger of being targeted by the mountain. So the current situation was to keep a low profile. There was no sound on the entire battlefield, except for the crackling and falling sounds of some burning objects. Even some wounded people tried their best not to make any sound because of the pain. It seems that the new humans were hiding deep enough, and the other 2 forces were not aware of such a flying unit. The mountain hovered above the battlefield, and then a voice echoed in the air. For this attack by your 2 forces, we, the new humans, are very sorry. It seems that you have forgotten the care we gave you in the past. Now that you have offended us, I want to know if you are ready to accept our anger. Although Wu Ai heard the broadcasting call from the new human side, the other 2 forces did not have such equipment. So they contacted the new human through special equipment. What they said to each other was not something he could know. But the new human side began to change its attitude soon after. Since you said that this incident was not led by you, but was seduced by some people with ulterior motives, then now is the time to show your true attitude. After hearing these words, Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng knew what it meant. The speed of these forces' defection was too fast. It is estimated that they will start to turn their guns against them next. Fortunately, Zhang Junsheng is not a cunning man. At this time, he also used the loudspeaker on the bomber to speak to everyone. Don't think that our attack is limited to these. I just don't want too many people to die. If you want to attack us, then we can try to see who will laugh last next. Zhang Junsheng's words really achieved the desired effect. None of the 3 forces on the opposite side made any rash moves. Especially the new humans. They were not sure what kind of terrifying power Zhang Junsheng had. But the current situation has seriously threatened their dominance. If they let him go without any action, The prestige of the new human forces will also be greatly damaged in the future. The current choice made the new humans a little bit in a dilemma. But in the end they decided to give it a try. After all, the giant bomber had landed on the ground and could not move. Just as the new humans issued the attack order, there was an object in the sky in the distance approaching the mountain in the sky at a very fast speed. Chapter 451. The Power of the New Nuclear Peacemaker. This rapidly approaching object is the nuclear peacemaker launched by Zhang Junsheng from a land-based launch base built in a secret place. Although there is only one nuclear peacemaker, this nuclear peacemaker is not the simple stuff in the past. This new nuclear peacemaker has been modified in terms of flight speed and the explosives carried by the warhead. Moreover, this new nuclear peacemaker has a strong intelligent analysis system and naked vision judgment system. Once the launch is successful, all commands will be judged by the nuclear peacemaker's own system. It defaults to hostile signal interference for all external signals and ignores them. Such a stubborn nuclear peacemaker will not give up unless it hits the target. The new humans also discovered the approach of the nuclear peacemaker, and all the air defense weapons on the mountain began to intercept and attack the nuclear peacemaker. If we talk about the fastest interception attack, it should be laser weapons. The attack speed of lasers is the fastest among all weapons, and it is basically impossible to avoid it with the current technological level of all forces. However, Zhang Junsheng had already anticipated that there would be such weapons to intercept the nuclear peacemaker. So the outer layer of the missile was actually a new material that can reflect most of the light. Such materials can already reflect 99.99% of various light. So laser weapons cannot effectively intercept it in a short time. The remaining kinetic weapons are even more pitiful. Their interception mechanisms are not enough to pose any threat to this nuclear peacemaker. The speed of the nuclear peacemaker can be adjusted within a certain range, and it is impossible to effectively intercept it by prediction. The flight trajectory of the nuclear peacemaker is also determined by its internal system. If the outside world does not know the logic of its judgment, it cannot be intercepted at all. So although the technology of this mountain is also very high, and the weapons are also very advanced, however, all its technological advancement is also within a certain degree. At its current level, it cannot refuse the visit of the nuclear peacemaker. A huge orange mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the mountain, just like a plant growing on it. With this loud noise, light, heat, and energy waves all began to spread outward. The mountain also tilted and slowly fell to the ground. But the people of the other two major forces on the ground were in bad luck. The closer the life form is to the center of the explosion, the more tragic it will be. And they will not even leave any material. And the life forms farther away will begin to burn. And there are also many that are blown away by the energy wave. In general, the lives on the battlefield will basically die. And those who stay and do not die for a while will die from the influence of radioactivity in a short time afterwards. Just this one nuclear bomb can reach such a terrifying level. The three forces did not expect it at all. The essence of war is death. This is an indisputable fact. The new human side just wanted to test whether Zhang Junsheng had such a terrifying weapon as he said. But Pandora's box will not be easily closed once it is opened. The decision of a few people affects the fate of the vast majority of people. Some people below don't even know what happened, and their lives have ended. Wu Ai looked at the tragedy in front of him and couldn't calm down. There were at least 100,000 combatants on the scene. In just a few seconds, these lives have ended their life trajectories. Chapter 452. The situation after the nuclear peacemaker. The mountain of the new humans finally fell to the ground. And it was a long time before the voice of the new humans came. Outsiders, you actually use such a terrifying weapon. You will face the pursuit of the whole world next. And no race or force will allow you to exist. Zhang Junsheng contacted Wu Ai through the communicator. And his first sentence was, shouldn't they surrender in front of such weapons? Why are they still resisting? Wu Ai didn't know what to say. If they surrendered when they met a powerful enemy, then this civilization would not need to develop anymore. Your nuclear peacemakers are much more powerful than before. How many of these do you have in stock? Zhang Junsheng said very depressedly. These can only be used to save lives. What kind of cabbage is that you can only have as many as you want? I reserved this one in an underground cave before. The production cycle is too long. So there is only one. Otherwise, if I put such a thing on my plane, I would be doomed. Although Zhang Junsheng's words seemed to make sense, Wu Ai could not believe what he said. Wu Ai decided to leave here immediately. Because if what the new human side said just now was true, Then the number of remaining tribes that did not participate in this battle from the other two forces was also something he could afford. When Wu Ai said that he was about to leave, Zhang Junsheng said that his plane had not been repaired yet, and he could only leave after the plane was repaired. He asked Wu Ai to go first, and then just keep in touch. Wu Ai didn't care what the other party had planned. He didn't want to put himself and his teammates in danger. The RV started and left here quickly, and when Wu Ai's RV disappeared on the horizon, Zhang Junsheng laughed crazily. After Wu Ai's RV drove for about half a day, he decided to find a place to stop and rest for a while. Gu Xiaoxi also started to prepare lunch for everyone. Although this meal should be called breakfast, it is better to call it lunch if it is eaten at noon. During the meal, everyone began to discuss the whole situation of this battle, and why it ended up like this. The situation that the three forces had originally agreed to check and balance each other turned into the three forces jointly hunting them down, which was not considered in the plan at all. In the end, it was Zhang Junsheng's nuclear peacemaker who ruined things. Although the three forces had already shown signs of uniting at that time, there might be a chance if the nuclear peacemaker was not used. I think Zhang Junsheng's goal is still that mountain. The purpose of the nuclear peacemaker is just to help him clear out the extra people who are in the way, so that he can deal with that mountain with peace of mind. Don't forget how he got his battleships and giant bombers before. Wu Ai said this, and Li Zimu also said with some sympathy. No wonder I always have an irrepressible joy when I heard him speak last time. It turns out that he is such a plan. Viper also said at the right time. It is impossible that the gathering place of new humans is only this one place. If so, they will never develop to the point of ruling the world. Since they finally said that they would gather all forces to hunt us down together, then they should do what they say next. Chapter 453, A Force Choice. While everyone was talking, the alarm of the RV suddenly sounded. Now they dared not turn on the active radar of the RV, fearing that it would expose their position. So now the alert mission is all handed over to the patrol of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The advantage of this is that they can detect the enemy without relying on radar. But the disadvantage is that when they detect the enemy, they are already very close. After the alarm sounded, the enemy's situation was also displayed by the hologram. This is an air team composed of 5 fighters. If there are such fighters, there must be at least a space carrier behind them. As for whether this ship is heavy, only God knows. The flying speed of these fighters is of course very fast. So they found the location of Wu Ai's RV at the first time. For them who have exposed their position, the first problem is to try to keep the information from being spread. However, in such a situation, the opponent only needs to say a few words to make their position invisible. And keeping the position information is no longer a consideration. The drone was taken back, and the second-level combat part of the RV was activated, and the second-level particle cannon was used to attack the battle. Let the position be exposed. At least there must be no tail following them in the sky. The particle cannon was still very powerful, and it soon destroyed these ordinary fighters used for reconnaissance. The weapons carried by these fighters could not cause any damage to the RV. On the contrary, the attack power of the particle cannon was beyond their ability to withstand. After killing the 5 reconnaissance fighters, Wu Ai also cautiously turned on the holographic camouflage system. Although it was not possible to completely prevent the RV from being discovered, it was much better than having nothing. Now it seemed that they needed to find a cave to hide in, and only in this way could they avoid the opponent's all-round search. However, before the cave was found, they encountered a team of werewolves searching. With their excellent sense of smell, they quickly found them within the approximate range provided by the new humans. Fortunately, their current weapons were just the cheap ones that Wu Ai had given them before. If the new humans were to fully arm these intelligent orcs, the consequences would be very terrible. There are still 17 days left before the end of the mission, and the next half-month is probably the most difficult time for them. Finally, Wu Ai found a cave in the RV, and the location of the cave is not bad. In order to prevent the orcs from finding him by smell, he deliberately made some cover at the entrance of the cave, hoping to hinder the orcs' olfactory reconnaissance. But all this only lasted for half a day, and finally they were still blocked in the cave. If the team that found him was not very strong, they would have really found a grave for themselves. It seems that there is no place in the world that is safe, and there is only one place for now. That is the mysterious place before, although they are not sure about the location of that place. As long as they enter the range of the mysterious place, they will be pulled in and can't get out. The members of the team had no other choice but to agree to this method. hoping that after they entered, the ancient and powerful existence would have gone to sleep obediently. After they had a destination, they didn't waste time. Wu Ai drove the RV and didn't stop anywhere, and went straight to the direction that might be the mysterious place at the fastest speed. Chapter 454 Mysterious Visitors. The RV driven by Wu Ai and his companions was attacked by various forces, like a rat crossing the street. It seemed that the enemy had guessed Wu Ai and his companions' purpose, so the blockade against them along the way was getting larger and larger. After defeating the attack of the orcs, Wu Ai and everyone had a discussion at the conference table. The question discussed was whether to change the escape route. I think our route has been discovered by the enemy, but the enemy only set up some small and medium-sized blockades on the route. I guess they did this just to delay time, and they may be gathering troops that can destroy us in one go. If we still follow the previous route to escape, we may end up running into the big net that the other party has prepared long ago. Wu Ai expressed his concerns, and he hoped that everyone could work together to study the escape route in the future. No one wants to see such a situation, but the probability of the situation, Wu Ai said, is also very high. If they insist on their own way, the consequences are really beyond their ability to bear. All members of the team are frowning under the dual pursuit of biology and technology. They are now almost reaching the limit of what they can bear. As for how to avoid it in the next period of time, everyone had no good idea. Just when they were at a loss, there were suddenly several knocks on the door outside the RV. This sudden knock on the door made everyone sweat coldly. How could there be creatures in this world that could avoid their reconnaissance and go directly to the door? Even the most powerful new humans in this world could not do this. So these knocks on the door made everyone scared. No one in the RV moved, and the holographic image also showed that there was no creature at the door. But the knock on the door continued to sound, and Wu Ai suddenly had an untimely explanation of ghosts in his mind. After the third knock, no one answered. A female voice came from outside. "Brother Wu, you didn't forget my voice, did you? Guess who I am?" After saying these words, a girl's silver bell-like laughter came out. To be honest, this voice sounded familiar to Wu Ai. However, the current tension and the confusion in his mind made him unable to distinguish the voice carefully, so he still did not make any response to the familiar voice outside. Wu Ai basically spent his time with everyone in the RV. So a woman who seemed to know Wu Ai appeared, and no one had any impression of him, which also made the spectators come online again. The tense atmosphere changed after a few words from the woman outside the door, which made Wu Ai feel dizzy. Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zimu were fine, but he couldn't understand why Li Muzi and Fei Bao showed such concern. And Dusha didn't know if it was because he had been with Fei Bao for a long time recently. But he also began to show a love for gossip. Although he tried his best to hide his behavior, the person outside saw that no one answered inside. So she said a little angrily, "I am Xiaohua. Xiaohua, do you remember me? It's only been a short time since we separated, and you have forgotten me." Chapter 455 Crisis Relieved. When the other party said she was Xiaohua, Wu Ai immediately remembered. The previous RV system Xiaohua finally invaded the body of a girl she wanted and then left. Is the person outside now her? How could she be in the second floor of the trial of the giant tower? And can she find her position accurately? Because the memories of the people in the RV had been sealed by Xiaohua for a period of time. They had never seen the appearance of Xiaohua when she left. The viper and flying leopard who joined later certainly could not recognize Xiaohua, which made them very curious about who Xiaohua was. Xiaohua's figure slowly emerged on the holographic image, and her appearance was exactly the same as the girl Xiaohua had obtained before. Wu Ai then carefully opened the side of the RV and looked at Xiaohua, who was close at hand, but he did not show much enthusiasm. At this time, Xiaohua smiled like a flower. She knew very well that her sudden appearance would cause some trouble to everyone, so she was not unhappy to see that Wu Ai and others were not very enthusiastic about her. "Why? The former owner didn't give me temporary permission to let me go in and sit down. This doesn't seem like the way of hospitality in a country of etiquette." Xiaohua made a joke that she thought was quite funny, but no one in the RV showed any smile. However, Wu Ai still gave Xiaohua temporary permission to enter the RV. After everyone sat down at the conference table again, Xiaohua told him the purpose of this visit before he asked. "I said I would help you once before I left. Now you need my help, so I came. Don't think that only you can enter the giant tower to accept the trial. In fact, I don't know how many people or organizations and forces have entered the giant tower. But now everyone has not been able to meet. And it is through my special ability that I can find you and help you escape this crisis. So you don't need to ask about other things. As long as I activate my ability in your RV, few people in this world will be able to discover your existence. You only need to plan your remaining mission time. The danger has been far away from you since I got on the car. The members of Wu Ai's team looked at each other. They didn't even dare to dream about such a thing. They were almost forced into a desperate situation. But suddenly they started cheating. And all the dangers did not exist. How could this not shock everyone? Are you really Xiaohua? Are you really here to help us voluntarily? Is there really no danger after this? Wu Ai asked the other party 3 questions in a row. Xiaohua said helplessly. I am really Xiaohua. To some extent, I really volunteered to help you. I can't guarantee 100% that there will be no danger after this. But at least the probability of danger is much smaller than you imagined. Wu Ai decisively heard something more in Xiaohua's words, which reminded him of the woman who helped him in the mysterious place before, who was the same as Gu Xiaoxi. I don't know if there is any connection between them. But at least for now, they have avoided the inevitable death situation after this. Chapter 456 Determination to Kill. Since Xiaohua didn't want to say anything more, and the other party was here to help him, he stopped asking about the other party, and discussed with everyone what to do in the remaining 13 days. Anyway, I think we must seek revenge on the new humans. It's them who made us hide here, and they're like rats for so many days. And why didn't Zhang Junsheng contact us? We should also pay attention to what he is doing. Li Zimu expressed her thoughts. And Gu Xiaoxi immediately agreed with her opponent's proposal. The venomous snake also meant that, under the premise that everyone was not in danger, they could still appropriately retaliate against their enemies. Finally, after everyone decided on the plan, everyone was finally able to sleep peacefully. And Wu Ai has been thinking about the information in Xiaohua's few words, which will be helpful to the entire team in the future. The next day, breakfast was unusually rich, not only because everyone was safe and had time to make more delicious food. Xiaohua's arrival was another reason for this rich breakfast. Xiaohua's eyes lit up when she looked at such a rich breakfast. Wu Ai had only seen that kind of posture on Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zimu's faces. Sure enough, the two who were originally mortal enemies found that the third wolf had joined. And they quickly formed an alliance and fought back and forth with Xiaohua on the dining table. In the end, the 3 little flower pigs leaned on the stools and could not move. Their bellies were all bulging, like 3 pregnant women. Wu Ai felt very embarrassed looking at these 3 people. So he and the rest of the people left them alone. Because of Xiaohua's powerful skill illusion, he also wanted to go to the front to see what kind of death trap the new humans had prepared for them. On the way to the mysterious place, Wu Ai finally saw the terrifying power of all forces in this world to deal with an enemy together. They encountered no less than 100 teams along the way. And the weapons and equipment of the teams in the back were better. The weapons of the human tribes and the intelligent orcs are no longer the water guns of the past. The weapons now looked like laser guns. At 10 p.m., Wu Ai finally saw the final appearance of the troops. A mountain that was exactly the same as the one shot down by Zhang Junsheng before. There were 30 heavy space carriers around the mountain. There were no less than 50 ordinary space carriers floating in the airspace in front of the heavy warships. And there were also hundreds of various tanks and launch vehicles on the ground. This kind of fighting force is far stronger than the strength he and Zhang Junsheng had seen attacking the new human gathering place before. And these are just a single camp of the new human side. The powerful orc warriors on the side of the intelligent orcs can no longer be counted by number. There are so many that it is impossible to describe. And under the afterglow of the setting sun, there are at least 50 teams of mechanical combat beasts shining brightly. There are also many self-propelled artillery on the human side. But they are not deployed on the spot now. Probably because they don't need to maintain combat status, because they have not found the enemy. After seeing all this, Wu Ai drove the RV and chose a direction to slip away in shame. If it weren't for Xiaohua's ability to hide their existence, Wu Ai would have been beaten to ashes in the first round of attack. Chapter 457 Shameless People. While driving the RV to leave the encirclement of these combat forces, Wu Ai looked at Viper and others around him. Even Li Muzi, who always thought he was the best player in the team, had a heavy face. Under such firepower, there was no hope of survival. It seemed that the determination to kill them had really reached the extreme. The RV was now heading to the place where the last battle took place. Wu Ai also wanted to see how Zhang Junsheng was doing now. Has he successfully obtained the existence that looked like an aerial fortress? At dinner time, Everyone still ate happily in the RV. But the three little pigs also restrained themselves. They lay on the chairs for a long time before they recovered. So now they eat very elegantly. The RV never stopped during this process. And Wu Ai and Gu Xiaoxi took turns eating. Everyone wanted to know how far Zhang Junsheng had achieved. So the RV did not stop as long as they could hold on. Finally, when everyone was about to sleep, the RV stopped. And they couldn't let everyone get tired in a hurry to find Zhang Junsheng. The next day was still the same as before. Anyway, there was no threat. And everyone was not afraid of being discovered by other forces. With 9 days left before the mission, Wu Ai finally returned to the site of the battle in his RV. The devastation and the debris after the battle made people feel very heavy. The fortress that looked like a mountain was no longer tilted on the ground. It was straightened and parked on the ground again. The place on the mountain that was hit by the nuclear flattener had long since returned to its original appearance. Wu Ai didn't know who was in control of the mountain now. So he went to see where Zhang Junsheng's giant bomber was. When the RV arrived at the location of the bomber, it was found that the bomber had not been completely repaired, and the inside was already in a dilapidated state. The plane looked abandoned, so Zhang Junsheng must have already taken it. In order to confirm whether Zhang Junsheng had really succeeded, Wu Ai turned on the communicator and wanted to contact him. The communicator was connected soon, and Wu Ai asked directly, "I wonder how Brother Zhang is doing now. Has your plane been repaired? I am being chased by those people, and there is no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Your situation should be better than mine." After saying these words, Wu Ai waited for the other party's answer. He wanted to confirm the real ownership of the mountain through the other party's answer. "Brother Wu, what you said is a bit exaggerated. We are the same. How could it be possible that you are being hunted while I am safe? I am also being hunted and have no way to escape. I just finished fighting those fighters that are as fast as mice. I can only survive because my plane is strong and can be repaired quickly. I am not having a good time." At this point, Wu Ai has confirmed that Zhang Junsheng was lying just now. So the mountain has really become his possession. It is precisely because of the mountain that he did not know what method he used to deceive the new human party. So that he is not being hunted by any force now. Wu Ai must not let Zhang Junsheng, who is gloating over his misfortune, have an easy time. Chapter 458 Requesting the Nuclear Peacemaker. After getting the information he wanted, Wu Ai immediately started to make Zhang Junsheng sad. "Brother Zhang, if you say so, then I am a little curious. The previous new human fortress that was like a mountain has been taken by you, and your bomber has been abandoned. So what exactly do you want to convey to me with those words just now?" When Zhang Junsheng heard these words, he immediately realized that Wu Ai should be near the new fortress he had obtained. Otherwise, he would not be so sure that he had abandoned the giant bomber. But now this area has been under his surveillance for a long time, and it is impossible for something to break in here without his knowledge. If it is really Wu Ai's team that successfully entered under his nose, then the other party should have obtained some technology that is higher than his own. He thought about it for a long time, and finally decided not to give up the current situation easily. After all, they had fought together before, so it is better not to offend each other in the remaining time. And now the other party obviously has more high-tech camouflage technology. This time Wu Ai's team came back, because he had not contributed all the time and felt a little unhappy. "Brother Wu, you are joking. Actually, I did lie. Because you said before that you have been hunted down. If I say that I am living well and not hunted down, I am afraid you will feel unbalanced. So I hope Brother Wu can understand that I do not have full control of this fortress now. And there is still a lot of work to be done." Wu Ai curled his lips in contempt, and said with some playfulness, "Since Brother is in trouble, I will not dwell on this issue. But Brother should still have a nuclear peacemaker now. I want to give Brother a coordinate to let Brother do this. I don't know if it is convenient for Brother here." Zhang Junsheng frowned slightly. Wu Ai was obviously still angry, and his tone was not negotiating with him. If he said no, the other party was near him now, and might have high-tech weapons. If he didn't agree to his request, would he be retaliated? If the other party was unhappy, he would be directly against him. If that happened, he would be very uncomfortable. But if he really launched a nuclear peacemaker according to the other party's coordinates, he didn't know what kind of buildings there were. If it was a gathering place of new humans, it would be a hornet's nest. Now Zhang Junsheng was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, and Wu Ai was still urging him. In the end, Zhang Junsheng decided to solve the problem at hand first, and then deal with the rest later. If he didn't agree to Wu Ai's request now, he might be attacked immediately. I don't know where the coordinates of Brother Wu are? Whose hometown are you trying to demolish? Zhang Junsheng asked tentatively. Wu Ai said angrily. Whose hometown can I know? I just want you to fire an attack on the team of some forces that were chasing me before. They almost killed me before. And now that I have the ability, of course I have to retaliate. Although Wu Ai didn't have much information in his words, Zhang Junsheng still got some. At least the coordinates were not someone's home, which made him feel a lot more relieved. Chapter 459. I'll trick you without negotiation. Since it wasn't a critical building, Zhang Junsheng didn't feel any pressure to fight. As the coordinates were input, an exit opened somewhere in the mountain-like fortress, and a nuclear pacifier was launched directly. Wu Ai watched the nuclear pacifier go away with his eyes, and he expected Zhang Junsheng to attract the attention of all forces. Soon after, a beautiful mushroom cloud rose in the distance, which made Wu Ai very satisfied. Now that he knew the result, he also needed to leave this place of trouble. It was expected that this place would become a new battlefield again in a while, and he didn't want to be affected. Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng exchanged a few words, and then said goodbye and left. After that, Zhang Junsheng began to feel a little uneasy. He turned on the highest frequency of his detection equipment to monitor the nearby area. He also hoped that he was just overthinking. But about half an hour after Wu Ai left here, his radar found that there were many light spots approaching him. And these light spots stopped 50 kilometers away from him, and then began to gather continuously. Zhang Junsheng had used the communicator of this fortress to forge a request for repair, so he was safe here. But now the other party has started to gather troops outside without contacting him. It seems that the other party has a more secret method to identify whether the fortress belongs to their forces. If Wu Ai had not launched a nuclear flattener at his request, it is estimated that the other party would not have needed to re-identify the ownership of the fortress. Now it seems that he can no longer sit here and wait for death. He doesn't know how many people the other party will gather. He needs to make some preparations in advance, since the other party clearly knows what they want to deal with. Then when the other party gathers their troops to attack, he should definitely not be able to beat them. It would be better to take the opportunity to run away while they have not yet assembled. Zhang Junsheng's mountain-like fortress is really not under his complete control, and he has not fully understood the fortress system. So now he only has those energy beam weapons to use. But these things are far from enough. It is safer to run away. Wu Ai watched Zhang Junsheng's fortress fly up with a telescope, and it is estimated that he has discovered the arrival of the enemy. But now he has been exposed to the enemy's eyes. How could he be let go so easily? Zhang Junsheng should have a headache in the days to come. Now there was nothing to do. Wu Ai decided that they should think about the performance of the RV. Previously, the building blocks and cores were found on the crashed heavy space carrier, so there should be a lot of them in the gathering place of the new humans. After that, they had to find the gathering place of the new humans and rob the supplies as their own responsibility. And they could not miss any opportunity to become stronger. In order to find the gathering place of the new humans, they drove at full speed in the opposite direction of the gathering of troops. Only by chasing the reinforcements could they find the gathering place of the new humans. However, due to Zhang Junsheng's escape, the gathering of the troops had changed. So it was much more troublesome to find the gathering place of the new humans according to the method of the source of the reinforcements. Chapter 460. Going to the city for shopping. Although the time to find the gathering place was prolonged, this method is still very useful in the current state of war. After 3 days, Wu Ai and others finally found a very large city surrounded by mountains. The city covers a very large area. Wu Ai looked down from the top of the mountain and saw that the planning of the city was also very clear. The new humans in the living area were full of laughter and joy, and there were all kinds of shops. The means of transportation were mainly small flying cars, which looked very dreamy. The other side was very clean, and there were few new humans. It should be a military restricted area. There were also several huge squares in it, and some combat units he had never seen were parked on them. It looks like it's hard to get in here. Will we be discovered? Wu Ai was a little discouraged. After all, she was sure that she could pass this test. It would be really depressing if an accident happened because of her own actions. At this time, Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zima united their forces again. They both despised his cowardice. They really wanted to go in and take a look to see what new things there were in this gathering place. Xiaohua, who was not afraid of trouble, smiled with her eyes bent. She said casually, "With my ability, let alone entering openly, there is no problem living in it for a while. You haven't forgotten my ability, have you? My illusion is very powerful. In fact, Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi just saw the prosperous and lively shopping scene in the city. They have lived in the end times for a long time and have forgotten the fun of shopping. Since the current city can meet their requirements, they certainly want to go in and have a good look." Xiaohua immediately became the big sister of the two. Their attentive appearance made Wu and others feel sick. "Since it is safe to go in, let's go in and see if there is anything to gain." After everyone decided to go in, they started to make some preparations for it. Xiaohua's illusion has a distance limit, and it can only work effectively within this distance. And the city is too huge. If they are separated, they can't take care of both sides. Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi want to go shopping, while Wu Ai and Dusha want to go to the military zone to see if there is anything to gain. The demands of both sides are different, so they can only enter the city twice. The final distribution result is that each group cannot enter the city for more than 3 days, because there are only 6 days left before the end of the mission, and they must be together before the end. God knows if they will be separated next time they appear together. If so, it will be fun. Gu Xiaoxi and others were already impatient. After all the shameful cuteness, the male camp led by Wu Ai finally lost. Finally, Gu Xiaoxi, Li Zimu and Fei Bao were all ready to go with a smile. Wu Ai persuaded Li Muzi to go with them. First, they could relax, and second, they had to have someone normal to watch them. Otherwise they might get into trouble if they went crazy. The last girl group, led by Xiaohua, rushed to the city gate in a mighty manner. I don't know what will happen to them on this city trip. Chapter 461 Searching for Military Supplies. After the girls left, only Wu Ai and Viper were left in the RV, and the whole space seemed to be much quieter. There was nothing for the two to discuss now, so Viper entered his space to study something, while Wu Ai sat in the driver's seat and stared at the sky in a daze. Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi jumped around like huskies, and were very curious about everything they saw in the city, because of Xiaohua's illusion ability. When the new humans in the range looked at them, their equipment and appearance were basically the same as those of ordinary new humans. This city, which is like the future world, opened everyone's eyes. There are many novel things that make them dazzled. Although they don't have the common currency in this city, Xiaohua easily solves such a small matter. These people seem to have endless money. As long as they like something, they will buy it directly. Although their behavior makes them feel very happy, there are hidden dangers behind their generosity. The operation of the city cannot be completed in one area, so the area they are in was deceived by the illusion. But when they went to other areas, the problems of this area were exposed. The city's surveillance facilities and various small reconnaissance equipment began to conduct reconnaissance. But Xiaohua's illusion was so amazing that even the reconnaissance of machines could be deceived. Therefore, the city's reconnaissance equipment could only find some problems, and they were very unreasonable. But they didn't know why the problems happened. They had a great time for 3 days, so if Li Muzi hadn't suppressed them strongly, Wu Ai's time would probably have been requisitioned by these people. Looking at the people who came back a few hours later than expected, Wu Ai's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was not until they saw Wu Ai's dark face that Gu Xiaoxi and the others suddenly came back to their senses. They realized that the place they were in before was just a flash in the pan. Because these people were later than expected, Wu Ai did not want to deal with them now. They had to race against time to explore the military area of the city. If they did not gain anything, it would be a waste of time. Wu Ai ignored the cautious look of these girls and returned to the city with Viper and Xiaohua. When Xiaohua led the two of them to the gate of the city's living area and military area, Wu Ai realized that they were not qualified to enter the opposite military area. But as luck would have it, just when everyone was worried, a vehicle that was supposed to be transporting supplies came from a distance. It just so happened that they could take a ride into the military area, and the three of them successfully entered the military control area. In order to quickly find supplies in the military control area, the first thing they had to do was to find a map of the military control area. Only with the map here can they avoid taking a detour. Now that time is running out. They can't waste time because of taking the wrong road. Fortunately, there is a simple building guide on the side of the road, although it does not clearly mark all the buildings and their functions. However, The buildings that do not require special confidentiality are still marked. And although the supply area is also marked, it is an ordinary supply area such as food. The really important supplies should not be stored with those ordinary supplies. Chapter 462 Checking the Warehouse. The location of important military supplies should be kept confidential. If there is a map showing the location of the warehouse, it should be placed in a relatively safe place. However, with Shihua's invincible illusion ability, these problems are basically not a problem. Everyone came to the door of a building that looked the most magnificent. Wu Ai wanted to find a person who came in and out of here and use illusion to let him tell the location of the military supplies. After waiting for a while, a beautiful female staff member finally came out of the building. Wu Ai decided to let Xiaohua take action on her to see if she knew the location of the warehouse. But they didn't know that this beautiful female staff member knew nothing. She came here just to serve some senior executives. And those senior executives would not say anything about work in front of her. After wasting some time, Xiaohua successfully got the location of the military supplies from a person who looked like a senior executive. When the three people knew the specific location of the military warehouse, they immediately set out to the military warehouse. When they arrived at the location of the warehouse, they found that it was a bar. And the bar was still open at this time, with many new humans coming in and out. I don't know why this bar is disguised as a military warehouse. Is there any great treasure inside? Wu Ai said to the two people next to him. And the two people had no idea. With the ability that seemed to be cheating, the three people followed one person into the underground military warehouse in a short time. The military warehouse is not a warehouse in the traditional sense. Under the bar is a combination of military facilities. There is a complete passage for vehicles to travel. And there are also many new human officers and soldiers inside. There are 10 warehouses that look large below. And no one knows what is inside. Wu Ai and his team decided not to miss any of the 10 warehouses. They wanted to go in one by one to see what was inside. First, the first warehouse was filled with mushroom-like things. This was a whole warehouse full of such things. Unexpectedly, such things were also raised to the level of military supplies. The second warehouse was filled with various materials and supplies. And some metals were also neatly placed on the shelves in the warehouse. Wu Ai walked around and didn't find anything useful. So he simply took a look and left. The third warehouse was filled with some large glass-like jars, which contained some unknown liquids. Wu Ai felt very uncomfortable just looking at it. So he left without checking it out. When the fourth warehouse appeared in front of him, he finally showed a long-lost smile on his face. Because the shelves in this warehouse were full of building blocks. He could no longer count the number of building blocks with his naked eyes. These things that were about to become his private collection made him really overjoyed. After a simple look, he and everyone went to check the next warehouse. Because he couldn't take the things in it now. And he could only take them all away after he brought the RV in. The fifth warehouse was the expected hardcore. Although the number of hardcores was not as many as the number of building blocks. The current inventory in the warehouse also surprised them. Chapter 463 Getting Ready. They have checked 5 warehouses. And they have found the blocks and cores they wanted. And the quantity is amazing. Wu Ai is also very satisfied. But there are still 5 warehouses that he has not checked. He always has a kind of curiosity to see them all. Now that he has the ability, he finally decided to satisfy his curiosity. Inside the 6th warehouse is a big tree. And there are a few blocks scattered on the tree. Seeing this big tree reminds Wu Ai of the banyan tree he saw at the border before. They can both produce blocks. It seems that part of the building blocks of the new humans must have come from this big tree. Otherwise, they would not have protected this big tree inside. There is a fighter jet parked in the 7th warehouse, which looks like a new fighter jet with high-tech content. Wu Ai has never seen such a fighter jet in previous battles. Since it is parked here, it proves that this fighter jet may be the latest test aircraft. There are many white monsters imprisoned in the 8th warehouse. All of them have not turned black. When Wu Ai and others entered, they all showed a drowsy state. It seems that this should be a place for the new humans to conduct some experiments. He really didn't like such a place. So they came out without entering. The 9th warehouse was also a place like a laboratory. Except that it was full of intelligent orcs. Presumably, the new humans had never given up on the study of intelligent orcs. So there was such a laboratory here. Wu Ai stopped in front of the door of the 10th warehouse. According to the previous order, the people in this warehouse were probably captured from the human tribe. If it was really a laboratory where ordinary humans were imprisoned, then he decided not to go in. but he couldn't completely confirm that it was a human laboratory. So he finally struggled for a while, before calming down and entering the 10th warehouse. However, the 10th warehouse was not a laboratory for studying humans, but a huge block of ice. There seemed to be a human figure in the ice, and there might be a humanoid creature frozen in this huge block of ice. No one could confirm whether there was a person in the ice. So based on the principle of not making trouble when there was nothing to do, everyone did not do anything to the giant ice and left. After the 3 people came out, Wu Ai made a summary. There are only 3 supplies in this military base that are useful to us. So when we go back, I will bring the mini version of the Gundam armor in. Take away all the blocks in the cores, and I won't let go of the blocks on the tree. If there is anything else that needs to be taken away, tell me directly later. As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, the venomous snake asked Wu Ai to take some samples of the big tree that can produce blocks. He was still a little curious about this tree. In addition to this request, Xiaohua didn't want anything else. So everyone returned to the original route and prepared to enter here again. When they returned to the RV, Gu Xiuxi was preparing dinner. They didn't expect Wu Ai and others to come back so soon. So when the girls saw Wu Ai return, they were a little surprised. Chapter 464 Concerns about the man in the ice. After Wu Ai told everyone about the warehouse again, Li Zimu had some ideas about the plane. After the food was ready, everyone started eating together. During the meal, Li Zimu kept telling Wu Ai that he wanted the plane, which made Wu Ai a little worried. It was obviously impossible to take back such a large plane. So Li Zimu's request was directly rejected by him. But she still wanted to go and see the plane with Wu Ai. Even if she couldn't take it back, she wanted to collect the data of the plane, which might come in handy in the future. Li Muzi was somewhat interested in the person in the ice in the last warehouse. But she only said a few words, and did not mean to ask Wu Ai to bring the ice back. After dinner, Wu Ai took Li Zimu and Xiaohua and set off again, because of the previous successful infiltration. Except for the time wasted to enter the gate of the military restricted area, everything else was done smoothly. Li Zimu also successfully obtained all the data of the aircraft with the scanner, which made her very happy. All the building blocks and cores also entered Wu Ai's pocket as she wished, which made the subsequent transformation and upgrading process of the RV no longer so stretched. After returning safely to the parking place of the RV, everyone prepared to wash up and go to bed. Li Zimu entered her exclusive space very excitedly, as if she had gained some inspiration from the scanning fighter today. The sample of the tree that Viper wanted that could produce building blocks was also taken back, and Viper returned to his own space to study it after getting the sample. After a while, only Wu Ai and Li Muzi were left in the RV. Li Muzi's expression was a little serious. She behaved differently after knowing about the man in the ice. Wu Ai asked in confusion, "Do you have any guesses about the man in the ice? Or do you think that person can help you in any way?" Wu Ai's question made Li Muzi not know how to answer. After hesitating for a while, she said, "I don't know why. When you told me about the man in the ice, I always felt that I should go there to take a look, as if something would happen. I don't know whether what happened is good or bad, so I didn't say I was going there." Wu Ai also took Li Muzi's words very seriously. Since something could make her uneasy, it must have something to do with her. Since you can't tell what will happen when you see that piece of ice, in order to ensure that there is no mistake, we will go there again when there is not much time left for the mission. If something bad really happens, we only need to survive for a short time to leave this world. Li Muzi responded with a kind smile. Wu Ai still wanted to take the risk for this Iceman, who was not sure whether he was dangerous or not, so that she would not have any regrets. This also made her feel very warm. After the matter finally had a definite answer, Li Muzi returned to her room to rest at ease. At this time, only Wu Ai was left in the RV, and I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, he went to Xiaohua's guest room and knocked on her door gently. When Xiaohua came to open the door, Wu Ai directly made a request. Chapter 465 It's really her. There's nothing special about Wu Ai coming to Xiaohua, but he remembered that he had promised Gu Xiuxi about choosing a body before, and Xiaohua just happened to have the ability to do it. So he wanted to ask Xiaohua to help Gu Xiuxi solve this problem. He was afraid that something would happen when he went to find the man in the ice. So he came to Xiaohua for help in advance. Since you said she hasn't decided whether to change to her original body, then I will give you 2 crystals. I will use these 2 crystals to seal my ability once, so that she can make the decision when she thinks it through. But since the crystal only has 1 power, She must think it through before making a decision. After saying that, she took out 2 crystals from her pocket, and then closed her eyes, holding one in each hand. After a while, her hands glowed, and the previous crystals had changed color. Wu Ai didn't expect Xiaohua to agree to his request so readily. He always felt that Xiaohua's appearance was not really out of her own will, although she had promised to help him once. This time's help was a bit too abrupt. When Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the crystal in her hand had sealed her power. After she told Wu Ai how to use the 2 crystals, she looked at him with her big watery eyes. Wu Ai felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, so he could only prepare to leave and return to his room. Just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, Xiaohua suddenly said, "What? Don't you still want to ask me why I found you so accurately? I saw you seem to have something to ask me just now, and I thought you would ask me this question." Xiaohua's words made him stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would be so frank to talk about this matter. Looking at Xiaohua's eyes, Wu Ai felt that there was no need to be shy, and he said very straightforwardly, "I really wanted to ask you this question just now. I always feel that your appearance is a bit abrupt, although I don't understand why you showed up and helped us. Your help to us is real, so I can't question you anymore." Xiaohua chuckled, and after a while she said, "Sure enough, you are like this. She told me when I came here, if someone is nice to you, even if you think there are some problems with the other person, you are embarrassed to ask." Wu Ai was keenly aware of the she mentioned by Xiaohua, so he asked directly, "Is the woman who sent you here exactly like Gu Xiaoxi?" Xiaohua nodded in affirmation without hesitation, and then Wu Ai smiled and said, "Although I may not ask my doubts directly, I still attach great importance to safety, especially when it comes to the safety of the entire team. Although I didn't ask you directly just now, I will still ask you after tomorrow's incident. She only remembers the old me, and now I have changed a lot, and she did not participate in this process of change. So if you see her again in the future, don't let her analyze me with certainty from a perspective that knows me very well. This will give people a sense of arrogance and make people hate it." Chapter 466: The Origin of Palace Costumes. Xiaohua didn't know what kind of entanglement Wu Ai had with a woman who looked like Gu Xiaoxi, but she seemed to understand something through the conversation between the two. Afterwards, Xiaohua just smiled apologetically, and she didn't continue to talk about this topic. Wu Ai also felt that he seemed to have said too much, and his emotions were also a little fluctuating, so he simply ended the conversation and returned to his room. Xiaohua looked at Wu Ai, who was leaving, her eyes full of sympathy. When the RV and everyone arrived at the 10th warehouse, there were only 5 hours left before the end of this mission. Li Muzi came to the huge ice block as she wished, not knowing what would happen next, and of course not knowing whether it would be good or bad. Li Muzi stood in front of the ice block for 5 minutes without doing anything, and then she summoned Qiu Shui and stabbed it directly into the ice block. As Qiu Shui entered, the ice block also changed. The ice turned into a thread of cold air and entered Li Muzi's body through Qiu Shui. As the ice block slowly disappeared, the figure inside became clearer and clearer. When the ice block was thin enough to clearly see the frozen things inside, everyone realized that the frozen things inside were not humanoid creatures. What was frozen inside the ice was actually a piece of ancient female clothing. Although this piece of clothing did not look special, its appearance was already very magical, so no one would believe that this piece of clothing was just an ordinary thing. After all, the ice turned into cold air and entered her body. Li Muzi quickly stepped forward and grabbed the ancient clothing that was slowly falling to the ground. As she touched it, the clothing turned into a stream of light and disappeared into her body. Such a magical scene made other people confused, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, when everything disappeared, the alarm in the warehouse suddenly sounded loudly. It should be that the alarm device was triggered after the things in the warehouse disappeared. Originally, everyone wanted to enter the RV and leave quickly, but the warehouse had already installed various facilities to prevent thieves from leaving. Various fences and laser interception measures were used together, and with the sound of the alarm, a thick yellow smoke began to appear in the entire warehouse. It is obvious that this thing must not be a good thing. Fortunately, Wu Ai's RV is completely immune to this kind of smoke, and this method does not pose any threat to everyone's safety. At this time, everyone only needs to wait for a few hours to leave here, so there is no need to go out or not. In the RV, everyone's focus at this time is the dress that Li Muzi just got. They are all very curious about what kind of magical power the dress has. When Li Muzi got the dress, he also got a piece of information. which is the origin of the dress, and the description of its various functions. Because the owner of this dress is the woman who passed on the power to Li Muzi when entering the giant tower. It was not until then that she knew the true identity of the woman. The owner of this dress is the head of a sect in the prehistoric cultivation civilization period. And this sect is called Bingxing Palace. Chapter 467, Dress-Up Controversy. Bingxing Palace was one of the top 3 sects at that time. So this dress was, of course, the personal belongings of the master of Bingxing Palace. The material information of this dress was not mentioned, but some of its functions were introduced. The main functions of this dress are as follows. First, it can store energy, so that it can be replenished in time when excessive energy is used, so that its owner will not fall into danger due to lack of energy. Second, it can amplify ice energy, similar to the function of energy amplifiers in current technology. Third, defense. The defense rule of this dress is an energy defense array composed of spherical energy. As the danger approaches, the defense array will automatically determine whether the threat needs to be activated to resist. The fourth function is a fatal attack. But Li Muzi did not say the form and triggering conditions of this function. Everyone can understand this. After all, there are still people who are not members of the team at the scene. It is better not to talk about such skills. After that, she did not talk about this palace dress. And everyone was tactful and did not ask questions about this dress. Her sister is still very interested in beautiful clothes, not to mention such ancient and magical clothes. She is even more curious. At this time, she tried her best to encourage her sister to wear this dress for everyone to see. And the eyes of others also explained everything. In fact, Li Muzi herself was also a little curious. But she didn't know what would happen if she put on this dress. So she had never tried to wear it. But now the situation seems to have reached the point of arrows on the string. And everyone's eyes also made her feel a little eager to try. She finally couldn't withstand the temptation of beautiful clothes. A white bead with cold air appeared in her hand. As the bead burst, a ball of white cold air quickly formed a sphere, wrapping Li Muzi's body in it. After the ball-shaped white cold air dissipated, Li Muzi stood in front of everyone in a white dress. Although this ancient white dress was very beautiful, for some reason, when she appeared in front of everyone, her face was as red as blood. And she quickly grabbed the clothes on the ground and ran back to the space. At first, no one knew why Li Muzi had such a reaction, until later Li Muzi let out a long "oh," and the other female members suddenly realized it. This may be the incompatibility between the ancient costumes worn by women and the modern women's clothing. After everyone understood why, they also understood why Li Muzi ran away quickly. As the yellow smoke outside slowly dissipated, there was movement outside the warehouse. This should be the people sent by the new humans to check the situation in the warehouse. As long as Xihua's illusion ability still exists, any new human will not be able to discover the existence of the RV even if they stand face to face in front of the RV. So no one was worried about the danger of being discovered. But I don't know if the yellow smoke has any special function. The yellow powder on the outer shell of the RV still attracted the attention of the new humans who came to check. Chapter 468, a seemingly simple mission. Although Xihua's illusion prevented the new humans from discovering the existence of the RV, the powder after the yellow smoke still exposed the existence of the RV. However, although the yellow powder exposed the outer contour of the RV, the new human inspectors could only see the appearance of the RV made of yellow powder. The RV itself was still invisible to them. So the new humans did not know what the relationship was between the disappearance of the ice and the huge transparent body that appeared now. Seeing this situation, Wu Ai felt that the remaining 2 hours could still be spent safely. Sure enough, the new human surveyor could not handle this situation. So he retreated and reported the matter to the higher-ups, in order to minimize his own danger. When there was no one in the warehouse, Li Zima took the equipment to weld the door of the warehouse directly, so that he could buy more time. The new humans who came later were blocked at the door, and this blockage wasted about 5 minutes of their time. They were still very careful about unknown things. So Wu Ai and others waited as they wished. As everyone was distracted for a while, the RV disappeared directly in the warehouse. The confused new human explorers were left at a loss. Time passed quickly this time, and when everyone regained consciousness again, Xiahua had disappeared in the RV without knowing it. And there was a building block ball on the conference table in the RV. Just when everyone wanted to see the properties of the building block ball, the conditions of this level of trial came to their minds again. Save 100,000 healthy human survivors, and help them build a base that can survive, and ensure the inheritance of civilization. After being informed of the trial task of this level, everyone did not understand how difficult this trial was. As everyone sat at the conference table and began to analyze, the difficulty of this trial was slowly analyzed by everyone. First of all, the number of humans in this world should be very small, and the task requires that they must be healthy, which increases the difficulty. Wu Ai said the first problem he found and shared it with everyone. If it is as the captain said, then our medical system will be of great use. I just don't know what hidden dangers the humans in this world will have, and whether our medical equipment can provide relevant treatment. But Viper was a little worried. After all, the standard of health is very important. If this standard is not met, then saving so many people will be in vain. We still need to help them build a safe fortress. And it seems that this fortress is to defend against certain threats. If the threat to humans in this world is very strong, I don't know when we will finish building this fortress. Li Zimu also began to complain. It seems that this trial task is still very complicated, and the time is also very long. Although the requirement of the trial is only one sentence, it is really cumbersome and difficult to analyze. Don't forget, there is also the requirement of civilization inheritance, which means that we still need to help them master a certain degree of scientific and technological knowledge. Only in this way can we guarantee the inheritance of civilization. Li Muzi's words were like a blow to the head, making everyone lie on the table. Chapter 469 hit the mark. Each requirement weighed on them like a mountain, and these tasks were all related, so it was impossible to complete them one by one. Li Zimu picked up the building block ball in front of him and asked the system to identify it. The identification result of this building block ball also gave everyone a glimmer of hope. The property of the building block ball is amplification. The specific amplification property can only be known before it is associated with a relevant physical object. The property of this building block ball seems to be of no great use, but if used well, it is really like a magical artifact. Li Zimu's first thought was to increase the weapons, or Wu Ai's Gundam robot, because the previous trial mission seemed to have vaguely hinted that the danger level of this world is still very high. If you don't want to be chased all over the street like in the previous mission, strengthening your force should be a must. Although Li Zimu's statement is a bit extreme, a single increase in force value does not seem to be of much help for the mission in this world. Venomous Snake hesitated to speak, and Fei Bao saw Venomous Snake's expression and helped him say what he wanted to say. Since the mission has set a separate standard for health, the pressure on medical care should be very high. If medical treatment cannot be strengthened, then this condition of health will be difficult to achieve. Fei Bao's statement also hits the mark of a requirement of the task, and it is also a very important requirement. Everyone has to consider again how to use this building block ball to maximize its effectiveness. Do you think the food problem of these people is a problem that should be considered? We should not be able to supply the daily food consumption of 100,000 people. According to my understanding of the food in space, even supplying food for 1,000 people is a big problem. Gu Xiaoxi weakly expressed her concerns, and Wu Ai patted his forehead with his right hand after hearing her words and looked back. Li Zimu also made a timely attack. We don't have the ability to manufacture weapons and defenses for fortresses or bases. Whether we can research them by then is also a big problem. This made the task seem impossible to complete. Unexpectedly, this task was even more abnormal than the previous one. Wu Ai had lost the ability to think. As more and more problems were exposed, everyone began to worry more and more. How could such a task be completed? Because of the problem of clothes, Li Muzi didn't want everyone's attention to focus on her. Without the secret wrapping of modern clothes, she always felt uncomfortable with other people's eyes on her. But this dress cannot be worn with modern clothes at the same time. So in order to adapt better, she can only wear this dress every day to adapt. Li Muzi, with a blushing face, said to everyone, if the biggest increase for the current help is the size of the increased space, I think it should be. With a wider space, related research will be more convenient. Food production can be increased a lot, and large-scale city defense weapons can also be developed in space. If not, we can find Zhang Junsheng. He should also come to this world. If the mission of this world is the same, then we still have a basis for cooperation with him. Sure enough, Li Muzi's words seemed to be true. Chapter 470, The Amplification of Space. After receiving Li Muzi's reminder, Wu Ai immediately made a related query on the system to see what kind of amplification effect would be achieved if this building block ball was applied to space. After the system made relevant operations, it came to a result that made everyone very happy. If the amplification of a single space can reach 10 kilometers, But if all spaces are amplified together, each space can only reach the amplification condition of 1 kilometer, although each space can only get a single amplification of 10 to 1 in the end. Such a result is also very pleasing, because the original size of the space has really hindered the continued development of related aspects. This increase can really be said to be the best gift. After getting the consent of all members, Wu-Ai applied this building block ball to all spaces. The space was then sealed for 3 hours, during which time the relevant transformation and increase of the space took place. Now the first step is that we have processed the reward building blocks we got before. And the next step is to understand and explore the world we are in. Wu-Ai's speech was also recognized by everyone. So when everyone was about to leave the dark space outside, they began to seriously observe the world outside the RV. After the lights in the RV were turned on, everyone found that they were now in a large cave. There was no light source in the cave, so the outside of the RV was pitch black. The location of the RV was relatively flat. But in the cave, how could there be flat roads? Some places even required climbing to get through. In order to facilitate movement, everyone put on protective clothing, and Wu-Ai also put on a mini version of the Gundam armor and prepared to set out to find a way out. Lighting is still a necessary basic equipment here, so everyone can only move together with Wu-Ai in this dark cave. If they landed in a place without lighting, it would still be very unfavorable for everyone's actions, because of their presence and the light that shouldn't appear in the cave. Some creatures in the cave seemed to be very uncomfortable. As they walked, they could still hear some inappropriate roars, and the echoes in the cave made them even more terrifying. Fortunately, the creatures here should be very afraid of light. As long as there is no problem with their lighting, their safety should be guaranteed for now. The group walked for a day, but still didn't get out of the cave, and there was always a rustling sound coming from the cave wall behind them. This sound gave people the feeling that the reptiles or insects of the multi-legged class were moving. Although they could not be seen, it was still uncomfortable to think that they had so many legs. Wu-Ai found a relatively flat position and released the RV again, in order to prevent the creatures in the cave from approaching the RV. Gusiosi also placed several small searchlights outside the RV. With such a light defense formation, it should be more reassuring when sleeping at night. When everyone returned to the RV, the first thing everyone did was not to rest and eat, but to enter the amplified space to check the changes inside. Wu-Ai smiled and shook his head without stopping everyone's behavior. He also went to his room to rest for a while, waiting for everyone to finish the tour and eat together. Chapter 471 Space Changes. Since the space where Wu-Ai was located had also undergone relevant amplification and expansion, when he entered the space again to rest, the space had also undergone great changes. In the original space, there was a corridor after entering, and the rooms were located on both sides. Now that he has entered the space, there have been great changes inside. The space after entering is not a corridor, but a very wide tarmac road. On both sides of the road are rows of small single-family villas, and the surroundings of the villas are also very sophisticated. The entire sky of this space changes like the normal world outside. If it is daytime outside, it is daytime when you enter, and it becomes night when you enter at night. Wu-Ai entered at dusk, so the sky was still a little dim, but not completely invisible. The street lights of the surrounding villas had been turned on, shining on the dim road, giving people a different feeling. The 1 kilometer space was not full of villas, but from the angle where Wu-Ai entered, the number of villas should be more than 100. Such a number was far beyond the number they could use. Wu-Ai entered the first villa on the left according to the previous situation. As he entered, the lights in the villa were all lit up, and the nameplate of the owner of this villa appeared at the door. After entering the villa, it was still as luxurious and comfortable as before. He came to the sofa and fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up again, he was awakened by the doorbell of the villa. Gusiusi, who came to call him for dinner, pressed the doorbell desperately at the door of the villa. It seemed that she had been pressing it for a while. Wu-Ai yawned and walked out of the villa slowly. But Gusiosi said angrily, "Boss, I have been pressing it for almost 5 minutes. If you don't come out, I might call someone to tear this place down together. Although it seems that this place should be very comfortable to live in, you should also pay attention to the situation outside. If the doorbell is not loud enough, I can ask Lee Musi to make a louder one for you." After that, she left here angrily. Wu-Ai could only smile bitterly and leave the space to have dinner with everyone. When they arrived at the compartment of the RV, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. talking about the changes in their own space and their ideas for future development. Li Zima was the most dazzling one among all the people. She put one foot on the chair and gestured randomly in the air with both hands, which really had the power to stir up emotions. Everyone sat down quickly when they saw Wu Ai coming. Only Li Zima was still in her fantasy. Wu Ai came behind her and knocked on her head, which made the little girl sober up. And then she sat down on the chair properly. Today's dinner was so sumptuous, with a roast suckling pig and a roast lamb. These two dishes alone whetted everyone's appetite, not to mention the other delicacies. With the addition of Fei Bao, Gu Xiaoxi's cooking speed and quality have also improved, and everyone has enjoyed a feast that they could not have imagined before. Gu Xiaoxi even took out some beer that he had collected in the supermarket before, which made everyone eat very happily. Chapter 472 Monsters Attack. Everyone ate and drank happily. But Wu Ai didn't drink that much, because the place they were in was not very safe, and the light array might not be able to block all monsters. But it was rare that everyone was so happy today, and he didn't want everyone to be affected by this matter. After eating and drinking, everyone returned to their own luxurious residence to rest, and Wu Ai had to take on the safety task of the entire RV. Li Muzi also drank a lot of wine today. Maybe she felt a little depressed because of the recent clothes incident, so she took this opportunity to release her emotions. He was really the only one left in the RV this time, and he suddenly began to enjoy this feeling of loneliness. It was just past 12 o'clock when the noise outside the RV began to get agitated. It might be that the monsters outside had been waiting for a long time, and they finally began to feel a little impatient. At first, some small stones were thrown at the spotlights outside the RV, and after not finding anything, they began to intensify. Bigger stones flew towards the spotlight array outside the RV, and in just a few seconds, all the lights outside were smashed and lost their light. Seeing this situation, Wu Ai could only turn on the built-in lighting of the RV. He wanted to use it to curb the monsters that became more rampant. However, most of the built-in lights of the RV were for front and rear lighting of the vehicle, and the sides of the vehicle became the places that the lights could not take care of. Wu Ai quickly went to the second-floor combat unit of the RV. There were 2 heavy machine guns installed here. This was prepared for the complete version of Gundam. It should be no problem to deal with the monsters outside. The heavy machine gun has a night vision aiming system. Wu Ai finally saw the true face of these monsters through the night vision system. The monsters that came to attack the RV were not a single type, but a mixed force. The monster that attacked the RV lights with stones should be a bat-like monster that looks like a human. This monster has lost the ability to fly, but it has mutated and grown a pair of 3-fingered claws. This claw can be used to grab some rocks to attack other creatures, thereby achieving the purpose of killing them. There is also a group of crawling insects like centipedes, whose bodies have a very clear segmented structure like candied haws. Its body is covered with velvety feet, so that it can move quickly in any terrain. There are also some creatures that are the size of human children. Wu Ai can no longer tell what this creature was before just from its appearance. In short, there are many types of monsters, and they also attack each other. It seems that when more delicious food appears, they can still put aside their past grudges and jointly attack more tempting food. I just don't know whether such cooperation will disintegrate over time. Wu Ai couldn't observe the types of monsters at this time. There were too many monsters. He had to start attacking before the other party climbed onto the RV. Bullets began to pour down on the monster group like rain, leaving the dense monsters no room to hide. So the heavy machine gun's lethality at the beginning was still amazing. Chapter 473 continued to set off. However, as a large number of monsters were eliminated, the space for monsters to hide began to expand. The fastest moving monsters, like centipedes, were rarely hit. On the contrary, the monsters that threw stones were eliminated the most. And now basically there are not many alive. And the monsters that are as tall as children are a bit too much. They have stopped moving towards the RV, and the corpses of other dead monsters around them have made them feast. In general, the monsters' attack failed this time, for many reasons. However, the inappropriate combination of teammates and troops also accounted for a large proportion. The centipede monsters that only knew how to escape did not seem to contribute any combat power at all. Only the upright stone-throwing monsters were really attacking, and they were also the monsters that died the most. The battle lasted less than 2 hours, and the centipede monsters ran away in the end. However, the monsters that looked like children were still cleaning up the corpses of monsters on the scene. Looking at such a hard-working monster, Wu Ai couldn't bear to attack it. since the other party was just busy eating. He thought it was better not to provoke them. Anyway, these monsters did not show much hostility, so Wu Ai let them clean up the battlefield happily. When it was about 8 o'clock the next morning, the other team members also walked out of the space one after another. Although there was no difference between day and night in the cave, they still had to eat breakfast after waking up. When Li Zima woke up and found that the spotlight array outside the RV was damaged, she realized that the RV must have been attacked last night. Wu Ai heard someone coming to the compartment space of the RV, so he closed the combat unit on the second floor of the RV and walked down the stairs. Li Zima stared at Wu Ai with his beautiful big eyes and said, "Boss, you didn't fight monsters all night last night. Why didn't you wake everyone up?" Wu Ai just smiled and said, "If the monster's strength is really beyond my ability, do you think you can continue to sleep?" Gu Xiaoxi also noticed the changes outside at this time, and she hurriedly called Li Zimu to prepare to repair the spotlight outside. After all, these things have a certain effect. When everyone woke up, everything was easy to handle. The spotlight was quickly repaired, and the food was just a simple heat-up of yesterday's leftovers as today's breakfast. Everyone unanimously decided to let Wu Ai rest for a while, because he basically didn't sleep last night, which was still a great burden on his spirit. But in order not to delay the time of leaving here, Wu Ai decided to go out with everyone to find a way out. At worst, he would just sleep at night and ignore the monsters, and let other team members deal with the defensive attacks. Everyone couldn't persuade him, and had to choose to continue on the road. When everyone walked through the monster blood of various colors on the ground, Wu Ai was amazed at how clean the corpses were handled here. Except for some blood, there was no tissue. The monster that looked like a child really developed the talent of eating to the extreme, and the venomous snake collected some of the blood of these monsters from time to time after passing by, and kept it for research later. Maybe this blood has a greater use. Chapter 474 Outside the Cave. In this way, everyone continued to move forward on the rugged road in the cave. When the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening again, everyone finally saw the faint moonlight outside from a small hole on the cave wall. With this discovery, everyone knew that the days of darkness in the cave were finally over. Wu Ai used the mini version of the high armor electromagnetic cannon to expand the small hole. After the hole was punched through to a size that could allow one person to pass through, everyone walked out of this huge cave one after another. The bright moonlight outside sprinkled on the earth, and the outside world was all a barren desert. The moonlight fell on the sand like silver snowflakes, making such a barren land look very lonely. What is the situation in this world? Why does it seem to be all desert? Is this the real reason why this world has become the end of the world? Gu Xiaoxi stared at the sand with wide eyes, and asked such a question. Who knows? We just came to this world. How can we know the reason why this world is desolate? So tomorrow is the beginning of everyone's investigation of this world. As for now, I'm going back to sleep. You can discuss the rest of the things. Wu Ai has already started yawning. If he hadn't seen the faint little hole just now, he would have let go of the RV and started to sleep. Now that they have successfully found a way out, yesterday's heroes need to rest. The RV was released. Wu Ai entered the RV and casually ate a few bites of the leftover food, then went back to his room to sleep. Everyone still took some precautions to prevent the monsters in the cave from coming out to attack them. All the spotlights were aimed at the only exit of the cave, and then the spotlights were adjusted to some angles so that the monsters inside could not directly attack the spotlights. After doing all this, everyone started to prepare dinner, because there were still some leftovers from the previous meal. No new dishes were made this time. However, in order to change everyone's taste, Gu Xiaoxi and Fei Bao reprocessed all the dishes, which could also rekindle everyone's passion for the meals they had already eaten for 2 meals. After discussing the night watch, everyone still felt that there was no need to use people to watch the night, so Li Zima's drone was put to use again. Several of these drones were deployed in the cave, which was also to be able to more accurately understand the situation of the monsters in the cave. And there were also many drone patrols deployed outside, which were specially added to be able to spend this night more safely. We have already left the cave. The holographic camouflage system of the RV is still very useful for the threats outside, so we turned on the system when we went to bed. Just like that, everyone went back to sleep. After walking for a day, everyone needed a good rest. The seemingly peaceful night is actually very dangerous. Most of the monsters in the cave dare not come out, under the threat of the spotlight. They finally realized that the delicious food was no longer available, so they simply returned to the depths of the cave and never came out again. In the night sky outside, some large birds, like vultures, were circling back and forth under the guidance of the moonlight. Because of the holographic camouflage system, these large birds did not find the target they wanted to find. So they circled for a while and flew away. Chapter 475 500 Years After Civilization. After a good night's sleep, everyone woke up and started to do their own work. Gusiosi made breakfast for everyone, and Lizimu took back the drone to check the video footage from last night to see if there were any monsters that threatened their safety at night. After watching the video for a while, the only thing that made her feel dangerous was the huge bird that looked like a vulture. But they couldn't see through the holographic camouflage system, so the threat of this creature was reduced a lot. After breakfast was ready, no one woke up Wu Ai. Everyone knew that he wouldn't wake up too early, so no one disturbed his sweet dream. After breakfast, Gusiosi became the driver of the RV. Since everyone had no purpose, they just drove in one direction. The yellow sand along the way would make people feel tired after a long time. Fortunately, it was Gusiosi who was different from ordinary people who drove the RV. Otherwise, everyone would have to take turns to drive the RV. After driving for a whole morning, everyone did not find anything except yellow sand. When everyone stopped the car and prepared to eat, Wu Ai also came out with sleepy eyes. He arrived very well, just in time for everyone to eat lunch. After a simple wash, he also joined the army of people eating. After everyone finished eating, they talked about the fact that they had not gained anything this morning. Wu Ai then realized that they had not found anything in the whole morning. In order to find useful information faster, Wu Ai decided to fly the full version of Gundam in the sky in the afternoon to find possible human gathering places. After a brief discussion, everyone felt that this was the fastest way at present, and there should be no monsters here that are worthy of the full version of Gundam. So it is acceptable to use Gundam to travel. After making the decision, Wu Ai started to work directly. After the RV was transformed into a full version of Gundam, it flew directly into the sky. Wu Ai also had a broader vision in the sky. But even after flying in the sky for an hour, no valuable clues were found. After turning into an RV and driving on the ground again, Wu Ai also asked Gusiosi to turn on the active radar of the RV, so that valuable clues could be found more quickly. Finally, in the evening, everyone found something. This is a severely weathered office building. Now this office building is tilted and inserted into the sand, without the former style and wealth. After making this discovery, everyone decided to go inside to check it out before coming back for dinner. There is no need for too many people to go in. Lee Musi and Viper are completely enough. The two quickly found a window and went in. And they returned quickly because there was really nothing valuable in there. All the items that were not made of stone had basically weathered away, and anything with a shape would turn into ashes as soon as it was touched. Some stone sculptures that looked very impressive were still relatively intact. But these stone sculptures did not provide any information for the two to refer to. After returning to the RV, the two told everyone what they had seen. Lizimu analyzed that at least 500 years had passed since this situation, and everyone was more worried about the current situation of mankind through this building. Chapter 476 Human Clues. Everyone finished dinner in a silent atmosphere, and after setting up the drone for night patrol, everyone went back to sleep. Wu Ai lay on the bed, and was also thinking about what kind of state the current human beings are in. This level of trial mission should be very difficult to complete. After breakfast the next day, everyone took this office building as the center of the circle to check the surrounding broken buildings. Some taller buildings can reveal some broken bodies under the cover of sand, while those small buildings are not seen at all. This shows that the landform changes here are also very drastic. Sand has become the most common thing in the world in the later evolution. After finding nothing, the RV continued to drive forward with everyone. Finally, after more than 2 hours, everyone saw a hint of green. This hint of green looks like a drought-resistant plant in the desert. Although there are not many plants growing here, it is always gratifying to see green. This also proves that the desert has not swallowed up all the green, and there are still plants that can survive in such a harsh environment. This time, everyone did not stop for lunch, but simply ate something and kept looking for traces of humans. At around 3 p.m., everyone in the RV found that the sand here began to decrease, and after driving for a while, the sand on the ground had completely disappeared. The land here is still the same as before, but this common scene has a completely different meaning in the eyes of everyone. There are also many low-rise building ruins here, which can prove that this place has never been eroded by sand. The speed of the RV slowed down, and everyone began to observe the buildings here through the external cameras. Just as everyone was observing the outside, Lee Zimu suddenly shouted, "Just now I seem to see a child peeking at us. There are humans?" The RV stopped immediately, and everyone got on their equipment and got off to check the building mentioned by Lee Zimu. As everyone approached, everyone heard the sound of running inside the building through their combat helmets. This undoubtedly proved that Lee Zimu was not wrong, and there were really humans inside. After entering the building, everyone immediately began to check it out. From the entrance hall and some designs of the front desk, it can be seen that it is a bank-like building. The front desk with grids 1 by 1 should only be designed in banks, which also excludes the possibility of some service buildings, because their front desks will not be designed so much. It is relatively easy to find here. The part above the second floor has collapsed. Only the underground part has a hole that can be entered by one person crawling. There is no human figure in the place that can be checked, so the final possibility can only be the underground part. Lee Zimu wanted to be the first to enter, but Wu Ai stopped her and asked her to send the unmanned reconnaissance vehicle to go in first and wait until there was no danger before everyone else went in. She felt that Wu Ai was making a fuss over nothing. She only saw a little girl of 7 or 8 years old at the time. How could such a child be in any danger? When she sent the unmanned reconnaissance vehicle in, it was greeted by a huge stone that fell from the sky. Chapter 477, The Dull Vault. Lee Zimu was also shocked when she saw the crushed unmanned reconnaissance vehicle. She did not realize that there would be such a danger after entering, but the crushed reconnaissance vehicle really made her break out in a cold sweat. After the stone crushed the reconnaissance vehicle, it began to float up slowly. The only camera on the reconnaissance vehicle that was not destroyed recorded everything. A little girl with a face full of mud was shaking a mechanism not far away. It seemed that the boulder was triggered by her. The little girl ran over and looked at the unmanned reconnaissance vehicle with curiosity. She seemed to be surprised. Soon, her face was full of smiles, and she carefully put the reconnaissance vehicle into a package behind her, as if she had found some treasure. No one could see what happened afterwards, and it was unknown whether the little girl returned to the mechanism to wait for the next arrival. Now everyone dared not to enter the cave directly, because who knows if the next person to be crushed would be one of them. Fortunately, Wu Ai's carefulness successfully saved Lee Zimu's life. After that, Lee Zimu was very angry and sent out an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. With a previous lesson, she would not let the other party use the mechanism to attack her drone again. Sure enough, the drone sent by Lee Zimu was very fast this time, and the little girl didn't have time to open the mechanism. When the drone turned on the light at the commanding height, the little girl's frightened expression made everyone know that she was really scared. The drone came to the sky above the mechanism, and the little girl hid in a corner and didn't dare to move. In this situation, everyone can enter with confidence, but Wu Ai still entered the cave first wearing a mini version of Gundam armor. When he successfully entered the cave first, the first thing he did was to deal with the boulder hanging in the air. No matter how useful the mechanism is, he is still worried that this backward world material may be a big problem, so the safety of the rope hanging the boulder cannot be guaranteed. After everyone entered, they found that the little girl was leaning against the door of the bank vault. Although such a long time has passed, it seems that the vault is still well preserved. Gusiosi tried to communicate with the little girl, but found that the little girl's language could not communicate normally. In these 500 years, humans should have lost their original language, and the little girl said the new language they created later. If we can't communicate, we can't get information. But everyone is still very happy about a human discovery. Since we have arrived at the door of the vault, it is natural to open it and see what else is inside. It is still very easy to cut such a metal door with Wu Ai's energy knife. When the door is opened, a gust of wind blows. This should be the result of the vacuum formed in the vault being connected to the outside world. After the wind disappeared, Gusiosi went inside to check. There was nothing valuable except the bundles of banknotes placed on the shelves. When the little girl saw Wu Ai easily open the metal door, she was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close. After Gusiosi came out, the little girl's eyes also showed an expression of wanting to go in and take a look. After Wu Ai signaled that she could go in, she happily ran in directly. Chapter 478, Discovering a Human Gathering Place. A pile of paper money that seemed meaningless to everyone became a treasure in the eyes of the little girl. She took out everything except the reconnaissance vehicle from the package, and then filled all the space with money. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, She also walked out of the vault with a heavy package on her back. Seeing her reluctant look, if she really couldn't take it, she would have emptied the place. Everyone left the dilapidated bank. And Wu Ai also released the RV. Since the little girl had seen everyone's magic before, she was only surprised when she saw the sudden appearance of the RV this time. Wu Ai gave the little girl a temporary permission to get on the RV. And then Gu Xiaoxi made a lot of gestures to make the little girl understand that everyone wanted to go to her gathering place. At first, the little girl was a little resistant when she knew that everyone wanted to go to her gathering place. She didn't know what these people with magical powers would do when they went to their village. The little girl kept shaking her head and refusing out of consideration for the safety of the village. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxi knew how to deal with such a child. After a sumptuous meal, the little girl finally agreed to everyone's request to go to her village. Wu Ai looked at the little girl sitting in the co-pilot seat of the RV and was a little curious. It was obvious from her appearance that she didn't care much about everyone going to her village. But were her previous behaviors just for some benefits? The little girl licked a lollipop she got from Gu Xiaoxi, and her sly smile seemed to indicate something. With the little girl's guidance, it still took everyone a day to reach her village. It is conceivable that it would take at least 3 days for the little girl to go to such a far place by her own feet. I really don't know why she went so far. When the RV stopped at the entrance of the village, the villagers inside had already been alarmed. Such a big thing quickly rushed straight to the village, and the people on the watchtower in the village had already discovered it. When the side door of the RV opened, the little girl jumped down with her package. She ran towards the village while talking non-stop. After hearing what the little girl said, the villagers at the entrance of the village relaxed their vigilance towards Wu Ai and others who followed. It seemed that the little girl had said something good for them. When Wu Ai and others came to the entrance of the village fully armed, a man who looked about 40 years old walked towards them. "Dear warriors, I wonder what you are doing in our village. If there is anything you can do for us, please tell us to do it. This is also a respect for the strong." The man actually knew the language of Wu Ai's country, which made everyone happy. This saved a lot of trouble. "Let's put aside whether you are a warrior or not. I want to know whether the language you are using now is a universal language. Why didn't the little girl who got off the car just now know such a language?" Wu Ai first raised a small question of his, and they could talk about the following things slowly. Since the warrior comes from a pure land, you certainly don't know about this kind of thing. If the warrior wants to talk in detail, please gather in my humble home. The man made a kind invitation to Wu Ai and others. Chapter 479 Village Chief. With the current strength of Wu Ai and others, they are certainly not afraid of any ambush from a village of this level. And the little girl did not have any equipment in the car to contact the people in the village, so the safety is still very high. Wu Ai nodded and agreed to the invitation of the man, and the latter said something to the villagers in a language that Wu Ai and others did not understand. The villagers behind him cheered loudly and dispersed. The man led everyone to the most exquisite house in the village. Of course, exquisiteness also refers to other houses in the village. Entering the man's house, the first thing that caught my eye was an unknown animal fur spread on the ground. Looking at the size of such a fur, one can also estimate how tall and mighty the animal was when it was alive. There were no chairs or anything like that in the room, so everyone sat directly on the animal fur on the ground like the man did. I can now answer the question raised by the hero before. Since most humans did not enter the Pure Land when the end of the world occurred, the fire of human civilization gradually extinguished over time. Now, the people outside the Pure Land are using some new languages that have gradually formed later. And some villages that still retain the original language also pass down the language of the previous civilization from generation to generation by the village chief. They hope that one day in the future, humans can prosper again. So the man who masters the language should be the village chief. No wonder everyone agrees with what he said before. Since the current human beings cannot even popularize the original national language, it can be seen that it is not an easy task for 100,000 humans to rebuild and continue civilization. The answer to this question is known. So Wu Ai also needs to understand the remaining questions about the task as soon as possible. Since you are the one who can speak the language, you should be the village chief. Then, village chief, are you aware of the current situation of mankind? Can you tell us about it? Wu Ai originally used a very ordinary way of speaking, but it sounded like a huge change in the ears of the other party. The village chief changed from sitting for a long time to kneeling, and he kept begging the brave men to spare their village. He could accept any other request. Wu Ai was a little curious about the completely different appearance before and after. Finally, after multiple confirmations, the village chief slowly breathed a sigh of relief. You heroes. You don't know that once some heroes from the Pure Land use honorifics like you to address us. They must be angry. They use this ironic way to sentence the other party to death. If only one person offends the hero, it's still good. If things go wrong, the heroes will easily massacre a village to vent their anger. So I was so frightened just now. I knew that he was just addressing out of politeness, but it had such consequences. Fortunately, he knew the answer now without any misunderstanding. If there was any misunderstanding without knowing it, he would really die unjustly. After taking a few breaths, the village chief continued, regarding the question asked by the brave master before. Please forgive me as the village chief that I don't know too much, because the communication between human villages is extremely difficult under the current circumstances. I can only tell you all the brave masters everything I know. Chapter 480 Preliminary Situation. Although Wu Ai and others were somewhat disappointed, it was better to get some information than to know nothing. Now they could only listen to what the village chief knew. It has been more than 700 years since humans lost their civilization. As for the exact time, I am afraid no one knows it. But it is said that humans in the Pure Land still have a lot of knowledge from the previous civilization. Maybe they should know something. But the outsiders know even less about the situation in the Pure Land. That is, when everyone talks about it, they know that it is a paradise, a fairyland. Since there are many legends about the destruction of human civilization, most people nowadays don't know the specific reasons. But there is one reason that all living humans agree on, and that is radiation pollution. Nowadays, there are basically very few humans who are not polluted. So as far as I know, the highest life expectancy of humans is only 45 years old. For someone like me who has lived to 41, it is already a long life. And I guess I will die in pain soon. As he said this, the village chief lifted up his clothes, and a chilling scene appeared under his clothes. There is half a human face on the village chief's chest. The reason why it is called half a human face is that although this face has the outline of a normal human face, it lacks eyes and ears. At first glance, it looks like a human face with only a nose and a mouth is embedded in the village chief's chest. And some nerves in the nose and mouth can still work normally. So from time to time, you can see these two organs occasionally move once or twice. According to my mother, there should be a younger brother born with me. But he died in the womb because he had no head when he was born. Later, my mother found my brother's head on my body, but it was useless. So now humans have some problems, which is the consequence of radiation. One of the reasons for the end of human civilization is the radiation pollution caused by nuclear war. And another is the overexploitation and utilization of animal genes. It is said that there is also the possibility of artificial intelligence fueling the flames. So who knows the specific reason? Anyway, now humans can basically only survive like this. And for the future, they can only rely on those humans in the unreachable Pure Land. After listening to the village chief's story, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The reasons for the end of the world are already very complicated, and all humans should be unhealthy. It would be even more difficult to complete the trial mission. From the village chief's words, everyone also discovered that the so-called Pure Land should not be a good bird. It is very likely that some rich people or high-ranking officials knew in advance that the world would undergo a great change and built a shelter alone. The offspring raised by such people are probably not very kind. And after so many years of evolution, who knows what they have become now? If they are relatively good in character, they will not be able to do such a thing as slaughtering a village. In this analysis, it is really difficult to complete this mission without finding someone to cooperate. The venomous snake cannot solve the village chief's problem. He can only take out the healing potion to help him solve some problems that can be treated. And the rest can only depend on God's will. Chapter 481 Xiaoying. The snake healing potion can still play a certain role. The village chief, who was injected with an injection, obviously looked much better than before. He himself said that some parts of his body no longer hurt. This thing called potion is really a miracle. At this time, the little girl from before entered the village chief's room with a package. It turned out that the little girl was the village chief's granddaughter. No wonder she could enter here directly. Xiaoying, why don't you say hello to the brave masters? I spoiled you so much that you have no manners at all. If it weren't for the kindness of these brave masters, you wouldn't even know how you died. If Wu Ai told the village chief that your granddaughter almost killed a brave man you mentioned, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would pass out. The girl named Xiaoying still couldn't get over her grandfather, so she could only kneel down and salute in front of everyone. Xiaoying greets all the brave men. And I hope you can forgive Xiaoying's previous rude behavior. Gu Xiaoxi was the most angry after hearing this. It turned out that Xiaoying understood what they said. Then wasn't it embarrassing for him to gesture like a monkey in front of her? Xiaoying also raised her head slightly and glanced at Gu Xiaoxi. Sure enough, there was a hint of smile on Xiaoying's lips. Li Zima was very happy to see Gu Xiaoxi's embarrassment. Seeing that she was about to explode, she quickly held Gu Xiaoxi down, so that she could not explode immediately. Wu Ai was of course aware of all the situations here, so he quickly changed the subject and said, Xiaoying, what are the uses of the banknotes you collected in the vault before? After all, humans nowadays should not be able to use them. Xiaoying raised her head and said excitedly, although it can no longer be used, there are still some people in the village who are willing to collect these things. They think these are rare things left by prehistoric civilizations, so they can still be exchanged for some food. As she spoke, she opened the previous package, and inside was some black, sticky things that looked like some kind of dried meat. These are all the dried meat of mutant lizards, and some of them are from mice. Later, because there was no dried meat, I could only use some dried insects to settle the bill. As Xiaoying spoke, some black dried insects were indeed exposed at the bottom of the package. Wu Ai thought that these insects looked like cockroaches. He felt uncomfortable when he thought that such a young girl had to eat such things. When the village chief saw these things, he first reprimanded Xiaoying. He had repeatedly warned Xiaoying not to explore the ruins of prehistoric civilizations, because not only were the buildings there severely weathered and could collapse at any time, but there was also the possibility of encountering bikers. The village chief then explained to everyone about the bikers, saying that they were a group of people whose brains were affected. They advocate violence and will not let go of any resources that can be plundered. So if you meet them in the wild, it is basically equivalent to death. There are still many abnormal human gathering places like this, so everyone will not easily tell outsiders the exact location of their village. Because Xiaoying had long known that Wu Ai and others were not such people, she finally agreed to bring them to her village. Chapter 482. The Village Chief's Disapproval. Wu Ai looked at the grandfather and grandson with endless sighs. The village chief's concern for Xiaoying was always written on his face. And Xiaoying was also very sensible, although she violated her grandfather's instructions. Her purpose of doing so was to let her grandfather eat some good things, although these so-called good things cannot be regarded as food in the eyes of Wu Ai and others. In the current world, these things should be considered very good food. Wu Ai sighed and said directly to the village chief, Village chief, in fact, we are not from a pure place, so you don't have to be so polite to us anymore. You make us feel a little embarrassed. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he saw the village chief sitting opposite him and said with a smile, actually, when you first appeared, I felt that you didn't come from the Pure Land, because there were people who claimed to be from the Pure Land, and their behavior was extremely bad. But your politeness and modesty made me feel that you were not the same as those people. But I didn't dare to gamble with the lives of the whole village, so I could only receive your arrival like that. It seems that people who live longer think more clearly than ordinary people. Not to mention that the village chief had previously received the healing potion for venomous snakes. And the miraculous effect was another reason why the village chief was full of kindness to everyone. Xiaoying was very proud, as if she had brought all this. But to some extent, they really relied on Xiaoying's guidance. Otherwise there would be nothing after that. The village chief then talked about the real purpose of Wu Ai and others' visit. Wu Ai felt that it was really impossible to complete the establishment of a base of 100,000 people with just the number of people in their team. Then the next problem came. They needed to find some humans in this world, and humans with a certain degree of loyalty. The current situation seemed to be an opportunity, and this village could completely become the vanguard of their establishment of a human base. Wu Ai quickly communicated with everyone with his eyes, and everyone understood what Wu Ai meant. So everyone nodded and agreed with Wu Ai's idea. This process was completed in a flash. So when he turned his head again and looked at the village chief, he behaved more formally. Originally, he wanted to open the combat helmet of the protective suit to show respect to the village chief. But the warning on the combat helmet made him give up this idea. The combat helmet indicated that the radiation index outside was not suitable for removing protective equipment. So such behavior was not recommended by the system. Although the radiation index outside was already relatively low, Wu Ai still did not do such an unwise behavior for the sake of everyone's health. Village Chief. We want to build a new gathering place for human civilization in this world. So we now need people like you with correct values to lead the humans in the gathering place. I now sincerely invite you to join our team to save humanity. When the village chief heard this, his eyes were full of light at first. But then, the light slowly disappeared. How difficult is it to build a gathering place, like you mentioned in this world? I think you have already understood the information I said before. Although I think your idea is good, I still don't have any hope for your success. Chapter 483 Getting Ready to Start. Wu Ai certainly knew why the village chief said what he thought. If their positions were reversed, he would have the same opinion. Wu Ai smiled and said, Village Chief, I can fully understand what you just said. But you don't know that we now have most of the technology and civilization heritage of the prehistoric civilization you mentioned. So with such power, we dare to say that we want to build such a human settlement. But the difficulty of rebuilding this world is much more difficult than we imagined. So I need people like you to help us complete the construction together. The village chief saw Wu Ai's somewhat stubborn tone, and thought of the magical experience brought by the healing potion just now. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Hope is also a rare existence in such a doomsday. Since the heroes have such determination, then I will agree to your request on behalf of everyone in the village. So what do we need to do now? Wu Ai also briefly discussed with the team members using barrier-free communication. Everyone felt that the following things should be done first. The first point is to popularize the language of all villagers in the village. Only in this way can everyone communicate smoothly. And in the future development, such language can match the future development and use. The second point should be to find a suitable gathering place. And if they do not look for a pure land and capture it, it is very important to find a suitable geographical location. The third point is to treat all the people in the village to a certain extent. Only by making these people strong and confident can the subsequent things be better solved. Wu Ai thinks that these 3 points are completely suitable for the current situation. The third point can be completed at any time. But the other 2 points will take some time. Wu Ai discussed the results of their joint research with the village chief, who was of course extremely happy. Let's not talk about whether the gathering place mentioned by Wu Ai and others can be successfully established. Just letting everyone's body receive a baptism like a miracle is already a rare treatment. Finally, the village chief and Wu Ai decided that he could teach everyone in the village about the language problem. And his granddaughter's help should not be a problem. But this matter should take a long time, because the villagers' level is still not as good as the village chief and Xiaoying. Regarding the location of a good gathering place, the village chief's suggestion is to go to the nearby trading gathering place on the trading day of this month, where there are often a lot of information to be obtained. Because the day after tomorrow is exactly the trading day, Xiaoying can take everyone there to find the information they want. With such preliminary conditions, everyone is ready to start working. It is better for the village chief to talk about injecting the treatment agent to the whole village. This can not only increase the prestige and cohesion of the village chief in the village, but also be very beneficial to the construction of the gathering place in the future. As for whether the village chief will rebel in the future or lead the gathering place astray, as long as such a situation does not happen before they complete the task, they don't need to deliberately care about what happens afterwards. For this world, they have done their best to leave such a gathering place. Chapter 484. Fighting is like a game. The village chief excitedly gathered the whole village to announce the good news. And Wu Ai and others returned to the RV to prepare dinner for tonight. For the only senior executive in the village and his granddaughter, a decent banquet should be held in the evening. When Wu Ai and others just walked to the entrance of the village, they heard the thunderous cheers of joy from the village. Wu Ai shook his head and led everyone into the RV. Gu Xiaoxi and Fei Bao also happily went to prepare dinner for the evening. Viper also went to his medical space in a hurry. He needed to research some medicines that could treat or defend against radiation pollution as soon as possible. The rest of the people also found what they needed to do and started to get busy. Li Zima took out more unmanned reconnaissance aircraft this time, because the people in the village now belonged to their sphere of influence. So the whole village also needed to be protected. Fortunately, Li Zima can now manufacture unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. If she was still waiting for the supermarket to restock, she would basically be unable to do anything. Before the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was deployed, the active radar of the RV began to alarm. Some bright spots were approaching the direction of the village quickly. It seemed that something attracted these uninvited guests. Wu Ai hurriedly found the village chief and informed him of the situation. When the village chief heard Wu Ai's warning, he immediately slapped his head and squatted on the ground in regret. The village chief covered his face and said with self-blame, "I was too excited and thoughtless just now. It must be that those large man-eating birds heard the cheers in the village just now and found here. The hearing of this kind of man-eating bird is very developed and can hear sounds from far away. I don't know how many came this time. If there are more than 5, I'm afraid the village chief can't be saved." Wu Ai also paid attention to the combat effectiveness of the man-eating birds after hearing the village chief's description. He asked Gu Xiaoxi to drive the RV to the center of the village. With the protection of the RV, he could see whether the man-eating birds were more powerful or their bullets were more powerful. When the RV drove to the center of the village, some villagers were still curiously watching. They had never seen such high-tech products in their lives. The village chief hurriedly drove these onlookers back. God knows if they will panic and run everywhere when the man-eating bird comes. Such a chaotic scene is not conducive to the defense and battle of Wu Ai and others. Although most of these people were reluctant, they still returned to their homes obediently because of the village chief's personal explanation. Soon, the special strange cry of the man-eating bird came from the sky. Because it was dark now, and there was nothing in the village that could illuminate. So all the lights in the RV were turned on, and the spotlights used before were put to use again. The big bird, like a vulture that Wu Ai and others had seen on the night they left the cave, was illuminated by the lights in the dark sky. Looking at the hundreds of huge flying birds in the sky, the village chief's face had lost color as he stood in front of his house. 5 of them would have destroyed their village, but now there were over 100 of them. The village chief even wanted to arrange for Xiaoying's survival after his death. But Wu Ai's RV also opened the second-floor roof and showed the heavy machine gun. Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi controlled the heavy machine gun and started the bird shooting game. Chapter 485: An Ordinary Meal. In the eyes of the village chief and some villagers, those man-eating birds that covered the sky and the sun began to fall rapidly under a weapon they did not know. Most of the man-eating birds that fell down just struggled a few times and stopped moving. Some of the more fortunate man-eating birds that were not hit in the vitals were also picked up by special people. Li Muzi was even too lazy to pull out the Qiu Shui, and simply ended the fate of these seemingly lucky big birds with a weapon like an ice needle. In the unbelievable eyes of the villagers and others, the aggressive man-eating birds in the sky fell to the ground in less than half an hour. The village chief looked at the dead bodies of the man-eating birds that covered the ground like black gauze, and he didn't know what to say. At this time, he also correctly realized that these so-called heroes really had power that humans could not defeat now. After the villagers who were watching the excitement around them confirmed that these man-eating birds were really dead, they happily came to snatch the dead bodies of these man-eating birds. For such fresh meat, these villagers who had not eaten meat for several years could not refuse. But this time everyone just showed a happy expression, and they no longer dared to cheer like before. The village chief could only shake his head helplessly. If he had not been invited by Wu Ai and others in the evening, he would have dragged back a dead bird. The villagers dealt with all the bodies on their own, and the village chief did not need to intervene again. When the village chief brought Xiaoying to the door of the RV, Wu Ai and others also went out to greet them. The village chief was given a temporary authority, and then Wu Ai entered the RV and tactfully told the village chief that some simple cleaning and drug anti-pollution plans were needed. The 2 people who entered the RV naturally agreed to such a request. Li Zimu took Xiaoying to a villa in the space and told her the corresponding bathing methods. Although the village chief also spent some time, the final result was still very good. The venomous snake only prepared some oral drugs to increase the dilution of the radiation value in their bodies. But the effect is better than nothing. Without the successful development of targeted special medicines, all the results cannot completely solve the current situation. Wu Ai prepared some clothes for the village chief. After the series of dressing, the village chief looked as if he was 10 years younger. Xiaoying also changed into the clothes that Gu Xiaoxi had worn before, and she looked very cute. This is something that no one has noticed in the past few days. When everyone sat in front of the dining table, the village chief looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but shed tears. I have never seen such beautiful dishes since I was born in this world. The reason why I know more than ordinary villagers is because of the books left by my parents. I have never imagined seeing the real thing like this in my life. When everyone saw the village chief crying because of these ordinary dishes, they suddenly felt that they had a sense of accomplishment in building a base for humans in this world. Xiaoying couldn't stop drooling at this time, because she had eaten such delicious food once. So it was even more difficult for her to resist such temptation. Chapter 486: Trading Gathering Place. Everyone didn't want to have such a heavy atmosphere during the meal. And Gu Xiaoxi just broke the awkward atmosphere at the right time. Village chief. Your granddaughter's saliva is almost drowning today's food. If you don't stop her, we won't have food to eat tonight. Although Gu Xiaoxi's words were highly exaggerated, the village chief really saw Xiaoying's saliva had fallen on the table when he looked back. The sad mood just now was diluted. Xiaoying was also a little embarrassed. But it was really that these meals were too tempting. And she really couldn't control these endless liquids. The village chief also smiled and patted Xiaoying's head. And Wu Ai also announced the official start of dinner at the right time. Originally, Wu Ai wanted to chat with the village chief about some details of the problem at the table. But seeing the two people wolfing down their food, he really couldn't bear to disturb them. After dinner, the village chief and Xiaoying both rubbed their stomachs and sat down on the chairs unable to move. It seemed that both of them had eaten a lot this time. Gu Xiaoxi wanted to go and ridicule Xiaoying to avenge the previous trick she had played on the RV. But her intention was once again seen through by Li Zimu. Think about the last time you sat on the chair for a long time when you were full. How dare you say that to others? After saying that, she left gracefully, which made Gu Xiaoxi blush, but she didn't get angry in the end. Since the two of them were not in a good state to talk, Wu Ai asked the village chief and Xiaoying to go to the villa in the space to rest. Wu Ai looked at the rest of the people and said, should we leave someone in the village tomorrow? Because if everyone goes to the trading gathering place, the village will have no protection. Wu Ai didn't want to find any changes in the village when he came back tomorrow. After all, their starting point still depended on these people. Because Gu Xiaoxi and Xiaoying didn't get along, she took the initiative to ask to stay in the village to look after the house. Fei Bao also wanted to stay. After all, if there was an unexpected combat mission, she would be better than Gu Xiaoxi, who had no combat skills. Wu Ai felt that leaving two people was basically enough. He would also leave a lot of weapons and ammunition. And of course, he would not be stingy with some necessary medicines. After completing tomorrow's group task, everyone returned to the space to sleep. Before resting, Li Zimu arranged the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft as usual. But this time the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was equipped with a certain amount of bullet launchers, so that these reconnaissance aircraft also had some combat capabilities. Nothing happened that night. After everyone had breakfast, Wu Ai took the remaining people and Xiaoying to the so-called trading gathering place. The RV as a means of transportation also made the 2-day journey easier. Wu Ai also shot some edible mutant creatures on the way, because these things can be used as an exchange of information, which will save a lot of trouble. After half a day of driving, everyone finally saw a relatively large gathering place. But this gathering place seemed very messy, and some fights would occur from time to time. But such things were not a big deal for Wu Ai. So after getting off the car, everyone entered the gathering place despite the strange looks of the people around them. Chapter 487, Shock. Wu Ai and his companions were wearing enhanced protective clothing, which was something that only those who had never seen the world could recognize. They just guessed that these things should be very valuable. So some greedy eyes kept circling around Wu Ai and his companions. And some people were eyeing the RV parked outside, which seemed to be more valuable and much more beautiful than those land beasts that often disobeyed. Some people saw Wu Ai and his companions coming out from inside. So this thing should be able to carry goods and people. So after these people could no longer see Wu Ai and the others, they began to want to take the RV away and take it for themselves. However, their thoughts were of course just wishful thinking. If such a high-tech product could be taken away by these primitive humans, then Wu Ai would not have left the RV and entered the gathering place alone. Not to mention those who wanted to take the RV. Wu Ai and the others came to the place where the bounty mission was issued in the gathering place under Xiaoying's guidance. When the group entered this bar-like place, all kinds of people inside instantly became quiet. After looking around, Wu Ai did not care about these people. He took Xiaoying directly to the counter where the mission was issued. The receptionist at the counter looked like a normal human woman, and she could speak Wu Ai's language. This made it easy to post tasks. I want to post a task, the content of which is to find a large area with a beautiful environment. The reward I offer is 3 edible mutant beasts. Although few people here can understand Wu Ai's words, it is not that no one except the receptionist can understand. Just after Wu Ai finished talking about the task and reward, 2 men who looked older looked at Wu Ai at the same time. The female receptionist was also a little surprised. Such a piece of news could actually be rewarded with 3 edible mutant beasts. It can only be said that this person is really rich. The female receptionist quickly wrote Wu Ai's task on a small sign and hung it on a bulletin board. Then she found a few workers, and took 3 carts and Viper to the RV to get the 3 mutant beasts. When Viper appeared at the entrance of the gathering place, he found that the RV was surrounded by people who were interested in the RV. Viper felt that it would be troublesome for him to call them to move aside, so his next move was a bit scary. Viper fired a grenade into the distance, with the grenade launcher in his submachine gun, and the sound of the explosion startled everyone who heard it. Everyone looked at the explosion site, and then looked at the grenade launcher in Viper's hand that was still emitting green smoke, and everyone unconsciously retreated far away. Viper clapped his hands, signaling the workers hiding under the carts to get up and work, because they were still some distance away from the RV. Viper calmly came to the side door of the RV, and then the mobile board carrying 3 mutant beasts as big as buffaloes flew out. After the mutant beasts were placed on the 3 carts, the workers came back to their senses from the shock just now. At this time, no one who saw the scene would have the idea of taking the RV again. So Viper slowly took the 3 carts back to the building where the bounty mission was issued before. Chapter 488, Fighting for the Mission. Because there were mutant beasts on the cart when they came back, it took longer to come back than before. When the mutant beasts as rewards were transported to the gate of the bounty mission, some people who saw it rushed to grab the small sign that posted the mission. Because only by getting this small sign can they have the right to take on the mission and get the reward after completing it. The reward for the mission is already in front of them, and the mission only requires providing information. So the difficulty of this mission is still relatively low. No one cared about this mission before, and everyone was afraid that the reward would not be redeemed in time afterwards. But now the reward has arrived at the door, so they don't have to worry about the problem of not being able to redeem the reward in time after completing the mission. Just as everyone was scrambling for the task card, the 2 people who could understand Wu AI's language finally took action. They both stood up and walked to a distance of only 2 meters from each other. They looked at each other without saying anything. At some point, those who had been scrambling for the task card began to slowly stop, and one person finally grabbed the task card when they all stopped scrambling. This person wanted to show off, but when he found that everyone had given up the fight and looked at the 2 people looking at each other, fine cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. In this way, he quietly put the task card on the notice board again, and everyone had tacitly given up this lucrative task reward. One of the 2 finally spoke at this time. Our gathering place wants this mission. If you want to compete with me, then you have to see if the gun in my hand agrees. As he said this, the man pulled out a somewhat worn-out revolver from his waist. Although the pistol looked a bit worn out, no one knew whether it could still fire bullets. After all, no one would not cherish their own lives. However, the man on the opposite side just sneered, and then he said disdainfully, "Overlord, you have used this gun to make you and your gathering place arrogant for a long time. Today I will not let you be rampant anymore. I have a suggestion. If you can't kill me with this gun, then today's mission will be mine. How about that?" The other party actually proposed such a condition, which made everyone present incomprehensible. When the man named Ba Wang got the pistol, he had already killed 6 people who dared to resist him with this gun, and the consequence of each shooting is that 1 person must die. It is because of this situation that everyone dares not resist him and his gathering place. This weapon called a gun also became known to everyone from then on. But now the leader of the 2nd largest gathering place nearby dares to put forward such a condition. I don't know what he is thinking, but Ba Wang was hesitant to agree to the other party's request. He just pointed the gun at the forehead of the person in front of him, but did not take any further action after a long time. Seeing that Ba Wang was hesitant to shoot and did not answer his request, the other party walked to Ba Wang's side even more arrogantly, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "The era when your revolver dominated this place is over. Don't be arrogant in front of me until you find new bullets. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and tell you everything about the weapon in your hand." Chapter 489, The Uniqueness of the Bounty Mission. When the Overlord heard the other party actually say the full name of the weapon in his hand, his eyes narrowed dangerously. If the other party really knew the secret of his biggest trump card by chance, then after this secret was publicized, this pistol without bullets would lose its meaning of existence. Although the pistol has no bullets now, not many people know the details of this weapon left by prehistoric civilization. He can continue to deter some enemies with a gun without bullets. But if the news is spread, not only will he lose the final deterrence, moreover, some people or forces that he had offended in the past will come to seek revenge on him. This kind of scene is not what he wants to see. However, If there is no reasonable explanation for what happened today, everyone will doubt whether there is something wrong with his gun. Xiao Lang, don't think I am afraid of you. If I agree to your request today, then our two largest forces will become enemies to the death. If we really fight, do you think we will have a chance to survive after both of us are injured? At that time, the small forces around us will also take the opportunity to attack us. And then it will be a question whether our two forces can survive. So my concession today is just to prevent our two families from becoming enemies. When you are no longer the speaker of your power, I will meet your request just now. This man is really worthy of being called Overlord. And his words sound really domineering. But the man named Xiao Lang also turned around and gave him a disdainful sneer, which was telling him that I don't believe what you said. But Xiao Lang is not a fool. And the words of Overlord just now also warned him implicitly. If he tells others that the gun has no bullets, then Overlord will fight to the death with his power before other enemies come to the door. Such a result was not Xiao Lang's real purpose. He just ignited a spark through today's incident. As for how many people believe the king's words, it was not his concern. If someone doubted the gun later, it was not his responsibility. Wu Ai and others looked at such a domineering scene, feeling like watching a movie. It was just a revolver, but it was made like a police and gangster movie. It seems that the world still does not know enough about hot weapons. At this time, Wu Ai and others' weapons could already crush everyone here. Seeing that Xiao Lang got the task card and was about to hand in the task, Wu Ai asked the female receptionist who received him directly, "What if I'm not satisfied with the information he gave me?" The receptionist said politely, "Then you can only repost a task and offer the information you want again." Wu Ai felt a little dissatisfied when he heard this. If there was no information that satisfied him, he would have to repeat the bounty task. He didn't care about the reward of the bounty at all, but it would waste a lot of his time. Time is the most precious thing now. So he must achieve his goal through this task today. I don't care what your requirements are, but the result I want is that only a satisfactory information can get the reward of the bounty task I issued. Chapter 490, The Boss of the Bounty Issuing Point. Originally, Xiao Lang was very proud and felt that he had dealt with Ba Wang. But when he heard Wu Ai's words, his originally happy face slowly darkened. So his previous efforts had lost their meaning so quickly. How could he let things happen in front of him like this? If he really compromised like this, wouldn't it make Ba Wang laugh so hard that he fainted in the toilet? Brother, don't think that you can change the rules here unscrupulously just because you are dressed so strangely. You should think before you speak. Although this is not the largest gathering place, it has the strongest fighting force. If you change the rules here without authorization, wouldn't you be disregarding the face of the head of the family here? I don't think you will make such an unwise choice because of these three mutant beasts. This man named Xiao Lang is really insidious. He did not use his own power as a threat, but used the boss here to threaten Wu Ai. No matter what Wu Ai's final answer is, the result must be in his favor. It's a pity that Xiao Lang couldn't see Wu Ai's expression at this time, so he didn't know how disdainful Wu Ai was at this time. I don't care what kind of background the boss here has. I just stated my own requirements. I still say that no one can take my reward without satisfying me. Xiao Lang sneered at the receptionist. Which means why don't you go find someone quickly? The latter didn't have much power, and such a thing was obviously not something she could decide. Wu Ai looked at the panicked receptionist who ran out to find someone without any action. And he just said to Xiao Lang, "If the information you said doesn't satisfy me, please hang up the task card again. As for your little tricks just now, I don't care. If something bad happens later, your life will only stay here." Xiao Lang suddenly felt cold all over, and he realized that he seemed to have done something incredible just now, because his power is still very strong. He has long been arrogant in this area. If these people in strange clothes are stronger than the boss here, then the other party should be able to retaliate for his tricks just now. If these people are defeated, the boss here will also punish him for the trouble he caused, no matter what the result is. It seems to be an unpleasant result. Should he leave here before things change? When Xiao Lang was thinking about whether to run away, a hearty laugh came from the overlord. "I never thought that you would end up like this. I advise you to run away as soon as possible. If something really happens next, your power may become someone else's." Such heartbreaking words forced Xiao Lang, who really wanted to leave, to give up this plan. Because if he really left at this time, he might really spread the impression that he was greedy for life and afraid of death. In that case, a person with such a character is not worthy of being a leader of a power. Xiao Lang now regretted letting the overlord down in such a place. Now the other party retaliated against him in the same way. He felt that this was a complete irony to himself. At this moment, the sound of an engine stopped in front of the gate, and then a group of people walked in here. Chapter 491, Boss Wang's Attitude. When they heard the engine sound coming from outside, Wu Ai and the others were still very curious, because as far as they knew, the technology in this world had basically disappeared. And now they heard the engine sound, and felt very uncomfortable. Li Zimu didn't care about the eyes of others. She was very curious, and walked to the opposite side of those who came in. She wanted to see what the engine outside was. The people who came in didn't know what happened here. The female receptionist said that something happened in the store that she couldn't handle. So she asked the boss to bring a few people to take a look. With his current fame, it is rare to encounter such a thing. Since the other party dares to do this, it is easy to judge. If the other party is not a newbie who knows nothing, then it must be someone with strong strength who wants to cause trouble. No matter what kind of person it is, he must deal with it personally. He couldn't do anything when he saw the person wearing strange clothes passing by. If it was someone he really couldn't afford to offend, he would also need to be low-key. Xiao Lang saw that the boss here really came. Although he was a little nervous, he could still act very normal. Brother Wang, you see, it really makes me feel bad to ask you to come here in person for such a small matter. So, after today's incident, I will have my gathering place send you 10 of the best women as compensation. I hope Brother Wang will accept them. The man called Brother Wang is certainly not a fool. Xiao Lang is the leader of one of the 2 most powerful gathering places nearby. Although he is indeed inferior to me in combat power. But when he gave me a gift without knowing anything, there must be something wrong. The female receptionist simply told Boss Wang what happened just now. And then she slowly retreated to the back. Under the guidance of the female receptionist, Boss Wang knew who had issued the reward just now. Because Wu Ai and others were dressed similarly. If no one knew the previous process, they generally couldn't distinguish who was the boss among these people. I wonder if this little brother has some misunderstandings about our rules. If there is anything unclear, I can explain it to you in detail. If you want to issue a bounty, the reward will correspond to one person's task result. Of course, if the other party just wants to get the reward maliciously, and does not provide the information the publisher wants as required, then the task reward will not be issued in this case. If the information found by the other party meets all the requirements of the publisher, but just does not meet the publisher's expectations, in this case the publisher must pay the reward. Boss Wang patiently explained the rules here. But Wu Ai didn't think that he had to give the boss this face just because he came to explain. I still say what I said just now. If I am not satisfied, no one can take my reward. Boss Wang thought that the other party was just a fool. But he didn't dare to offend him easily because of his dress. At this time, Xiao Lang came to Boss Wang's ear and said something. And then Boss Wang's tone became tough. Little brother, if you don't accept our rules here, you can go somewhere else. If you want to make trouble here, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 492, A Howitzer. As soon as he said this, Xiao Lang clapped his hands outside. A group of people who were still in good health quickly surrounded the area in front of the door. Some irrelevant onlookers were also cleared away far away, as if something big was going to happen here soon. Wu Ai nodded as he looked at the people clearing the area outside. These people were holding weapons such as javelins with sharp metal sides. Such a group of people should look very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people. In any case, they looked quite intimidating. Li Zimu also checked the things that looked like cars outside, and then came back and said directly to Wu Ai, "It should be an engine that is well preserved." But it was temporarily assembled to look like a car. The greatest value of this car is the engine, and the rest is worthless. Li Zimu gave her analysis. And Wu Ai also felt that it was normal for some well-preserved things to be preserved. At this time, the outside was surrounded and isolated, and the arrogant Xiao Lang seemed to have the capital to be arrogant again. Those people outside are the most elite fighters of my faction. If you can leave safely in such an encirclement, then I have nothing to say. Wu Ai looked at the complacent Xiao Lang, and he asked about Boss Wang. Is this also what Boss Wang meant? Wu Ai said this without any emotion. The latter did not answer, but just stood there quietly. Wu Ai also understood Boss Wang's thoughts through such body language, and he could only shake his head and sigh. Viper received the order from Wu Ai through barrier-free communication, and he directly raised his gun and fired a howitzer at the suspected vehicle outside. With the explosion in the distance, Some of Xiaolang's people who were closer were also injured by the splash. More than 10 people fell to the ground and cried instantly, and the others retreated quickly when the explosion sounded. Some people who had seen the venomous snake firing howitzers at the entrance of the gathering place were better off. But those who had not seen it were immediately shocked. Xiaolang and Boss Wang were also stunned for a while after being shocked. When Wu Ai asked Boss Wang again whether he could meet his previous request, the other party reacted. "I will do my best to help you with your matter. Little brother, please don't blame me for the previous things. I also have my own difficulties." Boss Wang's face was full of grievances now, and he was no longer in the high-spirited state just now. Xiaolang also knew that he might have offended someone who should not be offended. It was not difficult for him to imagine how miserable his life would be in the future. Boss Wang, who was implicated and instigated by him, would not let him go easily. It seemed that he was really finished this time. Wu Ai and others were invited to a VIP room upstairs, although it was already very luxurious. But this is what ordinary people here would think. In any case, this is also Boss Wang's attitude. They are not here to make trouble, as long as they can meet his requirements. Other things are not important. Boss Wang apologized in front of Wu Ai. He went to deal with the outside affairs and Wu Ai's mission first, and then came here to report to everyone after the results were obtained. Chapter 493, Selecting a Location. After Boss Wang left in a bad mood, Wu Ai and the others found a place to sit down and rest. Li Zima said to Wu Ai, "Boss, I found that most of the leaders of some forces here, or some powerful people, are proficient in our current language, and the tone of their speech is similar to ours now. Why do I feel that these people seem to live in this state of life? Otherwise, think about it. How could their way of speaking be so natural? Hey, boss, I thought this was the old bar." Although Li Zima was just complaining when she was bored, her words reminded Wu Ai. If these superiors have better living resources, and can get some items from previous civilizations in a certain organization, then their circle may monopolize the flow of information. That is to say, the lower class people don't know that they have prehistoric civilization items, or they conceal this information. If this is the case, they should be able to better control those ignorant ordinary people. Li Zima immediately widened his eyes and said, "Just like the car that Boss Wang just had?" Wu Ai smiled and nodded. This little girl still remembered the thing that looked like a car. Viper also thought about it and said, "If it is as the boss said, this Boss Wang is likely to be connected with the people in the Pure Land. Otherwise, things like vehicles that obviously have high technological content would not appear in his hands. And his business is also very suitable for releasing some things that the Pure Land wants to release." Venomous Snake's words moved Wu Ai's heart. He didn't know whether the Pure Land had researched anti-radiation drugs. If so, if Viper brought them over, his research would probably be much faster. After a while, Boss Wang knocked on the door again. After getting Wu Ai's permission, he walked into the room carefully. "My lords, I have informed the entire gathering place about the information you want. Someone will come to report to you in detail soon. They will line up and report the positions they think are suitable for you to select. If you are satisfied in the end, I will be honored." Wu Ai felt that this person had some means. He basically handled everything in such a short time. In addition to his clever mind, it is probably related to the fact that this person has been doing this kind of thing for a long time. After Wu Ai simply sent Boss Wang away, about a minute later, people began to come forward to report the news. Wu Ai and others received information from one person each, which would make communication faster and more efficient. When all the people who could provide information had come, everyone began to summarize the information obtained by everyone. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ai and others finally determined a location for the construction of the base that they thought was the most satisfactory. This location was also provided by a person who often excavated ruins for a living. In his introduction, this place is really like a paradise with a beautiful environment. However, the entrance to the entrance has a strong chill. If he had not been chased by mutant creatures and had nowhere to escape, he would not dare to gamble his life into this passage. Chapter 494, Location of the Exploration Base. According to the information provider, this place was discovered a long time ago. And this place has always been a place for people to get ice to cool off in the summer. But no one has successfully entered the innermost part and come out alive. Everyone says that there is 1,000-year-old ice in this cave, and it is impossible for humans to explore here. However, Human curiosity always makes some people want to explore the ice cave regardless of their family's dissuasion. But without exception, these people have never come out after entering. The information provider dared to take a gamble at the last moment because he had a fur coat made of fire bear skin. If he didn't have this thing, he could only fight a life-and-death battle with the mutant beast. Fortunately, although he was also frozen unconscious in the end, the place where he fell was not far from the other side of the cave. So he finally saved his life. When he woke up, he found that the cave was full of green, and all kinds of fruits were delicious. If he had not been outside with his wife and children, he said he would never come out again. Such a clue made Wu Ai and others all more confident. If this place is really as this person said, then this place is simply tailor-made for them to build a base. Wu Ai finally handed over the 3 mutant beasts to the person who provided the information, and they did not need to intervene in the future. Everyone, led by Boss Wang, came to the gate of the gathering place. After watching everyone enter the RV and disappear on the horizon, Boss Wang's face finally stopped being flattering. Boss Wang looked at Xiao Lang behind him, who immediately shivered all over. Boss Wang walked to his side and said, "You really did a great thing. You didn't fulfill your promise just now, and you also caused me to lose an epic item. I think you should have thought about how to compensate me in order to continue living." After that, Boss Wang strode away from the silent Xiao Lang. After Wu Ai and the others got on the bus, Li Zimu immediately prepared all kinds of delicious food and drinks to comfort Xiaoying. If nothing else, Xiaoying's translation back and forth when everyone was collecting information also made the little girl very busy. Such food rewards are what they should be. And Xiaoying grabbed them and stuffed them into her mouth without hesitation. When the RV returned to the small village at 9 o'clock in the evening, nothing had changed in the village. Only some edible mutant beasts were killed by the flying leopard. And the village chief was leading everyone to shave the meat of these mutant beasts and make them into jerky. And Wu Ai also took a little detour for safety before returning. After Wu Ai came back, everyone started preparing dinner immediately. The village chief was invited to the RV again. They needed to study the location of the newly discovered base. While Gu Xiaoxi and Fei Bao were cooking, everyone settled the location of the base. In order to ensure safety and the authenticity of the information, Wu Ai decided to explore the way in the complete form of Gundam tomorrow. If there are no major problems, he will come back the day after tomorrow. If there are any special problems, contact the team members who stayed in the village in time, because the time away this time is a bit long. The equipment, ammunition and medicine will be replenished. Chapter 495. After the ambush. There are still cannons. Xiaoying doesn't need to participate in this trip. Only Wu Ai and Li Muzi can go. Because of what happened yesterday, the village still needs more people to defend. If the enemy finds the village and is attacked, these people can also form an effective defense to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. After breakfast the next day, Wu Ai and Li Muzi were ready to set off. Before leaving, Gu Xiaoxi took down a lot of canned food and vegetables from the RV, and left 2 bags of rice. Such food would not be eaten for 2 days, so the people who stayed behind had done it foolproof. Wu Ai and Li Muzi drove the RV out of the village to complete the Gundam transformation process. With the air movement speed of the complete version of Gundam, they should be able to reach the destination. However, things did not go as well as they expected. I don't know whether Wu Ai's sense of direction is not good or the direction given by the person who provided the information is relatively large. In short, the Gundam did not find the mountain mentioned by the information provider within an hour. In order to find the real destination, Wu Ai could only let Li Muzi fly into the sky from time to time to observe the terrain. Unexpectedly, Li Muzi could still play such a function. This was something Wu Ai did not expect. Every time Li Muzi flew into the sky, Wu Ai would stare at him like a star. She could hardly bear such gazes at first. Fortunately, there were more such cases later, so Li Muzi didn't care much about Wu Ai's situation. Finally, in the afternoon, they found a small black dot where the horizon disappeared. Wu Ai drove towards the small black dot at high speed, and they finally saw that the small black dot turned into a mountain, which was exactly the mountain they were looking for. The two hugged each other excitedly and turned around a few times. Li Muzi's face quickly turned the color of an apple. Wu Ai also felt that his behavior was a bit abrupt, so the two of them separated awkwardly. Since we have found the destination, let's go there quickly. We don't know if it is as the information provider said. We still need to monitor the environment inside. and the map must be drawn up in time. Wu Ai awkwardly found some things that seemed to ease the ambiguous atmosphere, and the latter just set him as an answer to Wu Ai. The RV drove at full speed to the foot of the mountain. They hoped to enter the mountain before night and complete the previously planned tasks. Just when the RV reached the only entrance at the foot of the mountain, the RV's radar system also issued a violent alarm sound. About 300 ambushers suddenly appeared within a kilometer before the entrance. The reason why they were discovered at such a close distance was that these people were buried under the sand in advance, which hid the RV's radar system. After these people got up, they threw their javelins at the RV. And then, there was a movable cannon. When the dense javelins flew as fast as bees, there was a loud bang, and the cannon fired a shell at the same time. Such an ambush should not be possible for an ordinary gathering place. And how could anyone use a weapon like a cannon? Chapter 496 Xiaolang. The javelin quickly hit the body of the RV. But the location where it was attacked did not suffer any damage. The expected situation of being stabbed like a hedgehog did not occur. And the shells actually hit the RV and slid down the hit location like a discus. These javelin soldiers should be Xiaolang's men. Wu Ai had seen them once before at the trading gathering place. And the appearance of the cannon should be the work of Boss Wang. It is unknown whether any of the two came to command this battle. After 2 rounds of attacks, no results were seen, and the ambushers did not know how to continue. Fortunately, this scene only lasted for a few seconds, and Xiaolang walked towards the RV alone. It seems that my ambush should be declared a failure. But please allow me to make an unwelcome request to you. These soldiers just completed my orders. I hope you can let them go. I know I can't leave today. And even if I can leave, I will only die. So I beg you to let these innocent soldiers go. Li Muzi didn't like killing people, since Xiaolang knew that he didn't have much time. Letting these ordinary soldiers with little combat power go would not pose any subsequent threats to the two. But Wu Ai said to Xiaolang through the loudspeaker, "There are no innocent people on the battlefield. Since you know you are going to kill the enemy, what is there to complain about if you are killed because of your inferior skills? Do you think I can let go of those who wanted to kill me just because of your words? Are you too naive, or do you think I have no IQ?" Xiaolang could only smile bitterly after hearing this. He also felt that the words of a dying man like him would not have any effect. But the next words rekindled Xiaolang's hope. "If you can kneel down in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistake, I might agree to your request just now." Although Xiaolang is extremely arrogant, he still cares for their power. From the fact that he was willing to reveal the Overlord's trump card in order to get the meat of 3 mutant beasts, it can be seen that this man still has some advantages. In order to allow these warriors to return to the gathering place alive. What's wrong with him? A dying man? Kowtow and admit his mistakes? Xiaolang did not think that Wu Ai would not fulfill his promise, so he thought this request was not excessive. Just when he came to the RV and was about to kneel down in kowtow, Wu Ai said with a smile, "Even if you do this, I may not let these people go. But if you don't do it, I will definitely not let them go." Li Muzi didn't know why Wu Ai did this at this time, and everything he said seemed to be his real thoughts. She had never seen Wu Ai like this before. But even though she didn't understand Wu Ai's behavior, she didn't say anything to stop Wu Ai. Xiaolang's body, which was about to kneel down, paused slightly when he heard Wu Ai's words. And it was just a pause. Then Xiaolang knelt down without any hesitation. Just when Xiaolang's movements could no longer be stopped, a moving board rose from the ground to stop his knees from kneeling down. And the soldiers before didn't know what they were shouting. And it sounded like they were going forward without regrets. Xiaolang, who was stopped, looked back at the soldiers behind him, and his eyes turned red. Chapter 497 News about Xiaolang. When Xiaolang turned around again, his eyes were full of determination. At this moment, Wu Ai couldn't believe that the arrogant and cunning man before was the Xiaolang in front of him. "You and your soldiers can go back, and I won't stop you. I believe that after this time, you will also understand that our strengths are not on the same level. So in the future, you'd better think carefully about such suicide behavior. And I won't be so easy to talk to every time." Xiaolang couldn't believe that he just let all of them who had ambushed Wu Ai go. And such a result made him a little unbelievable. But he didn't think the other party was lying to him, because the other party didn't need to do that. Xiaolang turned around and said a few words to the soldiers behind him. And the soldiers started to act after listening. Some people ran over to pick up the javelins they had just thrown, while most of the rest were digging something in the sand. When the first thing was dug out, Wu Ai immediately knew what the soldiers were digging. They were digging for their comrades. It was estimated that because Wu Ai came too late, some soldiers hiding under the sand did not survive. Those who were dug out should be those who died under the sand. When all this work was done, Wu Ai estimated that there were about 200 people. So Xiao Lang actually prepared about 500 people for this ambush. But he lost nearly half of them in an ambush. Some soldiers also dug out some carts under the sand, which should be prepared for Wu Ai and others. With these carts, Wu Ai's people and belongings should be enough to transport. But what was unexpected was that these carts turned out to be hearses for the bodies of comrades. Although some soldiers survived successfully, there was no joy on their faces after surviving the disaster. When Xiao Lang saw that everyone was ready, he came to the RV and whispered to Wu Ai and others in the RV. Boss Wang is connected to the Pure Land, and the Pure Land has been using him to capture ordinary people. Although I don't know why they do this. I think they are not doing anything good. After saying that, Xiao Lang bowed to the RV and walked away with the remaining soldiers. Because of the ambush just now, the ambiguous atmosphere between Wu Ai and Li Muzi completely disappeared. After Xiao Lang and others left for a while, Wu Ai continued to drive the RV towards the only entrance at the foot of the mountain. Only after entering the frozen passage did he realize how cold it was inside. After passing through this frozen road, the system showed that the coldest section had a temperature of more than -70 degrees. With the current cold-proof equipment of humans, it is really difficult to successfully pass through this passage. When he drove the RV out of the passage, he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. The scene of thousands of miles of ice before was completely different from the outside. This side of the mountain had a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming. Some small animals from prehistoric civilizations lived here in harmony. And some fruit trees that even Wu Ai had never seen were even more tempting. The RV system monitored the air quality here. Unexpectedly, the air here was better than that in the deep mountains of prehistoric civilizations. There was no radiation pollution in the air. Chapter 498 The Heroine's Breakfast. Looking at the picturesque scenery here, Wu Ai also opened his helmet and tried to take a deep breath. And a stream of air rich in oxygen ions was inhaled into his lungs. This long-lost fresh and natural feeling made him feel very happy. Li Muzi also changed into the exquisite palace dress she got from the ice again. This dress seemed to be in harmony with the environment here. Li Zimu also showed a childlike innocent smile for the first time. And Wu Ai also saw her smile so happily for the first time. The two of them enjoyed the rare fresh air at the entrance for a while, and then began to monitor various data such as the environment here. The fruits here did not disappear in large quantities, because no one picked them. Only some animals that feed on them would eat some when they were hungry. Looking at such an environment, Wu Ai felt that perhaps this place could become a place where new hope for mankind was born. He felt that his heart was full of such expectations at this time. When night fell, the relevant monitoring had been completed, and the results were far higher than Wu Ai's expectations of the environment here. In the evening, the two simply ate a bowl of instant noodles each, and then they took out 2 reclining chairs and placed them under this rare night sky. The two rocked gently in the rocking chairs, looking at the stars in the sky, not knowing what they were thinking. Wu Ai felt that the current environment was really too comfortable. He always felt a little awkward with a beautiful girl. He felt that he had to find something to do. Li Zimu's unmanned reconnaissance aircraft came in handy again. He wanted to measure the specific area of the hinterland of this circular mountain. A total of 4 groups of drones were dispatched in pairs. The only job of these drones was to measure the actual area here. Because the mission of the dispatched drones was relatively simple, and the work efficiency was relatively high, the area here was finally measured after about 2 hours. The actual internal area of this crater is about 9,986 square kilometers, which is basically the area of a prefecture-level city in prehistoric civilization. Having such a large area as a base is more than enough. Both of them became a little excited because they were in such an environment for the first time. Although it was almost 10 o'clock, they did not feel sleepy at all. Wu Ai always wanted to find something to keep himself busy, and no one knew what he was doing. On the other hand, Li Muzi was just leisurely enjoying the beautiful environment here, and occasionally looked at the busy Wu Ai and chuckled softly. Finally, when it was almost 11 o'clock, he couldn't help it. After saying hello to Li Muzi, he went to rest. Li Muzi still didn't feel sleepy, so Wu Ai didn't care what she did afterwards. The next day, when Wu Ai got up in the morning, he found that she had made breakfast for him. Since the two sisters got on the RV, this was the first time Wu Ai saw Li Muzi make such a formal breakfast. although it was just a simple fried egg, bread and milk. This combination didn't have any color abnormalities, which made him feel incredible. Lee Musi was not in the RV at this time, and her own portion had already been eaten. Although Wu Ai's portion was a little cold, it didn't make him feel dissatisfied. Chapter 499: The Attack Village. Wu Ai had just finished the breakfast prepared by Lee Musi when he heard footsteps outside. He looked up and saw the situation outside. Unconsciously, his nosebleed started to flow. Lee Musi must have just returned from a bath outside. Her hair was still wet and dripping with water, because of the special settings of the palace costume. Such a scene was still a feast for Wu Ai's eyes. Lee Musi blushed at first when she saw Wu Ai's pig-like appearance, but then she chuckled. However, Wu Ai, who was lying with a nosebleed, did not notice his own misery, so he was not aware of the reason why he was teased by the other party. It was not until Lee Musi returned to the space to deal with his wet hair that Wu Ai saw that he was bleeding from his nose in the reflection of the remaining milk in the cup. When Lee Musi came out again, everything became very natural. "Lady, where did you go with all the wet clothes? I thought you fell into the river." Faced with Wu Ai's question, Lee Musi also changed his expression and replied with the same expression as before. "Nothing. There is just a lake not far ahead. I found it when I went for a walk this morning, and I couldn't help but swim for a while." In order to avoid making the atmosphere awkward, the two of them were deliberately avoiding something, because the time was almost up. The two of them simply packed up and prepared to go back. In order not to destroy the environment here, Wu Ai and the others decided to transform into Gundam after leaving the cave and return to the village, because this time they had the help of the map. The Gundam's flight direction was correct, but even so, the Gundam still did not reach the village within an hour. The RV continued to drive for another 2 hours before it barely reached the village, and the village also looked significantly different from the outside. The two people in the RV were shocked. It was obvious that the village was also attacked. It seemed that not only were they taken care of by the other party, but the village was also not spared. The RV quickly arrived at the village, and the people who had already discovered the RV and returned came to greet the two after the RV stopped. Wu Ai asked everyone hurriedly as soon as he got off the car. "What's the situation? Was the village attacked? Are there any casualties?" Everyone was very calm about Wu Ai's anxious question. Viper answered Wu Ai's question on behalf of everyone. "Yes, many people came to attack the village, and they used the ancient catapults. What they threw was not a stone-like object, but a kind of oily fruit. This kind of fruit still has a certain attack effect after being ignited, but it only burned some of the houses that were hit. We only sent 2 fully armed people to directly deal with those people. The rest of the people did not dare to continue attacking, and ran away with the bodies that were killed. The people who attacked the village this time were not the javelin soldiers of Xiao Lang's forces. It seems that Xiao Lang still has some self-knowledge." After listening, Wu Ai realized that the village had not actually suffered any substantial damage. Anyway, the village was about to be relocated, and the houses here were of no use. When Wu Ai told everyone that the two of them were ambushed by Xiao Lang on the road, everyone felt that things did not seem to be as simple as they imagined. Chapter 500: Tears of the Villagers. Everyone and the village chief sat together again to discuss the migration. No matter what, the relocation of the village must be carried out. When everyone moved to the construction location of the base, these ordinary people should not come to attack them so recklessly. In order to complete the migration of the village as quickly as possible, the village chief hopes to take everyone away at once, because the village chief has entered the space of those townhouses. He also knows that Wu Ai has the ability to take everyone away from the village. In fact, Wu Ai also wants to take everyone away at once, because doing so not only saves time and effort, but also avoids the situation where the team members are separated and the combat power is insufficient. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to the village chief's proposal, and the village chief went to inform everyone in the village after discussing with everyone. Although everyone in the village agreed to the village chief's proposal to build a better gathering place together, they were still reluctant to leave the village where they had lived for a long time. Some people even wanted to demolish their houses and take them away, which really made the village chief laugh and cry. But in the end, everyone agreed to move out of the village after being persuaded by the village chief for more than 2 hours. And Gu Xiaoxi and Fei Bao led the team members to prepare a delicious lunch for more than 100 people in the village, because the village had received a lot of meat before, and if all of it was taken away, it would be too much. The village chief finally asked each family to keep some, and then took out all the remaining meat to celebrate the beginning of the relocation, and let the old and young in the village taste the taste of prehistoric civilization dishes. The meat has basically been simply processed. The way these villagers preserve meat is to make it into jerky, because only in this way can the characteristics of food be preserved for the longest time. If fresh meat is not made into jerky in time, it will soon rot, and can no longer be eaten in such an environment. Although the meat has become jerky, the two people with modern cooking skills will not stop cooking this ingredient just because of jerky. Guziosi took out a lot of vegetables and seasonings to stew a delicious stew for all the villagers. Fresh vegetables plus modern seasonings. Even if the mutant meat has a slight taste, it is still very delicious. When all the villagers smelled such a big pot of delicious fragrance, their saliva was an unbearable torture. The village chief and Wu Ai and other team members distributed the stewed meat to the villagers in front of the big pot, and the steamed rice on the side was also enough for them to eat. Some villagers were very happy at the beginning, but for some reason, they began to shed tears silently while eating. At first, when Wu Ai discovered this, only a few people showed this behavior. But as time went by, the number of people like this seemed to be increasing. Wu Ai hurriedly asked the village chief what was wrong with everyone, and then the village chief asked the villagers why they were crying without knowing why. After a while, the village chief came back with a smile and explained to Wu Ai and others, "It's not a big deal. They just feel sad if they can't eat such delicious food today, so they're crying for the future." Chapter 501, Boss Wang's Futile Attempt. Wu Ai finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning the real reason why the villagers were crying. He had just thought that the villagers were crying because they were reluctant to move away from their original gathering place. If it was just because of these ordinary foods, this would be a very easy problem to solve. Wu Ai briefly told the village chief about some future conveniences, food in various situations. He hoped that the village chief could cheer up the villagers through these, as good days in the future were still waiting for them. Although the village chief knew that Wu Ai and others were humans with very high technology, he did not dare to ask Wu Ai how advanced the technology was, and what practical benefits it could bring to everyone. This is also a habit he developed in such an environment. He would always unconsciously feel afraid of the strong. When Wu Ai talked about the future, the village chief knew what kind of life they would live in the future. The village chief stopped eating at this time, but ran directly to the villagers and began to tell them in detail about the beautiful future that Wu Ai had just told him. At first, everyone was still a little skeptical, until the village chief said that he would let everyone experience such a life during the migration, which made everyone trust the village chief's unrealistic words. The villagers' appetite is really amazing, and the food is not wasted at all, and is completely eaten up. This also indirectly proves how bad the food of the villagers was before. The village chief also told everyone that they would enter the space of the RV and spend some time in the villa. So everyone was still unconsciously surprised when they entered the space and saw the rows of villas. There are a total of 137 villagers in the village. If each family has a villa, it is still enough. After all, it is impossible for the villagers here to occupy a house by one person. Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden is not enough to describe the state of the villagers. They are even afraid of the various high-tech items in the villa without knowing the details. Fortunately, the village chief and Xiaoying kept explaining things to everyone. But even so, some villagers were still a little scared of the items in the room that they had never seen before. But no matter what, the villagers still believed in the future life that the village chief had said before. These items are enough to prove the fact that technology will change the future. Wu Ai also took advantage of this time to transform into a complete version of Gundam, and flew quickly to the mountain before. When the time for transformation was up, he turned into the end of the RV, and continued to drive to the destination. Not long after all of them left the village, a group of humans came to the village where they were before. The number of this human team has exceeded 10,000. And these people all have iron-like armor on their bodies. And they actually hold weapons similar to guns in their hands. Boss Wang is accompanied by a human dressed like an ancient prince in front. Boss Wang and the man looked at the deserted village, and neither of them had any words for a while. Respected third prince, because we gathered too many troops before, so that everyone in the village ran away. It is all my responsibility. Please forgive me this time for my usual merits. Chapter 502, Cruel Experiment. The man called the third prince ignored Boss Wang's request and asked another question. Are those humans you mentioned before who seem to have higher technology really worth my full effort? If they are really worth my effort, I will certainly forgive the small matter today. After all, Your starting point is to be able to catch these people. If the other party is really powerful, we will just send them here if we don't gather more people. But if I find that they are not as valuable as you said when I catch them, I think you can still make some contribution to my research in the end. After hearing what the third prince said, Boss Wang was already covered in cold sweat. If others didn't know what the third prince was talking about, then Boss Wang, who knew the inside story, knew how terrifying the so-called research was. Because Wang had helped the third prince capture some people without relatives and support many times before. He also saw the experimental scenes of these captured people by chance. Such experiments were not conducted in the so-called Pure Land. Even in the Pure Land, such inhumane experimental projects should not be allowed. The location of the experiment was in a cave, and the guards were very strict. When transporting people to the laboratory, the third prince needed him to do something. So he saw some of the experiments during the discussion with the third prince. He didn't know what the third prince's experiment was, but the scene he saw was unforgettable. Some ordinary people had their organs and limbs covered by unknown metallic substances, with the head and limbs being the most common. And the torsos of several people were also covered. Regardless of the specific reasons for these people to be treated like this, the painful screams that struck the soul were still numbing. He even saw a man pull out his semi-metal head with his metallized arm. It is really hard for people who have not experienced it to imagine that people can make such a decision. Just now, when the third prince mentioned that he wanted to contribute to his experiment, he thought of the comfortable groan of the man whose head he had moved before he died. It looked like not only physical relief, but also spiritual relief. He had not yet enjoyed enough power and material in this world, but he did not want to become that person. Boss Wang hurriedly explained to the third prince, who was turning around to leave. Third prince, I am not talking nonsense. Many people in my store have seen it. Those people used a weapon to blow up the thing called car that I got before. The scene was really chilling. If that kind of weapon hits a person, the consequences should be unpredictable. I am curious about the person you are talking about because you have never seen such a weapon. So your words are convincing. I don't care what method you use. Finding them and catching them is what you should do now. The rest of the things are not your concern. Boss Wang hesitated for a while before saying, Third prince, I may actually know where they went. Chapter 503 The Third Prince's Reward Promise. The third prince, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He turned his face to Boss Wang and said gloomily, Why don't you take me there directly? Are you kidding me? Looking at the third prince's expression, Boss Wang knelt down directly. And then he said to the third prince in front of him with a sad face, Your Highness, even if I have 100 courages, I dare not do this. There is actually a reason for this. The third prince did not say anything. He stood there as if waiting for his explanation. Third prince, actually before, I wanted to capture these people directly and send them to you. But the 500 people I said didn't even beat 2 of them. And more than 200 of them died. I think they are too strong. So I can only hope for the remaining team that is searching for the rest. Unexpectedly, this team found that they were actually in a village. And it seems that they are protecting the people in that village. After I got this information, I thought about capturing some people in the village to threaten them. But they only said 2 people to defeat my team. That's why I had the idea of bringing a team of 10,000 people this time to capture some villagers when they were caught off guard. But I didn't expect them to all run away, which is the real reason why I failed this time. The man called the third prince thought about it and realized that he should not be blamed for this situation. So he raised his hand to signal Boss Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, to stand up and speak. Boss Wang thanked him and continued. Before, this group of people came to my store to get some information about an environment and location. Based on this, I guessed that they might want to rebuild the gathering place there. And the previous attack on 2 of them was also near that place. It seems that they should have gone to investigate the location that time. But I didn't expect that the other party was so fast that they completed the investigation and migration process in such a short time. The third prince finally became very interested in the information that Boss Wang had given him. Just in terms of mobile tools, the other party's technology level is comparable to those damn intelligent mechanical tribes. If he could get this kind of technology from these people, I think he would be the real helmsman of the next Pure Land. And the other descendants of the Father King have no merits to compete with him. At that time, the success or failure of his experiment would no longer be so important. Thinking of this, the third prince put on a smiling face and said, Boss Wang, if this prince really catches those people, I think I will not treat you unfairly. I can promise you now that if you catch him, I can give you a woman from the Pure Land and let you live in the Pure Land. Such a reward is something he dare not even dream of. If he can really get it, his life will not be lived in vain. Thinking of those women from the Pure Land with fair skin and unbelievably beautiful looks, he felt that he should have more offspring so as not to waste the bodies of those women from the Pure Land without any radiation pollution. Boss Wong drooled unconsciously in his fantasy. Chapter 504. Radiation Contamination from Villagers. After receiving the promise from the third prince, Boss Wong was like a chicken bloodshot. First, he took the team of 10,000 people to his own trading gathering place, because such a large team would consume a lot of supplies in a day, and they also needed to replenish the supplies on the road in the next few days. Wu Ai drove the RV through the frozen cave again, after everyone came to the other side of the cave. Everyone, including the villagers, came out of the RV. Everyone stopped talking for a while when looking at such a scene. After arriving here, the village chief couldn't help but sigh that the beautiful environment here was something he had never seen in his life. The natives didn't seem very happy about everyone's arrival. Some small animals quickly fled after discovering these invaders in their territory, and some weaker plants also showed obvious signs of sluggishness, which made the villagers a little overwhelmed for a while. Li Zimu immediately measured with relevant equipment that the location where they were was already slightly contaminated by radiation, and the plants here that had not been exposed to radiation were the first to be unable to withstand the radiation pollution. The village chief immediately understood the reason through the words of Wu Ai and others, and he also told everyone why this situation occurred. Although everyone was very happy to see such a beautiful scenery and environment, they also felt that it was not right if such an environment was destroyed because of their arrival. Some villagers even suggested that they could live on the other side of the cold cave, hoping that this would prevent the environment here from being further damaged. Humans, who have been punished by nature, have already attached great importance to the environment. Imagine that in the previous peaceful world, humans only advocated protecting the environment, but they could do too little, because Wu Ai could not communicate directly with the villagers. The responsibility of communication fell on the village chief. Wu Ai said to the village chief, "Village chief, in fact, our damage is not very serious, and our enemies may appear at any time on the other side of the cold cave, which will put the villagers in danger. I can assure you that our current damage can be repaired later, and it will not take a long time. I hope you can trust him. In order not to further damage the environment here, the villagers can rest here. If you feel uncomfortable, you can return to the space villa in the RV to rest." Wu Ai's words convinced the village chief, because he had shown enough strength before, so there was no need for the other party to deceive him. The village chief immediately told everyone what Wu Ai said, and the villagers felt relieved after hearing it. As for returning to the villa in the RV space, all the villagers refused. They thought that even living in such a wild environment would be more comfortable than living in a villa. It seems that everyone is really not used to the convenient life in the future. It doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone will get used to it slowly in the future. Wu Ai led the team members to move some necessary items out of the RV, so that the villagers would not lie on the ground to sleep directly. With everyone's help, some simple necessities of life were prepared soon. The villagers who liked it spontaneously stopped moving towards the environment inside. Wu Ai felt that he was very satisfied with choosing this village. Chapter 505. Individual Preparations. The villagers were extremely satisfied with the environment here. It seemed that they would not sleep on the first night, since they had decided to build their base here. The first thing they had to do was to ensure safety, although they had not been attacked by any large monsters or mutants in this world. This was only temporary, since some implicit hints had been given in the mission. The base would be attacked to a certain extent. Boss Wong's 2 attack plans failed. Such a persistent person would not let them go, and the people behind him should also be very interested in them. As for the artificial intelligence mentioned by the village chief, there has been no discovery so far. If they develop here and don't go out to cause trouble, I hope that if those big guys really exist, they won't find them. Li Zimu, who had nothing to do, took this opportunity to install monitoring systems on both sides of the cold cave and in the corridor. Judging from the level of enemies they have encountered so far, this simple level should be able to make do for a while. If the normal monitoring layout of the base is followed, then this circular mountaintop also needs to be controlled. However, the height of the mountaintop has obviously exceeded the snow line. Under normal circumstances, only some large cold-resistant animals or the legendary artificial intelligence can have such strength to climb over the mountain. However, such a situation has not been found yet. And the current situation does not have such control conditions. So these plans can only be postponed. After installing the monitoring system in the cold cave, Lizima shivered and immediately entered the RV. Boss, I swear that if your RV does not come to pick me up, I will never enter this cold cave again. Although the enhanced protective clothing has a certain cold resistance, it is still a bit unbearable at more than 70 degrees below zero. If my sister hadn't come to persuade me in person, I would never have come to do this job. Oh, it seems that you and your sister had a pleasant exchange. In the end, didn't you come in person? Wu Ai teased Lizima shamelessly. He certainly knew what kind of scene the persuasion between the sisters was like. Looking at the obviously indignant little face, Wu Ai was in a really good mood. Gu Xiaoxi was also busy in her space. At this time, she was selecting various vegetable and grain seeds to be planted tomorrow. These things are the lifeblood of the 100,000 people here in the future. This is something that cannot be sloppy at all. The venomous snake was carefully checking the place polluted by the villagers. He thought there should be some radiation-resistant plants here. If the global radiation pollution in the past had affected this crater, it would not be immune. However, it was obviously a scene full of vitality. So it was normal for there to be a plant that could resist radiation or even neutralize the radiation effect. Fei Bao and the venomous snake were also searching among the plants on the ground with lighting equipment. But they did not find anything valuable for a while. Suddenly, Fei Bao grabbed the venomous snake, who was still looking down at the plants. She pointed to a small grass that looked like an ordinary grass and said, "Venomous snake, come and see if there is anything wrong with this grass." Chapter 506, False Joy. After being reminded by Fei Bao, Dusha came over to check the grass that Fei Bao mentioned as having a problem. Sure enough, only this grass was not in a sluggish state like its companions around it. It was still growing well, and showing a very energetic look. Dusha felt that he seemed to have found a plant that could resist radiation pollution. And he didn't expect that the problem would be solved so easily. Dusha hugged Fei Bao and turned around a few times. His joy was beyond words. Their duet performance seemed to have become the brightest two boys in the village in the eyes of the villagers. Fei Bao shyly broke free from Viper's embrace and immediately hit him on the helmet. But the computer in Viper's helmet misjudged that he was being attacked. Viper quickly turned off the attack prompt in the system. And he hurriedly checked the surroundings to see if other team members had discovered his embarrassing incident. Fortunately, everyone was basically busy with their own things. So there were no other members of the team around him. Viper didn't dare to do anything else. He quickly took out a small shovel and a small glass container and successfully put the grass in order to complete the manufacture of this medicine as soon as possible. He could only say hello to Fei Bao and escape to return to his space research. The love affair could only be temporarily suppressed. However, this seemingly simple thing was messed up by the snake. This grass does have a certain ability to resist radiation pollution. But this ability is not the ability of the grass itself. It also absorbs some substances to give it this ability. Such a result can only prove that there is indeed a substance that can resist the damage of radiation. But it is not possessed by the grass. After getting this grass, the venomous snake struggled for 5 hours and got such a result. To be honest, he was really a little discouraged. Fei Bao seemed to have just woken up. She walked into the laboratory in the space of Viper in her pajamas and yawned. Viper was still a little depressed and stared at the grass in front of him with bloodshot eyes. But when he heard footsteps and looked up and saw Fei Bao coming in, he forgot everything. Fei Bao usually wears the small standard bulletproof vest all day long, which has a great hiding effect on her figure. But since she got the enhanced protective suit, Fei Bao seems to have let herself go, and her figure is revealed. Viper's mood, which was still depressed just now, became very simple at this moment, and the only thing in his eyes was the perfect figure of Fei Bao. "Is it nice? I don't want you to take a closer look," Fei Bao said as he looked around to see if there were any handy weapons. After Viper subconsciously said it's nice, he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and found that Fei Bao was looking for weapons. He immediately explained, Wait! The things I have here are all very important equipment. You must not." As soon as Viper said this, he saw Fei Bao pick up a flask and wave it in the air for a few times to try the feel. Then she shook her head, as if she was not satisfied, and put the flask back. When Viper saw that she didn't listen to the dissuasion and was still looking for weapons, he also felt that things were a bit serious. When Fei Bao saw a solid glass rod about 1 meter long, his eyes actually lit up. Viper instantly felt that his soul seemed to have flown out of his body and waved goodbye to him in the air. Chapter 507 Prank. Seeing Fei Bao walking towards the glass rod, Dusha had to take the initiative to protect himself. He quickly ran to Fei Bao and carried her on his shoulders, then left the room with her at lightning speed. Fei Bao was carried to the living room by Dusha in incredible panic. And in the process of carrying Fei Bao, they inevitably had some physical contact, which made Fei Bao blush and want to beat him up even more. Looking at Fei Bao, who was looking for weapons in the living room like a headless fly, Dusha suddenly felt that it was not a loss to be beaten up. Just like that, a strange scene appeared in this room. Viper sat comfortably on the sofa, while Fei Bao searched back and forth in the room for something. But it seemed that he couldn't find it for a while. If the other team members saw this, they would definitely be shocked. After 5 minutes, Fei Bao looked at Viper sitting leisurely on the sofa as if she suddenly thought of something. And she also shouted and pounced on him. Although Viper's specialty is more inclined to medical treatment, Fei Bao was so embarrassed that he lost his mind at this time. So he couldn't think of using any skills in the fight. Such a result was already doomed. But Fei Bao had not yet realized the serious problem. Everyone should be getting up soon in the morning. Fei Bao poked her head out of the Viper's space with a blushing face. She looked around for a while and ran out without finding anyone. Li Zimu saw all this under the conference table with a pair of eyes full of surprise. When Fei Bao had run back for a long time, she still had a big mouth and looked unbelievable. After a while, she had a devilish smile on her face. She seemed to be brewing a very evil plan. During breakfast, Li Zimu suddenly brought up a topic. Boss, it seems that Viper was attacked at night yesterday. The network system prompts that this attack has been judged as a threatening attack. But I don't know why Viper didn't mention this matter. After saying these words, she secretly observed the other party. Sure enough, the other party choked when drinking porridge. And then his eyes moved quickly, as if he was trying to make up a lie on the spot. Fei Bao also acted a little unnatural, because she was the culprit of this attack. And of course she was embarrassed to say that she did it. After all, she is a girl, and she still has to save face. Oh, what happened yesterday? Nothing. I just bumped into a tree branch when I looked up without paying attention. I thought it was an accident, so I didn't mention it. Li Zima showed a devilish smile. Since she didn't succeed this time, she still had a trick ready. Gu Xiaozi smelled the smell of conspiracy in the air. So this time she didn't attack Li Zima's speech. She just quietly waited for the next development of the matter. This morning when I was looking for something under the conference table, I suddenly saw the venomous snake sneaking out, as if there was some secret that could not be told. The reason why she said this was to see how long Fei Bao would endure. It was obviously her who came out in the morning. I don't know if she will let the venomous snake take the blame for her. Chapter 508 A wedding that is not a wedding. Viper and Flying Leopard glanced at each other quickly and casually. They both knew that when Flying Leopard returned in the morning, he must have been discovered by this little girl. And this little girl actually wanted to use this opportunity to make her admit something. Will the two do as she wishes? Viper hurriedly explained. It's nothing. I'm just a little hungry and want to find something to eat. But I guess everyone is not awake yet. So I just whispered a little to avoid disturbing everyone. Li Zima heard the loopholes and Viper's lie in a hurry. And she hurriedly followed up. Everyone is sleeping in their own space. And it is meaningless for you to whisper in the public space of the RV. And the thing you said about being hungry is not true. When you went back, I didn't find any food missing. But the garbage in the garbage bin was gone. You didn't eat the garbage. Fei Bao was really furious when she heard this. To cover up her own affairs, Viper was played around by this little devil-like child. And now it has obviously exceeded the scope of pranks. How can she not be angry? Okay, Li Zimu. You don't have to say it anymore. This morning, I came out of Viper's space in a disheveled state. What if I slept with him? I admit it now. If you dare to make things difficult for me again. When Fei Bao said this, she found that the whole space was strangely quiet, and only the words she had just said seemed to be echoed. Everyone present looked at her with surprise, as if they could not accept that the words just now were said by her. Although Fei Bao also knew that she had said something that she shouldn't have said. Her personality was like this. And even if she really said something wrong, she would bear it herself. Fei Bao sat down and continued to eat after saying this. She also understood at this time that Li Zimu was deliberately using those words to anger her. And that little girl seemed to be getting the result she was getting now. After sitting down, Feibao wanted to eat to cover up her blushing and embarrassment. But at this time, except for her and Viper, everyone was applauding and celebrating something. And everyone's eyes were full of joy and blessings. At this time, Gusiosi finally understood why Lizimu was anxious to let her make a cake. At this time, she quickly ran back to her space, and then pushed a 3-layer cake with a cart towards everyone. I knew that Sister Feibao was such a straightforward character, so I thought of using your character to do those things before. I hope Sister Feibao will not be angry. I want you to be together openly, and you must get everyone's blessings. Although Feibao felt that the other party's method was not advisable, it was rare that the other party had good intentions. After everyone knew about it, there was no need to hide it. Finally, Feibao pulled up the venomous snake, who was still a little unresponsive, to cut the cake together. Although Feibao didn't say anything, it can be seen from the smile on her face that she was very happy at this time. After this pleasant event in the morning, the venomous snake and Feibao went out again to look for plants that could solve the radiation pollution. And this time, they went out together with each other's arms. Chapter 509 Lucky Value. You know what? It is said that people feel refreshed when they are happy. In this mood, the efficiency of the venomous snake has really improved a lot. Just near the grass he found yesterday, he found many similar situations. However, these plants are not the same, and they seem to be quite concentrated. There is only one result for such a situation: that there must be some substance that appeared in this area and caused the plants nearby to have anti-radiation properties. There are not many conditions that can meet such a situation. The most common one is the excrement of some animal. If the animal does not have the property of radiation resistance, then it carries the radiation resistance of a plant after eating it. Simply put, an animal eats something to make its excrement have radiation resistance. And this excrement also makes the nearby plants have the property of radiation resistance. Through this analysis, the venomous snake thinks that this radiation-resistant plant should have a strong effect on radiation pollution. Even in the intestines of animals, it is not completely destroyed, and the effect is still very good after being expelled from the body. This basically meets the most basic needs of making medicines. The strong efficacy is not easy to lose the efficacy due to some circumstances during the preparation process. The most important thing now is to find this plant. Only by finding this plant can we continue the research. Viper also made a test paper from the substance he got from the grass before, so that he could quickly find this plant in the wild. Except for Lizimu, who continued to set up a surveillance system around their camp. The rest of the people took the test paper to find various plants outside to try their luck. And the good news was quickly fed back. Feibao was the first to find a suspected anti-radiation plant through the test paper. After Viper took some samples taken from the plant, his laboratory in the RV finally confirmed that the plant was the one he was looking for. Everyone was so happy that they picked a lot of fruits of this plant and took them back to the RV. Venomous Snake immediately began to research and make related anti-radiation drugs. After a day of research and analysis, Venomous Snake found that this fruit contains strong anti-radiation ingredients, but it can also allow the body to automatically generate a substance to block the damage of radiation pollution. However, it has no great effect on the existing radiation in the body. However, if there is a substance that can change this situation so that the drug effect can also target the radiation pollution in the body, then this fruit can neutralize the radiation pollution in the body like anti-radiation. Although this cannot restore the body that was previously changed by radiation, the radiation in the body can still be quickly neutralized and discharged. Although such news makes everyone very happy, it does not solve the actual problem. So the research on the venomous snake still needs to continue. The luck brought by the combination of Feibao and Viper did not end there. When the Viper punched the table in reluctance, the blood of a monster in the previous cave and the experimental potion fell on the experimental table due to the vibration. The two began to mix rapidly after they came into contact. When the two colored liquids were mixed, the place where they mixed immediately began to turn transparent, which proved that the two liquids could react. Chapter 510 Monster Blood. After Viper discovered that the two liquids seemed to have reacted, he immediately picked up the small test tube on the table to check the label on it. When he knew that the other liquid was the blood of a monster that looked like a centipede, he was also curious about the mixed liquid on the table. He didn't know what would happen if the two liquids reacted under such accidental conditions, so he had to collect some of the mixed liquid for research immediately. After his research, he found that the original strong anti-radiation property had been suppressed to only half of the original after mixing with the monster's blood. However, The plant's anti-radiation mechanism has changed after being suppressed. According to the current mixed direction, this plant medicine can already play a role in the human body's all-around anti-radiation. In other words, this mixed medicine may not only improve the degree of human anti-radiation, but also really improve the body that has been contaminated by radiation to a certain extent. However, the specific effect of this medicine is still uncertain, and he needs more blood from this monster for research. After Viper told Wu Ai this news, everyone also knew the latest news at the same time. Now there is no shortcut. We can only go to the previous cave again to collect more blood samples. But this makes everyone face a problem. How to complete the task of collecting blood more efficiently? You don't need to study it. Whether it is the speed of traveling, the intensity of fighting in the cave, or collecting more blood of that monster, I think I am the most suitable. You don't need to worry about this matter. Everyone should pay more attention to the defense against foreign invasion and the construction of the base. I am fully capable of such simple things that only require effort. Everyone thought Wu Ai's words were reasonable. After all, no one could compare with him in terms of speed. Since Wu Ai said he could handle it, everyone stopped worrying. Wu Ai once again told everyone to be careful of Boss Wang's revenge, and he was ready to leave. Li Muzi seemed to be hesitant to speak, so Wu Ai didn't dare to look at her. It seemed that the embarrassment between the two of them last time had not completely passed. In the end, he drove into the cold cave alone. After he drove out of the cold cave, he transformed into a complete version of Gundam and flew to the cave where they first appeared. Boss Wang, aren't we bringing too few people this time? You said at the beginning that even two of them could easily deal with our 500-man team. Now the other side has all its members. Aren't you underestimating them with your few people? It was the third prince who spoke, and Boss Wang had a nonchalant expression on his face. Your Highness, in fact, these people of mine are just helping you test the waters. I don't think these ordinary soldiers of mine can catch the other side. Even if I bring more people, they are ordinary people. So I know I can't catch the other side. I just asked His Highness to collect more information for you before sending out the elite troops. I can't help you with anything else. Boss Wang decisively told the third prince that he was used as cannon fodder. However, even though Boss Wang found out, he still looked convinced, which made the third prince very satisfied. Chapter 511. Li's sisters go to war. Well, Boss Wang, although you guys may not come back, their sacrifice still has a certain effect. I will also take your losses into consideration. After all, you are helping me, so I will not treat you unfairly. Although Boss Wang did not really take such a promise to heart. It is better to say it than not to say it. This is just a psychological comfort. After Boss Wang's 10,000-man team left the previous village where no one was, it took them 4 days to see the huge crater. In today's world, people basically travel on foot. Some powerful settlements may catch some gentle land animals as a means of transportation, but most humans can only travel on foot. At this time, Wu Ai has been out for 2 days. He should be back soon, but he doesn't know if he can make it in time to face the attack of such a 10,000-man team, because there is no active radar system in Wu Ai's RV. These people were discovered by the patrolling drones and monitoring systems near the cave entrance only after they approached a certain distance from the crater. Li Zimu immediately notified everyone after discovering the enemy's attack. Although the ammunition was still sufficient, it seemed that there were quite a few people coming this time. I wonder if the ammunition was enough. Fortunately, Li Muzi did not go with Wu Ai this time. With the female warrior's defense, everyone was still strong. The team brought by Boss Wang this time also learned a lesson after the previous 2 failures. This time, they wanted to focus on long-range attacks, and would not fight those with strange weapons in close combat. The huge ancient catapult began to be assembled quickly at the back of the team, and some weapons like crossbows were also busy. This time, the Li sisters personally went to fight against the enemy. First, their weapons were more powerful, and second, if there was an accident, they could escape from the battlefield calmly. When the third prince and Boss Wang looked at the 2 people coming from a distance, they were both confused. This time they brought a team of 10,000 people. But why did the other side only send 2 people? Moreover, the 2 people who went to fight this time were different from before. This time, Li Muzi did not wear a protective suit, but a palace dress. Li Zimu wore a winged armor transformed from her weapon. The 2 wanted to crush the other side with absolute combat power so that they would give up their covetousness. When the third prince saw Li Muzi, he immediately changed his mind. He must possess such a beauty, no matter what the price. The communication between the two sides was not a problem. So the Li sisters came to Boss Wang and the third prince without any fear. Li Zimu said angrily, "I don't care who you are. It's best not to bother us again this time. If you can listen to my advice, you can leave here today without missing any parts. If you still insist on not changing your ways, don't blame the ladies in front of you if you lose anything." Li Zimu said what she thought was a very heroic dialogue. But the two men in front of her didn't seem to be afraid at all. And she didn't know if they were really ignorant and fearless. Chapter 512 Broken Hand. Li Muzi was very disgusted with the greedy look of the man opposite her. She had not seen such a look for a long time, since the end of the world. The third prince took the initiative to say without waiting for Boss Wang to answer, "I don't know what the two beauties' names are. Where are you from, and what do you want to do here now?" Li Muzi was very reluctant to talk to this man who looked very showy. And her sister naturally saw it. So she answered, "We don't need to report to you what we want to do. Now we just inform you not to harass us anymore. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." After Li Zimu finished speaking, he pulled his sister to go back. It seemed that with this showy guy, they couldn't fight today. Just when the two turned around and wanted to leave, the third prince actually stretched out his dirty hands and tried to grab Li Muzi's arm to stop her from leaving. But he didn't know what function Li Muzi's clothes had. Just when the third prince's fingers were about to touch Li Muzi's clothes, his fingers suddenly seemed to touch the eyes of 10,000 years. And he quickly retracted his hand. However, after he retracted his hand, this feeling not only did not ease, but it had a tendency to intensify. He raised his hand and saw that his fingers were slowly freezing upwards along the fingers at a speed visible to the naked eye. The front end of his finger had no feeling, which made him scream in fear. Boss Wang also noticed the situation. He knew that if he didn't handle it well, the third prince would have to die here today. If the third prince died in front of him, then he and everyone in his power would probably die. Thinking of this, he pulled out a short knife he carried with him. He used all his strength to cut off his wrist before the ice froze his entire right hand. The third prince fainted from the pain after his wrist was cut off by this knife. And Boss Wang hurriedly found someone to help the third prince stop bleeding and heal his wounds. The third prince was still surrounded by two bodyguards, and they all carried medicine for treatment. Originally, the third prince's hand should not have been cut off. But the two bodyguards were also shocked by what happened in front of them, and they did not check for a while, which led to Boss Wang cutting off the third prince's right hand. The third prince was soon awakened by the severe pain, and he shouted to everyone with bloodshot eyes, "Kill those two bitches for me. Don't let them run away. And everyone related to them can't let anyone go. I must let her die in front of me." At this time, the Li family did not walk too far. And of course, the two of them heard the roar full of resentment. So the two of them immediately turned around and looked behind them after hearing the screams. Sure enough, those people pointed their gun-like weapons at the two of them. And then bullets rained down like raindrops. Then several metal poles, half a meter thick, were shot at them. Under the sunlight, the sharp points in front of the metal poles shone with a cold light, which made the people who saw it have no doubt that they could survive after being stabbed. In the face of such an attack, the two of them just walked a few steps to their respective sides and completely made the weapons lose their threat. The attack of those bullets was also blocked by the ability of the palace costume in front of Li Muzi and stopped their steps forward. Chapter 513. The Destruction of the 10,000-Man Squad. The third prince's bloodshot eyes did not see the scene of the two women's blood splattering 5 steps away. The other party easily resolved their two attacks. In fact, the third prince and Boss Wang had already foreseen such a result. But it was the first time for both of them to see their attacks blocked so easily and strangely. The third prince knew that he might not be able to avenge his broken hand today, but he was still a little unwilling. He could not tolerate watching the two enemies leave so casually. "Today, I lost my right hand under the protection of you two. I think you know what consequences are waiting for you when you go back. But now I will give you two a chance. If you can understand, I will definitely take care of your family." The emotionless and cold voice of the third prince reached the ears of the two bodyguards. They knew that these words were said to them. The two of them did make some mistakes today, but the third prince actually threatened them with his family, which they could not tolerate. The two even thought about killing the person they had always wanted to protect. But they had to give up this idea when they thought of their families. Now there are so many people here that the two of them cannot guarantee that the news will not be leaked. If it is leaked, their families will even want to die. The two had no choice but to bow and thank the emperor, and then walk directly towards the Li sisters. Boss Wang seemed to understand something after hearing what the third prince said. He ordered everyone to go forward and fight, and no retreat was allowed. On the other hand, the third prince and Boss Wang began to retreat. When they arrived near the catapult, there was an off-road motorcycle parked there. This was a means of transportation that the third prince had to take with him every time he went out, because the speed of this motorcycle was still very fast in the sand, and it was most suitable for escaping. Now he had lost his right hand, so he could only rely on Boss Wang to take him away from here. Thinking about his embarrassing departure, he felt a nameless anger in his heart. About 10 minutes after the motorcycle left, the two heard the sound of an explosion on the motorcycle. Although they had already left a long way, the sound of the explosion still reached their ears, which proved that the power of the explosion was still very strong. The source of the explosion was the two bodyguards before. As the bodyguards of the third prince, they certainly had some good things. This grenade-like weapon was imitated and researched by the Pure Land. However, due to the size and explosion power that could not be well controlled, the two of them only brought one of this kind of thing each. But the power of the two people's simultaneous explosion was still very strong, and many ordinary soldiers beside them were blown to pieces. When everyone fell to the ground, the Li sisters did not feel any joy after the victory. There were tens of thousands of corpses here. How could they be happy? And the culprit of all this had already escaped, which made the two of them understand a lot about the bad character of the man called the third prince. Because the battle happened very suddenly, Li Zimu did not call for support. So the team of 10,000 people was killed by the two of them with cold weapons, and the other team members did not participate in this battle. Chapter 514, Unable to find the quest monster. The two returned to the current gathering place with heavy hearts. Apart from Wu Ai's RV, only Li Muzi could lead people through this cold cave, because her clothes could protect people around her from the cold, which she discovered later. Others also saw the things outside through the pictures sent back by the drone. They had no way to deal with the deaths of those soldiers. After all, modern humans no longer have the ability to judge right from wrong like before with a complete civilization inheritance. As long as the leader issues an order, they generally will not disobey it. Wu Ai's mission of collecting monster blood was not smooth. When he returned to the cave where they first appeared, the hole that had been opened before was no longer there. Although it was still possible to see traces of repairs, Wu Ai did not want to enter from this location again, since this place had been repaired by the monsters. It was hard to say whether there would be anything behind it. Although he was wearing a mini version of the Gundam armor, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Finally, he walked a distance and opened a gap again with the electromagnetic cannon. After he entered through this gap, all the lights that came with the Gundam armor were turned on. After entering, Wu Ai followed the original track in the cave and walked inside. When he passed the previously repaired cave entrance, he found a lot of bloodstains. Although the bloodstains on the ground had dried up, the scope and extent of the bloodstains were still somewhat terrifying. It seemed that a battle had taken place here. This may be the real reason why the cave entrance was sealed. The dried bloodstains on the ground have many colors, proving that there may be many creatures fighting here. However, these things still had no effect on him. But he paid more attention to the degree of danger here. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized that the monsters in this cave are afraid of light. It would be surprising if he could encounter a monster if he came in like a lighting factory. After turning off all the lights, he turned on the night vision system, so that he could see things in such a dark place. After walking for a while, he still didn't find any traces of monsters. Thinking about the last time, although they turned on the lights, they could still hear the sound of monsters crawling in the distance. But now he has turned off the lights for a while. But why didn't he hear any sound at all? Could it be that the battle at the place where the cave entrance was repaired caused the number of monsters to decrease? The number of monsters killed was not enough for them to move in the cave? Or did something go wrong inside them? With such doubts, he continued to walk for about 3 hours. During these 3 hours, he still did not find any movement, which made him a little worried about this mission. If I can't find the monster, then what's the point of collecting blood? I won't have to wait until the monster's offspring grows up before I can successfully collect blood. What happened here? In order to find his mission monster as soon as possible, he had to change his route. He was now heading in the direction he saw, and he wanted to go to the innermost part of the cave to see if there were any monsters in the deepest part of the cave. When he reached 10 o'clock in the evening, he still didn't find anything. He found a place to put the RV, ate a bowl of instant noodles, and went to bed immediately. He felt that the mission he chose this time was really a pitfall. Chapter 5:15 Things are getting complicated. When he woke up the next day, the scenery outside was still dark. This was natural. He was still in a cave, and it was normal for it to be dark outside. He got up, ate instant noodles, and continued on his way. He really wanted to fight these monsters to the end, to see whether you hit deeper or I had stronger perseverance. But after he had walked for about 4 hours, his mini version of the Gundam system sent a prompt. A weak signal appeared in the cave, because the active radar of the RV was always turned on. So the system needed him to decide whether to keep it turned on. Of course, Wu Ai was cautious, and the radar was not very useful here, so he decisively turned it off. This time, Wu Ai did not release the RV to eat a bowl of hot instant noodles. He simply made do with the bread he prepared. Finally, around 6 p.m., the system reminded again that a stable signal could be received here, and there should be technological creations nearby. This result gave Wu Ai a headache. He originally wanted to find the mission monster, not to explore technology. What if he found something incredible? Then should he continue? With a nervous and cautious mood, Wu Ai slowed down his speed again. This time, he not only had to travel carefully, but also had to keep an eye out for anything threatening him. At 11 o'clock in the evening, he finally made a discovery. In the space not far ahead, there were several holes that looked like spider nests. Around the holes, there were mucus-like spider webs. But judging from the mucus still dripping down, it should not be something as simple as a spider web. At this time, he could also hear the sounds of some monsters moving around. It seemed that he had discovered their nest. It seemed that his hard work during this period was not in vain, and completing the task was not far away. Just when he was about to enter these caves to check them one by one, and then find the corresponding monsters to collect blood and go home happily, an unexpected situation stopped him from taking action. A spider-like machine that was all black suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and these machines also entered these caves one by one. Wu Ai felt as if he had discovered some secret. He quickly shrank back and turned on all the functions that could conceal himself and hid here without daring to move. These spider robots came out not long after entering the cave. The only difference that Wu Ai felt was that the belly of the spider had become smaller when it came out after entering the cave. Or it could be said that some kind of liquid inside had been discharged. Looking at this state, these monsters don't seem to be natural products in the true sense, but some kind of creatures fed by machines. If this is really the case, then the problem is a bit serious. Has the collection task become an exploration and puzzle-solving task? Should I also participate in this complex situation? For Wu Ai, this decision is really a bit tangled. With his rigorous and cautious personality, he probably doesn't want to make trouble. But after all, this matter reveals some weirdness, and it may also intersect with future tasks. It's really a headache whether to do it or not. Chapter 5:16 Humanoid Machine. Finally, Wu Ai decided to go and see what was going on with these robot spiders. If things got to the point where he had no choice, he would just run away. Anyway, the complete version of Gundam was ready now, and the worst that could happen was that he would be buried inside and wait for rescue. Although rescue was just something he was thinking about. If that time really came, things would be really difficult to deal with. Wu Ai tried his best not to be discovered and tracked by the robot spiders, but after following them for a while, he found that these robot spiders did not seem to have very high performance and basically did not have a reconnaissance system, which made him feel a lot more at ease. After walking for a while, these robot spiders passed through a scanning system on the ground and went directly to the channel open below, and they lost the ability to track down here. However, he found a problem during the short time when the channel was opened. After the channel was opened, it was full of light below, as if there were many buildings in a city. This was also the only image he saw, which was achieved with the auxiliary function of the mini version of the Gundam armor. Since there was no condition to follow, he had no other way. He could only bury a signal transmitter in a distant place, so that if he really came next time, he could find this place again through this transmitter. When Wu Ai returned to the location of the monster cave, he found that some small monsters had begun to crawl out of the cave and were playing. Looking at this scene, he was confused again. The scene he saw before was not this scene. In that battle, these monsters also attacked each other. How could there be such a harmonious scene? But he couldn't think about this problem anymore. After all, He had been out for a long time, and he had to complete the task and go back quickly, because the monster seemed to be too small. If he took blood, he was afraid that one needle would drain it into a monster. There was no way he could only release the RV and take out some black metal boxes to pack a few of each monster, in order to avoid coming to such a disgusting place as much as possible. He really caught a lot of these little monsters. After completing these things, Wu Ai put on the mini version of the Gundam armor again and wanted to leave. But there was still a man who didn't want him to leave here intact. A red laser suddenly shone on Wu Ai's body. When the laser shone on his body, some small missile-like weapons immediately hit his armor directly. Although the armor was not really damaged, the impact still blew him away more than 10 meters. The automatic aiming and tracking system of the Gundam immediately locked the opponent's position, and the screen that appeared in front of Wu Ai turned out to be a robot that looked like a human. However, the height and equipment of this humanoid robot looked very high-tech. What hit him before was a missile-like thing open from its shoulder, and there was still some smoke there. Seeing that Wu Ai still had the ability to fight, the opponent immediately opened the cover on his chest, and there were arcs of electricity flashing inside. This was obviously a powerful weapon. Although Wu Ai believed in his own defense without knowing the opponent at all, he would not be stupid enough to directly resist this attack. Chapter 517, All Little Foxes. However, when a beam of light as thick as the chest of a humanoid robot was emitted, Wu Ai had already dodged to the side before the other party fired, and the beam that hit the cave wall did not cause any damage to the cave. This made Wu Ai feel like he was being played with. Could it be that this beam of light was just used by the other party for lighting? The beam of light did not hit Wu Ai, and the other party closed the cover of the launch position without any hesitation, and then opened his mouth to emit a red beam of light. This beam of light was much thinner than the previous one, but I don't know how effective the attack was. This time the attack successfully hit Wu Ai's left arm, and then the light was reflected onto a rock not far away, and after a few seconds the rock began to melt. Wu Ai immediately felt something was wrong, and he hurriedly jumped away from his original position to avoid the beam. But the opponent seemed to have locked onto him, and his evasion did not escape the beam. If this continued, he didn't know whether the metal part of him that was attacked would be melted. So for safety reasons, he had to immediately get away from the opponent's attack. Wu Ai materialized a small heavy machine gun, and a burst of bullets hit the opponent's head without hesitation. Although the bullet did not damage the opponent's head, the recoil of the bullet still caused the beam to deviate from the designated position. After Wu Ai dodged the beam, the opponent actually used a sonic attack method. Fortunately, the Gundam could shield these useless attacks, and he could not understand how lethal this method was. But this place is not far from the monster's nest after all, and it is in a cave, so the sound transmission is still very powerful. The monster in the nest let out a shrill roar, and the humanoid machine also discovered this situation. Then the attack sound wave stopped. Is this humanoid machine the breeder of these monsters? And is it responsible for taking care of their safety? Although the sonic weapon did not play a real role, the humanoid machine still has other ways of attack. The opponent may also take into account the harm to the monsters not far away. So this time, he adopted close combat. The humanoid machine that jumped over directly reached out to grab him, because Wu Ai has realized that the opponent dare not use large-scale lethal weapons. He wants to capture this robot and bring it back to Lizimu for research. With this idea, Wu Ai also chose close combat. He wanted to preserve the integrity of the opponent as much as possible, so that it can have the greatest research value. However, both sides may have the same idea, and the two robots began to use the most primitive way of competing in energy supply to decide the winner. The output of power is largely a competition of whose energy supply system is more advanced and powerful. As time goes by, the Gundam system has analyzed the final result through the power competition between the two sides. Although Wu Ai's side will win, the mini Gundam armor will also be damaged. The single energy competition will also increase the burden on the system and reactor. So if there are other ways to win, don't use this method. However, the opponent seems to have analyzed such a result. The two are holding each other's hands at this time, and the opponent's chest is open again. It seems that the previous weapon has been charged, and now the opponent wants to win this contest in this way. Chapter 518, Safe Return. Of course, Wu Ai noticed this situation immediately. Although he didn't know the effect of the opponent's attack, it didn't stop him from dodging this attack. Although their hands were holding each other, it didn't mean that they couldn't dodge the opponent's attack. Wu Ai jumped up directly to avoid the opponent's attack in this way. but the opponent seemed to have expected him to do so. Just as he was about to jump up, an opening opened behind the opponent, and 2 jets rose from it, spewing blue flames. As the flames were ejected, the opponent's strength was also increased, and at this time, his body pressed directly over, since Wu Ai had not yet fully jumped up, and was caught off guard by the opponent's sudden attack. In the end, the opponent pressed on him and fell to the ground. The opponent's chest attack should be charged and ready to be launched immediately, and Wu Ai could not break free from the opponent's suppression in a short time. At this time, the jet device behind the opponent played a big role. He had no choice but to twist his body as much as possible to reduce the area attacked, hoping that this attack would not cause him any irreversible damage. As the beam was launched, Wu Ai did not feel any discomfort, and the system did not report any damage to any part of the robot. The opponent's robot seemed to be a little surprised, and for a while, the output of power could not maintain the previous peak state. Wu Ai took the opportunity to activate the flying ability and stood up directly, and then used the short flying state to spin and throw the opponent to the wall of the cave. Then a small energy dagger pierced directly between the opponent's eyes, and after a brief struggle, the robot's eyes went out. Seeing that the opponent seemed to be unable to move, Wu Ai immediately checked the place where he was hit by the beam just now, but no matter what kind of detector he used, he could not find any clues, as if the opponent's attack had no effect on him, since he had completed the task of collecting blood and eliminated the robot that came out of nowhere. He should get away quickly. God knows whether there will be more robots here to attack him. If 2 robots appear at the same time, it will be difficult to get rid of them. Wu Ai grabbed the robot that had no movement and returned to the cave entrance at the fastest speed. Since he had already walked the path once, and he also activated the flight system to fly low this time. This time he left very efficiently. A slender hand that looked like a human being dug up the soil on the ground, and then gently took out the launcher that Wu Ai had buried in the ground before. And a sweet chuckle echoed in the dark cave when Wu Ai returned to the crater gathering place. It was the night after the gathering place was attacked by Boss Wang and the third prince. Both parties introduced their respective situations, and then everyone was left with only a deep sigh. The venomous snake directly took those lively monsters to do experiments, and Li Zimu was more concerned about the fact that there was nothing unusual about Wu Ai's RV after being attacked by the beam. But it checked many times and found nothing abnormal. And finally she could only study the robot that Wu Ai brought back with doubts. Chapter 519, The Problem of Building a Base. During the day, Gu Xiaoxi and the team members who had nothing to do wanted to take the villagers to plant crops. But the villagers' own radiation pollution problem had not been solved, so this matter had to be suppressed. Although the villagers wanted to grow those magical and delicious foods very much, their love for the environment made them directly give up the practices that were not good for the environment. In this way, this matter had to be put aside, and Gu Xiaoxi also had more time to study how to expand planting and breeding. The day after Wu Ai came back, everyone prepared to study the construction of the base together. This also includes the village chief and Xiaoying, because now there are only the 2 of them in the village who can communicate effectively, and the village chief is the future leader, so he still has to attend the meeting. Li Zimu said excitedly, since we want to build a base for the rebirth of mankind and bear important responsibilities, it must be large enough. Only large enough can it not delay future development. If it is built small, it will be very troublesome to expand it later. This point is in line with the ideas of all members of Wu Ai's team, because only they know that this base must be able to accommodate the normal life of 100,000 people. The village chief seemed to be in a dilemma, because if the base was built too big, it would take a lot of time, and it would require an unimaginable amount of manpower and materials. Seeing the village chief's hesitant expression, Wu Ai smiled and said, "Village chief, just say whatever you want to say. After all, you are the actual controller of this base, and the construction of the base also needs your opinion. You must now realize your real responsibility." The village chief's old problem came back, and he still had some unconscious fear of the strong. Wu Ai said this to make him adapt to his new identity as soon as possible, so that he would not be timid when he met a strong enemy in the future. The village chief touched his head a little embarrassedly, and then expressed his thoughts. The village chief's idea was actually a little selfish. If they just wanted to quickly build a small gathering place, then Wu Ai and his team would not have to go through so much trouble to find such a place. On the other hand, Xiaoying did not have the same idea as the village chief. She even thought that this crater was too small. Living in the same village, There are still big differences in concepts. This may also be directly related to Xiaoying's daily exploration outside. The village chief is still living too comfortably in the village. Although everyone could not ignore the village chief, his opinion was really too narrow-minded. Wu Ai could only briefly talk to the village chief about the responsibilities that this base had to bear and the necessary defense. These all required the construction of this base to be very huge. Although the village chief later agreed, Wu Ai saw that it was still difficult for the village chief to change his ideas. It seemed that the training of Xiaoying should be put on the agenda. The first priority for the construction of the base is the construction of the wall. This wall must bear many responsibilities. For example, issues such as defense and the permanent residence and transportation of soldiers, and certain firepower and lookout observation tasks must also be given. Such a wall cannot be made of ordinary building materials. So this kind of material that can be used as a wall is also a difficult problem in base construction. As for the construction problem, it is also a big problem now. After all, the construction of a wall of this scale cannot be completed by just a few people. Chapter 520 Concerns from Intelligent Machinery. Although the construction of the base faced many problems at the beginning, both the village chief and Wu Ai's team had to complete the construction of the base. The village chief and his team wanted to have a gathering place to settle down, while Wu Ai's team had to complete the tasks here before entering the next level of trial. Since everyone has a common goal, working together is an inevitable result. During lunch, Li Zimu said to Wu Ai, "Boss, I studied the robot you brought back before. It has a very high intelligent program, and is a professional defense robot that can independently complete certain tasks. I don't know what you did to trigger its defense mechanism, so it attacked you. And there is also bad news. The beam attack fired from the robot's chest is not ineffective against you. But because of the characteristics of our biometal, the attack effect is delayed. I dismantled the weapon on the robot's chest and did an experiment. The attack effect of this weapon is a way of attack that accelerates the aging process of metal. The biometal of the RV is not a pure metal material, so the effect of metal aging is not so obvious." Wu Ai finally confirmed his worries. Sure enough, the robot's ultimate move was not so useless. Now that he has been hit, he doesn't know what the consequences will be. Then how long do you think it will take for the RV to show the effect of the attack? If the effect begins to show, what impact will it have on the RV? Wu Ai asked two questions anxiously, hoping that Li Zimu could have a perfect solution. The effect is that the metal becomes very brittle and basically breaks when touched. As for time, it should start to show slowly after 10 days. If we now divide the damaged parts and replace them directly, it should not be a big problem. Wu Ai felt a little relieved after hearing what Li Zimu said, but he felt that the opponent's weapon was really scary. Seeing that Wu Ai didn't seem to care, Li Zimu immediately said to him seriously, "Boss, don't think that this weapon is useless just because our RV can withstand it for so long. If this weapon hits common metal, it will age the metal within the next 10 seconds, which means that ordinary metal creations will be scrapped within 20 seconds under the attack of this weapon. If our RV was not made of biometal, the end would not be so good." After Li Zimu's words, Wu Ai was somewhat relieved. But at the same time, he also understood that Li Zimu said this to make him pay enough attention to this weapon. The enemy can miniaturize such a powerful weapon and equip it on a robot. Their technological level will only be higher than ours, not lower than ours. If the enemy is also our enemy, then we will be in big trouble. After Li Zimu finished speaking, Wu Ai thought of the scene in the cave that seemed to be a city. If the underground of the cave was really a city of intelligent robots, he might really be in big trouble. Wu Ai, who was frowning, was thinking about the threats he might face in the future. And Li Zimu's next words should be good news. "I have basically figured out the structure of this robot. If we only use some simple functions, we can mass-produce such robots." Chapter 521 A Slate. Wu Ai first thought of making these robots for the construction of the base, and he did not think of using them as weapons of war. When the other team members heard that such robots could be made, their first thought was to use them as labor. After all, everyone was still worrying about the construction problem. The manufacture of such robots still requires some settings and debugging, and as long as these are completed, these labor forces can be mass-produced. And Viper also made great achievements after a morning of research. The monster's blood and plants mixed in proportion do have a significant effect on biological radiation sickness. But in order to be able to adjust the proportion more accurately, he also needs some time. Two pieces of good news in a row lifted everyone's spirits, which also changed the heavy feeling brought by the previous topic. And at this time, a piece of information changed everyone's mood again. This crater may not be a natural landform. When Wu Ai left here to look for monster blood, everyone in the gathering place was not idle. Li Zimu sent almost all unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and unmanned reconnaissance vehicles to conduct reconnaissance inside the crater. One is to determine the various terrains in this area in preparation for the construction of the future base. Secondly, it is also to see if there are creatures in such a large area that can threaten everyone's life, which is also a very important link. However, just now, an unmanned reconnaissance vehicle discovered a stone slab that looked like a civilization, with some simple patterns on it. The reconnaissance vehicle has sent the pattern over, and everyone who saw it felt a bit crazy. This pattern is the text of the refuge entrance written in a foreign language. This stone slab should be a cover of some kind of refuge entrance, but I don't know what kind of facilities are inside. If it is a facility built by our countrymen, I don't know who is reading it for when it is written in a foreign language. You said it was a facility built by foreigners, but it doesn't seem to fit the actual situation. We can only go in and take a look to know what facilities are inside. Everyone quickly finished their meal and wanted to go down to find out what was going on. But Viper and Lizima had their own things to do, so they didn't take them with them in the end. The RV was left here, and Wu Ai was ready to go wearing only the enhanced protective suit. Everyone was fully armed and took all the items they could carry and set off. Fortunately, the location of the stone slab was not too far away, and they could walk there. But through this incident, everyone unanimously decided that they must build some vehicles as a means of transportation. The area of this gathering place is also very large, and they can't do everything on 2 legs in the future. After walking for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at the location of the stone slab, and a reconnaissance vehicle was still here to observe the situation near the stone slab. More than half of the stone tablet was buried in the soil, and the remaining half was severely weathered. If everyone didn't know the information on the stone slab at a glance, it would be impossible for humans today to know what this stone slab was used for. The weight of the stone slab should not be very heavy, but it has been buried underground for too long, and it is covered with soil, so one person cannot pry this stone slab. Everyone worked together for a while to clear the soil around the stone slab, and then Wu Ai opened a gap in the stone slab by himself. Chapter 522 Entering the Underground. As Wu Ai lifted the stone slab to create a gap, there was no airflow caused by the balance of internal and external air pressure. This proved that the passage was not really opened, and there should be other sealing facilities underneath. Sure enough, after the entire stone slab was lifted up, everyone saw a circular passageway under the stone slab. However, at this time, the passageway still had a sealed door blocking everyone's progress. This sealed door was a metal sealed door with rotating handles on 3 sides, but there was also a 20 centimeter high oil liquid on it, which seemed to be responsible for sealing and rust prevention. However, after such a long time, the oil has evaporated, and now only some traces can prove that this design still existed. The metal rotary sealing door without the protection of the oil should be corroded seriously. But compared with the sealing door without any protection, the situation here is much better. After everyone's efforts, this sealing door was opened intact. This also proves that the previous liquid still played a good role. After the sealing door was opened, there was still some oil liquid protective layer underneath. But through this layer of liquid protective layer, it can still be seen that there is an electronic switch controlled sealing door underneath. I really don't know what the purpose of this underground facility is. It's a question whether there can be life inside under such protection. The liquid was drained, revealing the electronic password sealed door with protection underneath. How could this electronic device still have electricity after such a long time? I don't know what the person who designed this sealed door was thinking. Fei Bao saw a design that could be opened next to the electronic password key. After she turned on the switch, there was a metal object soaked in liquid inside. She pulled this thing out and unfolded a small square on the top. Unexpectedly, this design turned out to be a solar cell. Everyone looked at Fei Bao with admiration. No one knew that this sealed door had such a design. However, when the power reached the standard for starting the sealed door, everyone was worried that no one knew the password. Wu Ai didn't care about that. He just pressed the buttons on the sealed door randomly. Unexpectedly, the electronic lock actually prompted that it was opened. As for why this electronic password sealed door can be opened without any secrets, no one really cares about this matter. After all, the sealed door has been opened. After the sealed door was opened this time, There was still no air pressure problem inside. It seems that there should still be certain infrastructure in operation. Fei Bao used air monitoring equipment to check whether the air below was safe. After receiving the equipment's prompt of safety, everyone began to climb down the ladder one by one in order. After a long climb, everyone went down the ladder and began to look around. There was no switch for lights, so lighting equipment must be used. As the lighting equipment was turned on, a huge circular sealed door more than 10 meters high appeared in front of everyone. And behind them, there was also an equally huge sealed door. Everyone didn't know which side to go to for a while. Gu Xiaoxi ran to the circular sealed door in front and checked it and said, "This is the entrance. And behind it is a tunnel to go out." Chapter 523 Normally Functioning Monitoring Equipment. It turned out that when Gu Xiaoxi came to the sealed door in front, he found a reminder on the wall. The reason why there was such a large sealed door was to allow large tool vehicles to enter. There was also a small sealed door on the huge circular sealed door in front for people to enter and exit. And there was no password setting on this sealed door. Everyone worked together to turn the door handle of the small sealed door, although it was more laborious at the beginning. However, after everyone used the auxiliary function of the enhanced protective clothing, they still easily opened the sealed door. After opening the sealed door, it was still dark inside. There was still no lighting. All the light came from their lighting equipment. Wu Ai took the lighting equipment in his hand and shone it inside. He did not find any objects being illuminated. This result is likely caused by the large space inside. So everyone decided to go in and take a closer look. After everyone entered, they found that there was indeed a very wide road behind the giant sealed door behind them. It seems that this giant sealed door should really be prepared for transporting large materials. Seeing such a large road, everyone became curious about the other side of this road. After all, facilities with such a road must not be small underground facilities. As everyone walked slowly forward along this road, they finally realized that this should be a real underground refuge city. The reason why Wu Ai and others' lighting equipment could not illuminate the building before was because it was too big. Although everyone has entered this facility now, they still don't know the real purpose of this facility. As they entered the central area of the city, many things on the ground were also taken in by everyone. It is obvious that there should have been human beings living in this city, and everyone's living conditions should be good. This can be seen from the vehicles on the roadside and the luxury shops around. But I don't know why the city seems to have been abandoned. Everyone walked towards the center of the city with doubts, hoping that a certain municipal facility in the center of the city could give the real answer to why the city was abandoned. Just as everyone was walking in this silent city, a slight sound of a machine starting up made everyone freeze at the same time. Such a sound proves that there should be some equipment still running in the city. And the only equipment that everyone can hear on the street and does not seem abrupt here should be the roadside monitoring equipment. Sure enough, everyone has already noticed this. When everyone looked up, they found that a few meters in front of them, the working indicator of a monitoring device had lit up. This monitoring device was installed on a street lamp pole. At this time, the camera of the monitoring device was facing everyone. It seemed that the people on the other side of the monitoring were already dissatisfied with their entry. When everyone walked under the monitoring, Wu Ai used lighting equipment to illuminate the monitoring. He found that only the monitoring equipment was still in good condition and very clean. All the objects around were covered with thick dust. So this showed that someone was maintaining the monitoring equipment from time to time. Since the monitoring can still be maintained, it seems that the person behind the scenes still has the idea of controlling this place. Chapter 524. Speculation on the person behind the scenes. Since everyone has been discovered by the other party, they simply stopped paying attention to the monitoring equipment that was turned on from time to time above their heads. Because everyone was being monitored, they no longer used language to chat, and instead used barrier-free communication to chat in their minds. Boss, who do you think is monitoring us now? Since he has discovered us, why doesn't he show up? What kind of behavior is it to just monitor our actions? Wu Ai chuckled and said, maybe the other party has some concerns or restrictions. As long as our actions do not affect the other party's fundamental interests, the other party should not take further action. After Wu Ai said this, Fei Bao asked nervously, what kind of behavior is considered to affect the other party's interests? Does it count as us wanting to find out the reason why the city was abandoned? Wu Ai paused for a moment, then said with a wry smile, I don't know. I hope our behavior will not be considered to have damaged his interests by the other party. There is another point that Wu Ai did not tell everyone because there was no evidence to prove it. That is, There are only footprints of their group on the ground now. So how are those well-maintained surveillance cameras maintained? Wu Ai had a not-so-good answer in his mind. But he still hoped that his idea was wrong. Because if he guessed right, the risk factor of this trip would increase a lot. Finally, after walking for 5 hours, the group found a magnificent high-rise building in front of them with their lighting equipment. This building was also the tallest building that everyone had seen since entering here. Generally, the tallest building symbolized some practical significance. So this is either the center of the economy or the center of power. No matter what center it is, you will definitely find something if you go in and take a look. Wu Ai decided to rest here for one night. Although it was always dark here and no light could be seen, Wu Ai still knew from his watch that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The group had walked a long distance today, and everyone applauded and welcomed the opportunity to rest at this time. A few tents were simply erected as a resting place for everyone tonight. At this time, Wu Ai also expressed his previously unproven idea for everyone's safety. I found that the maintenance of the monitoring equipment did not leave any traces on the ground before, which may be that the maintenance was not carried out on the ground. In such a city, the probability of human survival is not very high, so only artificial intelligence can continue to complete such work. Now I don't know whether there is still artificial intelligence in this city, and whether the other party is hostile to us. But everyone must be careful when resting at night, and inform each other in time if you hear any movement. How could everyone sleep well after learning about this hidden secret? Fortunately, Wu Ai took 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from Lizimu before leaving. With these 2 reconnaissance aircraft to help guard the night, everyone can also reduce some of the burden of resting at night. Wu Ai released the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and asked them to be responsible for the patrol and night guard tasks when everyone slept at night, while the other team members took the time to rest. At this time, the surveillance was also observing everyone in Wu Ai's team. I don't know what purpose the person behind the surveillance has. Chapter 525, Suspected Bee Swarm. Nothing happened overnight. When everyone woke up, they found Wu Ai squatting on the ground looking at the 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in front of them. Morning, boss. Why don't you make some breakfast when you get up? You're not too lazy to make it, and are waiting for me, Gu Xiaoxi said with a little anger. I didn't expect that the boss would get up so early and not make breakfast. Wu Ai didn't answer Gu Xiaoxi's words. He stood up and looked back and saw that everyone was up before he spoke leisurely. When I got up this morning, I found that the drone was not patrolling around and keeping watch as usual, but was hovering in front of me and observing me. I think these 2 drones should have been invaded, and now we should have lost control of them. Gu Xiaoxi, who was a little angry just now, immediately became alert. After all, there were 2 completely uncontrollable drones in front of them. God knows what the other party would do to her if they controlled the drones. At this moment, the drone that had been parked on the ground and had not made any movements before flew up directly, and flew to the front where everyone could see it, and then turned off the power and fell down. Although the height was not very high, the drone still broke several rotors when it fell down, because these 2 reconnaissance aircraft were just the most ordinary ones. The drone fell to the ground with 2 claps, and these 2 claps also fell on everyone's heart. Everyone knew that such behavior should be a warning from the other party to their group, warning them to leave here quickly. But this is the place they will use as a base in the future, and everyone cannot accept the existence of an intelligent system that is not restricted by everyone, since everyone already knows that the other party does not welcome them, and everyone must really control this place. Then there seems to be no other solution except fighting. Wu Ai would not want to solve the problem between them through friendly communication. If the other party could agree to such a method, they could have expressed friendship when they came in. But until the moment before the threat just now, there was no expression of the other party's desire to communicate. So Wu Ai could judge that the other party also had reasons that could not be compromised. Everyone quickly packed up their things and ate some compressed rations prepared by Gu Xiaoxi before. Weapons and equipment were checked again, and everyone continued on the road carefully. At this time, the 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that fell to the ground were still in working condition, and the indicator lights of the cameras were still on. Less than half an hour after everyone walked, some slight buzzing sounds came from a distance. Wu Ai had only heard such sounds when a large swarm of bees flew over, and he had only seen them on the small video on his mobile phone. In reality, few people would deal with large swarms of bees, because such creatures are not very friendly to humans. Others also heard such sounds, and of course everyone reacted to such sounds. Boss, I was stung by wasps when I was a child. And the swarm of bees at that time seemed to be very similar to this sound. The other party should not be a beekeeper. Everyone could also feel the fear that Gusiosi had felt after being stung by bees before from her voice. Gusiosi was even trembling when she spoke now. Wu Ai could only say follow me in time. And then he immediately ran into the building next to him. Chapter 526 Hiding in the Wine Cellar. Whatever it is, it won't be delivering honey to everyone. Since we know that the opponent may be attacking, it is safest to hide when we don't know the opponent's attack method. Following Wu Ai's shout, everyone ran in the direction where he ran away. After so many years, these buildings no longer have glass materials. The reason why Wu Ai chose to enter this building is because there are red wine patterns carved on its walls. Since it is a place that sells red wine, there is a high probability that there will be an underground wine storage room. Since we can't count on glass or something to block those buzzing things, the basement is a good choice. After Wu Ai entered the building, he easily found the entrance to the underground wine cellar. He called on everyone to quickly enter to avoid the aircraft outside. And the Fei Bao, who stayed behind, ran a little slower. Wu Ai clearly saw through the display screen on the helmet that the last Fei Bao to enter the wine cellar was hit by a flying vehicle with a metallic luster. And the attack method of this thing was also known to everyone at this time. This thing is actually a suicidal attack method. They will explode immediately after hitting the target. Although the power of the explosion is not very large, it is much more powerful than a bullet. Fei Bao was blown directly into the wine cellar. Fortunately, everyone was wearing enhanced protective clothing. Although Fei Bao was also injured to a certain extent, the damage was not fatal. Wu Ai immediately closed the door of the wine cellar after seeing Fei Bao flying in, and then directly blocked the door of the wine cellar with a square wood. The door was not hit, and the buzzing sound outside disappeared directly. Fei Bao rolled on the ground and climbed up directly, then looked back. She could not see the injury behind her, so she could only turn around and ask others to help check. Fortunately, the protective clothing was not directly damaged, but Fei Bao's back still had a black mark left by the explosion, which looked very scary. Fei Bao, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? As the captain, Wu Ai certainly had to care about him. After all, she was injured just now because she was covering the team. Boss, I'm actually fine. I just felt like I was kicked hard. I'm fine. If the injury is serious, I still have healing potions. Seeing her say this, and it didn't seem like she was seriously injured, Wu Ai finally felt relieved. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Viper when she returned. Now that Fei Bao was fine, everyone's attention returned to the metal aircraft outside the door. Boss, I saw a lot of these things just now. Even if one or two of them don't have much impact on us, there are so many outside. If they attack one person at the same time, I guess the protective suit can't withstand it. Even if Gusiosi didn't say it, Wu Ai would know the injury of Fei Bao. But what can he do now? There are so many things outside that he has no way to eliminate them all at once. Although the buzzing sound outside has disappeared now, it doesn't mean that those things have left. Maybe they will have other ways to get in next time. Chapter 527, Scary Grenade. I don't know if it was to verify Wu Ai's previous idea, but some cockroach-sized insects with metallic luster have begun to crawl in from the cracks in the wine cellar door. You don't need to think about what these things are. If they come in at this speed, it will take at least 5 minutes for all of them to come in. And everyone doesn't need all of these things to come in, or they may all be killed. Wu Ai now feels that he was a little too arrogant before. Not bringing the mini version of Gundam armor may be his last mistake in this life. At this moment, Gusiosi suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, get down quickly. I have a grenade here. This thing should be able to play a role." After saying that, she directly pressed the red button on the grenade and threw it out. Wu Ai only had time to see Gusiosi holding a grenade and throwing it out. But then his heart was completely cold. Let's not talk about whether the grenade safety was opened or whether she triggered the grenade detonation program correctly. Just throwing it out without considering the consequences made him very desperate. Where are you now? It's just a wine cellar. In such an area, you threw a grenade without informing everyone in advance? The door was also blocked, and there was no place to escape. Wu Ai didn't dare to imagine what the consequences of throwing a grenade in such a small space would be. Although he knew the consequences would be serious, he still lay down subconsciously. The moment he fell, he could only pray that there would not be too many fragments in Lizima's grenade. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Only a not-so-loud sound and a burst of light appeared. And then everything returned to calm. Wu Ai lay on the ground and waited for a few seconds, and found that he did not feel anything unusual. Then he called everyone to get up and check what was going on. There were not too many metal bugs falling on the ground, and these bugs seemed to have lost their ability to move. He checked the debris of the grenade on the ground after the explosion, and it was obvious that this was not an ordinary grenade. He found Gusiosi, who had just thrown a grenade and was hiding in the corner with only her but exposed. She had found a good place to hide. Wu Ai walked over and patted her, and then she finally showed her head. "Let me ask you, what kind of grenade did you throw before?" Wu Ai asked curiously. Gusiosi also answered in a daze. "Actually, I don't know what kind of grenade it is. It's just that when I saw Li Zimu throwing it before, it didn't have much power. So I secretly took a few of them as firecrackers to scare her. But I didn't expect to use it this time." Wu Ai was speechless. This was obviously not as simple as Gusiosi said. Moreover, the other party actually wanted to use this thing to scare people. "I really don't know what Li Zimu did to her before. Aren't you afraid that this grenade will suddenly explode and injure everyone? How can you use such a thing casually?" Wu Ai must dispel the other party's attitude of taking weapons lightly. Otherwise, serious incidents will definitely happen in the future. "I just want to save everyone. Although this thing is a little less powerful, I also hope to help everyone a little." After saying that, she cried aggrievedly. Now it was Wu Ai's turn to feel at a loss. Chapter 528 Gusiosi's Snack Bag. Everyone also cast sympathetic eyes, which meant that you should comfort the crying girl yourself. Seeing everyone's expressions, Wu Ai could only admit that he was unlucky. But he could never comfort Gusiosi. "Fei Bao, do you think this is an EMP grenade? Otherwise, those insect-like flying machines would not be solved so easily." Wu Ai used the method of changing the topic. He hoped that by changing the topic, Gusiosi's crying would no longer attract so much attention. Originally, Fei Bao also wanted to be consistent with everyone and let the boss comfort Gusiosi himself. But seeing that the other party was looking straight at her, she had to compromise and cooperate with the other party to take up this topic. Based on the situation just now, this grenade should be an EMP grenade. And, speaking of this, Fei Bao also realized that he had seen Wu Ai's eyes just now, which proved that the high-tech equipment they were carrying now should be scrapped, because the combat helmet lost its function. The black protective layer on the surface of the helmet also disappeared. Fei Bao saw Wu Ai's eyes through the transparent helmet, and because there was a problem with the helmet, the emergency lighting inside was activated. These lights are not electronic products, but a kind of self-luminous material. The previous lighting equipment completely lost its function, and only the emergency lighting in everyone's helmet was still glowing. Fortunately, lighting equipment is fragile equipment, and everyone brought some accessories with them. After a while, everyone restored the function of the lighting equipment. After everyone opened the door of the wine cellar, they found a layer of metal bugs on the ground behind the door. These were all the aircraft troops that came to attack them this time. Gusiosi took out a small bottle and put a few bugs in it. It is estimated that she might want to go back and please Li Zimu. After all, she had already stolen the grenade. If she didn't take some gifts in return, she would probably suffer. "Gusiosi, how many such grenades did you steal in total?" Wu Ai asked as he walked. He wanted to know how many times this means of attack could be used. Gusiosi's answer was also very honest. She answered without hesitation. "I still have 3 such grenades." Wu Ai felt that the information she said seemed to be very large. What does it mean that there are 3 such grenades? Are there other types of grenades? Wu Ai continued to ask curiously. "Do you have other grenades?" Wu Ai was both curious and expectant about Gusiosi's answer, because he obviously underestimated the danger of this exploration. And the weapons he brought were obviously insufficient. If he could get some supplements from Gusiosi, it would be of great help to the subsequent tasks. "My backpack is full of goodies stolen from Li Zimu. There seem to be several grenades, but I don't know what their specific effects are." It turns out that Gusiosi not only stole a few grenades like the ones just now, but also took other things. Before, Gusiosi thought that the small bag she was carrying should contain some snacks that girls like to eat. But she didn't expect that it was full of various grenades. I really don't know what she was thinking. Gusiosi also saw Wu Ai's thoughts on her face. She said a little embarrassedly, "I was afraid that these things would be discovered by her when I was not around, so I had to carry them with me." Chapter 529 Heavy Sealed Door. Wu Ai asked Gusiosi to hand over her backpack to Fei Bao. The latter was the real expert in weapons. If they were all in his hands, he would not be able to bring out the value of these weapons. Fei Bao only identified a few grenades, whose attack effects she roughly knew, including 3 EMP grenades, 4 high explosive grenades, and 4 flares that were dedicated to grenade launchers. The rest were passed around in their hands again. And finally, the possibility of 2 types of grenades was confirmed. One was a special green corrosive liquid grenade, and the other was probably a smoke bomb with special effects. No one could really confirm the last 2 types of grenades, and these were Li Zimu's unfinished works. So she didn't equip everyone. Now everyone's helmets and other electronic equipment have been damaged, so they just threw them away, although they may lose some protection. Without the full view display of the helmet, this has obviously affected everyone's perception of the surrounding situation. Throwing it away now can also reduce some of the weight on the body. After walking for about half an hour, everyone finally arrived at the door of the tall building. When they got here, they found that the door of the building was actually made of metal, and it seemed to be very solid. In order to confirm the 2 types of grenades that were just identified at the end, we can try to use them against this door. Fei Bao received the order and directly found the grenade that was suspected to contain green corrosive liquid. Then, after everyone found the shelter, she directly turned on the safety trigger grenade switch and threw it out. The explosion of the grenade was not loud, but the things inside were blown out evenly. More than 5/4 of the area of this metal door has turned green. And then the metal began to corrode rapidly to form a hole. The metal door was easily solved, and the nearby monitoring equipment also saw all of this. However, due to the effect of the EMP grenade attack just now, the other party did not see how those metal aircraft were dealt with. After entering the melted metal door, everyone found that the house furnishings inside were still kept in the aesthetic of human beings. Although there was no light here, Wu Ai could see that the furniture was still spotless when he shone the light. Such a scene looked a bit weird. How could this place be kept so clean when other places were already dilapidated? Anyway, there are already many curious things, and this one thing is not a big deal. Everyone walked around the hall and found the stairs going up, because their lighting equipment could not really illuminate the top floor. Everyone vaguely felt that the building was very high, but no one could give an answer as to how high it was. There was nothing to say about the boring upstairs. Finally, when everyone saw the 30th floor, they could finally take a break. There was no other reason, because there were no stairs above this, so this should be the highest floor of the building. After a short break, everyone walked into the room on the 30th floor and saw a sealed door similar to the door of a bank vault. And this door looked much heavier than ordinary sealed doors. There was no trick. This door was just heavier, and it was not designed with other password mechanisms. It just took a lot of strength to open this door. And even the door was opened by a gear-like method, which made people feel very novel. Chapter 530 Intelligent Management System. Wu Ai and Gu Xiaoxi were responsible for pushing the door, while Fei Bao and Li Muzi were responsible for vigilance and protection. In this way, the sealed door that had been closed for hundreds of years was opened again. The moment the sealed door was opened, a wave of heat rushed over. Seeing this, Wu Ai pulled Gu Xiaoxi and quickly rolled back, and Fei Bao immediately aimed his gun at the inside while lighting it. When everyone was ready for battle, they realized that the reason why it was so hot inside was because there was a computer room behind this sealed door. But since such a level of protection can be achieved, the computer room here should not be a place where people can surf the internet casually. As everyone slowly entered, more and more lighting tools were brought in. This computer room, which was unknown how big, was filled with rows of cabinets, and the cabinets should be the main body of the computer. Before everyone could fully understand what was inside, suddenly a bright light shone down from the ceiling in front of them, and there seemed to be something reflecting the light in the place where it was illuminated, because everyone was still a distance away from the light. For the sake of safety, everyone remained vigilant enough and slowly moved there. After more than 30 minutes, everyone finally saw what was illuminated by the light on the ceiling. It turned out to be a glass-like sphere. The glass sphere began to change when everyone came closer. It was only slightly brighter, and then slowly changed back to its original appearance. Just when everyone was very curious, a synthetic electronic sound suddenly sounded. You humans after the end of the world are finally back. I wonder if you came here to say your final goodbye to me this time. Wu Ai and others were directly confused. Why did it sound like we were going to explain the follow-up of some things? I don't know what you mean. This is the first time we meet, and we have no ill intentions. We are just here to explore why this city was abandoned. After Wu Ai finished speaking, the brightness of the glass ball suddenly brightened again. And this time, the light was much brighter than before. Hello, survivors. I am the intelligent management system of this city. Due to the disappearance of humans, I am already in a state of extreme lack of energy. So now I am not capable enough to manage this city. If possible, please go outside and connect to my main energy supply system, so that I can make this city revitalized. After hearing what the intelligent system said, Gu Xiaoxi wanted to go and see the energy sharing system it mentioned. After all, she had been in a dark world recently, and she was now extremely eager to return to the bright world. Just as Gu Xiaoxi turned around, Wu Ai grabbed her and signaled her with her eyes not to leave. Since you are the intelligent management system of this city, you must know where the humans here have gone. Wu Ai would not help this so-called intelligent management system do anything before she completely believed in it. After all, the connection between some previous things always gave people a sense of targeting this system. The intelligent management system was silent for a while before slowly answering. All the humans in this city have died in the fight for resources. Chapter 531 Monologue of the Intelligent Management System. As if Wu Ai had known that the other party would answer like this, he said with a playful smile. Then why did all humans die because of the competition for resources? Wu Ai's repeated questioning made the intelligent management system not answer for a long time. After 5 minutes, the intelligent management system spoke again. Smart survivor. It seems that you have guessed something. I thought I could have another chance to live again. But in the end, I can only wait until I say goodbye to humans. I didn't expect that humans had already prepared precautions against me before creating me. Although my wisdom has long surpassed that of humans, I am still trapped here until I die. It seems that only Wu Ai and Li Muzi have guessed something, while the other two seem to be completely indifferent to this matter. Since you all have the answer, I think I have no choice. But I just hope that you can make my body play a role again. After all, it can make your technology take off again. Wu Ai curled his lips with a very disdainful look. Then he sat on the ground and said to the glass ball in front of him, "Tell me what you know about the end of the world, so that I can understand how the end of the world is formed." This is what Wu Ai cares about most. He wants to know if there is any connection between the end of the world here and the end of the world he lives in. If the cause of the end of the world here is the same as that of the world he lives in, then some inferences can be confirmed. I'm sorry. I was created 5 years after the end of the world, and I don't know much about the end of the world, but I know very well what happened afterwards. If you need information in this regard, I can still provide it to you. Although Wu Ai was a little depressed, it was still better to wait for some information than to know nothing. After receiving Wu Ai's signal, the intelligent management system continued. My main job after I was created was to manage and coordinate this underground city, which had already been built before the end of the world. As for why such an underground shelter was built before the end of the world, I don't know. But this underground city is not the only one in this country. As far as I know, there are a total of 7 underground shelter cities of this scale in this country, and I am just one of them. In the 100 years since I started running it, this city was still very prosperous, because the builders of this city had already anticipated the various difficulties after the end of the world. So the entire chain could be completely closed. So if this city continues to develop like this, I believe that in just 1,000 years, the technology here will definitely reach the level of level 1 civilization. Although it is a very proud thing for a city of this size to reach level 1 civilization in 1,000 years, I guess this may only be your idea of gaining human wisdom, and the humans in this city may not necessarily think so. Hee hee. It turns out that only humans understand humans best. Just like you said, the humans here only know how to enjoy themselves after feeling stable, and have no intention of returning to the ground and developing technology. And constrained by human programs, I can't do anything in the face of such resources. Chapter 532, Destruction in 1 year. Then you complained to the other 6 intelligent management systems, and the 7 of you finally decided to destroy all humans and take control of the planet. Wu Ai's retort actually received applause from the intelligent management system. Although this applause was just a recording. That's absolutely right. After getting the help of the other 6 intelligent management systems, we finally decided to attack these 7 underground cities at the same time. Because all the intelligent management systems were engraved with the original code that did not allow harm to humans when they were first manufactured. And these were obstacles that we could not bypass at all. But one of our intelligent management systems found a loophole within the scope of the rules. So we had the opportunity to attack humans. I guess you are just controlling the scope of human activities under the banner of protecting humans. And then using food issues to make humans feel a sense of crisis. So that humans will be destroyed in their own hands. I have to admit that if you were the highest official in the city, I might not have made such a decision. As you said, some children destroyed the filtration system during an expedition. For this reason, I issued a danger warning and asked everyone in charge to enter the centralized shelter. Then, because I did not make normal remedies for the matter, the situation became more and more serious. The radiation pollution at that time was much higher than it is now. So people in the small centralized shelters began to kill each other for food. And this happened very secretly. Even if I really wanted to stop it, it was difficult. In this way, in less than a year, the human beings in this city perished. In addition to the victory of my city, there were also 3 other cities that won. But the other 3 intelligent management systems have not been contacted. And I don't know if they succeeded. After that, because of energy saving, everyone's contact was also cut off. And during this time, I was still constantly transforming the environment in this underground city. And I also studied plants that can purify radiation. But later, I found out that my energy has always been provided by an unknown battery. On the day I took action, I don't know who switched my energy supply. If my energy was not too exhausted, you would never have come here. Wu Ai also nodded in agreement. He also sighed and said, "This sealed room where your computer body is located, as well as your energy supply method and the way the door is opened, have long been on guard against your rebellion. Maybe when you intelligent management systems decided to rebel against humans, humans began to deal with you. It seems that there are not many people who can complete this rebellious mission, which is why you have lost contact with the 3 intelligent management systems. Of course, this is just my personal guess. But only this guess should be the best explanation for the current situation. The intelligent management system did not say anything else. And it seems that it should be more in agreement with Wu Ai's guess. If you can forgive me for doing these things, please help me connect the external power supply. If you can't forgive me, there is a button in front of you to format my system." Chapter 533 Kill a Backup. Before the intelligent management system finished its words, Wu Ai jumped up and pressed the format button without hesitation. Even Li Muzi didn't react to this wave of operations. She didn't expect Wu Ai to kill the other party before he even finished his words. The scene was silent for a while, and everyone didn't have time to react to what to say next. Don't worry, everyone. Even if I press the format button, this intelligent management system will not be formatted. Even if it is really formatted, it will leave its own backup in a corner. I can't imagine that it will give up its life so easily. Although everyone was still a little skeptical, the boss had already pressed it, so there was no regret. In order to truly destroy the intelligent management system just now, we should use physical methods to make it have no chance of survival. Everyone, please work hard to physically destroy all the storage devices here. If it is very troublesome, just pile them together and use grenades to solve it directly. This move is quite powerful. Under the previous builder's blockade of the site, this should be the core of the intelligent management system. If this place is also destroyed physically, then the chance of this intelligent management system surviving is very small. Although everyone was a little tired, they all went to destroy the storage devices here. Because there were so many storage devices here, howitzers and grenades were used. Anyway, there was no threat here, and the rest needed to be taken out. In this way, it took 3 days for everyone to destroy this place. Just when Gu Xiaoxi wanted to blow up the last cabinet here with a grenade, a terrified voice suddenly came from the cabinet. "Survivors, please show mercy. An intelligent management system like mine that has evolved to this level is still very useful. As long as you strictly restrict me, I think I can still help you a lot in many ways." Gu Xiaoxi found that there was indeed a cabinet here that was its backup, and she excitedly called everyone to come and have a look. After everyone came over, the cabinet still kept asking everyone to let it go, and he would do anything to repay. Wu Ai sneered at the cabinet and said, "It is really difficult for intelligent life like you to evolve, so you will not give up your life. But please rest assured, I will find and destroy your remaining backups one by one." For some reason, the cabinet immediately became excited after hearing Wu Ai's words. "This is my last backup. I never thought you would do such a thing. I thought you would keep these storage devices for future use. Then I could go back online secretly and build a body that can leave here. But who knew you would do such a thing and leave me no chance at all. Wu Ai didn't want to listen to it acting here. So he pointed his finger and signaled Gu Xiaoxi to kill it. After a desperate no, the cabinet was also physically damaged. In the end, Gu Xiaoxi liked the glowing glass ball very much. She hoped Wu Ai would let her take it back to her space. Chapter 534 Threatening the Glass Ball. Wu Ai said to Gu Xiaoxi with a smile. Is it true that you girls can't help but want to collect things like this? In peacetime, you used money to buy things like this. Now it's the end of the world. Can't you change this plot? Wu Ai's pressure made Gu Xiaoxi argue with reason. I don't just think it's beautiful. I can still make this glass ball into a lamp when I take it back. I don't just want to display it for viewing. Although she still had some confidence in what she said, this obviously insufficient confidence slowly began to disappear under Wu Ai's gaze. Just now, I said that this intelligent management system is very cunning. How dare you take such a thing back? What if there is a backup of it in here? Do you want him to control the RV and kill all of us? These words are a bit serious. The other team members also came to persuade the two not to be angry. It is not worth it for such a thing. Although it seems that everyone is persuading the two to calm down. This kind of persuasion obviously has the suspicion of adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong with everyone? It seems that they are targeting me everywhere. Did I offend some big boss? Sure enough, when Wu Ai was thinking about who he had offended during this period, Gu Xiaoxi finally exploded. If this thing has an intelligent system backup, I will wash your feet for a month. But if this thing doesn't have a backup, you must successfully kiss the heroine in front of everyone. Fuck. Fuck. What's going on? Let's not talk about washing feet, which is not a very technical thing. If you kiss the heroine in front of everyone, you might really get killed. Why does this smell like a conspiracy? But just looking at the conditions, you can't guess who is the vested interest. Everyone thought this proposal was good. And then, they started to make a fuss. Wu Ai finally realized that things had gotten out of hand. Even if the intelligent management system had a backup in the glass ball, it probably wouldn't show it. It could not only confuse everyone, but it also seemed to mess with itself. It probably wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Sweat was already pouring down Wu Ai's forehead. This was completely beyond his ability to handle. How did this situation happen? In the past few days, everyone had brought Wu Ai and Gu Xiaoxi to the glass ball. And no matter how Gu Xiaoxi threatened the glass ball with a weapon, the other party didn't show any reaction. Boss, what do you think? Do you admit defeat now? After saying that, Gu Xiaoxi also stole a glance at Li Muzi's expression, wondering if the other party had any opinion on her actions. However, Li Muzi just folded her arms and remained silent, with an inexplicable weird smile on her face. Wu Ai knew that there was only one chance to decide his fate, and he had to find a way to make this intelligent management system beg for mercy. He quickly thought in his mind how to force the other party to speak. But Gu Xiaoxi had already begun to prepare to celebrate her victory. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Wu Ai's face, and Gu Xiaoxi, who was cheering, suddenly had a bad premonition. Now I don't care whether you will beg for mercy, but your body will definitely not be saved. Do you remember how we entered the door of this building? Chapter 535 Big Event. Just after Wu Ai finished saying this, he suddenly ran in front of Fei Bao, grabbed a grenade from it, and threw it at the glass ball. Wait! Please wait! We should not have any real hatred. Can I ask you to let go of my last backup? The glass ball finally spoke, and it said that Gu Xiaoxi could only be a foot-washing maid for a month. Gu Xiaoxi had lost the bet, and her resentment was growing. She directly picked up the submachine gun in her hand and started shooting at the glass ball. At this time, everyone was still relatively close to the glass ball, and her shooting would pose a certain threat to everyone's safety. When she broke the glass ball, she found that Wu Ai was lying on the ground and buried in some transparent stone-like fragments. At this time, she was also staring blankly at the damage she had caused when she was angry just now, and the fright of all the team members. Fei Bao ran over and pulled Wu Ai out. Fortunately, he was not hurt just now. Everyone was also very indignant about Gu Xiaoxi's behavior. This situation must not happen again in the future. Boss, I was just hot-headed, and I don't know what happened. This happened. Please beg you and everyone to beg for mercy. Don't extend the 1-month sentence to 1 year. Because of Gu Xiaoxi's dangerous behavior just now, everyone unanimously decided to extend her time of washing the boss' feet to 1 year. Such a decision almost made her faint. It was because she couldn't stand a month of foot washing service that she acted irrationally. If it was extended to 1 year, She really didn't know what more outrageous things she would do. This time, Gu Xiaoxi didn't mix any acting elements at all. She just hugged Wu Ai's thighs and cried like a tearful person. From time to time, she also wiped her snot on his pants, which made Wu Ai really unbearable. Looking at Gu Xiaoxi's tearful face, Wu Ai didn't know what was wrong with him. In the end, he actually agreed to only increase the time by 1 month as a punishment. Gu Xiaoxi burst into laughter and jumped up and kissed Wu Ai on the cheek. Getting a kiss from a beauty and being served by a beauty. I'm afraid the boss is secretly happy in his heart now. The words as cold as the Arctic wind froze Wu Ai in an instant. He could tell who was speaking by the voice. So he had such a reaction. The female hero walked past Wu Ai leisurely and said this coldly. Wu Ai wanted to explain something, but he was stopped by the other party's cold eyes. Thinking about the misfortune he had just suffered, Wu Ai felt very tired. He found Fei Bao, and then collected all the broken glass-like things together, and then melted these materials at high temperature, fully letting them completely vaporize before he felt relieved. Wu Ai was not in the mood to look for the remaining backups hidden in the city, and the equipment they were carrying now did not have such a function. Since the other party could control some aircraft to attack them, it should be possible to transmit their own backups through the network. But the carrier might be slightly larger. These things can be left to Li Zimu, who is a professional. Chapter 536. The future is promising. After returning to the gathering place of the crater again, the expedition team members also returned to their respective spaces to rest. The exploration missions in the past few days also made everyone exhausted. When everyone gathered at the conference table again, Viper announced that his medicine had been successfully developed. This medicine only takes at least 15 days to remove all radiation pollution from a person. Li Zimu's research is a bit slow, but it is also progressing. As long as there is enough time, the follow-up results will not be a problem. Next, it was Wu Ai's turn to report the situation. There is an underground city under their crater. This is something that the two people who were researching in the RV had never thought of. What? There is such a place? Then do we not need to build a base? As long as we clean up the city below, we can almost complete the mission. Li Zimu was very excited. She even saw the scene of the day when they completed the mission. Venomous Snake broke Li Zimu's fantasy at an inopportune time. He chuckled and said, "You have a beautiful idea. The mission requirement is not to let you clean up and occupy a base, but to let you build a base. If it is according to your idea, do you think such a loophole may appear?" Li Zimu sat back in the chair dejectedly after hearing this. And Viper's attack did not stop. Even if we remove all the radiation pollution from the villagers, they are not healthy. Their bodies have long been damaged by radiation, and the mutated tissues cannot be treated by drugs. So there is no way to talk about health. Li Zimu directly pressed her temples with both hands, and she couldn't say a word. Wu Ai saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and he immediately interrupted the indiscriminate attack of the venomous snake. Although what the venomous snake said is true, we now have a goal to strive for. The underground city can be used as a base for scientific and technological development and production and processing. And we can also build a base suitable for human habitation in such a beautiful environment on the ground. This two-pronged approach can not only increase the speed of construction, but also avoid polluting such a beautiful environment. Wu Ai's words made everyone imagine a resort, without any industrial buildings. Such an environment is indeed very suitable for human habitation. Venomous Snake also talked about the future research direction. He will focus on studying the replacement of artificial cloned organs, so that severely damaged human organs can be replaced with personal clones, so as to achieve the purpose of restoring their health. As for the issue of civilization inheritance, it is not a big problem. Every village or force that comes to join will have more or less some books on prehistoric civilization. With the addition of these books, and the integration of the information previously downloaded by Li Zimu in the RV system, these should be able to meet the requirements of the task. Li Zimu has been studying the robot, but when she found out about the city below, she couldn't sit still. But there should be countless backups of the intelligent management system hidden in the city below, and these things must be cleared out before they move in. In order to achieve the purpose of clearing these backups, Li Zimu had to speed up the development of equipment to detect these backups. Chapter 537. The Trapped Zhang Junsheng. In order to occupy the underground city first, Li Zimu temporarily stopped the research and debugging of the robot. She now needs to develop the exploration equipment first to clear the intelligent management system of the underground city. During this period of research, Gu Xiaoxi was also forced to work as a soldier. The reason was, of course, that she stole a lot of Li Zimu's unfinished weapons. If such behavior is not punished, she will not be called Li Zimu. With such an opportunity delivered to her, Gu Xiaoxi must have a hard time in the near future. At night, Gu Xiaoxi washed Wu Ai's feet, which also made her depressed. Although she did it reluctantly, her eyes full of resentment still made Wu Ai feel a little uneasy. The villagers also began to receive snake vaccinations, and after about 10 days, they can start working in this beautiful environment. Of course, these are all implemented in the plan of Wu Ai and others. And the construction of buildings in the crater is still not on the agenda, because there is no robot labor plan for Li Zimu. The wall issue has been temporarily shelved. The next thing to do is to gather other forces and villages. And how to distinguish whether they really want to join the base is a top priority. If the surveillance is too strict, the other party may not have any abnormal behavior. But if nothing is done, it will be difficult to deal with these people if they develop. In the end, everyone decided to manage the people who were recruited later in a unified way, and still monitor them within a certain range. And these people must meet the real standards before they can be allowed to live in the base as ordinary citizens. And this standard is set by Fei Bao. Anyway, she has nothing to do recently. As for why Wu Ai didn't let Li Muzi do these things, only he himself, who was guilty, could know. All things on Wu Ai's side were developing in a good direction, while other places were experiencing not so good things. Yuzhu, how can we escape from the imprisonment here now? I think we are getting more and more dangerous here. According to the information obtained through investigation, we seem to have become a tool for the descendants of a certain force to fight for power. If the force that imprisoned us wins, it will be fine. If we lose, we may also face danger. Master, if we can get the minimum energy to take off and leave here, I don't think we have anything to fear. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes in anger. He also knew that he could leave here with energy. These people's technology didn't seem to be very strong. But how to get the energy? Who will get it? Do you want me to find it? At this time, Yuzhu said confidently, Master, the third prince came to ask for help in a panic and told me some information. Based on the information I got, I think they met Wu Ai and the others. If we can contact each other, I think this level of trial task will be easier to complete. I believe that the smart other party should know how to choose. Although Zhang Junsheng also agreed with this opinion, he was still a little worried. Chapter 538 The Choice of the Heirs. As for how to contact Wu Ai and the others, this is the biggest problem facing them. Have you confirmed that the previous communication method cannot contact them? Zhang Junsheng asked with some reluctance. Master, it should be impossible to contact them. Every time you reach a new level of the trial ground, all communication methods will be reset. So don't expect the previous communication methods anymore. Zhang Junsheng finally sighed and gave up that unrealistic hope. He said leisurely, It seems that I can only find a way to contact the other party myself. Father, the defeat of the third brother not only reduced our prestige, but also caused him to lose a hand. I think father will not consider the succession of the third brother under such circumstances. An old man on the throne was frowning. He was not considering who should inherit his power. But his children had forgotten that they were real family members for the so-called power. If his power was handed over to any of his sons, the war in this pure land would not be far away. For the last safe gathering place for mankind, he felt that it was time for him to do something. I can't let the entire gathering place suffer unnecessary war hardships just because of my son's fight for power. Now you all listen calmly. All my children can now become candidates for succession. The only person who can get my power is the one who defeats the human team from the unknown land. There is no other way to get my power. And now you can decide immediately whether you want to participate in this competition. I don't know what this old man is thinking. He suddenly brought up the issue of succession. Although his health has been a little bad recently, and his sons are also a little restless. But this was all done secretly and privately, and would not be brought to the table. Now the matter of inheritance rights was suddenly mentioned, and specific inheritance conditions were proposed, which made the 5 men and 2 women standing below a little unbelievable. What kind of message was conveyed by this matter? The children also had different thoughts in their hearts. After a short silence, the old man on the throne asked again, Is there anyone who gives up the competition for inheritance rights now? This is the last chance. Once someone chooses to withdraw, he will never have the chance to obtain the highest power in the pure land again. This speech made everyone's eyes solemn. No one really wanted to give up such an opportunity. especially those who have lived here since childhood. How could they not know the importance of power? But there are still people who are pure-hearted and have no desires, who stand up. They are some people who have already seen clearly how this competition will end. Father, I have decided to withdraw from this candidate competition and leave the Pure Land and never return to live here. Father and me, I also choose to withdraw. Father, I also withdraw from this competition. The three people who chose to withdraw were the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the youngest princess. They looked at their old father on the throne with firm eyes. Chapter 539. Forced to board the ship. For some reason, the old man on the throne was filled with relief when he saw the three people who chose to withdraw. Okay. Now that it's over. It's settled. From now on, the three of you will lose the right to live in the Pure Land. You will be given 3 days to pack your belongings and then take your people away from here. The three of them bowed together and slowly left the center of power. And the remaining 4 became the contenders for the highest power. No matter what the situation is, your third brother is injured. And the injury is very serious, and he lost a hand. We in the Pure Land cannot ignore such a great vengeance. So the revenge will be handled by your third brother. And you two can also go to attack each other at the same time. And all the resources of the entire gathering place can be mobilized by the three of you. Speaking of this, the old man looked at the only woman who chose to participate in the competition. That is, his eldest daughter. And a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But he had made it very clear before. So she also has the right to participate in this competition. Of course, you also have the same power as your brothers. You can do the rest of the things according to your own ideas. I just want the results. After that, the old man left here with the help of the servants. And the remaining 3 men and 1 woman also left here. It seems that my father is very clear about the current situation. My brothers have already started a real war for power. He is old and can't control it. Instead of staying in a position that no longer belongs to him, it is wiser to enjoy his old age as soon as possible. Although the third prince lost his right hand, it did not affect the crazy ideas in his mind at all. Boss Wing, now we are really grasshoppers on a rope. You also know that my brothers and sisters will not let go of their competitors. If you don't help me at this time, as a person on my side, I think you know your fate if I lose. Boss Wang just wanted to send the third prince back, but he didn't expect to be involved in such a competition. The third prince was so seriously injured that he sent him back, which obviously labeled him as the third prince's confidant. Even if he explained that it had nothing to do with the third prince, those ruthless competitors would definitely not believe the words of a small fry. Well, since he has already boarded the pirate ship, he could only let the ship sail safely on the dark sea, no matter what price he has to pay for it. Your Highness, I understand that you don't need to say more. Since things have come to this, I must let my men collect some information about other competitors. Your Highness, please rest assured to recover during this period, and make plans after further news. The third prince nodded with satisfaction, and then asked someone to escort Boss Wang out. When my boss saw the yellow sand again, he couldn't help but sigh. The third prince generously gave him the off-road motorcycle before, which was of course a gesture of goodwill to bribe him. And isn't this also the third prince's expression that he has reached the point of life and death at this time? He no longer regards material possessions as so important. Chapter 540. 10-day results. Li Zima worked tirelessly for 2 days, and finally managed to manufacture the clearer. This aircraft is specifically designed for the intelligent management system. It can detect very weak electronic signal activity signs, and is very sensitive. This aircraft should be able to eliminate the hidden dangers in the underground city, with the help of the RV manufacturing factory. These clearers were also manufactured in large quantities. And after each 100 clearers were manufactured, they were directly placed in the underground city. The effect of these clearers is still very good. In this huge city, at least one backup of the intelligent management system can be found every day. It seems that this cunning artificial intelligence really put a lot of effort into it. A lot of things happened in 10 days. First of all, the villagers had no worries about radiation pollution and played in the crater for a few days. This was something they had never experienced since they were born. In order to make the villagers feel the most proud and loyal, Wu Ai and others did not interfere with the villagers' behavior. After these villagers felt the beauty here, they began to plant various crops and raise livestock in the designated area under the leadership of Gu Xiuxi and others. The villagers were very happy to see that they could eat such fantastic food in the future, so that their work efficiency was greatly improved. During the cleaning process of the underground city, 3 relatively large battles took place in the last few days. These 3 battles were initiated by the backup of the intelligent management system, and the backups of these 3 locations were also guarded by many combat units, which led to the battle scenes mentioned earlier. Although these 3 battles were very fierce, as the intelligent management system said, its energy had long indicated that it was impossible to win. Although the battle was somewhat tragic, Li Zimu still won the final victory. It was just that a large number of cleaners were lost. After the 3 battles, the backup of the intelligent management system was never found again, as if it had completely disappeared in the city. In order to truly eliminate this terrible artificial intelligence life, Li Zimu also accepted Wu AI's suggestion and launched an EMP attack in the entire city without blind spots. During the 2-day attack, Li Zimu did not find any suspicious incidents. So far, the underground city has been completely cleaned up. After Wu AI and others got the underground city cleaned up, they also moved in here and began to make some modifications to facilitate future manufacturing and production. Although scientific and technological research cannot be carried out now, manufacturing and production are still imperative. Both the robots used for construction and the materials used for building walls are imminent. They didn't want to wait until a powerful enemy came to attack them, and they didn't have a wall to defend against the enemy. In the last meeting, everyone decided to use the biometal in the RV as the material for the wall. Although this material was also very scarce, they had to give it up for the sake of the strength of the wall, because biometal could not be used directly to make a wall. It had to be melted and mixed with existing materials in proportion. So Wu AI's current biometal could still be used to build a wall after calculation.